Zhou Yan unexpectedly traverses into this enchanting world, awakening a golden finger that allows him to infinitely evolve his territory. An ordinary barracks transforms into the Copper Sparrow Terrace, summoning an RRR-grade quality Diao Chan skilled in swordsmanship right from the outset. The Common Lord Crystal evolves into a King's Crystal, drastically enhancing its defensive capabilities tenfold, rendering it impervious to monstrous assaults. An ordinary thatched cottage evolves into a spirit bamboo house, making the path to immortality not merely a dream. You are merely a low-tier white lord. How can you possess such formidable heroes? Is this truly just a lowly lord? Why is the defense of this territory so formidable? My dragon was slaughtered before it even reached the city gates. Don't eat, Zhou Yan proclaims. Though I am merely a low-tier white lord, I shall still dominate the world. Chapter 1. Awakening the Lord Space. In the land of Kanglin, every individual reaches the age of 18, at which point they undergo an awakening. The result of this awakening is a mysterious Lord Space. Ordinary individuals can only alter their fates through the awakening of this Lord Space. Should one fail to awaken, they're doomed to a lifetime devoid of the Lord qualification, relegated to a life of servitude and exploitation by capitalists. Each person only possesses this singular opportunity in their lifetime due to the awakening. This is an era where every individual has the potential to become a lord. Zhou Yan stands among the crowd, awaiting their awakening, gazing at the mysteriously adorned altar ahead, his expression brimming with excitement and anticipation. He is a time traveler, having survived a plane crash in his previous life, fortuitously finding himself in the land of Kanglin. Although Kanglin is akin to a modern metropolis of Earth, this realm harbors extraordinary abilities, notably the Lord Space. The Lord Space is enigmatic and abundant in spiritual energy. Awakened individuals can develop their Lord Space and construct territories, thereby acquiring various mysterious items and even cultivating towards immortality. In this realm, eternal life is not merely a fantasy. However, the Lord Space is fraught with peril. The Lord Space refreshes various monsters to assault the territory based on the Lord's quality. Should one fail to fend them off, their painstakingly constructed territory will vanish, rendering all efforts futile. Many lords whose territories have been destroyed often succumb to this despair in reality, choosing to end their lives. A flash of white light draws the attention of all present to the altar, filled with envy. A scholar successfully awakens a Lord Space. Though it is merely the lowest tier, white, ordinary Lord Space, it still evokes envy among the unawakened scholars. The Lord Space is categorized by quality: white ordinary, yellow rare, purple epic, orange legendary, and gold divine, comprising 5 distinct tiers. The vast majority of individuals awaken to a white Lord Space. The higher the quality of the Lord Space, the more challenging it is to awaken. Moreover, as the quality of the Lord Space increases, the monsters that inhabit it grow stronger, making it no simple task to conquer them and develop one's territory. Zhou Yan from Class 3, 8, Student ID 120120120. Present. Upon hearing his name called by the instructor overseeing the awakening ceremony, Zhou Yan eagerly steps forward. Zhou Yan has awaited this day for 18 years, striding resolutely towards the altar. Stand upon the altar, close your eyes, and earnestly explore, instructs the awakening teacher. Zhou Yan ascends. Subsequently, the awakening teacher, wielding a milky white scepter, radiates a sanctified brilliance. This is an awakening magic that can only be employed by those of 5th tier strength or higher. The altar emits a warm glow that envelopes Zhou Yan's being. In that moment, Zhou Yan feels himself transported to a realm of void. Countless luminous points abound, varying in color, yet predominantly white. These luminous points must represent individual Lord Spaces. They're truly magnificent, akin to being amidst a sea of stars, as though engaged in a harmonious operation. What a delight! Zhou Yan must seize the moment to sense these Lord Spaces with his soul and acquire one. A beam of white light swiftly appears above his head. Only white, he muses, glancing at the white light hovering above him with a tinge of disappointment. Yet, he soon regains his spirits. Achieving awakening, even if it is but the most ordinary white Lord Space, is preferable to failure. With diligent development, future accomplishments are not out of reach. Just as Zhou Yan embraces this realization, an unexpected turn of events unfolds. A burst of colorful light suddenly appears beneath his feet, startling him. What is happening? Have I awakened another Lord Space? And this one is colorful. Zhou Yan is astounded. He has never heard of anyone awakening 2 Lord Spaces, especially one of such vibrant color. Could this be my golden finger from crossing over? My golden finger has finally activated. Zhou Yan's heart leaps with joy, yet he remains level-headed. He understands that this is his chance and that he must conceal it. The light of the Lord Space is controlled by the individual's will, and Zhou Yan quickly cloaks the brilliance of the colorful Lord Space without the white one. Although it is a White Lord space, it can still lead to becoming a formidable force. Strive diligently, advises the awakening teacher. Thank you, teacher. Zhou Yan politely responds before making his way towards the altar. Envious glances surround him. This is the honor of possessing a lord's heart. Upon the conclusion of the awakening, Zhou Yan returns directly to his home. This is the sole inheritance left to him by his parents in this life. His parents were also lords, yet tragically perished within the lord space. Closing the doors and windows, he finally has the opportunity to thoroughly explore his lord space. A halo of white light hovers above him, while beneath his feet, he treads upon a path of radiant clouds. Each lordly domain possesses a unique, innate attribute. He communicated with the ethereal white lordly space within his mind, and forthwith, a panel materialized before him. Every individual who successfully awakens a lordly domain is bestowed with such a panel, rendering it unremarkable. Domain name, untitled. Lord, Zhou Yan, detailed attributes. Quality, ordinary. Domain talent. Probability of special items appearing 1. Level, 0. Area, 10 by 10. Building, thatched cottage, level 1. Villagers, 0. Zhou Yan glanced at the innate talent of his domain, a hint of astonishment flickering across his features. Special items are exceedingly rare, possessing immense power and value, often beyond the reach of even spirit coins. Spirit coins serve as the universal currency of this realm, originating from the lordly domains and obtainable by vanquishing the monsters dwelling within. Although the probability of special items appearing has increased by 1, Zhou Yan found himself immensely satisfied. He hastily clicked on his detailed attributes. Name, Zhou Yan. Gender, male. Age, 19. Race, human. Nationality, Divine Dragon Kingdom. Level, 0. Strength, 0.5. Constitution, 0.5. Agility, 0.7. Spirit, 2.5. Power realm, uncultivated. Talent, none. Equipment, none. Skills, none. The standard 4-dimensional attributes for an adult are set at 1, and aside from his spirit being over twice the norm, he falls short in all other aspects. An ordinary lordly domain is rather unremarkable. I wonder what my colorful lordly domain entails. He promptly attempted to communicate with the vibrant lordly space within his mind, only to discover that it could not be activated. His colorful lordly domain, it appeared, was of an auxiliary nature, requiring him to enter the domain itself to unveil its mysteries. Chapter 2. Astonishing Spatial Abilities of the Colorful Lord. Zhou Yan did not immediately enter the Lord's space. He needed to adequately prepare provisions and water to ensure he would not succumb to hunger. The method of entering the Lord's space was rather straightforward. One merely needed to communicate mentally with the awakened Lord's space, allowing for direct transportation. However, as each individual's Lord's space was uniquely distinct, no one could predict the location of their territory. Nevertheless, every new Lord was granted a month-long novice period. During this novice phase, each person's territory resided in a mysterious realm, undergoing a 30-day trial known as the Lord's Assessment. Throughout this 30-day period, various monsters would assault the territory daily, with the strength of these creatures determined by the quality of the Lord's space. The superior the quality of the Lord's space, the more formidable the monsters that emerged. Territories that were attacked by monsters would receive a comprehensive evaluation. The higher the evaluation, the greater the rewards obtained. Should a novice Lord's crystal be shattered by monsters during this period, the territory would not vanish. However, the assessment would conclude prematurely, and no additional rewards would be granted. The novice period is exceedingly crucial for ordinary individuals, as the drop rate of monsters is at its peak, enabling every common person to rise against the odds. Of course, this also heavily relies on luck. For the wealthy second-generation heirs, however, the novice period offered no rewards. They could rapidly ascend and establish a respectable territory through their family's financial resources. In fact, many affluent heirs would intentionally allow monsters to shatter their Lord's crystal on the first day, thus concluding the assessment early and allowing the Lord's space to descend upon the Lord's continent, leveraging their family's power to transport various manpower and resources for development. This exemplifies the disparity between the common folk and the affluent. During his time at school, Zhou Yan was well aware of what items to bring into his territory during the novice period. Once he had prepared the necessary items, he directly communicated with his Lord's space and opted for transportation. Whoosh! A portal of transportation flashed before Zhou Yan, leading him to a new world. It was a flat expanse, approximately 100 square meters in size, featuring a thatched cottage at its center. Most notably, outside the cottage stood a radiant Lord's crystal, which marked his territory. Building, Lord's crystal. Level 1, 0, 100. Defense, 100. Description, core hub of the Lord's space. So this is the Lord's space, indeed. It is unlike the outside world, as the air here is remarkably refreshing. Zhou Yan surveyed his surroundings before stepping into the thatched cottage. The interior of the cottage was quite austere. Apart from a stone bed, it contained nothing else. He He began to examine the attributes of the cottage. Building, thatched cottage. Level 1, 0, 100. Defense, 10. Description, a rudimentary thatched cottage suitable for habitation. Welcome to the Lord's space. You have received a novice reward, a barracks, an altar, a set of novice equipment, and 100 soul coins. Initiate novice trial. During the trial period, monsters will attack the novice lord daily. Defeating these monsters will yield rewards based on performance. Please protect your lord's crystal. If it is shattered, the novice period will end, and you will be unable to receive rewards from this phase. Several orbs of light appeared before Zhou Yan, one representing the barracks, another the altar, and a third the novice equipment. These were the essentials every newly arrived lord possessed. The barracks were used to summon troops for battle, while the altar was rather extraordinary. By spending a certain amount of spirit coins, one could summon various equipment, items, treasures, heroes, and spirit beasts, among others. Zhou Yan proceeded to utilize both buildings. Constructing one barracks, building one altar. With the sounds echoing, Zhou Yan stepped outside the thatched cottage to discover two new structures. The Lord's space would arrange the buildings most efficiently. Naturally, Zhou Yan could also directly communicate with the Lord's space to position these structures within his domain. Building, barracks. Level 1, 0, 100. Function, summon soldiers. Description, basic summoning costs 10 soul coins per use, intermediate summoning costs 50 soul coins, and advanced summoning costs 100 soul coins. Building, altar. Level 1, 0, 100. Function, sacrifice. Description, allows for the sacrifice of soul coins and spirit coins, with varying quantities yielding unexpected rewards. Spirit coins are the universal currency of this world, usable for purchasing any items. However, soul coins differ. They can only be obtained by slaying monsters and are non-tradable. The significance of soul coins is immense, as they are utilized for upgrading buildings, enhancing the lord or a hero's level, and for sacrifices at the altar to receive unforeseen rewards. Yet, textbook knowledge warns that sacrifices at the altar can be quite treacherous, advising against excessive expenditure of soul coins or spirit coins. Just then, Zhou Yan received another prompt. Ding. Would you like to activate the auxiliary lord space? Zhou Yan, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement. This must be the colorful lord's space he had heard about. He had not anticipated its spontaneous appearance and was eager to discover the capabilities of this lord's space. Activate. Zhou Yan declared without hesitation. Ding. Auxiliary lord space is being activated. Ding. Activation successful. The lord's space is undergoing evolution. Suddenly, the entire lord's space transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors. Particularly the buildings before him began to morph. Ding. Evolution successful. The lord's crystal has evolved into king's crystal. Ding. Evolution successful. The thatched cottage has evolved into spirit pulse bamboo house. Ding. Evolution successful. The barracks have evolved into copper sparrow terrace. Ding. Evolution successful. The altar has evolved into mysterious shop. Zhou Yan stood there, utterly astonished. The auxiliary space had completely evolved the entirety of the lord's space. Most importantly, this surge of energy had altered his attributes as well. He immediately began to check his lord's information. Territory name, unnamed. Lord, Zhou Yan, detailed information. Quality, colorful. Territory talent, special items 10. Level, 0. Area, 500 square meters. Buildings, King's Crystal, Level 1. Spirit Pulse Bamboo House, Level 1. Copper Sparrow Terrace, Level 1. Mysterious Shop, Level 1. Villagers, 0. Resources, none. He then delved into his personal information. Name, Zhou Yan. Gender, male. Age, 19. Race, human. Nationality, Divine Dragon Nation. Level, 0. Charm, 1. Luck, 1. Strength, 15. Constitution, 15. Agility, 3. Spirit, 6. Zhou Yan was left utterly bewildered, his mind in a state of confusion. This auxiliary lord space was truly extraordinary. It is noteworthy that the initial attribute points of an ordinary individual are capped at a maximum of 1 point. Yet he now possessed numerous attributes that exceeded normal values. Chapter 3. The discount card for the mysterious shop. Zhou Yan promptly began to investigate the distinctions between these buildings and their previous forms. Building, King's Crystal. Level, 1. Defense, 200-200. Shield, 1000. Special, Thunder Attack. Introduction. The core hub of the Lord's space, a transformed crystal, integrates both offensive and defensive capabilities, actively attacking all malevolent beings within a 10-meter radius. Zhou Yan was utterly astonished. Not only had the defensive capabilities doubled, but a shield had also been added, remarkably enhancing the defense by a staggering 1,000 points. This was an astonishing tenfold increase over the initial crystal's defense. Zhou Yan quickly turned his gaze to the evolved Lord Crystal. This crystal not only boasted a more majestic and imposing presence than before, but also shimmered with a thunderous radiance, with purple lightning continuously swirling around it, unmistakably indicative of its formidable power. Crucially, the entire crystal was enveloped by a transparent shield akin to glass, which provided the aforementioned 1,000 points of defense. The Lord Crystal is the most vital element of the entire territory. Even if other structures were destroyed, they could be rebuilt. However, if the crystal were to be shattered, the entire domain would truly be doomed, and one would no longer be able to hold the title of Lord. On the continent of Kanglan, many lords who experienced the destruction of their territories suffered immense psychological trauma, with numerous individuals finding themselves confined in the Qingshan mental hospital. Tragically, the number of those who resorted to suicide was not insignificant. Zhou Yan once again surveyed his other structures. Building, Spirit Pulse Bamboo House. Level, 1. Defense, 100100. Special, Spirit Gathering. Introduction, capable of absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, allowing individuals to accelerate their cultivation speed. Building, Copper Sparrow Platform. Level, 1. Function, Summoning. Special, Female Heroes. Introduction, home to numerous female heroes from other realms, each possessing immense abilities. Basic summoning consumes 100 soul coins per attempt. Intermediate summoning consumes 500 soul coins. Advanced summoning consumes 1,000 soul coins. And super summoning consumes 10,000 soul coins. Note, the greater the expenditure, the higher the probability of summoning a hero. Building, Mysterious Shop. Level, 1. Defense, 100100. Function, Purchasing. Special, Refresh. Introduction, automatically refreshes a batch of items every 24 hours, allowing purchases with specified soul coins and spirit coins. After reviewing this, Zhou Yan was once again struck by astonishment. He found himself at a loss for words. The once crude, thatched hut had completely transformed into a charming bamboo house. Suffused with an ethereal mist, reminiscent of a dwelling belonging to a reclusive sage, imbued with a sense of mystery. Particularly remarkable was the Copper Sparrow Platform, which could directly summon heroes. Although the description specified only female heroes, this was still incredibly powerful. It is well known that the disparity between foot soldiers and heroes is vast. They are not even in the same league. 10-foot soldiers could never contend against a single hero. Moreover, it is crucial to note that the probability of summoning heroes from ordinary barracks is exceedingly low, especially for the lowest grade White Lord quality ordinary barracks. The chance of summoning a hero is virtually non-existent. This is the stark reality. While the description indicated that a hero was not guaranteed to be summoned, it still represented a significant surprise for Zhou Yan. Regrettably, he currently possessed only 100 soul coins. Should his initial summoning fail to yield a hero, he would likely struggle to withstand the subsequent monster attacks. Zhou Yan refrained from immediately summoning a hero, as the Copper Sparrow Platform did not guarantee a successful summoning. With only 100 soul coins at his disposal, he needed to employ them judiciously to maximize the benefits for his territory. Zhou Yan promptly turned his attention to the former altar location, which had now been entirely replaced by a shop-like structure resembling a small convenience store, albeit modest in size. Zhou Yan approached, eager to discover what wares were available within. Stepping into the small shop, he found it devoid of any patrons, yet on the counter lay 5 items. Protected by a layer of shielding, though Zhou Yan could discern their various details. The first item was a weapon with only 2 points of strength and a black iron quality, representing the lowest tier of equipment with minimal strength enhancement. The second item surprised Zhou Yan. It was a card. Item, discount card. Price, 0. Introduction, a mandatory refresh card for the grand opening of the shop. Upon purchase, this card allows items to be bought at the mysterious shop for just 10 of the price. Note, this card is exclusively valid at the mysterious shop. This was indeed a welfare card. Zhou Yan promptly purchased the card, which immediately appeared on the counter, and he picked it up with enthusiasm. He then examined the third item. To his astonishment, the third item was a building, which took Zhou Yan by surprise. He had not anticipated encountering a building on his first visit to the mysterious shop. However, the price of this building was far beyond his current means, prompting a sigh of resignation. The fourth item was wood, a resource necessary for future building upgrades, which would require both wood and stone. Should luck favor him, and his territory be rich in wood and stone resources, he could develop and excavate them to sell to other lords or merchants, using the earnings to bolster his territory. When Zhou Yan laid eyes on the fifth item, his eyes widened in astonishment. Such an item existed. Item, Hero Summoning Card. Quality, unknown. Price, 1,000 soul coins. Introduction, place this card within Barrack-type buildings to guarantee the acquisition of a hero. Zhou Yan was indeed taken aback, although he possessed the Copper Sparrow Platform. Its lack of a 100 success rate made him hesitant to use his remaining 100 soul coins for summoning. Without hesitation, he utilized the discount card to purchase the Hero Summoning Card. Deducting 1 card and 100 soul coins, he successfully acquired the Hero Summoning Card. Zhou Yan hurriedly made his way to the Copper Sparrow Platform. This location resembled an ancient structure, only 1 story high, with a singular radiant object against the wall. Devoid of any other furnishings, yet exuding an air of antiquity and elegance. With a heart brimming with excitement, Zhou Yan placed the Hero Summoning Card upon the radiant object. Commencing his first summoning. Would he initiate the summoning? Yes. Swish. A beam of light emanated from the summoning array, drifting behind Zhou Yan. He turned to see a captivating figure materializing before him, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. Chapter 4. The first hero, Diao Chan, makes her entrance. The woman was enchanting. With delicate ears adorned with jade rings, a cherry blossom mouth that was utterly beguiling. Her willow-like brows arched gracefully. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her eyes sparkled with a captivating allure, seemingly capable of speech. Zhou Yan's gaze was transfixed. She wore a white jade hairpin and a flowing dress with numerous pleats. Her slender waist could only be described as delicately petite. Beautiful was an understatement. Stunning barely encapsulated her grace. Words like peerless beauty and heavenly goddess seemed the only fitting descriptions for her. Congratulations on acquiring the hero Diao Chan. Zhou Yan was taken aback. What? It was actually Diao Chan. Zhou Yan stared in astonishment. This was a figure from Earth, renowned as the most beautiful woman of the three kingdoms. Upon seeing her in person, it was indeed true that such a woman could only be found in the heavens, seldom seen on Earth. In fact, he had even played as Diao Chan during his time on Earth. Throughout the history of the Kanglan continent, there had never been individuals from Earth. Zhou Yan could hardly fathom that he had summoned such a celestial being. He felt a surge of excitement towards the Bronze Sparrow Terrace, as the appearance of Diao Chan made him wonder how far he was from summoning the likes of Xiao Qiao or Kai Wenji. However, he soon realized a significant issue. Diao Chan was merely a delicate maiden, utterly devoid of any combat prowess. She was not a character from some video game. How could such a fragile woman contend with monsters? It was likely that upon encountering a creature, Diao Chan would faint from fright. Zhou Yan understood that every hero, and indeed every soldier, possessed an attribute list, and he hastily examined hers. Hero, Diao Chan. Gender, female. Age, 19. Race, human. Affiliated lord, Zhou Yan. Quality, RRR. Loyalty, 100. Level, 0. Charm, 50, base 5. Luck, 10, base 1. Strength, 6, base 6. Constitution, 7, base 7. Agility, 8, base 8. Mentality, 15, base 15. Talent, Sacred Lotus Body. Recovery speed 100, attack power 100. Skills, Lotus Swordsmanship, Sacred Lotus Technique. Special Trait 1, the most beautiful in the three kingdoms, speed 100. Special Trait 2, one of the four great beauties, all attributes 10. When all four great beauties fight together, all attributes 100. Special Trait 3, World-Shattering Beauty, can significantly enhance the loyalty of territory residents. Introduction, evolved under mysterious energy, base attributes increased tenfold. Zhou Yan was utterly astonished after reviewing Diao Chan's information. Her attributes completely overshadowed his own by a factor of 10. How foolish he had been to regard her as a weak woman. It turned out the real fool was him. The stark contrast between Diao Chan's attributes and his own left him in awe. These were merely her base attributes. When considering her special bonuses, her stats would undoubtedly skyrocket. Unbelievably, the initial attributes of a hero could be so formidable. He was filled with joy. Diao Chan was his ally. With a loyalty of 100%, a fact he had never anticipated. In contrast, heroes or soldiers summoned by others typically began with a loyalty of only 90 points. And should their lord treat them poorly, the risk of rebellion loomed. After all, they were living beings, endowed with emotions, thoughts, and their own desires. Yet within his territory, loyalty was already maximized from the outset. Naturally, he would never mistreat his subordinates, especially not women. He was astonished to learn that Diao Chan's quality was the legendary RRR grade, a rarity he had only heard of in tales. The hierarchy of hero qualities ranged from F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, R, RR, to RRR, a total of 12 qualities. With a hero like Diao Chan by his side, monsters would be as trivial as groundhogs. Particularly, Diao Chan's charm attribute left Zhou Yan in disbelief. While a normal individual's single attribute could peak at 1 point, Diao Chan's charm was 5 times that, which was truly remarkable. High levels of charm and luck conferred numerous advantages upon individuals or heroes, such as encountering rare materials or unique structures during exploration, or even having heroes voluntarily request to join his territory. The existence of children of fortune or children of destiny stemmed from high charm and luck values. Zhou Yan felt reassured. He had confidence that his special buildings would not disappoint him. This colorful auxiliary lord space was extraordinarily powerful. The only drawback was the seemingly meager enhancements it provided him. Did it regard him with disdain? After all, he was a university graduate, well-versed in lordly knowledge. Zhou Yan felt a sense of urgency. His territory must remain concealed from outsiders to avoid attracting the covetous eyes of various factions. He recognized that he needed to focus on 2 crucial tasks: develop cautiously and avoid recklessness, while building high walls and accumulating grain. Diao Chan, our territory will soon face a monster attack. Are you afraid? He was confident in her attributes, but he was entirely unaware of her combat experience. I am skilled in sorcery. Should any monster dare to invade, I shall defend our territory with my life, ensuring they return from whence they came. Diao Chan declared with fierce determination, leaving Zhou Yan momentarily stunned. Please don't misunderstand. I am a serious lord. Chapter 5, The Monster Assault. Zhou Yan then began familiarizing himself with the circumstances of his territory alongside Diao Chan. Currently, the territory lacked even a fence. Constructing one required wood, which necessitated cutting down trees or quarrying stone for building. Given Diao Chan's attributes and strength far surpassed his own, Zhou Yan retrieved the novice equipment and handed it to her, saying, "This is your gear. I apologize for the inconvenience. I promise to procure better equipment for you in the future." "Thank you, my lord." Diao Chan prepared to bow in gratitude. But Zhou Yan quickly stepped forward and grasped her hand firmly, saying, "Let us refrain from such formalities in the future. I prefer a more familiar approach." "Ah, very well, my lord," Diao Chan replied, her cheeks flushing once more. "Let us drop the title of lord and call me Zhou Yan from now on," he said. "Isn't that inappropriate?" "Not at all. I like it when you call me that." "All right then." Zhou Yan proceeded to inquire about many aspects of Diao Chan's existence, including whether she retained any memories from her previous life in the Three Kingdoms. Ultimately, he discovered that she held no recollections whatsoever. This was perhaps for the best. He also asked about her magical abilities, to which Diao Chan replied that they were innate to her, as if etched into her mind from birth, akin to a newborn instinctively knowing how to suckle. Zhou Yan felt reassured. The past was inconsequential. What mattered was that she now had a new future. Within the newly established territory, aside from the summoned buildings, there was not even a table or a bench. The two found themselves seated within the spirit vein bamboo house, basking in the nourishing aura of the room, which instilled a sense of refreshing ease, akin to soaking in a hot spring. Zhou Yan wished to cultivate, but martial arts were exceedingly rare even on the Kanglan continent, and could only be acquired through the territory. He produced some food, sharing it with Diao Chan. His supplies were quite limited, and to endure the month-long novice period, he needed to resolve the food situation swiftly. Over the course of 8 hours, they thoroughly surveyed the surrounding territory. His current domain spanned 500 square meters, with a visibility range of 50 meters beyond it. Beyond that distance lay a shrouded mist, obscuring all sight and filled with uncertainty. Exploration of the foggy area was necessary, yet it posed considerable danger. The conditions within the mist remained unknown, and with their current novice strength, they would almost certainly perish at the hands of any monsters they encountered. Given the peculiarities of his territory space, even powerful lords could not enter until their sons reached the age of 18. Thus, all young people on the Kanglan continent began their journeys from the same starting line, with levels commencing at 0 and attributes largely equivalent. However, the affluent scions were able to enhance their prowess early on through rigorous training, and prior to entering the territory, they could procure commendable equipment, which afforded them a significantly advantageous starting point compared to many others. Time invariably passes swiftly in the company of a beauty. After 8 hours had elapsed, Diao Chan suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, lifting her delicate and exquisite visage to address Zhou Yan. "Leader Zhou Yan, I sensed the approach of monsters." Zhou Yan was taken aback. They were in a room, yet Diao Chan could perceive such distant presences. Did this mean that in the future, any endeavor he wished to undertake with her would be transparent to her? "Chaner, let us join forces to confront the enemy and safeguard our homeland." Zhou Yan shamelessly grasped Diao Chan's delicate hand, gazing at her with deep affection. Such a celestial beauty, if not seized upon, would surely lead him to disgrace among his fellow time travelers. Diao Chan exhibited a hint of resistance, yet she did not forcibly withdraw her hands from Zhou Yan's grasp. Otherwise, given her current strength, he would stand no chance. Her fair cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head, softly uttering, Zhou Yan smiled, and, side by side with Diao Chan, ventured forth. As long as his intentions remained sincere, Diao Chan would inevitably become his. As soon as they stepped outside, they beheld a black wolf charging towards them from the distance, heading straight for the territory. "Why are there 10 monsters?" Zhou Yan was astonished to see 10 wolves, their pitch-black forms and bloodthirsty eyes each measuring 2 meters in height, appearing exceedingly formidable. It was unlikely that a novice lord would encounter such powerful monsters. Moreover, his 12 years of compulsory education had informed him that even a novice lord, despite possessing a golden lord status, would initially face no more than 3 monsters. Yet here he was, confronted by 10 monsters right from the outset. A stark contradiction to all he had learned. It must be due to the influence of the colorful lord's space. Zhou Yan furrowed his brow. This was not a favorable development. This was merely the first day, and as time progressed, the monsters would only grow more powerful. Without sufficient strength to defend the territory, everything he held dear could easily be reduced to nothingness. "No, I absolutely cannot allow you to destroy my territory, nor let anyone obliterate my future." A profound sense of crisis enveloped Zhou Yan, yet he understood that safeguarding his future and dreams would require relentless effort. He glanced at Diao Chan beside him, feeling a slight sense of relief. For now, he could only rely on her. "Chaner, can you handle these 10 monsters?" Given the tenfold enhancement of Diao Chan's attributes, she was indeed remarkably powerful. Not to mention her various bonuses, facing these monsters should pose no issue. Diao Chan turned back to Zhou Yan with a gentle smile. Enchanting enough to dim the light of all others. Rest assured, this territory shall be protected by me. Turning away, Diao Chan's demeanor shifted entirely. She raised her novice sword and dashed forward with astonishing speed. Her figure was as swift as lightning, resembling a graceful dance, elegant and extraordinary, with no barriers in place. The black wolves quickly encroached upon the territory. The 10 black wolves set their sights on the central area where the Lord Crystal resided, a treasure that deeply enticed them. However, upon spotting Diao Chan, they redirected their focus towards her, opening their massive jaws and lunging forward. Channer. Zhou Yan's heart tightened, despite his confidence in Diao Chan's attributes. He could not shake the worry within him. Simultaneously, he berated his lack of strength, relegated to merely observing from the rear. The distance between the black wolves and Diao Chan dwindled, yet as she approached, her speed surged once more, transforming her into an ephemeral shadow that weaved between two of the black wolves. Diao Chan swiftly executed her swordsmanship, and 2 lotus-like phantoms appeared in the air. Bang! Bang! 2 black wolves collapsed to the ground, evidently lifeless, their blood pooling beneath them. Zhou Yan stood in astonishment, utterly shocked by Diao Chan's overwhelming strength. She had dispatched them with ease. Chapter 6. Opening Treasure Chests. From Diao Chan's attributes, it was evident that she was a hero adept in both ranged and close combat. What she had just exhibited was undoubtedly her skill, lotus sword technique. Diao Chan's graceful demeanor stirred a tempest of emotions within Zhou Yan. She was simply breathtaking, utterly captivating. With a flourish of her sword, each movement seemed to conjure blooms of white lotus in the air, an extraordinary sight. Diao Chan moved again, her grace making it appear as though she were not slaying foes, but rather dancing. As the sword petals fluttered, 2 more sounds echoed, and 2 additional black wolf carcasses lay upon the ground. The battle was a complete rout, the enemies offering no resistance. Diao Chan's formidable attributes left Zhou Yan profoundly enlightened about the true meaning of overwhelming strength. In mere moments, all 10 black wolves lay slain, while Diao Chan remained as resplendent as ever, her beauty undiminished. The air of deadly grace she exuded only served to enhance her already striking presence. The monsters had dropped loot. After Diao Chan dispatched the black wolves, she called out to Zhou Yan in the distance. Oh! Zhou Yan hurried over to find 10 wooden boxes lying on the ground. These were the spoils from defeating the black wolves, and they were central to strengthening the territory. Item: wooden treasure chest. Quality: wooden. Description: capable of yielding various items. The quality of the treasure chest is categorized as follows: wooden, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, platinum, diamond, and lucky colorful. The higher the quality of the chest, the better the items it can yield. Just then, a voice resonated throughout the territory. First day of novice trial combat concluded. Commencing reward calculation. 10 black wolves eliminated. Battle evaluation, SSS. Rewards. Base reward of 20 soul coins, 20 spirit coins. Basic structure, fence. Additional reward for evaluation, 20 soul coins, 20 spirit coins. Structure, arrow tower. Zhou Yan's heart soared with joy. After each novice trial, there would be additional rewards. Given Diao Chan's dominating performance, it was no surprise that the evaluation was the highest possible. He had not anticipated receiving 2 buildings this time. Thus, the safety of the territory had been significantly bolstered. This battle yielded 10 wooden treasure chests, 40 soul coins, 40 spirit coins, basic structure, fence, and structure, arrow tower. Marking a splendid start. Truly, the novice trial proved to offer generous rewards. Each monster had dropped a treasure chest for him, although they were the most basic wooden chests. The drop rate was undeniably high. This was one of the perks of being a novice. Once the novice trial concluded, attaining such a high drop rate would be impossible. Channer, your luck is comparatively high. You should open the treasure chests, Zhou Yan suggested. The higher the luck, the better the items yielded. His luck was merely 1 point. Hardly comparable to Diao Chan's 10 points. What should I do? Diao Chan did not refuse. Just hold the treasure chest and silently wish for it to open. Zhou Yan replied. Treasure chests dropped by monsters do not require keys. However, if one were to discover a treasure chest in the wild, some chests would necessitate a key of the same level to unlock them. Moreover, those requiring keys typically contained very precious items. Diao Chan took the treasure chest and whispered the word open. With a snap, the wooden treasure chest sprang open. Congratulations, you have obtained 2 soul coins. Diao Chan looked at the 2 soul coins and remarked, it seems my luck isn't that great either. Zhou Yan responded, the wooden treasure chest is the lowest quality. It would be surprising to yield anything of value. If it were me, I might have only obtained 1 soul coin. In the early stages, anything could be pivotal for the development of the territory. Even a single soul coin is an invaluable resource. Moreover, the vast majority can only obtain spirit coins. Diao Chan continued to open treasure chests. Congratulations, you have obtained 2 spirit coins. Congratulations, you have obtained 2 soul coins. Congratulations, you have obtained 2 soul coins. Diao Chan gazed at the chests, each yielding 2 coins, and began to doubt her own fortune. The wooden treasure chest could yield a maximum of only 2 soul coins. If she consistently received 2 soul coins, could she still consider herself unfortunate? Were I in her place, I would likely have drawn predominantly spirit coins. Zhou Yan harbored no doubts about Diao Chan's luck. Although spirit coins held significance, their value paled in comparison to that of soul coins. This is because spirit coins can be traded. One can exchange unnecessary resources and buildings with other lords for spirit coins, although this functionality only opens after the novice trials conclude. Upon hearing Zhou Yan's words, Diao Chan finally understood and continued to open the treasure chests. Congratulations, you have obtained 2 soul coins. Congratulations, you have obtained 2 spirit coins. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 soul coin. Out of 10 wooden treasure chests, Diao Chan only opened 4 spirit coins, which indeed indicated a high level of luck. If Zhou Yan were to open them himself, he could only guarantee 5 instances of 2 soul coins. The wooden treasure chest was the most basic type, and Zhou Yan held no expectations of it yielding anything remarkable. From 10 wooden treasure chests, he acquired 11 soul coins and 8 spirit coins. To develop swiftly, it was essential to strengthen one's heroes, which required acquiring more soul coins, but the means to obtain them were quite limited. The quickest method was to slay various monsters to obtain treasure chests. Furthermore, such chests could only be opened by the one who defeated the monster. Others could neither open nor trade them. If a chest remained unclaimed for over a day, it would vanish without a trace. Before long, the corpses of 10 black wolves disappeared from the ground, directly refreshed by the territory. Zhou Yan sighed at the missed opportunity, but lacking gathering skills. He could not extract any materials from the black wolves. Subsequently, Zhou Yan began constructing fences and arrow towers. He was eager to see how these 2 structures would evolve in the vibrant lord space. Ding. Constructing fences. Fences evolved into thorned fences. Ding. Constructing arrow towers. Arrow towers evolved into flame towers. In that instant, a row of fences suddenly appeared around the entire territory, adorned with various vines, sharp thorns, and roots that delved into the soil. These fences were entirely composed of living plants. Building, thorned fences. Level 1. Cost, 100 spirit coins. Defense, 1000. Special, self-repair. Description, fences grown from thorn vines, possessing immense vitality, capable of autonomously repairing damaged sections. Unless uprooted entirely, as long as a fragment of root remains, they will continue to grow. Wow, this is incredible. Zhou Yan exclaimed upon witnessing the fence's attributes. It was akin to granting him a fence that could repair itself infinitely, and without consuming any resources. This was undeniably extraordinary. Although these modified buildings bore no quality rating, each transformed structure would rival even the finest SSS-rated buildings. Chapter 7. Exploring the Misty Region. Zhou Yan quickly turned his attention to another structure, not far from the fences. A tower emanating flames appeared. It was a rare elemental tower, with an undoubtedly formidable attack power. Building, flame tower. Level 1. Cost, 100 spirit coins. Defense, 500. Special, flame attack. Attack range, 20 meters. Description, capable of unleashing a torrent of flames to assault enemies, inducing nightmares upon them. Powerful. Acquiring such a formidable elemental defense tower at the outset held immense significance for Zhou Yan. Elemental defense towers wield extraordinary power, far surpassing that of arrow towers by numerous tiers. Crucially, this flame tower was a type of area attack defense tower, which would serve as a defensive mechanism on the battlefield, representing the most vital structure for safeguarding the entire territory. However, Zhou Yan possessed limited soul and spirit coins, and even if he wished to upgrade his buildings and heroes, he found himself unable to do so. Thus, he began to contemplate resources outside the territory. It was generally ill-advised to do so during the novice phase. Yet, Zhou Yan felt emboldened by Diao Chan's formidable attributes. Additionally, his own attributes had surpassed those of an ordinary person, enabling him to cope with external dangers. Channer, as you've seen, relying solely on our combined strength to protect such a vast territory demands an immense amount of resources. I intend to venture outside the territory in search of resources. Of course, that's perfectly fine. Diao Chan, eager to see the territory flourish, picked up her novice sword and, alongside Qin Chuan, approached the territory's entrance, where the fences formed a gate wide enough for them to pass through. Within a 50-meter radius outside the territory lay a stretch of grassland. Beyond that, a shroud of mist awaited exploration by the territory's inhabitants. Exploring the misty region was typically an endeavor reserved for after the novice trials, when one possessed sufficient strength. However, Zhou Yan was unwilling to squander time. He felt fortunate that this locale was not a desert or similar inhospitable terrain. The novice trials randomly teleported participants to various locations, leaving no one aware of where they might end up. Few dared to venture outside to explore the unknown during the trials. Such behavior was undoubtedly perilous, as no one could predict the dangers lurking within the mist. Nevertheless, during the novice trials, the monster's strength would not be excessively formidable. Relying on the exceptional attributes of Diao Chan, and bolstered by his own enhanced abilities, Zhou Yan resolutely stepped into the misty region. To grow stronger, one must not remain stagnant, but actively engage. fully utilizing the unprecedented drop rates afforded during the Novice month to secure additional resource rewards. Diao Chan's perception remained remarkably acute. Zhou Yan had inquired how she sensed the presence of monsters, yet Diao Chan herself was uncertain. She merely felt an approaching hostility. Zhou Yan surmised that this must relate to her innate talent, given that she was an RRR-grade hero, the highest quality of hero, in Summer City. He had never heard of anyone acquiring such a quality hero. However, Diao Chan mentioned that upon exiting the territory, her perception had weakened considerably, allowing her to sense movement only within a few meters, necessitating their heightened vigilance. Weakened perception? This must be related to the territory. It likely enhances the hero's perception and strength. Zhou Yan silently noted this information, as it was not mentioned in any textbook. The two remained alert, scanning their surroundings as they ventured deeper into the misty region. After several hundred meters, they discovered a forest enveloping their territory. This presented both advantages and disadvantages. The downside was that if the entire territory were surrounded by forest, they would need to be cautious of monsters emerging from various directions to attack. Fortunately, with the newly evolved thorned fences, the territory's safety had significantly increased. However, the level 1 thorny fence is not particularly tall, and he currently lacks sufficient resources to upgrade it. Moreover, during the novice trial, monsters do not appear all at once. They only increase gradually, which serves as a protective benefit for newcomers in their territories. He should be grateful for his thorny fence, as upgrading it does not require wood. Only an adequate amount of spirit coins, which is indeed splendid news. Spirit coins are quite valuable, as they embody spiritual power, enabling not only the enhancement of structures, but also facilitating trade with other lords, and even serving as a means for cultivation, provided one first acquires the appropriate techniques. Fortunately, the forest is abundant in timber, allowing him to gather enough wood. However, felling trees necessitates tools and manpower, and he presently cannot afford to waste time on logging. The two ventured into the forest, embarking on an exploration of its depths, and thus far, no dangers had presented themselves. Yet, it was certain that this forest harbored threats. In the next moment, Diao Chan halted, gripping Zhou Yan's hand. Be cautious, there are monsters lurking. Diao Chan sensed the presence of a creature, her beautiful eyes darting to the left. Suddenly, a dark shadow shot forth towards them. With a swift motion, Diao Chan drew her sword, effortlessly delivering a decisive strike. A serpent, as thick as an arm, fell to the ground, cleaved in two by her blade. A wooden treasure chest materialized on the ground. Defeated a level 1 black-scaled snake. Bonus reward, 2 soul coins. A level 1 black-scaled snake. Zhou Yan gazed at the creature on the ground, recognizing it from his readings. However, he had not anticipated their remarkable speed in reality. Most individuals would undoubtedly struggle to react to such a sudden assault. Fortunately, Diao Chan was by his side. Indeed, during the novice phase, slaying monsters outside one's territory yields additional rewards. Zhou Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was undoubtedly the greatest boon for newcomers. Yet, to reap such rewards, one must possess corresponding strength. Had it been another lord, lacking absolute confidence, who would dare to venture into the forest in search of peril, even in a novice trial? Being slain by a monster outside the territory would result in actual demise. This was no jest. Thus, apart from him, no other lord would risk their life so frivolously. You are amazing, Zhou Yan praised. Not at all, Diao Chan replied, her fair face flushing with a shy smile. Congratulations, you have gained 2 soul coins. Diao Chan had once again procured 2 soul coins, bringing his total to 55. However, Diao Chan's upgrading requirements were quite formidable. Advancing to level 1 necessitated an astonishing 100 soul coins. Soul coins, imbued with potent spiritual energy, are essential for the advancement of all heroes and lords. Generally, it takes only 10 soul coins for an individual to progress from level 0 to level 1. Yet, Zhou Yan discovered that not only did Diao Chan require 100 soul coins for her advancement, but he himself did as well. This was rather perplexing, given that soul coins were inherently difficult to acquire. If each of his heroes required tenfold the soul coins for enhancement, the total demand for soul coins in the future would be a daunting figure. Chapter 8, Elite Monsters. With their newfound rewards, Zhou Yan felt emboldened, and he continued deeper into the forest alongside Diao Chan. To be precise, it was Diao Chan leading him. He merely needed to follow behind and reap the experience. Were it not for Diao Chan's formidable strength, Zhou Yan would not dare to delve further into the woods. He could only hope that no excessively powerful monsters would emerge. Before becoming a lord, he had often practiced basic swordsmanship, but combat experience was distinct from mere practice. He needed to seek out monsters suited for real combat. Those low-level creatures were his ideal sparring partners. Based on Zhou Yan's estimations, Diao Chan's current attributes, combined with her skills, would enable her to handle even level 10 monsters with ease. They soon encountered another monster, a level 1 wild rabbit. Although it was a rabbit, its body measured nearly a meter in length, with sharp claws and teeth that could inflict severe damage if it managed to bite. Monster, wild rabbit. Quality, ordinary. Level 1. Special, none. Description, a leisurely and adorable little bunny. Zhou Yan grasped Diao Chan's arm, saying, Let me give it a try. I can handle this. While he relished the feeling of being protected, Zhou Yan did not wish to remain in that position indefinitely. Be careful, Diao Chan cautioned. Remaining close enough to intervene swiftly should Zhou Yan find himself in danger from the wild rabbit. These rabbits were not as endearing as they appeared. Their size was quite intimidating. Accepting the novice sword from Diao Chan, Zhou Yan dashed toward the wild rabbit. With a powerful leap, he descended upon the ground, striking at the rabbit. In a flash, before the rabbit could react, he had slain it. Defeated a level 1 wild rabbit. Bonus reward, 2 spirit coins. Zhou Yan was astonished. He had never possessed such speed and strength before. The colorful Lord Space had significantly enhanced his attributes. While he could not compare to Diao Chan, among lords of the same level, he was undoubtedly the strongest. Typically, lords of the same level could only achieve a maximum attribute of 1 point. Previously, his 4-dimensional attributes had not even reached 1 point. But now his strength stood at 15, constitution at 15, agility at 3, and an astounding mental power of 6 points. These were his attributes at level 0. If others were to discover this, they would be utterly dumbfounded. In the wild, slaying these monsters allowed him to harvest food without respawning. Territories, however, would see monsters vanish after a period once slain within their bounds. Having collected the rabbit, they continued to explore the misty woods. His colorful Lord Space possessed a mobile storage area, akin to a spatial warehouse, currently spanning 10 square meters, requiring spirit coins to expand. The creatures here were cunning, adept at utilizing their geographical advantages to conceal themselves, and soon, they faced another ambush from a black-scaled snake. Unfortunately, these creatures were too weak and were swiftly dispatched. Besides the black-scaled snake and wild rabbit, they soon encountered a few other types of level 1 monsters. These low-level creatures posed no challenge. Diao Chan need not intervene, as Zhou Yan could handle them on his own, rapidly accruing practical combat experience. His attributes were commendable, yet he lacked real-world combat experience. With Diao Chan at his side, his safety was sufficiently assured, and he needed to grow quickly. As battles increased, Zhou Yan noticed a significant enhancement in his perception. The only regret they shared was that none of the wooden treasure chests yielded any equipment. The drop rate for gear was dismally low. Most of the chests were opened by Diao Chan, as whenever he attempted to open one, he would typically only receive a meager spirit coin, often just a single one. Thus, Zhou Yan ceased opening chests, leaving that task to the fortunate Diao Chan. She did not disappoint him, frequently yielding a bounty of spirit coins. After a while, Zhou Yan found a suitable spot and produced some food, offering it to Diao Chan. Here, try this and see if it suits your taste. Diao Chan curiously accepted the packaged item, inquiring, "What is this?" "It's bread. If you like it, I can bring you some more in the future." As Zhou Yan replied, he demonstrated how to tear open the outer packaging. It has quite a unique flavor. Even while eating, Diao Chan looked exquisite. Delicately nibbling on the bread with her cherry-like lips, Zhou Yan felt as though he were admiring a work of art, his gaze fixated on Diao Chan. She was breathtakingly beautiful. What need had he to look at the trees? Diao Chan's delicate visage flushed with a charming hue. A sight so endearing that Zhou Yan felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her, though he refrained from doing so. Despite her shyness, little could one anticipate that she exhibited no hesitation when vanquishing monsters. His soul coin count had surged to 98, while his spirit coins reached 172. Yet he remained devoid of any equipment. Against low-level monsters, even a stroke of fortune yielded scant opportunities for acquiring gear. Just 2 soul coins short of amassing 100. They ventured to another location, where they beheld a notably imposing creature in the distance. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a level 5 werewolf. A level 5 monster, and an elite at that. Monster, werewolf. Quality, elite. Level, 5. Special, low-level power enhancement. Description, a werewolf lurking in the mists. Fond of rending prey with its sharp claws, beware its keen teeth and formidable strength. Zhou Yan surveyed the werewolf and suddenly noticed a treasure chest, exclaiming in astonishment. Lo and behold, a treasure chest, and a bronze one at that. Faced with a level 5 elite, Zhou Yan felt ill-prepared for battle and thus turned to Diao Chan. "Can you handle this?" he inquired. "Do not worry, leave it to me," she replied confidently, taking the novice sword from Zhou Yan's hand. In a series of agile leaps, she lunged forward, her blade striking the werewolf with deadly precision. She was a vision of elegance, her silhouette reminiscent of a celestial being. One strike, and the werewolf fell. Zhou Yan watched in disbelief as the creature had no chance to react before being swiftly dispatched by Diao Chan, defeated level 5 elite werewolf. Bonus reward 10 soul coins. A generous reward of 10 soul coins. Zhou Yan was astounded. Indeed, higher level monsters provided greater returns. The elite level 5 beast had rewarded him with 10 soul coins, a significantly higher yield than that of lesser foes. This was undoubtedly due to Diao Chan's formidable prowess. With this, his soul coin total reached 108, ample for an upgrade. Reflecting on his situation, he realized that upgrading with just 100 soul coins would yield minimal benefit. He promptly accessed Diao Chan's attribute list to initiate her upgrade. Soul coins, 100. Hero Diao Chan upgraded to level 1. Zhou Yan eagerly examined Diao Chan's attributes. Hero, Diao Chan. Gender, female. Age, 19. Race, human. Lord, Zhou Yan. Quality, RRR. Loyalty, 100. Level, 1. Charm, 52, base 5. Luck, 12, base 1. Strength, 8, base 6. Constitution, 9, base 7. Agility, 10, base 8. Spirit, 17, base 15. Talent, Sacred Body of Lotus, Recovery Speed 100, Attack Power 100. Skills, Lotus Swordsmanship, Sacred Lotus Technique. Special 1, the most beautiful woman of the 3 kingdoms, Speed 100. Special 2, one of the 4 great beauties. All attributes 10, for each additional beauty in battle. All attributes 10. When all 4 great beauties fight together, all attributes 100. Special 3, City Crushing Beauty, significantly increases the loyalty of territory residents. Description, evolved through mysterious energy, resulting in a tenfold growth in basic attributes. Chapter 9, at long last, equipment had been acquired. Zhou Yan was utterly astounded. Every one of Diao Chan's attributes had increased by 2 points. Even her charm and luck had risen by 2 points each, leaving him in sheer disbelief. He knew that heroes summoned to the territory typically saw their attributes randomly enhanced based on their characteristics upon leveling up, yet this did not extend to charm or luck. These attributes could only be augmented through special rewards or equipment. But Diao Chan was entirely different. She had experienced a universal enhancement of 2 points across the board. According to his knowledge, even an SSS quality hero would not see such a significant attribute increase upon leveling. By his calculations, Diao Chan had gained a remarkable 12 attribute points from her level increase. This was undeniably extraordinary. Among the known information, the highest quality heroes he was aware of were of SSS rank. There was no data regarding those exceeding this tier, nor could he obtain it from other sources. Zhou Yan remained unaware if other lords had ever procured RRR quality heroes, nor could he compare her to heroes of the same caliber. However, he was certain that Diao Chan's attributes were nothing short of miraculous. The higher her level, the more pronounced the disparity with other heroes became. Each lord who leveled up gained 3 free attribute points, yet Zhou Yan was uncertain if he would follow this pattern. As he too had been enhanced by the colorful lord's space, he eagerly anticipated how many attributes he would gain upon leveling up. Like Diao Chan, he required 100 soul coins to ascend from level 0 to 1. Ordinary lords and heroes needed only 10 soul coins to achieve this, even SSS quality heroes. This made their advancement 10 times more challenging, especially as the soul coin requirements would only escalate to astronomical figures in the future. Feeling the surge of power within her, Diao Chan realized her strength had increased and addressed Zhou Yan. You have upgraded me. Zhou Yan stepped forward to respond. Yes, I believe you should upgrade yourself first. Your strength is formidable. Who knows what kind of monsters we may encounter ahead. Upgrading me only offers a slight enhancement. But your increased level will grant you a far greater boost in power, Diao Chan replied. Lords do not necessarily engage directly in combat with monsters. Their primary role is to develop the construction of their territory, serving as leaders. In fact, many lords who have developed their territories for years remain at only a few levels. Naturally, the majority of lords are those who favor strength, striving to elevate their levels and enhance their power. A lord's strength does not solely depend on level and equipment. Another crucial aspect is the cultivation methods. Cultivation techniques, skill books, and various rare treasures are among the most invaluable resources in the world. Discovering a black iron treasure chest, Diao Chan glanced at the chest on the ground. Curious about the treasures it might yield, Zhou Yan had long ceased to believe in his luck. For those with poor fortune, the prospect of acquiring valuable items was bleak. He had never won a lottery and had always received nothing more than thanks for his soda purchases. Diao Chan opened the chest. Congratulations. You have obtained a wolf fang sword. Equipment had finally emerged. Zhou Yan was astonished as he beheld a finely crafted sword appear upon the ground. Equipment, wolf fang sword. Quality, black iron. Durability, 1010. Attributes, strength 4, sharpness 2, small chance of causing a tearing effect. Equipment requirement, strength 3. Naturally, novice equipment had no strict requirements, but other gear necessitated meeting the specified criteria to unlock their full attribute enhancements. Otherwise, even if bestowed with a divine artifact, one could not harness its inherent benefits without fulfilling the prerequisites. You should take this sword, Diao Chan offered, handing the wolf fang sword to Zhou Yan. My strength does not meet the requirement. You should wield it for now, Zhou Yan replied. Very well, Diao Chan conceded, passing her novice sword to him. The werewolf's form bore a resemblance to a human, and Zhou Yan clearly did not perceive such humanoid creatures as mere fodder. Moreover, he had amassed a sufficient supply of wild rabbits and black-scaled snakes for sustenance, thus alleviating any concerns regarding food for the foreseeable future. They continued their exploration of the mist-laden region, encountering an array of peculiar creatures. What they stumbled upon was a group of animated stones. Zhou Yan gazed ahead and beheld a cluster of mobile stone beings, each approximately 1 meter in height, amusingly equipped with short, stubby legs that rendered their movement quite comical. Creature, Stone Spirit. Quality, Elite. Level, 3. Special, Resource Creature. Description: this is a particularly unique type of resource creature. Upon defeat, they transform into usable stone materials. To his astonishment, these were resource creatures. Zhou Yan was greatly surprised. He had heard tales of such beings, known for their ability to yield various resources directly upon defeat. Some could produce timber, others stone, and some even clothing, making them exceedingly rare. There was a considerable number of them. Zhou Yan felt a surge of excitement as he surveyed the landscape, realizing that the entire mountain range was teeming with these stone spirits. This was a fortuitous discovery, as stone was one of the essential materials for upgrading territories. If he could harvest a batch of stones in advance, it would undoubtedly be a significant boon. During the novice trial period, there was a particularly advantageous condition for territory upgrades. When upgrading buildings, the only requirement was the expenditure of spirit coins. Once the novice trial concluded, such privileges would cease. Zhou Yan turned to Diao Chan and said, "Chaner, your high luck will enable us to obtain even more materials from these stone creatures." "I understand." Diao Chan nodded, her presence blooming like a celestial lotus. With a graceful flourish, she darted towards the stone spirits, dispatching each one with a swift strike of her sword. Defeated a level 3 creature, Elite Stone Spirit. Awarded an additional 6 soul coins. Defeated a level 3 creature, Elite Stone Spirit. Awarded an additional 6 spirit coins. Defeated a level 3 creature, Elite Stone Spirit. Awarded an additional 5 soul coins. Defeated a level 3 creature, Elite Stone Spirit. Awarded an additional 4 spirit coins. Each stone spirit yielded at least 4 points of soul or spirit coins, which was an immense windfall. Naturally, this was also attributed to Diao Chan's luck. The creatures were categorized into 10 qualities: ordinary, elite, leader, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, king, and divine. The higher the quality of the creature, the greater the rewards. Diao Chan's formidable prowess rendered these stone spirits mere providers of materials. As Zhou Yan observed the heaps of stones on the ground, he hurried forward. Picked up 1-star stone x2. Picked up 1-star stone x5. Picked up 2-star stone x1. The quality of resources ranged from 1-star to 9-star, with 1-star being the most common and least valuable. Upgrading territory with higher quality resources could significantly enhance the capabilities of structures. If one constructed a building with 2-star timber, one could not subsequently upgrade that building with lower-grade timber. Only affluent conglomerates dared to utilize high-grade materials for constructing territories. The majority of lords relied on lower-grade materials. Chapter 10, Astonishing. Attribute Surge. His soul coins rapidly climbed to 100. This was the allure of additional rewards. This was only possible due to Zhou Yan's association with such a powerful hero as Diao Chan. He pondered how his attributes would fare post-upgrade. Zhou Yan began the upgrading process for himself. Soul coins, 100. Lord Zhou Yan, level upgraded from level 0 to level 1. Territory notice. Successfully activated the Novice Lord Communication Chat Group and Trading Hall. Upon reaching level 1, every Novice Lord worldwide would gain access to these two functions. And as levels increased, the information regarding various territories would become more comprehensive. It was akin to a backend server upgrade. The higher the level, the better the server. Furthermore, after each year's conclusion of the Novice Lord trials, a ranking would be established. The ranking was determined based on the comprehensive evaluation of Novice Lords calculated daily. This leaderboard served as a crucial assessment of a Lord's performance, and those with commendable results could receive additional rewards from the Academy. The rewards for this leaderboard were remarkably generous, presenting a considerable temptation for ordinary lords. The novice territory rankings were divided into an international leaderboard and a national leaderboard. After the novice trial concluded, everyone could view their standings. Each novice lord could participate within 7 days of awakening, as the leaderboard's time would commence after the global awakening concluded. Beyond this time frame, even exceptional accomplishments would not secure a position on the leaderboard. No novice lord would forego the opportunity for these additional rewards, all striving to enter their territories within the 7-day window post-awakening. Upon leveling up, Zhou Yan initially did not access the chat room or trading hall. Instead, he immediately turned his attention to his attribute panel. He was filled with anticipation. Territory name, unnamed. Lord, Zhou Yan, detailed information. Quality, colorful. Territory talent, special items 10. Level, 0. Area, 500 square meters. Buildings, King S Crystal, level 1. Spirit Bamboo House, level 1. Copper Sparrow Terrace, level 1. Mysterious Shop, level 1. Villagers, 1. Resources, soul coins, 1620, spirit coins, 1438, 1-star stone, 2240, 2-star stone, 117, 3-star stone, 28. Name, Zhou Yan. Gender, male. Age, 19. Race, human. Nationality, Divine Dragon Kingdom. Level, 1. Charm, 2. Luck, 2. Strength, 15. Constitution, 15. Agility, 3. Spirit, 6. Free attribute points, 10. Talent, none. Skills, none. Cultivation method, none. Realm, none. Equipment, novice sword. Upon reviewing his statistics, Zhou Yan was struck with astonishment. He had acquired 10 free attribute points. Moreover, his charm and luck had also increased by 1, while other lords typically see only a marginal increase of 0, 1 in charm and luck upon leveling up. He had received tenfold that. In the early stages, this disparity might not be readily apparent, but as time progressed, it would become markedly significant. He also gained 10 free attribute points. If he were to allocate 1 point each to charm and luck, he would mirror Diao Chan, accruing 12 attribute points with each level gained. Such astonishing potential. While other lords could only gain 3 points per level, he boasted a surplus of threefold. The shock was profound. The enhancements bestowed by the colorful Lord Space were indeed monumental. He absolutely could not disclose any information regarding his territory. Absolutely not. After careful consideration, Zhou Yan allocated 4 points to strength, 3 points to constitution, and 3 points to agility. For the time being, his spirit attribute was sufficiently adequate and did not require augmentation. Once the attributes were allocated, Zhou Yan felt an invigorating surge of power coursing through his body. With the enhancements, his waist was no longer sore, nor were his legs in pain. He was brimming with vigor. Observing the attribute list, his profile had become significantly more refined. Although his soul coin requirements were tenfold that of his peers, the attribute points he could earn were also several times greater. Zhou Yan glanced at the stone creatures and, alongside Diao Chan, continued to eliminate the monsters while collecting the stones. The mere sound of additional rewards invigorated him. The Novice Lord trial indeed represented an opportunity for ordinary lords to rise against the odds. With his current attributes, he could effortlessly contend with these stone spirits, allowing Diao Chan to rest easy regarding his safety. Not long after, his soul currency reached 200. This time, he opted to elevate his level once more. Soul currency 200. Lord Zhou Yan, level increased from 1 to 2. Another 10 free attribute points. His charm and luck also saw a slight enhancement. Zhou Yan was positively exhilarated. He adhered to his previous allocation strategy, adding 4 points to strength, 3 to constitution, and 3 to agility. Consequently, his strength soared to a staggering 95. His constitution rose to 75, and his agility reached 9. He continued to eliminate monsters. Upon accumulating another 200 soul currency, he also elevated Diao Chan's level by 2 points. Soul currency 200. Hero Diao Chan, level increased from 1 to 2. Diao Chan's attributes once again augmented by 2 points, significantly enhancing her prowess. The distribution of attributes upon Diao Chan's level up indicated her balanced development as a hero. With their newfound strength, their efficiency in dispatching monsters had markedly improved. By the time they had cleared the area, several hours had elapsed. Fortunately, with Zhou Yan's level increase, his power had notably augmented. Otherwise, the mere act of collecting these stones and treasure chests would have been exhausting. His gains were substantial, having acquired an impressive array of additional rewards. He glanced at his haul. Soul currency, 1620. Spirit currency, 1438. 1-star stones, 2240. 2-star stones, 117. 3-star stones, 28. Seeing such a bounty of stones, Zhou Yan couldn't help but smile. During the novice trial, it was indeed possible for an ordinary person to amass wealth rapidly. He lost count of how many stone spirits he had vanquished. Suffice it to say, this area was devoid of any remaining. Crucially, he still had a plethora of wooden treasure chests yet to be opened. Even the black iron chests numbered in the dozens, a testament to Diao Chan's high luck. Upon closer inspection, there were nearly 600 chests in total. This meant they had defeated almost 600 stone spirits. He was immensely grateful for Diao Chan's prowess. Without her, such bountiful rewards would have been unattainable. Chaner, let us return to the territory. All right, Diao Chan nodded, showing no signs of fatigue. Although Qin Chuan's attributes were now comparable to Diao Chan's, she was still a hero, and with various talent enhancements, her strength far surpassed his. After battling for so long, and with nightfall approaching, they retraced their steps from an unexplored area back to their territory. They encountered no formidable monsters along the way, but they did eliminate a fair number of level 2 roosters. Tonight, they could feast on chicken. Upon returning to the bamboo house, the surrounding spiritual energy surged into their bodies, rejuvenating their weary forms. Zhou Yan even felt as if his physical capabilities had significantly strengthened. He once again scrutinized his detailed attributes. Name, Zhou Yan. Gender, male. Age, 19. Race, human. Nationality, Dragon Kingdom. Level, 2. Charm, 3. Luck, 3. Strength, 96. Constitution, 76. Agility, 91. Spirit, 6. Free attribute points, 0. Talent, none. Skills, none. Cultivation method, none. Realm, none. Equipment, novice sword. Chapter 11. Zhou Yan driven mad by naming. After reviewing his attributes, Zhou Yan was utterly astonished. His strength, constitution, and agility had all increased by 1. The school's textbooks had not mentioned that spiritual energy could enhance a person's constitution. They merely stated that it facilitated cultivation. Many insights are difficult to glean from books. Personal experience is essential for true understanding. He suddenly realized that he had underestimated the capabilities of this spiritual energy bamboo house. If this continued long-term, even without leveling up, he could still accrue substantial attribute points. Zhou Yan contemplated the reason. He had spent considerable time here before, yet his physical attributes had not improved. It must be that after engaging in combat outside, his body rapidly depleted energy, and upon returning here, the spiritual energy replenished his vitality. With this epiphany, Zhou Yan understood the importance of participating in battles more frequently. This would allow him to gain numerous attribute points effortlessly. Zhou Yan opened the Novice Lord's chat room. The territory prompt requested that he complete the territory name, ensuring it did not duplicate any known territory names. While personal names could be repeated, each territory name was unique. Zhou Yan pondered and suggested King's Farm. The territory prompt indicated the name was duplicated and requested a new entry. Dugachobai. Again, the prompt indicated duplication. Penguin. Duplicate again. Heavenly Society. League of Legends. Duplicate once more. Zhou Yan was exasperated. All he wanted was to name his territory. Why was it so challenging? It felt as though he was being compelled to unleash a grand move. Sky Explosion Gang. Duplicate prompt. Zhou Yan was becoming increasingly impatient. WTF. Duplicate again. Zhou Yan wow. He knew no one would dare name their territory WTF. It was likely that many were driven to madness by the naming process. He was now online, eagerly awaiting a wise individual to assist him in crafting an appealing name. Diao Chan will reward you with a heartfelt thank you. Half an hour passed, and Zhou Yan was still struggling with names. Finally, he roared, Heavenly Court. The territory prompt confirmed the name was unique and asked if he wished to designate Heavenly Court as his territory name. Go. To his surprise, it was accepted. Confirm. The territory prompt announced that henceforth, the territory would be uniquely named Heavenly Court. A name is merely a label. What truly matters is development. Nevertheless, the future Heavenly Court must stand tall amidst the clouds, surveying all beings. For now, nurturing growth is paramount. Entering the chat room, he noticed it was divided into regions. International channel. Each message requires a deduction of 1,000 spirit currency, with a maximum of 2,000 words per message. This was quite the burden during the novice trial. The spirit currency brought from the outside was essentially useless. Hence, the international channel was eerily quiet. National channel. Each message deducts 100 spirit currency, with a daily limit of 100 messages per person and a maximum of 200 words per message. Dragon Kingdom South Region channel. Each message deducts 10 spirit currency, with no limit on the number of messages, but a 1-minute interval between messages and a maximum of 500 words. Must one pay to speak? Naturally, it is quite reasonable. In the real world, using the internet costs nothing, does it? Do you think you are Wi-Fi? Or that the territory is the Ganges? Within the territory, spirit currency is akin to paying for network access. Only by spending spirit currency can one gain connectivity. Thus, this is entirely justified, although it's rather expensive. If one wishes to communicate, they can certainly learn from the children in there, ensuring every message is filled to the brim, wasting not a single word. It reads like a novel. The key is that Zhou Yan had indeed read through it all. Sister urgently needs wood and stones. Any friends waiting for something? Hurry and reach out to me. 030. Purchasing equipment. If you have good gear, message me privately, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the price. Dear 3. Urgent. I need defensive towers, barracks, and weaponry. Friends, come quickly. I am a big man with nothing to chat about. I forgot to bring food. Who can sell me some? Sob, sob, sob. The lady is now both hungry and thirsty. Who will come to my rescue? A young lady skilled in various arts seeks a benefactor, equipment, and spirit currency. As long as the price is right, I will follow you. Selling a divine gun. Ladies interested, name your price. A women's corset, charm value 1, defense 2. Those interested, act swiftly. Today is the first day of the trial. Everyone is starting from zero. Unless one is particularly affluent, entering the realm only to have monsters shatter their crystals, subsequently leveraging their family's wealth to swiftly establish a domain is rare. Most must labor diligently to achieve commendable results and earn rewards. The era of lords has evolved for quite some time, naturally giving rise to various items that novices can bring with them, albeit these items are exorbitantly priced and exceedingly scarce. With a population as vast as the world S, there are undoubtedly numerous wealthy heirs who will attempt to utilize these items to distinguish themselves during the novice trials. Zhou Yan exited the chat room and opened the trading hall. The trading hall is divided into two sections, the International Trading Hall and the National Trading Hall. Zhou Yan perused the myriad of items within the International Trading Hall, where offerings from novice lords worldwide abound. While the sheer volume yields some treasures, their prices are scandalously inflated, akin to daylight robbery. Nevertheless, individuals post notices at great expense, seeking construction materials. This is undoubtedly a wealthy heir, making such announcements on the international channel on the very first day of the novice trials. The absurdity of their wealth is astounding. Poverty truly confines one's imagination. Zhou Yan noted that many had listed food items, such as bread and milk, carried from the real world. Did anyone truly desire these? Surprisingly, they were snatched up almost instantaneously. Is there a food shortage? Not quite. Novices must swiftly level up to level 5, for only at that threshold does the domain reward a farmland structure. Prior to level 5, soldiers summoned by the domain must be managed by the lord themselves. Newcomers face strict weight limits on the items they can bear into their territory. Even if they wish to bring more, it is impossible. This limitation leaves novice lords feeling quite helpless, yet compliance is mandatory. Exceeding the weight limit renders entry into the domain impossible. In that instant, Zhou Yan realized this was a splendid opportunity for fortune. He decided to place the corpse of a black-scaled snake he had slain in the wild onto the market as a test. Chapter 12. There are indeed many gullible fools. Observing that a mere loaf of bread could fetch 50 spirit coins, he surmised that the entirety of the snake meat would command an even higher price. Thus, he brazenly set the price at 1,000 spirit coins. This is the International Trading Hall, and naturally, a transaction incurs a handling fee, a burdensome 10 coins. In the National Trading Hall, the fee is merely 5 coins. Should various lords engage in private trades, only a 1-coin teleportation fee is required, essentially a delivery charge. Regardless of the venue, spirit coins are a necessity. Without funds, one can only eat dirt. However, Zhou Yan was taken aback when his black-scaled snake was sold almost instantaneously. Domain prompt. International Trading Hall, sold 1 black-scaled snake, earning 900 spirit coins. What the heck? Zhou Yan was astonished. Were these individuals truly starving mad? This was merely a corpse he had casually collected from the wild. In the outside world, such a black-scaled snake would typically sell for no more than dozens to 100 spirit coins. Yet here, it had surged tenfold, and still, buyers were clamoring for it. At this moment, Zhou Yan could not help but burst into laughter. He sensed a golden opportunity. This was practically money being offered to him on a silver platter. However, as the saying goes, one should not let the fat water flow into another's field. Observing the acute food scarcity among all lords, he listed the black-scaled snake in the National Trading Hall, setting the price at 1,200 spirit coins without a significant increase. Subsequently, Zhou Yan placed another black-scaled snake in the international platform, this time setting the price at 5,000 spirit coins. It would be a disservice to himself not to take advantage of these foreign lords. In the Kanglan continent, the real world is devoid of war. Yet, conflicts between nations persist eternally. The resolution is rather straightforward. Armies from each nation engage in direct combat within the domain of lords. Quite balanced, isn't it? Of course, every battle between territories is constrained within a certain scope, preventing any exceeding of established limits. The illustrious beings who have transcended mortality on the Kanglan continent do not permit excessive casualties between nations. Combat is permissible, mutual harm is acceptable, yet total war is forbidden. Engagements typically occur within designated areas for fair contests. The rapid development of the Dragon Kingdom's domain has drawn the ire of foreign powers. The Dragon Kingdom frequently experiences territorial disputes with other nations, and more often than not, emerges victorious. Zhou Yan feels immense pride for the Dragon Kingdom. Oh yes. Thus, every nation diligently cultivates lords of exceptional potential. Rewards from the nation are bountiful. They do not skimp on supporting lords who thrive. Some may even join the National Lord's army. However, Zhou Yan does not dwell on this aspect. He must keep his possession of 2 lord spaces a closely guarded secret. Domain prompt. National Trading Hall, sold 1 black-scaled snake, earning 1140 spirit coins. Goodness, it was sold again in an instant. When trading these items, anonymity is preserved, so no one knows it was he who sold them. Zhou Yan listed several more black-scaled snakes. Domain prompt. National Trading Hall, sold 1 black-scaled snake, earning 1140 spirit coins. Domain prompt. National Trading Hall, sold 1 black-scaled snake, earning 1140 spirit coins. Domain prompt. National Trading Hall, sold 1 black-scaled snake, earning 1140 spirit coins. At this moment, he could only recite a verse. Ah, what a delight! To develop a domain and safeguard it, one must first summon the domain's barracks. The soldiers summoned from the barracks need not be human. With myriad races in the world, the higher the quality of the domain, the more likely one can summon rare troops. However, they all require sustenance. If one encounters powerful soldiers with equally large appetites, what fate awaits them if they fail to provide food? Diminished loyalty, leading to betrayal. This is an outcome no one can accept. It becomes quite clear why. Even on the first day, despite the black-scaled snake's worthlessness in the real world, it can command such high prices. Enlightened by this, Zhou Yan set the price for the black-scaled snake at 1,500 spirit coins, listing all remaining snakes for sale. Domain prompt. National Trading Hall, sold 1 black-scaled snake, earning 1,425 spirit coins. Upon seeing the influx of spirit coins, Zhou Yan could not resist a quip. Cursed capitalism. It is evident that their initial accumulation of spirit coins stems from purchasing various items to bring along. Such goods can only be afforded by those with genuine wealth. Domain prompt. International Trading Hall, sold 1 black-scaled snake, earning 4,500 spirit coins. Astonished, Zhou Yan stood frozen upon hearing this news. He had merely intended to annoy the foreign lords, yet it turned out there were indeed unsuspecting buyers. He was tempted. He decided to list the last black-scaled snake he had intended for himself. Domain prompt. International Trading Hall, sold 1 black-scaled snake, earning 4,500 spirit coins. Zhou Yan. The poor should never attempt to envision the lifestyle of the wealthy. He opened the chatroom. Indeed, the conversation had erupted into a frenzy. Shocking. A mysterious lord listed a black-scaled snake, astonishingly selling it for 1,200 spirit coins. Is this a decline of ethics or a distortion of humanity? We shall observe. Shocking. The enigmatic lord has fallen into dire straits, with the price of the black-scaled serpent soaring to an astonishing 1,500 spirit coins. This is truly outrageous. The international platform has even witnessed transactions at a staggering 5,000 spirit coins. This is nothing short of extortion. What's more, there are foolish buyers out there. Fortunately, that foolish buyer is not you, as you lack the funds. It is simply appalling that at such exorbitant prices, someone is still willing to purchase. Damn those avaricious, wealthy individuals. Here I am, sharing a loaf of bread with my soldiers, resolutely refusing to buy such expensive black-scaled serpents when the real world offers items for a mere 100 coins. Young man, I sense your financial woes from afar. As the sour scent of envy wafts through the air, I shall refrain from speaking further, for I, too, am consumed by bitterness. I am affiliated with the Penguin Group and wish to engage in a transaction with the friend selling the black-scaled serpents. The esteemed chairperson of Pinduo Duo is my father. Let us befriend one another. I am also associated with the Honeybee Group and wish to have a meaningful discussion with the brother selling serpents. Chapter 13. A windfall of several 100,000 spirit coins has been secured. The chatroom has erupted due to the sale of black-scaled serpent carcasses. Countless individuals harbor feelings of envy and resentment towards him. This is only natural. Had the protagonist selling serpent meat been someone else, they would have experienced the same feelings. We are all common folk. After all, it is human nature to feel this way. Just as Zhou Yan was contemplating listing rabbit meat to earn spirit coins, a friend request notification appeared. Zhou Yan. He was utterly perplexed. This individual is not to be underestimated. He has managed to add him as a friend. This must be the result of some mysterious item. Zhou Yan hesitated, contemplating whether to decline the request, for he is not one to be easily swayed. He is a man of integrity, not one to accept just anyone. However, upon seeing the name of the individual's territory, he promptly set his principles aside and chose to accept. Territory notification, successfully added, Qin Yao of the 9,527th Combat Team of the Dragon Kingdom Lord's forces, as a friend. This individual is affiliated with the military of the Dragon Kingdom. Such a prefix is not available to just anyone. It is certified by the Lord's space. Akin to an official passport, the presence of this insignia is sufficient to prove their allegiance to the nation. He had often heard that each session of the Lord's trials is, in essence, a form of international competition. Due to the international leaderboard, those who rank in the top 100 are eligible for precious rewards, and the individuals on the leaderboard are carefully cultivated lords from various nations. The rewards for the international leaderboard are primarily reserved for military personnel or individuals from powerful conglomerates. Individual players can never hope to compete with the lords dispatched by various nations. He had previously been skeptical of this notion, having only heard whispers of it, but now, witnessing it firsthand, he could finally believe it. Friend notification. Hello, I am from the Dragon Kingdom Lord's forces. My name is Qin Yao. Zhou Yan replied, greeting her and inquiring whether she sought to purchase serpent meat. It is obvious that she is not drawn to him for his looks. Qin Yao glanced at the message, somewhat surprised, and replied, indeed, I will not let you incur a loss. I will purchase each piece of serpent meat at the price of 1,500 spirit coins. Zhou Yan, upon seeing this, quickly responded, I have no serpent meat left. It has all been sold out. Qin Yao expressed some regret, as she had not seen the transaction hall's information earlier, replying, then never mind. Should you acquire good items, please contact me first. Zhou Yan, however, I have rabbit and rooster meat. Would you like some? Just as Qin Yao was about to end the conversation, she paused, clearly taken aback by Zhou Yan's unexpected offerings. Were it not for the monsters outside her territory being undead, she would not need to purchase food. And she only possessed a single item that allowed her to add friends. If she added other teammates who also lacked food, it would be a wasted effort. This was also the reason why she preferred to spend spirit coins buying from Zhou Yan rather than adding teammates, as they had ample spirit coins for leaderboard competition. Upon hearing that Zhou Yan had food for sale, she quickly replied, yes. How much can you consume? Zhou Yan responded, as much as you need. Qin Yao confirmed, very well, let us agree on 1,010 spirit coins for each rabbit and rooster. Zhou Yan quoted a whole number, after deducting the transaction fees. He would net exactly 1,000 spirit coins per unit. Qin Yao was somewhat surprised, having expected Zhou Yan to demand a higher price. If he were to sell these at the International Trading Hall, the price would surely exceed this amount. Thank you. If you ever need assistance, feel free to reach out to me, and I will certainly help you in any way possible. Qin Yao's regard for Zhou Yan rose significantly. She surmised that he was acting this way due to his military connections. Time would tell. After leaving 2 roosters, Zhou Yan listed the remaining rabbit and rooster meat for sale. She speculated that he must have ventured outside his territory to hunt monsters. And he was fortunate enough that the creatures surrounding his territory were quite weak. Such audacity, Qin Yao remarked. A novice lord daring to explore beyond their territory on the very first day. Such bravery is not commonplace. Were it not for the substantial resources supported by her country, she would hardly dare to cast her gaze beyond her territory. Unfortunately, her luck was not on her side. Although she had awakened an orange legendary lord space, she had descended into a land of the undead. Furthermore, having summoned a horde of ravenous dragon knight soldiers had drastically widened her food deficit. She looked at the number of wild monsters listed for trade and gasped in astonishment. So many. She was taken aback, speculating whether this heavenly court lord was cultivated by a major conglomerate in the country. However, that seemed improbable. Had that been the case, they would never part with food for sale. This indirectly proved that the other party possessed considerable strength or had summoned formidable heroes. Perhaps he was merely a lucky fellow. Qin Yao smiled and accepted the trade. All right. Zhou Yan did not decline. A friend means more pathways. Having military allies is certainly not a disadvantage. Territory notification. Engaged in a trade with friend Qin Yao of the 9,527th Combat Team of the Dragon Kingdom Lord's Forces, gaining 33,000 spirit coins. Just as Qin Yao was about to conclude the conversation, Zhou Yan sent another message. By the way, do you need stones? What? Stones? Qin Yao was utterly flabbergasted this time. To think that on the very first day of the novice trial, he had acquired stones. Was this individual truly the favored child of fortune? Where did he procure such resources? Of course, I would like them. How many do you have? Qin Yao quickly responded. Not too many. I possess 2,241 star stones, 117 2-star stones, and merely 28 3-star stones. Are you certain you wish for all of them? Zhou Yan replied. Qin Yao was left speechless. This individual must possess exceptionally high luck. He must have stumbled upon some abandoned stone mine. By the way, what price do you seek for the stones? Let us base it on market value. After some negotiation, both parties settled on a mutually agreeable price. Zhou Yan successfully acquired 300,000 spirit coins. Moreover, he was aiding her in constructing her territory, thereby contributing to the nation. Although during the novice trial period, territorial buildings do not require wood or stone, constructing walls with wood and stone can enhance defense, significantly ensuring the safety of the territory. Future monsters will not be easy to deal with. If the walls are not sturdy, they may easily be toppled. Should you come across any valuable items in the future, be sure to trade with me first. Qin Yao grew increasingly curious about Zhou Yan. Having such a partner would greatly benefit her territory. At the very least, during the trial period, she no longer had to worry about food. Naturally, this was not an issue. Zhou Yan felt elated as well. The harvest this time was indeed monumental. Merely selling the meat and materials from these wild creatures had already earned him nearly 400,000 spirit coins. He needed to make the most of the opportunities from the past few days. Otherwise, once everyone reached level 5, selling meat for profit would become exceedingly challenging. With his newfound wealth, Zhou Yan promptly began upgrading his buildings. Chapter 14, Territory Upgrade. He accessed the territory information and discovered he had overlooked an important notification. Territory prompt. Your territory level has met the requirements for upgrade. Would you like to proceed? The upgrade to territory stars required his active confirmation, and he almost forgot about this matter, prompting him to click upgrade immediately. Territory prompt. Your territory has been upgraded to level 2. Territory name, Heavenly Court. Lord, Zhou Yan, detailed information. Quality, white, color hidden. Territory talent, special item 10. Territory level, 2. Next star requires the establishment of 5 level 3 or above buildings. Area, 1,000 square meters. Special attribute, all attributes of the human race in the territory 10. Buildings, King's Crystal, level 1, Spirit Bamboo House, level 1. Copper Sparrow Platform, level 1, Mysterious Shop, level 1, Blazing Tower, level 1, Thorny Fence, level 1. Villagers, 1. Resources, Soul Coins, 1820, Spirit Coins, 398,264. Upon reviewing his territory, Zhou Yan was astounded. The information displayed was far more detailed, which was splendid. This exemplified the advantages of the server upgrade. Remarkably, an additional special attribute had emerged, and it was an all-attribute bonus of 10. Zhou Yan was once again taken aback. He had never anticipated that a level 1 territory would possess such a special attribute. Typically, such attributes were only triggered in territories above level 10. The higher the quality of the territory, the greater the probability and strength of the triggered attributes. He eagerly anticipated whether his territory would trigger further enhancements upon its next upgrade. The area of the territory had doubled. He understood well that other players' territories only reached such expansiveness upon reaching level 10. This was the power of a colored lord space. He gazed at his territory's buildings. With hundreds of thousands of spirit coins, he could now upgrade his territory's buildings lavishly. With a grand gesture, Zhou Yan commenced the incessant upgrading of his buildings. Territory prompt. Consumed 200 spirit coins. King's Crystal, upgraded to level 2. Territory prompt. consumed 300 spirit coins, King S crystal, upgraded to level 3. Territory prompt, consumed 400 spirit coins, King S crystal, upgraded to level 4. Territory prompt, consumed 1000 spirit coins, King S crystal, upgraded to level 10. Finally, the upgrading was complete. Zhou Yan smiled as he looked upon his King S crystal, but in that moment, he was taken aback. Oddly, why could his building still be upgraded? Zhou Yan's eyes widened, and excitement surged within him. During the novice trial phase, buildings could only be upgraded to level 10. However, he discovered that his territory was an exception. With a racing heart and trembling hands, he once again commenced the upgrade of his King S crystal. Territory prompt, consumed 2000 spirit coins, King S crystal, upgraded to level 11. Holy moly! Zhou Yan was instantly astonished. His territory was not constrained by the novice trials regulations. This was undoubtedly tremendous news. It was essential to note that after the novice trial concluded, all buildings required specific resources based on their characteristics to upgrade. Simply possessing spirit coins would not suffice. Some buildings had exceedingly stringent requirements, making it possible to go a lifetime without finding the materials necessary for upgrades. For every lord, upgrading buildings was a considerable headache. Yet now, he was unbound by conditions and could upgrade his buildings indefinitely. This was indeed fortuitous. He could not guarantee whether he would face additional requirements for upgrades after the novice trial concluded. Nevertheless, with ample spirit coins at his disposal, he could prioritize upgrading his buildings without hesitation. Nearly 400,000 spirit coins were sufficient for significant upgrades. The crystal was paramount to the territory and had to be prioritized for enhancement. Territory prompt, consumed 3,000 spirit coins, King S crystal, upgraded to level 12. Territory prompt, consumed 4,000 spirit coins, King S crystal, upgraded to level 13. Territory prompt, consumed 11,000 spirit coins, King S crystal, upgraded to level 20. Building, King S crystal. Level, 20. Requirements, 20,000 spirit coins, 10 3-star, same attribute crystals. Quality, SS01. Defense, 7,000. Shield, 20,000. Special attribute 1, thunder attack. Special attribute 2, within the territory. All elemental attacks 10, defense 10. Description, the core hub of the Lord's space, an evolved crystal that integrates both offense and defense. Will autonomously attack all malicious beings within a 100-meter radius. Acquiring a Lord's crystal allows for further evolution. The King S crystal could evolve. Zhou Yan was taken aback. He had not expected that his crystal was of the SSS level. What's more, it could continue to evolve, requiring a Lord's crystal. A territory capable of unlimited building upgrades. He believed he was the sole possessor of such a rarity in the entire Lord's world. He had indeed heard of how Lord's crystals could enhance the crystals of one's territory, yet such attributes were typically exclusive to advanced crystals. The sources of Lord's crystals were twofold. First, seizing them from others. Second, potentially encountering destroyed territories or cities upon descending to the Lord's continent, where fortune might yield them. However, the former approach was highly provocative, and Lord's crystals did not significantly enhance territory crystals. Therefore, he had never heard of anyone launching an assault on another's territory for the sake of a Lord's crystal. Moreover, he had never encountered a crystal like his that possessed offensive capabilities. Everything within his territory had been evolved by the colored Lord's space, thus defying conventional expectations. After reaching level 20, his crystal finally required additional conditions for further upgrades. Even so, it was still significantly superior to others. It was worth noting that other novice lords, despite possessing vast amounts of spirit coins, could only upgrade their buildings to level 10 at most. He had already surpassed them by double. He felt immensely satisfied. The crystal had gained a special attribute, enhancing all elemental attacks and defenses within the territory by 10, an attribute that was undeniably extraordinary. One should not underestimate this 10. Many defensive buildings might not yield such a bonus even upon reaching level 50. The SS quality of the King S crystal had indeed lived up to his expectations. This was evidently more beneficial for magical heroes and lords. Furthermore, increasing magical resistance meant that his territory's inhabitants would enjoy significantly improved defenses against magical attacks. However, he did not intend to pursue the path of a magical lord. After reaching level 10, lords could choose their professions, and as a person from the Dragon Kingdom, he favored the likes of warriors, cultivators, and sorcerers, Eastern professions. If there were hidden professions, that would be even better. Yet, such proofs of hidden professions were exceedingly precious. Each one was a rarity. He had heard that even within the Lord's world, instances of individuals purchasing hidden profession proofs were exceedingly scarce. Chapter 15, Major Building Upgrades. He then proceeded to upgrade the remaining buildings. Territory notification, consuming 100 spirit coins, the Thornvine Fence is upgraded to level 2. Territory notification, consuming 200 spirit coins. The Thornvine Fence is upgraded to level 3. Ultimately, he elevated the level of the Thornvine Fence to level 20. Building, Thornvine Fence. Level, 20. Cost, 20. 000 spirit coins. Quality, S010. Defense, 1000000. Special Attribute 1. Capable of regenerating damaged vines. Special Attribute 2. Enemies that touch the vines will incur poison damage. Description: a fence formed by the growth of thorn vines, possessing formidable vitality, capable of autonomously repairing itself, and infused with toxins. Unless uprooted entirely in one go, it can continue to thrive with just a fragment of its roots. Acquiring 10 2-star or above wood crystals can enhance its quality. The additional poison attribute delighted him, as he envisioned monsters attacking the vines and suffering from toxic harm. This vine truly proved to be exceptional. Acquiring 10 wood attribute crystals should pose no significant challenge, although it certainly strains his finances. Crystals of this nature are exclusively dropped by boss-level monsters. Common foes yield nothing. They can be obtained from treasure chests, albeit with a meager probability. Having upgraded all remaining structures, Zhou Yan proceeded. Territory notification: consuming 500 spirit coins, the Copper Sparrow platform is upgraded to level 2. Territory notification: consuming 1000 spirit coins, the Copper Sparrow platform is upgraded to level 3. Territory notification: consuming 5000 spirit coins, the Copper Sparrow platform is upgraded to level 10. Zhou Yan noted that the spirit coin expenditure for the Copper Sparrow platform was exorbitant. If this continued, he would lack sufficient spirit coins to upgrade other structures. After some contemplation, he decided to halt the upgrades at level 10. Building: Copper Sparrow platform. Level 10. Cost: 6,000 spirit coins. Quality: RRR. Defense: 5000. Function: summoning. Special Attribute 1. Female heroes. Special Attribute 2. Summoning success rate of 10. Description: home to numerous female heroes from other realms, each possessing formidable abilities. Basic summoning costs 100 soul coins. Intermediate summoning costs 500 soul coins. Advanced summoning costs 1,000 soul coins. And super summoning costs 10,000 soul coins. Note: the higher the expenditure, the greater the probability of summoning a hero. The Copper Sparrow platform, being of the highest quality, surprised Zhou Yan. Upgrading this structure enhances the success rate of summoning, thereby reducing soul coin consumption, which is undeniably essential. He moved on to the next structure. Territory notification: consuming 100 spirit coins, the Spirit Pulse Bamboo House is upgraded to level 2. Territory notification: consuming 200 spirit coins, the Spirit Pulse Bamboo House is upgraded to level 3. Building: Spirit Pulse Bamboo House. Level 20. Cost: 30,000 spirit coins, 500 3-star or above wood. Quality: S01. Defense: 1,000,000. Special Attribute 1. Accumulates spiritual energy. Special Attribute 2. Training speed increased by 20. Description: capable of absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, facilitating accelerated training. Acquiring a Spirit Pulse can enhance its quality. Spirit Pulse. Zhou Yan found himself at a loss upon seeing the upgrade requirements for this building. He had never heard of such a concept. Is it not an intangible entity? How could such a thing exist? He would have to research this topic further in the future. There are still 2 buildings left to upgrade. Territory notification: consuming 200 spirit coins, the Flame Tower is upgraded to level 2. Territory notification: consuming 300 spirit coins, the Flame Tower is upgraded to level 3. Building: Flame Tower. Level 20. Cost: 30,000 spirit coins, 100 3-star wood, 50 3-star copper. Quality: SS05. Cost: 5 3-star fire element crystals. Defense: 1,000,000. Special Attribute 1. Launches a fireball to inflict area damage on enemies. Special Attribute 2. Unleashes a sea of flames every half hour, covering a 100-meter radius. Attack range: 200 meters. Description: a powerful fire element tower with formidable attack strength. Once again, he encountered the need for elemental crystals. Zhou Yan realized he required a plethora of materials going forward. The price of these elemental crystals is not trivial. A 1-star non-attribute crystal costs at least 100,000 spirit coins, and those with attributes are even pricier. He found his current wealth to be woefully inadequate to meet these demands. More diligent effort is required. His deceased parents, both lords, had left him with 1 million spirit coins, which he relied upon to reach the age of 18. He still retained several hundred thousand. However, to develop his territory, that sum is merely a drop in the bucket. The Flame Tower had acquired a new skill, proving quite effective against large hordes of monsters, surely capable of vanquishing many foes. Only 1 building remained. Territory notification: consuming 100 spirit coins, the Mysterious Shop is upgraded to level 2. Territory notification: consuming 200 spirit coins, the Mysterious Shop is upgraded to level 3. Territory notification: consuming 300 spirit coins, the Mysterious Shop is upgraded to level 4. Building: Mysterious Shop. Level 20. Cost: 30,000 spirit coins. Quality: S05. Defense 1000000. Function, sells various items. Special 1, daily opportunity to actively refresh items. Special 2, discount cards appear during holidays with random discount rates. Description, automatically refreshes a batch of items every 22 hours and 40 minutes, available for purchase using specified soul coins and spirit coins. Acquiring 5 altars can enhance its quality. The mysterious shop was indeed a rarity. The ability to obtain discount cards during holidays is quite remarkable. It was precisely thanks to a discount card that he was able to purchase a hero card, summon his first hero, Diao Chan, and develop his territory to this extent. Territory notification. Your territory has reached the upgrade requirements. Would you like to upgrade? With eager anticipation, Zhou Yan opened the territory list and opted for a continuous upgrade. Territory notification. Your territory has been upgraded to level 3. Territory notification. Your territory has been upgraded to level 6. Territory name, Heavenly Court. Lord, Zhou Yan, detailed information. Quality, white, color hidden. Territory talent, special item 10. Territory level, level 6. Next star requires the establishment of 7 buildings of level 7 or above. Area 4,000 square meters. Special attribute 1. All attributes of the human race in the territory increased by 15. Special attribute 2. All attributes of all races in the territory increased by 10. Buildings, King S Crystal, level 20, Spirit Pulse Bamboo House, level 20. Copper Sparrow Platform, level 10, Mysterious Shop, level 20, Flame Tower, level 20, Thorn Vine Fence, level 20. Villagers, 1. Resources, detailed information. Zhou Yan exclaimed, oh. Chapter 16. Stone Armor Set. Zhou Yan, dinner is ready. Diao Chan entered the bamboo house and spoke to Zhou Yan. Just in time, I'm quite hungry. Let me sample your culinary skills, Chaner, Zhou Yan replied with a smile. The spiritual energy within the bamboo house has strengthened, and the scale of the territory has expanded significantly. The changes are truly remarkable. As the territory upgraded, Diao Chan noticed astonishing transformations in the buildings surrounding their domain. Each structure had become more exquisite and grander in size. Our territory is destined for greatness. Zhou Yan stepped outside and was immediately enticed by the sight of a succulent rooster sizzling in a pot. Upon entering the territory, he had brought with him a pot along with several bowls and chopsticks. This delightful chicken had been roasted over a wooden rack that Diao Chan had constructed while foraging for lumber, seasoned to perfection, filling the air with an irresistible aroma. However, as there was no table, Diao Chan had no choice but to place it in the pot. Zhou Yan hurriedly approached, offering her a chicken leg, saying, "Let us share this meal together. If it turns out poorly, do not mock my culinary skills." Diao Chan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she replied, "It is certain to be more delectable than anything I could prepare." Zhou Yan began to partake in the meal. After all, roasted chicken, complemented by the seasoning, had its own delightful flavor. Yet, he continued to lavish praise upon Diao Chan, which brought her immense joy. Women, after all, appreciate encouragement. If one fails to understand this, they may find themselves perpetually single. The territory had expanded several-fold, yet aside from the buildings, the surrounding land remained a barren expanse of dirt, which required the expenditure of stone and spirit coins to pave. Constructing a territory demands financial investment for every inch of land. This merciless capitalist world is quite odious. At present, the territory sprawled over 4,000 square meters, an impressively spacious area, which highlights the benefits of the thorny vine fence. This wall autonomously grew to encompass the entire territory after its expansion, consuming no resources or spirit coins whatsoever. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Had they opted for a different type of wall, it would have necessitated the consumption of a significant amount of spirit coins to enclose the upgraded territory. This saved Zhou Yan a considerable sum, especially as the expenses for upgrading various buildings had left him with limited spirit coins. As twilight descended, Zhou Yan was eager to venture out and hunt monsters. However, the darkness of night posed too great a risk. An unexpected turn of events could lead to dire consequences. Should he perish in the wilderness, he would forever be unable to share a life with Diao Chan. Nighttime is a realm where beasts reign, presenting the most perilous of moments. Zhou Yan retrieved the treasure chests he had collected and presented them to Diao Chan, saying, "Chaner, it is your time to shine once more. Let us open the chests at night, so we need not waste time during the day." He realized he possessed a knack for time management. Yet, he was certainly not a playboy. 500 to 600 treasure chests lay scattered about. Moreover, they need not worry about monster attacks, as the creatures would not assault the territory after the trials for newcomers concluded. This was a protective mechanism afforded to novices. Such abundance! Diao Chan exclaimed as she picked up a wooden treasure chest and began to open it. "Congratulations, you have received 2 soul coins. Congratulations. You have received 2 soul coins. Congratulations, you have received 2 spirit coins. Congratulations, you have obtained equipment. Hair boots. Excellent, an item of equipment." This was only the 9th wooden chest, and she had already uncovered a piece of gear. Indeed, luck was on their side. It was likely that the territory's special item effect was still in play, which was why he had chosen to bring the chests back for opening. Equipment, hair boots. Quality, common. Durability, 55. Attribute, agility 3. Equipment requirement, none. As expected, it was subpar equipment, with attributes that were rather meager. Zhou Yan, naturally, was unimpressed. Yet during the novice phase when gear was scarce, even inferior equipment could be traded for a few spirit coins. At least it was better than 2 spirit coins. He currently possessed over 1,800 soul coins. After some contemplation, he decided to elevate Diao Chan's level twice, thereby increasing her luck by 2 points. Territory upgrade. Soul coins 300. Hero Diao Chan, level increased from 2 to 3. Territory upgrade. Soul coins 400. Hero Diao Chan, level increased from 3 to 4. Hero Diao Chan. Gender, female. Age, 19. Race, human. Affiliated lord, Zhou Yan. Quality, RRR. Loyalty, 100. Level, 4. Charm, 58, base 5. Luck, 18, base 1. Strength, 14, base 6. Constitution, 15, base 7. Agility, 14, base 8. Spirit, 21, base 15. Talent, Sacred Lotus Body. Recovery Speed 104. Attack Power 104. Skills, Lotus Swordsmanship. Sacred Lotus Technique. Special Attribute 1. The most beautiful woman of the 3 kingdoms. Speed 104. Special Attribute 2. One of the 4 great beauties. All attributes 14. When all 4 beauties battle together, each additional participant grants 10 to all attributes. When all 4 beauties fight simultaneously, all attributes receive a 100 boost. Special Attribute 3. A beauty that captivates the nation, can significantly enhance the loyalty of the territory's residents. Description. Evolved through mysterious energy. With a tenfold increase in base attributes. The most beautiful woman of the 3 kingdoms, a captivating beauty. Diao Chan's attributes saw a substantial increase, along with enhancements to her various talents and special attributes, making her even stronger. You have upgraded me again, she remarked, feeling the surge of power coursing through her. Casting a playful glance at Zhou Yan. With this upgrade, your luck has increased, enabling you to find even more equipment, Zhou Yan replied. Oh, Diao Chan nodded in acknowledgement. Zhou Yan, however, refrained from upgrading himself, as he wished to test his luck at the Bronze Sparrow Terrace. Chan continued to open treasure chests. And after a few more attempts, she uncovered another piece of hair leather armor, with a defense attribute of 04, also classified as inferior equipment. But one could hardly expect much from wooden chests. Congratulations, you have received 2 soul coins. Congratulations, you have received 4 soul coins. Congratulations, you have obtained equipment. Stone gauntlets. This was new gear, and Zhou Yan examined its attributes. Equipment, stone gauntlets. Quality, black iron. Durability, 55. Attribute, strength 3. Equipment requirement, strength 1. A pair of gauntlets with a 3 strength attribute and low wearing requirements. A fine piece indeed, Zhou Yan remarked. Keep up the good work, he encouraged Diao Chan. Upgrading Diao Chan had proven to be a wise decision, but he needed to reserve some soul coins for summoning heroes at the Bronze Sparrow Terrace. With the territory now larger, it was essential to have personnel stationed around, especially since he currently possessed only 1 defensive tower. Increasing manpower was imperative. Congratulations. You have received 2 soul coins. Congratulations, you have received 4 soul coins. Congratulations, you have obtained equipment. Stone leggings. Once all the treasure chests had been opened, Zhou Yan amassed a great deal of items. Soul coins, 1062. Spirit coins, 387. Common equipment, 87 pieces. Black iron equipment, 12 pieces. Thus, his soul coins once again exceeded 2,000, while spirit coins became a secondary concern. The most crucial factor was the equipment. He had gathered numerous sets, enhancing their resale value. He had also assembled a complete set of black iron gear, which included stone helmet, stone gauntlets, stone armor, stone leggings, and stone boots. Chapter 17, The Frustrating Summon. This entire set of black iron armor was originally intended for Diao Chan to wear, yet she deemed the equipment too unsightly. And given her own formidable strength, she felt no need for such armor. Thus Zhou Yan kept it for himself. In addition to this armor set, he also uncovered several stone axes. The axes could be employed for logging. Even without having learned the lumberjack skill, they could still be used to fell trees, albeit at a considerable cost of stamina and time. Naturally, a higher strength attribute would expedite the process. He currently has no time for lumbering. So after leaving behind a complete set of equipment, he prepares to sell it. Channer, you look splendid in that rabbit suit. As Zhou Yan turned around, he beheld Diao Chan clad in a full ensemble of rabbit attire, reminiscent of a bunny girl. The highlight was the rabbit helmet, with its pointed ears, captivating him completely. Not at all, Diao Chan quickly replied, stowing the equipment away. These items can be summoned effortlessly with just a thought, making it incredibly convenient to don them when needed. Each person may wear 6 pieces of basic armor, 1 weapon, and 2 rings. The 6 basic armor pieces are helmet, gauntlets, armor, belt, leggings, and shoes. However, belts typically do not belong to armor sets. While some sets include them, many do not. Certain weapons are considered dual weapons, requiring both to unleash their full potential. After equipping 2 rings, any additional rings will not enhance attributes, with the exception of special rings. Interestingly, women can additionally wear 1 earring, 1 necklace, and 1 bracelet, while men can don 3 extra attribute-boosting items, shoulder armor, cloak, and pendant. The realm is replete with an abundance of equipment, including numerous special items that can enhance one's attributes. The higher your base attributes, the stronger your capabilities. As night deepens, the structures of the territory emit a faint glow, preventing total darkness. Zhou Yan retrieved a lamp resembling a crystal ball. It serves as a light source and can adjust brightness, proving to be quite practical. Channer, let us proceed to the Copper Sparrow Terrace, Zhou Yan announced. Are we going to summon new sisters? Diao Chan inquired. Indeed, the battles ahead will be arduous, and given the vastness of our territory, we require more allies. Zhou Yan responded. All right, Diao Chan smiled, following closely behind Zhou Yan. The Copper Sparrow Terrace has reached level 10, expanding from a modest single-story building to a more substantial 2-story structure. However, it remains bare, and to enhance its decor, one must spend spirit coins. Moreover, during the novice trial phase, there is still nowhere to purchase items. Zhou Yan approached the summoning platform, which now resembled a stage, emanating a soft white glow. With only 2,000 soul coins to his name, he could not afford a high-level summon and had to settle for a low-level one. As the saying goes, sometimes a mere bicycle can transform into a motorcycle. Summoning prompt from Copper Sparrow Terrace. Do you wish to expend 100 soul coins to summon? Yes. Soul coins, 100. The summoning platform shimmered, and an object materialized before Zhou Yan. Copper Sparrow Terrace prompt. Congratulations, you have obtained a wooden table. Ugh, this was rather disheartening. Had it not been for the fact that only he could perform this summoning, he would have let Diao Chan handle it, given her high luck. At least the table was decent. It could serve as a place for items. Diao Chan stepped forward to offer consolation. The higher the quality of the item, the harder it is to summon, which Zhou Yan had anticipated. Item, wooden table. Quality, F. Description, a common wooden table, suitable for placing items or dining. After stowing away the table, he initiated another summon. Let us try again, perhaps we'll strike gold this time. Soul coins, 100. Copper Sparrow Terrace prompt. Congratulations. You have acquired a women's corset. Zhou Yan, what the? This was quite absurd. Damn, I can't believe this even came up. Channer, perhaps you should take this. With Diao Chan's beauty beside him, he felt rather awkward claiming it himself. They say miracles happen with single draws. But it seems that was all a ruse. Perhaps a 10 consecutive draws would yield better results. Zhou Yan activated the 10-draw mode. Soul coins, 1,000. Copper Sparrow Terrace prompt. Congratulations, you have won a light bulb. Copper Sparrow Terrace prompt. Congratulations, you have won a set of silk bedding. Copper Sparrow Terrace prompt. Congratulations, you have won a royal pillow. Copper Sparrow Terrace prompt. Congratulations, you have won a set of intimate apparel. Ugh, I will never trust a lottery again. It was evident that someone with poor luck should refrain from gambling. After 10 draws, he had not even managed to acquire a bicycle. His expectations were modest. He merely wished for a companion. Why was it so difficult? What is this? Diao Chan curiously gazed at the intimate apparel, her expression one of bewilderment. Zhou Yan, well, it's rather similar to the previous corset. Diao Chan, clearly a woman of antiquity, had never encountered modern products. To put it bluntly, she was as innocent as a blank canvas, requiring a skilled artist like himself to adorn it. Upon hearing this, Diao Chan's eyes widened, her cheeks flushed once more, as she took the intimate garment and exited the Copper Sparrow Terrace. Zhou Yan, what just happened? Was it wrong to speak the truth? Should he pretend to be someone he was not? Although the Copper Sparrow Terrace could summon magnificent beauties like Diao Chan, Zhou Yan realized that summoning was fraught with pitfalls, one that compelled continual attempts. Should he keep summoning, or would it be more prudent to invest in upgrades? He pondered this dilemma. Let us try a medium summon. The low-level summons are simply too disappointing. He had just enough for one medium summon. Soul coins, 500. Copper Sparrow Terrace prompt. Congratulations, you have obtained the skill book 7-star sword technique. A miracle has occurred, a skill book, a splendid find. Chapter 18. To be a beast, or worse than a beast. Item, 7-star sword technique. Quality, S. Description, the 7 stars return to their positions. The battle shifts with the stars, embodying the sword techniques of the 7 celestial stars: Tianshu sword, Tianxian sword, Tianji sword, Tianquan sword, Yuheng sword, Kaiyang sword, and Yaoguang sword. The 7 sword techniques converge, exponentially increasing their power. Zhou Yan's eyes widened with excitement. An overwhelming surge of righteous energy erupted from his mouth. Incredible. I have acquired an S-quality sword technique. Zhou Yan was indeed elated. S-quality items, regardless of type, typically start at a value of several billion spirit coins. If he were to sell this sword technique, he could effortlessly amass tens of billions of spirit coins in no time. Moreover, such items are often rare and highly sought after, drawing countless contenders whenever they appear. The Copper Sparrow Terrace is truly exhilarating. Zhou Yan was overjoyed. S-quality items are extraordinarily precious, each worth a fortune. Of course, this also correlates with the fact that the Copper Sparrow Terrace is a top-tier establishment. Superior structures yield more treasures, and given his territory's probability of special items at 10, it is only fitting that such a sword technique would emerge. Obtaining this sword technique is immensely beneficial to him. Zhou Yan grasped the skill book and clicked to learn. Learning S-level skill 7-star sword technique. The skill transformed into a beam of golden light, entering Zhou Yan's mind. He closed his eyes, and his mind filled with various methods and techniques for utilizing the 7-star sword technique. However, to unleash its full power in practical combat, continual practice to enhance skill proficiency is essential. Regrettably, utilizing it in conjunction with the technique would amplify its effectiveness several-fold. After receiving the 7-star sword technique, Zhou Yan felt a tinge of regret. Techniques not only significantly augment one's physical attributes, but also enhance the power of various skills. Unfortunately, advanced techniques are exceedingly rare. Without acquiring a technique during the trials, he would have to settle for the sword technique as a temporary measure. The more powerful the technique, the faster the cultivation speed, and the greater the potential for explosive power. The techniques of cultivation are far more precious than mere skills, several times over. If this skill book of S grade were to be exchanged for a technique of the same quality, its value would undoubtedly triple, reaching a minimum price of 100 billion spirit coins. Indeed, 100 billion spirit coins. Many toil for decades, even centuries, yet fail to amass such wealth. However, a single high-quality item can render a person immensely wealthy overnight. This encapsulates the thrill of a lord exploring uncharted territories in search of treasures. Soul coins are truly a remarkable asset, though regrettably, their durability is rather lacking. Despite possessing a few hundred spirit coins, it is insufficient for even a single intermediate summon. Once the summoning concluded, Zhou Yan entered the trading hall and listed all the unnecessary equipment he possessed. The earlier he sold these items, the greater their value. Should he wait until his inventory burgeoned, they would lose worth. He set reasonable prices based on the market, and before he could finish listing all his equipment, he received notifications of sales. Notification from the territory, National Trading Hall, sold, hair boots, earning 475 spirit coins. Notification from the territory, National Trading Hall, sold, stone leggings, earning 1,900 spirit coins. The speed of these transactions was astonishing. Equipment had become quite rare, and for those wealthy heirs, spending money to strengthen their abilities was hardly a concern. Moreover, the prices Zhou Yan set for his items were quite reasonable. In contrast, some items on the trading hall were priced exorbitantly and had yet to find buyers. His equipment sold out in no time, netting him tens of thousands of spirit coins. After leaving the Copper Sparrow platform, Zhou Yan returned to this spirit vein bamboo hut to find Diao Chan seated by the bedside. He produced the table, chairs, candlesticks, and betting he had won in the lottery. These items appeared serendipitously, fitting perfectly into his needs. Well then, Channer, let us rest, he suggested. Ah yes. I shall sleep upon the chair tonight, since we have won, she responded, her cheeks flushed as she shyly lowered her head. That won't do. What if you catch a cold? Let us share the bed. It's large enough for both of us, Zhou Yan insisted. Ah, that is too much. I assure you. I am perfectly fine. Diao Chan replied, flustered. Fear not. I am the lord here. You must heed my words. Under Zhou Yan's firm insistence, Diao Chan removed her boots and laid down on the bed, burying her head into the covers. Zhou Yan joined her, then faced a moral dilemma. 1. To act like a beast. 2. To act worse than a beast. In the end, he chose neither and opted to remain a man. He embraced Diao Chan, noticing her body tremble slightly in fear. Channer, do not be afraid. I simply wish to hold you as we sleep. Zhou Yan indeed refrained from any inappropriate actions, not out of lack of desire, but because he believed in the virtue of patience. Diao Chan would eventually be his. They slept peacefully until dawn. The following day, both awoke early, though Diao Chan remained quite bashful. After a simple breakfast, they patiently awaited the monster attack on their territory. However, Zhou Yan contemplated the situation. While defeating monsters outside could yield numerous rewards, safeguarding the territory was paramount. Without the territory, everything else would lose its significance. He resolved to wait until the monster assault concluded before venturing out to claim any additional rewards. Although the King's Crystal boasted formidable defense and autonomous attack capabilities, caution was essential. As the clock struck 8, monsters finally approached the territory. Apart from the initial day's warning about the monster attack, no further alerts would be issued thereafter. Zhou Yan had been anticipating this moment. Zhou Yan, monsters are coming, Diao Chan announced, brandishing her Wolf Fang's sword and gazing towards the approaching creatures. Patience, there aren't many monsters, and they are well within the attack range of the flame tower. Let us observe the power of the defensive tower first. Each defensive tower had a limited attack range. To fully protect the territory, either more defensive towers were required, or their levels needed enhancement to increase their attack power and range. Zhou Yan and Diao Chan readied their weapons, watching intently as the monsters drew near. Since they had explored the fog in front of the territory the previous day, they could see all the way to the forest's edge. A horde of green-skinned creatures emerged from the trees, brandishing crude swords and knives, their eyes glimmering with greed. Monster, goblin. Quality, common. Level, 3. Special, none. Description, a group of avaricious goblins who delight in stealing the treasures of others. These were a multitude of level 3 monsters, and it was only the second day. Such a significant number of foes would undoubtedly pose a challenge for others. Zhou Yan understood that due to the unique nature of the colorful Lord Space and his recent SSS rating, today's monster count had increased. This was likely a boon, as more monsters would benefit the territory's growth and yield richer rewards. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters. Chapter 19, Acquiring 2 more buildings. Once the monsters entered the 200-meter attack range of the Flame Tower, the defensive structure sprang into action. The Flame Tower resembled a modern edifice, adorned with flickering red flames that illuminated the night sky. As the monsters encroached upon the attack zone, the tower unleashed a massive red fireball, comparable to a basketball, which soared through the air towards the invaders. Boom. Upon impact, the fireball erupted with devastating energy, engulfing all creatures within a 10-meter radius and annihilating them completely. At least 5 goblins fell victim to the inferno, instantly slain. Zhou Yan watched in astonishment. Had the monsters been more densely packed, the number of kills could have been even greater. Truly, the Flame Tower lived up to its reputation. Zhou Yan felt exhilarated, though he lamented that he possessed only one defensive tower. With dozens, he could fortify the entire territory, ensuring safety even in his absence. This Flame Tower is indeed powerful, Diao Chan remarked. Indeed, yet it could use more, Zhou Yan replied. The Flame Tower could only dispatch a limited number of foes, as the goblins were not converging in a tight formation. Soon, those that evaded the tower's fire were mere meters from the walls. Chana, let us go, Zhou Yan commanded. Understood. Having learned the S-grade 7-star sword technique, he was eager to test its might. Together with Diao Chan, he positioned themselves by the wall, awaiting the oncoming monsters. The Flame Tower could only target creatures beyond the walls. Once monsters breached the perimeter, they would be immune to its attacks. This necessitated the deployment of troops and heroes, yet his barracks had evolved into the Copper Sparrow platform. The platform's characteristics precluded the emergence of foot soldiers. To acquire them, he would need to obtain more barracks. Bang! The goblins were relatively small, averaging around 1 meter in height, with the tallest barely exceeding 1 meter and 50 centimeters. The one at the latter height was a level 4 elite goblin, likely the most formidable among this wave of adversaries. The monsters began to assault the walls, yet alas, the Thorn Barrier, renowned not only for its exceptional resilience but also for its multitude of barbed spikes, was further enhanced by its toxic properties. Upon reaching level 20, the Thorn Barrier exhibited significant improvements in every aspect. The goblins that collided with the Thorn Barrier emitted agonizing howls, and before long, their bodies turned ashen and they collapsed to the ground. Remarkably, the potency of this Thorn Barrier's toxin was astonishing. Zhou Yan and Diao Chan had yet to engage in battle, yet the goblins fell effortlessly. One by one, they charged at the barrier, desperately attempting to scale it, but met their demise shortly after. Standing at 5 meters tall, the level 20 Thorn Barrier boasted tendrils as thick as a man's arm, replete with numerous venomous spikes. Although the goblins' assaults caused a slight degradation in the barrier's defenses, this minor damage was swiftly remedied by the Thorn Barrier's remarkable regenerative abilities. Thus, Zhou Yan and Diao Chan merely observed the monster's futile attempts at self-destruction. As for any real danger, it was non-existent. Chaner, shall we venture out to engage them? Initially, the plan devised by Qin Chuan was to wait for the monsters to breach the walls before launching a counterattack. However, given that these creatures could not even overcome the barrier, boredom set in, prompting them to take the initiative. Very well, Diao Chan responded. With a flourish, they opened the gate and charged forth, exuding an air of lethal intent. With the first technique of the 7-star swordsmanship, Heavenly Pivot Sword, Zhou Yan grasped his long sword and lunged at the nearest goblin, with Diao Chan close behind. Swish! Qin Chuan arrived before the goblin, his sword striking swiftly, cleaving it in twain. Excellent sword, Zhou Yan exclaimed with satisfaction, praising the S-grade technique that had so effortlessly bisected the goblin. Diao Chan followed suit, executing 2 swift strikes that dispatched the 2 goblins that dared to attack them. Upon witnessing the remaining goblins charged forth in a frenzy. Let us slay them with vigor. With only a few dozen monsters remaining, they posed no challenge to the duo's formidable prowess. Agreed. Back to back, the 2 launched their assault against the goblins. Having gained invaluable combat experience the day prior, coupled with the S-grade swordsmanship, Zhou Yan's abilities had surged remarkably. Although he was still mastering the intricacies of chaining attacks, his dedication and earnestness led to rapid growth in practical experience. One goblin after another fell before them, including a level 4 goblin that Diao Chan dispatched with a single stroke. At last, all the assailants lay vanquished upon the ground. Second day of newcomer trials. Combat concluded. Commencing reward calculation. Eliminated 100 level 3 goblins, 3 level 3 elite goblins, 1 level 4 elite goblin. Combat evaluation, SSS. Rewards. Base reward 120 soul coins. 120 spirit coins, basic building, farmland. Additional evaluation reward, 240 soul coins, 240 spirit coins, building, well. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan felt a surge of joy. To his astonishment, he had obtained 2 more buildings. The higher the evaluation, the greater the likelihood of receiving architectural rewards. Having achieved the highest rating for 2 consecutive days, acquiring building rewards felt entirely justified. Upon entering, I brought some food seeds. I wonder how the farmland will evolve. Zhou Yan glanced at the surrounding treasure chests and said, Channer, let us collect these chests. Of course, their battle concluded swiftly, taking less than half an hour from start to finish. However, gathering the treasure chests consumed an additional half hour. Let us return and establish our buildings. Zhou Yan was eager to witness how the 2 structures would evolve. With great anticipation, they chose an appropriate location to commence the construction of the farmland. Ding. Constructing farmland. Farmland evolves into spirit field. Ding. Constructing well, evolves into spirit spring. Before them appeared a vast expanse of land, radiating an aura akin to that of the spirit bamboo cottage. Beside the spirit field, a small lake emerged, filled with the same ethereal energy as the spirit spring. It certainly did not disappoint. Let us examine the attributes of these 2 buildings. Building, spirit field. Level 1. Durability, 0-100. Quality, S02. Defense, 100,100. Special attributes, accelerates maturation, infused with spirit energy. Description, a field imbued with spirit energy that not only accelerates crop maturation, but also enriches them with vitality. Requires 2 spirit fields for further evolution. Building, spirit spring. Level 1. Durability, 0-300. Quality, SSS, 05. Defense, 500,500. Consumption, 3,000 spirit coins per ton produced. Production rate, 3 tons per day. Special attributes, water infused with spiritual energy. Description, a source of water rich in spiritual energy that not only accelerates crop growth, but also enhances physical prowess, expedites cultivation, and aids in healing wounds and fatigue. Its applications are manifold. Requires 5 spirit springs for further evolution. Zhou Yan was once again taken aback by the attributes of the 2 buildings. They were undeniably powerful, especially the capabilities of the spirit spring. It was a multifaceted resource. Previously, he had been concerned about insufficient water supply, yet this building had provided him with a delightful surprise. It was as though he had been gifted with a boundless source of spiritual water. Of course, the spirit spring was not infinite. It required spirit coins, and its daily output was limited to 3 tons. The cost of producing 1 ton was 3,000 spirit coins. A trivial amount considering he currently had no shortage of such currency. The only downside was the relatively low production rate of 3 tons per day. However, he reasoned that as the building's level increased, so too would its output. He had noticed numerous friends in the chat room seeking to purchase water resources, likely due to being transported to a region where water was exceedingly scarce, compounded by their own limited supplies. The Spirit Spring's capabilities were formidable, and even if he were to sell it, he must ensure not to part with too much. Still in the training phase, there were indeed individuals who could afford the Spirit Spring. He needed to assess the situation before determining a suitable quantity for sale. The functions of these 2 buildings were truly remarkable. Zhou Yan had already granted Diao Chan access to the building functions, which filled her with excitement. With the existence of such a spirit field and spirit spring, it would be difficult not to grow powerful. Indeed, our territory will only flourish from here on out. Will you join me in safeguarding this land? Zhou Yan extended his hands, gazing at Diao Chan with a smile, his eyes brimming with sincerity and hope. Though shy, Diao Chan summoned her courage, extending her delicate, fair hand to intertwine with his, softly affirming. Zhou Yan took Diao Chan's hand and led her into the spirit field, saying, First, let us upgrade the spirit field and spirit spring, then plant crops to see what effects they yield. During his time at school, he had encountered various materials online, learning that some fortunate lords had acquired spirit fields, whose crops provided immense benefits to humanity, enhancing various attributes and fortifying physical constitution. Such crops were exceedingly rare and expensive. Most had never even seen them. The emergence of this spirit field would provide him with an additional source of income. However, he did not intend to pursue the path of a farming lord. Had it been in the past, he might have only pursued the path of an adventurous lord. But now, he must embrace both the agrarian and adventurous types of lordship, advancing in tandem to become the most formidable lord. The agrarian lord, as the term suggests, focuses primarily on resource acquisition through agriculture, cultivating various crops, medicinal herbs, mining, gathering timber, smelting, alchemy, and raising diverse aquatic life such as fish and shrimp, as well as livestock including chickens, ducks, pigs, and cattle. Conversely, the adventurous lord concentrates on the development of their territory, primarily establishing various defensive structures, barracks, and siege machinery. When sufficiently powerful, they may venture into the lordly continent at will, embarking on quests to acquire various resources and treasures from the wild, growing stronger through combat. The risks associated with being an adventurous lord are immense. They frequently encounter perilous situations, as each expedition typically involves risking their entire domain. With a stroke of good fortune, the rewards can be bountiful. However, should luck turn sour, they might find themselves besieged by formidable monsters upon arrival, leading to the total annihilation of their territory and the obliteration of all their hard-earned efforts. Such instances are countless. Beyond these two modes of lordly development, there exists a third, the warlord. This mode is universally prohibited across the nations of the Kanglan continent, as it involves waging war for the purpose of seizing others' territories. Some warlords act akin to bandits, plundering resources and wealth from neighboring lands. The more brutal warlords not only seize all resources, but also destroy their adversaries' Lord Crystal, rendering them incapable of ever becoming a lord again. Regardless of the type, all warlords are met with resistance from every nation on the Kanglan continent. Discovery results in immediate pursuit and arrest. Nonetheless, despite the prohibitions, warlords continue to exist, creating a climate of peril for all lords who must strive to fortify their domains. Warlords are akin to criminals among lords, pursued not only on the lordly continent, but also across the Kanglan continent, facing trials based on their transgressions in accordance with each nation's lordly laws. Zhou Yan commenced the upgrading of his structures. Territory notification, consumed 100 spirit coins. Spirit field, upgraded to level 2. Territory notification, consumed 200 spirit coins. Spirit field, upgraded to level 3. Territory notification, consumed 300 spirit coins. Spirit field, upgraded to level 4. Building, spirit field, level 20. Cost, 30,000 spirit coins. 1-1-star Earth attribute crystal core. Quality, S02. Defense, 100, 001, 0000. Special attribute 1. Accelerates maturation, filled with spiritual energy. Special attribute 2. Strengthens crops, enhancing their attributes. Description, a field infused with spiritual energy that not only accelerates crop maturation, but also imbues them with vitality and strength. Requires 2 spirit fields for further evolution. This spirit field acquired an additional attribute, though its specific function would only become apparent once crops were cultivated. This spirit field could grow both crops and various medicinal herbs. Possessing spirit herb seeds would be even more advantageous. However, Zhou Yan was merely an ordinary person previously and had no access to spirit herb seeds, having brought only common crop seeds with him. Upon upgrading the spirit field to level 20, he had gained an additional 19 fields. With an ample supply of seeds, 20 fields in total, there was sufficient space for them to cultivate a substantial variety of fruits and vegetables. Chana, let us plant some vegetables together. Zhou Yan produced a large assortment of seeds, meticulously labeled with their respective types: corn, cabbage, greens, cucumbers, white radishes, carrots, peanuts, beans, apples, grapes, pomegranates, and peaches. The ability to cultivate any fruit in seed form was not surprising in this world. Initially concerned about food security, he had procured a wide array of seeds, never anticipating their imminent utility. Otherwise, he would not have elevated the spirit field to level 20, occupying such an expansive area. Chapter 21. Selling water for fortune. After planting various seeds, both were now smeared with dirt, yet Qin Chuan felt an overwhelming sense of joy and satisfaction. He relished the agrarian lifestyle alongside Diao Chan. However, he was aware that to safeguard this idyllic existence, formidable strength was essential. Otherwise, should he encounter a nefarious warlord on the lordly continent without the power to defend his domain, this beauty could be ruthlessly destroyed. Only through strength could he protect what mattered to him. Only by instilling fear in his enemies could he pursue his passions. Development was the undeniable truth of survival. The two approached the spirit spring, and Zhou Yan remarked, "Let us taste the water from this spring." After washing his hands, he noted their grimy state. Upon immersing them in the spring, the water swiftly cleansed them of dirt. Such a remarkable ability. Zhou Yan chuckled, cupping his hands to drink from the spirit spring. It was sweet, delightful, and refreshing. A saying comes to mind: Nongfu spring is utterly weak compared to his spirit spring. The so-called Nongfu spring was not even worthy of comparison. This spirit spring is exquisite. Diao Chan took a sip, praising it as well. Regrettably, they lacked containers to carry the water, otherwise, they could sell some of the spirit spring. Suddenly, Zhou Yan's eyes lit up as he began searching the trading hall. Entering bamboo, for at that moment, bamboo was the only suitable material for holding water. Indeed, he found it. In this vast world, there are always those in need. There will always be fortunate individuals who can descend upon a bamboo grove. A wise lord would send their soldiers to harvest bamboo for sale. With so many people across the Kanglan continent, there would inevitably be demand for such items. Upon reviewing the prices, he found them quite reasonable. Several lords offered fair prices, and one even displayed their territory name. However, most chose to conceal their territory names when selling, as Zhou Yan always did. A lord named Xiao Guai had the most reasonable price, 10 spirit coins per bamboo stalk, listing 100. Without hesitation, he purchased them. Territory notification. National Trading Hall purchased 100 bamboo stalks, consuming 1,000 spirit coins. With 100 bamboo stalks in hand, Zhou Yan retrieved them from his personal lord space. Meanwhile, in a myriad of spaces, a lord named Xiao Guai was taken aback upon receiving the territory notification. Her round, bright eyes reflected her astonishment. She never expected that the items she casually listed would be purchased in their entirety at once. Delighted, she refrained from raising the price and continued to list bamboo at the same rate. Evidently, there was not much demand for bamboo. After waiting a while and noticing no further purchases, she remained undeterred. After all, this bamboo was as plentiful as she desired, akin to a gift. She even instructed her residents to venture out and harvest more bamboo to sell. Zhou Yan chopped the bamboo into segments and said, "Chaner, come help me fill these with water. They will serve a great purpose." Of course, Diao Chan, being astute, immediately grasped Zhou Yan's intention to sell the spring water. However, she queried, why not use the water to irrigate the fields first? Wouldn't it be more beneficial to use higher quality water produced from the upgraded spirit spring for irrigation? Zhou Yan had long contemplated this matter. I see. Diao Chan suddenly realized that she had not given it much thought. She cast another glance at Zhou Yan, finding his thoughts remarkably meticulous. Before long, these bamboo stalks were filled, each container nearly identical in volume. For those slightly larger, he simply doubled the amount. Each jar contained approximately 100 milliliters. Qin Chuan inspected the trading hall and searched for spiritual springs, only to find none. However, upon searching for items related to spiritual water, he indeed discovered some. It was found within the International Trading Hall, a type of exquisite nectar, certainly far superior to the spiritual spring. Yet, the quantity was scant, showing only 100 milliliters, priced at an exorbitant 100,000 spirit coins. This was nothing short of highway robbery, which explained its lack of interest. Zhou Yan pondered that a level 1 spiritual spring required prolonged use to enhance one's attributes. Thus, he directly priced a jar at 1,000 spirit coins. This was akin to selling a small bottle of mineral water for 1,000 coins, with 1 liter fetching an astounding 10,000 spirit coins. He grouped 10 jars together, conveniently totaling 1 liter of water. Selling one group for 10,500 spirit coins ensured that the coins in his possession amounted to a neat sum of 10,000. Making calculations simple. Territory notification. International Trading Hall sold a group of spiritual springs, yielding 10,000 spirit coins. Just as he finished listing the spiritual springs, Zhou Yan noticed that one group had already been snapped up, a speed that took him by surprise. Were these individuals continuously monitoring the trading hall? Territory notification. National Trading Hall sold a group of 1-star spiritual spring water, yielding 10,000 spirit coins. Territory notification. National Trading Hall sold a group of 1-star spiritual spring water, yielding 10,000 spirit coins. He had intended to announce his listings in the chat room, but it seemed the buyers had provided him no opportunity. In a brief span, Zhou Yan had amassed over 100,000 spirit coins merely from selling water, a speed that was astonishing. Subsequently, he received a series of notifications. Territory notification. Your hidden seller in the National Trading Hall has attracted attention. Territory notification. Your hidden seller in the National Trading Hall has garnered the attention of the Lord of Wangyue Pavilion. Territory notification. Your hidden seller in the National Trading Hall has garnered the attention of Penguin Group's 100th Yang Fei. This was quite easy to comprehend. Although his seller identity was concealed, those who noticed the quality of his wares were inclined to befriend him. Furthermore, after he listed any item, anyone could view his trading information and choose to follow him at the first opportunity. However, they could not contact him unless they employed special items, akin to the one Qin Yao had used to add him as a friend. Of course, after being followed, he could publicly disclose his territory name. Yet Zhou Yan, wishing to avoid complications, paid no heed to them. Within his territory, as long as one did not wish to divulge any information, others would struggle to discern anything about him, unless one utilized particularly unique items, like the friend-adding tool previously used by Qin Yao. The number of individuals following him began to increase. Clearly, many were curious about the source of his spiritual springs and even sought to engage in bulk transactions. He chose to ignore them. If they wished to purchase, they could do so in the trading hall, for he had no time to entertain these individuals. Nevertheless, Zhou Yan opened the chat room. National channel. Astonishing. The trading hall has actually unveiled spiritual springs. Who is this, so fortunate to acquire such treasures on the second day? Surely, they must have ventured to explore the misty region. There are still quite a few available. Too bad I have no money, otherwise, I would buy some back. Spiritual springs are indeed precious, not only for drinking, but also for irrigating crops, and even for bathing. Are you mad? Bathing in spiritual springs? You must be squandering treasures. Seeking information on the spiritual springs owner. I am from the Penguin Group and sincerely wish to purchase in bulk. I am with the Jingdong Group. I hope the friends selling spiritual springs will contact me. I assure you the price will be satisfactory. I am a private lord, operating under a farming model. Would it be possible for the gentleman to disclose the source of the spiritual springs? Chapter 22. The profound incubation effect of spiritual springs. Zhou Yan had clearly not anticipated that others would assist in promoting his spiritual springs for free, explaining the multitude of individuals interested in him. This was advantageous, allowing him to earn more money. He checked the price of bamboo once more and found that someone had listed 100 stalks, and it was that little cutie lord. Without hesitation, he swiftly purchased their bamboo and acquired several stalks from other lords as well, as their prices were only slightly higher. He was no longer concerned about such trivial sums. Territory notification. National Trading Hall purchased 100 bamboo stalks, consuming 1,000 spirit coins. Territory notification. National Trading Hall purchased 10 bamboo stalks, consuming 120 spirit coins. Territory notification. National Trading Hall purchased 50 bamboo stalks, consuming 600 spirit coins. Given that his spiritual springs were merely 1-star quality, he felt no remorse. Unbeknownst to Zhou Yan, after he had once again purchased bamboo, little cutie was pleasantly surprised and promptly sold off her entire stock of bamboo at the same price. Zhou Yan naturally noticed this. Realizing he would require a considerable amount of bamboo during the novice trials, he decided to follow her, yet he chose to keep his territory name hidden, preventing her from discovering it. Upon receiving the notification, little cutie was quite intrigued, believing this individual to be the one who had purchased her bamboo. When she opened the information, she found the person's name concealed. Little cutie. Logically, shouldn't they be initiating a conversation to negotiate the bamboo purchase? Yet, he merely chose to follow her without any attempt to chat. It made sense. If he wanted to converse, he could easily send her a private message, given that her selling name was not hidden. Truly a peculiar individual. Little cutie was indifferent. Since he needed bamboo and she had it in abundance, she would simply focus on harvesting and selling more. In Zhou Yan's territory, he and Diao Chan resumed filling jars with water. It was uncertain how much they had filled, but once a group was ready, he began listing them. Each time he listed, they would be sold in an instant. Those who followed him were anxious not to miss out. Yet Zhou Yan doubted that they truly required such quantities of spiritual springs. An individual lord certainly did not need so much, but with countless lords across the entire nation, many would surely desire the spiritual spring water. Thus, no matter how much he had, there would always be someone in need. It was not until Qin Chuan received a notification that he learned of the limit. Territory notification. Spiritual spring. Today's maximum extraction capacity has been reached. Please try again tomorrow. The maximum extraction volume had been attained. The extraction rate of the spiritual spring was equivalent to its production speed, and he could now extract a maximum of 3 tons of water daily. Calculating based on 100 milliliters per jar, he had already extracted 3,000 jars of water. Just to clarify, 1 ton equals 1,000 liters, and 1 liter equals 1,000 milliliters. He glanced at his spirit coin balance, his heart racing, his hands trembling. Over 3 million spirit coins lay before him. Do not be overly excited. Do not be overly excited, for I am destined to be the universe's mightiest lord. Over 3 million spirit coins are but trifles. Zhou Yan endeavored to calm himself. Ha ha ha. He seldom laughed, unless he could not contain himself. He had tried his utmost to suppress his laughter, yet his joy was insurmountable. Diao Chan, oh, why has Zhou Yan suddenly become so joyful? Diao Chan was quite puzzled. The value of the spiritual spring is undeniably substantial. However, others can only acquire it through the perils of adventure. In contrast, he possesses a spring that can produce an inexhaustible supply. Naturally, once the novice trials conclude, the market value of his spring is likely to plummet, potentially fetching only half of its current worth. After all, it is a low-grade spring, and adventurers, with a stroke of good fortune during their explorations, can still uncover a fair amount. He has even heard tales of entire lakes brimming with such springs. Thus, during the novice trial phase, its price can merely fetch double that of the outside world. Many lords utilize it to irrigate their spiritual fields, hastening crop growth to secure ample sustenance. Territory notification. Consume 300 spirit coins to elevate the spiritual spring to level 2. Territory notification. Consume 600 spirit coins to elevate the spiritual spring to level 3. Territory notification. Consume 900 spirit coins to elevate the spiritual spring to level 4. Upgrading the spring necessitates a greater expenditure of spirit coins. However, the spring's effects are immensely powerful, rendering the expense worthwhile. Territory notification. Consume 30,000 spirit coins to elevate the spiritual spring to level 10. Territory notification. Insufficient materials. The spiritual spring cannot be upgraded. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan hastily accessed the information regarding the spring. Building, spiritual spring. Level, 10. Cost, 100,000 spirit coins. 10 low-grade spirit stones. Quality, SSS, 05. Defense, 1,000,000. Consumption, 3,000 spirit coins per ton produced. Production speed, 10 tons per day. Special attribute, water filled with spiritual energy. Description, a source of spiritual energy that not only accelerates crop growth, but also enhances physical strength, hastens cultivation, and aids in the recovery from injuries and fatigue, with myriad applications. Requires 5 spiritual springs for further evolution. To his astonishment, it required spirit stones. Zhou Yan was greatly surprised. He then frowned. Spirit stones are exceptionally rare materials. Although they are merely low-grade, he had heard that they are particularly scarce, often inaccessible to the average person without seeking out special channels. He had not anticipated that after reaching level 10, the spiritual spring could no longer be upgraded. It seems each building possesses its unique characteristics. However, the production speed had indeed increased to 10 tons daily, aside from the 3 tons sold. He could extract an additional 8 tons. He intended to reserve this water for personal use, as he currently required a substantial quantity of spiritual spring water. Upgrading the building would not restore the extraction quantity of the spring, nor would it alter its quality. He had originally hoped to elevate the spiritual spring to level 20, thereby enhancing its quality, but he had not considered that after reaching level 10, other materials would be necessary. Zhou Yan searched the trading hall for barrels or similar items and was pleased to find some available. He spent 200 spirit coins to purchase 2 barrels, drawing one each with Diao Chan to commence irrigating the spiritual fields. With so many fields to irrigate, it would indeed take a considerable amount of time. Nevertheless, both were quite elated, as this was produce they had cultivated themselves. The bounty from irrigating such extensive fields would yield a copious amount of food, and any surplus could always be sold. Food grown with the aid of spiritual spring water would undoubtedly be of exceptional quality, ensuring a ready market. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yan noticed that the crops began to sprout mere moments after the irrigation. It was as if they had grown for 10 days or more. My word, the growth rate is astonishing. No wonder spiritual springs are in such high demand. In the initial phase, everyone experiences scarcity, and items like the spiritual spring are eagerly sought after by those who understand their value without hesitation. Chapter 23. The reappearance of the mysterious shop. At this juncture, food supplies were limited for everyone, compounded by the need to sustain troops. The mist-laden regions beyond the territory were fraught with peril. If soldiers were dispatched to explore, there was a genuine fear for their safety. Should any fall, how could they rely solely on themselves for the forthcoming trials? Hence, cultivating food became their primary source of sustenance. Although farming within the territory is quicker than outside, the fastest crops still require half a month's time to mature. This span serves as a kind of indirect assessment. Those unable to endure would naturally exit the trials and return to Kanglan continent. The emergence of the spiritual spring could expedite the growth of crops, allowing them to bypass the necessity of enduring the full fortnight. Approximately a week would suffice. This is also the reason behind the spiritual spring's desirability, for everyone understands that early advantages lead to successive gains. Yet, within Zhou Yan's territory, the growth rate of crops is set to accelerate even further, requiring only a few days. Zhou Yan harbors no fears of being surpassed. Every structure within his domain exceeds a quality of S. Any single building he possesses is already beyond the reach of others. For newcomers at this stage, possessing even one S-quality building is akin to a stroke of fortune. Yet, all of his structures are of a superior caliber, with such a plethora of high-tier buildings. There is little for him to worry about. Zhou Yan has never been concerned about being outpaced. His colorful lord space can evolve even the most ordinary structures into at least S-quality edifices. As for heroes and troop types, he cannot guarantee their quality at this time, but they certainly will not be subpar. The issue of food has become a non-concern. He merely needs to irrigate daily. Subsequently, Zhou Yan and Diao Chan ventured into the mysterious shop. The mysterious shop refreshes its inventory daily and offers an additional opportunity for active refreshment. He had attempted a refresh yesterday, but was disheartened by the exorbitant prices that were beyond his means. Now, with over 3 million spirit coins in hand, he no longer need worry about financial constraints. Upon entering the mysterious shop, Zhou Yan gazed upon 5 items displayed upon the counter. First item, ice armor. Quality, bronze. Durability, 30-30. Attribute 1, defense 10. Attribute 2, ice freeze. Can actively release a wave of cold air to freeze enemies, with freeze duration varying based on enemy strength. Usable once every 6 hours. Equipment requirement, strength 6. Description, crafted from rough ice ore. Price, 5,000 spirit coins. It is a piece of bronze-grade equipment, and the price is reasonable. Zhou Yan purchased it without hesitation. Territory notification, consumed 5,000 spirit coins to acquire ice armor. Zhou Yan then turned to the second item. To his surprise, it was a piece of female attire, specifically a garment. He was taken aback, as such clothing is exceedingly rare. He quickly opened its attributes to investigate. Item, Phoenix Garment. Special, provides additional attribute bonuses. Quality, gold. Durability, 200-200. Attribute 1. All attributes 10. Attribute 2. Immaculate. Automatically cleanses all stains from the garment every hour. Attribute 3. Fire resistance 15. Equipment requirement. Female exclusive, 1 luck. Description. Made from the feathers of the firebird, it offers protection against cold and heat, making it an unparalleled choice for women. Price. 1,000,000 spirit coins. A golden quality garment. Zhou Yan was utterly astonished. In the realm of lords, attire is not uncommon, and many lords with weaving skills cultivate numerous such items. This is especially true as many female lords have a penchant for beauty, and among the various lords, there are numerous female residents and heroes. The pursuit of beauty is an innate trait of all women. Thus, exquisitely crafted and elegant garments sell with remarkable fervor. One should never underestimate the purchasing power of women. As a certain comrade, Little Horse, once proclaimed, behind every successful man stands a woman, and I, in turn, am surrounded by countless women. However, ordinary garments lack any inherent attributes. Even if a piece of clothing possesses attributes, without the special property of special, additional attribute enhancement, it merely serves as an ornamental accessory, devoid of any real enhancement. Nevertheless, many women still adorn themselves with such attire, not for the sake of attributes, but purely for the sake of beauty. If a garment possesses the special, additional attribute enhancement property, it is akin to donning an additional piece of equipment. Consequently, garments with such exceptional attributes are exceedingly rare and command astronomical prices. More critically, the attributes of this particular garment are astonishingly potent. With an all-attribute score of 10, it rivals that of dark gold-grade equipment, and it further boasts 2 skills. Though these skills may seem trivial, the ability of purity is undeniably enchanting for women. The fire resistance of 15 is also commendable, particularly against fire-type monsters. Although a luck score of may first not seem significant for Diao Chan, it is a considerable boon compared to others. Despite its price of merely 1 million spirit coins in the mysterious shop, if this equipment were to be placed on the market, it could easily multiply in value by dozens or even hundreds of times. After all, there are plenty of lords willing to spend lavishly on women. Truly, fortunes are to be made. Zhou Yan felt elated. Fortunately, he had wealth at his disposal now, or else he would be left staring at treasures like he did yesterday. Helpless and yearning. Territory notification. Consume 1 million spirit coins to purchase. Phoenix garment. Women exclusive. Zhou Yan held the Phoenix garment in his hands and addressed Diao Chan. Chaner, this Phoenix garment is for you. Ah, this cost 1 million spirit coins. Did you truly intend to buy it? Though Diao Chan adored it, she felt it was far too extravagant. Chaner, I am the Lord. Though this is merely an article of clothing, its attribute enhancement is substantial, equivalent to a piece of equipment. Only by strengthening your prowess can you better protect me and our territory, Zhou Yan explained. Thank you, my lord, Diao Chan replied, accepting the Phoenix garment with immense joy, for the garment was indeed beautiful, and as a woman, she naturally appreciated exquisite attire. Once she donned the Phoenix garment, she transformed into a stunning beauty, captivating Zhou Yan completely. He had envisioned how Diao Chan would appear in the Phoenix garment, yet witnessing it firsthand left him utterly mesmerized. One could never fathom the sensation of standing before a celestial being, heart racing, rendered speechless in her presence. It was as if the entire world revolved solely around her. Clad in the Phoenix garment, Diao Chan's allure multiplied exponentially. Chaner, you must take responsibility, Zhou Yan stated. Diao Chan, puzzled, replied. In my eyes, heart, and mind, there is only you. You must take responsibility, Zhou Yan shamelessly insisted. Diao Chan's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head to play with her cascading hair, truly enchanting all who beheld her. Every woman relishes sweet words, especially when they ring with sincerity. Thus, this tactic, have you learned it? Any man who gazes upon Diao Chan would surely be enraptured by her unparalleled beauty. Zhou Yan then turned his attention to the remaining 3 items. He sighed. The third item was a spiritual artifact valued at 10 billion spirit coins, beyond his means. The fourth was a building worth 50,000 soul coins. Even if he possessed that many soul coins, he would refrain from purchasing it, as he could transform ordinary structures into rare ones using his colorful lord space. The final item was a pair of socks, which he deemed unworthy of consideration. Chapter 24. Encountering resource monsters again. Before long, a message notification from a friend appeared. His only friend at the moment was Qin Yao. Upon opening the message, he read, Friend, do you have any food left? I urgently need a large quantity, and I will raise the price to 2,000 spirit coins each. Zhou Yan found it peculiar. Had he not just provided her with an abundance of wild monsters yesterday? Why was she in such dire need this morning? He quickly inquired, How could you consume it so quickly? Qin Yao replied without delay, I didn't anticipate their voracious appetite. Perhaps their consumption increased after leveling up. Zhou Yan responded, Very well, I'll procure food for you. How much do you require? Qin Yao replied, The more, the better. It seems I will need your assistance in purchasing food for the entire month. It appears that I cannot cultivate any crops here. Qin Yao was quite exasperated. After some effort, She had managed to acquire a set of spiritual springs, believing they would expedite crop growth. However, after watering her plants with the springs, she found no signs of growth. Upon digging into the soil to examine the seeds, she discovered they had turned black. It dawned on her that this cursed place was a rare death zone, utterly lethal to ordinary seeds. How unfortunate that your luck is so abysmal, Zhou Yan remarked, wondering where she had been randomly teleported. No need to dwell on it. It only brings tears. In truth, this place wasn't entirely devoid of merit. At least the drop rate had doubled. Killing one monster was equivalent to slaying two. This, of course, she would not disclose. It seems that ordinary small animals will not suffice for you, Zhou Yan noted. Be cautious, for the fog outside remains perilous. While Qin Yao wished for more food, she did not want him to endanger himself for her sake. Rest assured, I am in the prime of my youth and not keen on meeting my demise, Zhou Yan assured her. Wishing you good fortune. Their exchange concluded. Zhou Yan had finished attending to matters concerning his territory and intended to venture out to hunt more monsters. Though selling monsters for spirit coins paled in comparison to the rapid profits from selling spiritual spring water, it was merely a side endeavor. Channer, let us set forth. Zhou Yan, now fully equipped and armed, was prepared to hunt vigorously in the wilderness. As for the mysterious shop's impending refresh, he planned to open the boxes later that evening. Yesterday, they had departed through the eastern gate of the territory. This time, they would venture out through the western gate. Hoping to uncover new bounties, they swiftly entered the fog, which gradually began to dissipate as they advanced. The monsters concealed within the mist launched their attacks. However, the two were well prepared, and with swift strikes, the monsters fell to the ground. Slain a level 3 black monkey, additional reward, for soul coins. It was a monkey-like creature, but alas, he was certain Qin Yao would not relish this type of monster. Yet, the world was vast, and many lords summoned beast-type soldiers. Such creatures still held market value. Zhou Yan attempted to list the monster for sale in the trading hall, setting the price at 5,000 spirit coins. Territory notification. National Trading Hall, sold, black monkey corpse, for 4,750 spirit coins. Goodness, how can these people act so quickly? Zhou Yan was utterly speechless. He had scarcely posted the item before it was snatched up. He hadn't even considered how many people were watching. With hundreds of thousands of lords listening for items to be sold, it was entirely normal for something to vanish in an instant. Thus, Zhou Yan felt no concern about selling such monsters. Soon after, they encountered another wave of monster attacks. A swift leopard leapt from a tree, pouncing towards Zhou Yan with its jaws wide open, aiming to bite him. With a flash of sword light, Zhou Yan summoned the Tianqian sword from the 7-star sword and swiftly dispatched the monstrous creature. Defeated a level 5 shadow leopard. Received an additional reward of 6 soul coins. A level 5 monster. Zhou Yan was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that it would be a creature of such caliber. Under normal circumstances, given his level 2 status, he would have had no chance against a level 5 beast. However, bolstered by his equipment and skills, he was able to achieve a one-hit kill, which was truly terrifying. Of course, upon leveling up, he received 12 attribute points, along with an additional 10 points to allocate freely, which far surpassed those of his peers. With his current attributes, he could hold his own even against level 8 or 9 monsters. This leopard was considerably larger than creatures like rabbits, and could fetch at least 20,000 spirit coins. Such are the high rewards of hunting in the wild, provided one possesses the requisite strength. Soon after, they encountered several more types of monsters, level 3 diggers and level 4 horned deer, and there were quite a number of them, at least several dozen horned deer. Luck was on their side. Zhou Yan and Diao Chan charged towards the herd of horned deer, who showed no fear. Upon spotting them, the deer even initiated an attack. Zhou Yan's swordplay was a constant evolution, as he executed the 7-star sword technique, honing and rapidly enhancing his combat experience. Defeated a level 4 horned deer. Received an additional reward of 5 soul coins. Defeated a level 4 horned deer. Received an additional reward of 5 soul coins. Defeated a level 4 horned deer. Received an additional reward of 5 soul coins. A few minutes later, the last of the horned deer fell to their blades, and Zhou Yan quickly cleared the battlefield, collecting the corpses and treasure chests. Fortune smiled upon them as they uncovered several black iron chests. By midday, the duo had traversed a vast expanse of fog, slaying monsters as they went, and the creatures they encountered began to grow stronger. After a brief meal of their provisions, they set out once more to explore the mist-laden terrain. Before long, they stumbled upon an unusual group of monsters. These creatures appeared to be wood-type, and Zhou Yan advised caution, suggesting they first inspect their attributes. He examined the information of the creatures. Monster, Vinewood Spirit. Quality, Elite. Level, 5. Special, Resource Monster. Description, this is a unique resource monster. Upon defeat, it will yield usable timber. Another elite monster. Zhou Yan was taken aback. Just yesterday, they had encountered a group of stone resource monsters, and today, they had come across these Vinewood spirits. What incredible luck. Channer, you are truly a lucky star. Zhou Yan praised wholeheartedly. Diao Chan's fortune indeed seemed to shine brightly. Perhaps her presence was the source of his good luck. Not at all, Diao Chan replied. her heart warmed by the compliment. Attack. Defeated a level 5 elite Vinewood Spirit, received an additional reward of 10 soul coins. Defeated a level 5 elite Vinewood Spirit, received an additional reward of 10 soul coins. Defeated a level 5 elite Vinewood Spirit, received an additional reward of 10 soul coins. In Chapter 25, they experienced a tremendous windfall. The number of Vinewood spirits they faced far exceeded that of the stone elites encountered the previous day. However, Zhou Yan's gains were equally substantial. Collected 5 1-star timber. Collected 5 1-star timber. Collected 2 2-star timber. Zhou Yan noticed a vine whip coming toward him, but it missed, thanks to Diao Chan, who was ever vigilant in protecting him. She deftly struck the vine away with her sword. Thank you. Zhou Yan expressed his gratitude. Look over there. Diao Chan pointed to another vine resembling a small tree. Monster, Vinewood Spirit. Quality, Leader. Level, 8. Special, Resource Monster. Description, a very rare resource monster, possessing a powerful leader with a crystal core. Defeating it will yield abundant rewards. Resource monsters were already rare, and this leader-level Vinewood Spirit was even more precious. An 8-level leader, no wonder it nearly struck me. Zhou Yan turned to Diao Chan and said, Chaner, I'll handle the small monsters, you take care of the leader. No problem. Diao Chan's true strength far surpassed that of the level 8 leader, and she was not intimidated in the slightest. She moved with incredible speed, her swordsmanship fierce, and as she approached the leader, she danced through the surrounding vines, cutting them into halves with a dazzling display of sword flowers. The monsters could not touch Diao Chan. Instead, many fell to her strikes. As she rapidly closed in on the leader, the creature launched countless vines at her. Diao Chan executed the lotus sword technique, severing each vine that dared to approach. The ground was littered with numerous severed vines, and Diao Chan's speed of attack matched her agility. With a series of swift thrusts, she pierced the leader several times, causing it to disintegrate into a pile of materials, shimmering with golden light, which thrilled Zhou Yan immensely. This was undoubtedly a massive bounty. Defeated the level 8 leader Vinewood Spirit, received an additional reward of 240 soul coins, 240 spirit coins, and a basic building chest. Zhou Yan was astounded. Defeating a leader-level monster in the wild came with an additional building reward. This was the first he had heard of such a thing. He was uncertain if there had been precedents. For newcomers, exploring the wild was already immensely challenging, let alone defeating a leader-level monster. This was a hidden reward indeed. The trials of the new recruits were filled with boundless opportunities. How much one could gain depended entirely on personal effort. With the extraordinary assistance of a hero like Diao Chan, Zhou Yan found it hard not to grow stronger. He decided to wait until they returned to their territory before opening the treasure chest. Zhou Yan was not in a rush. First, he needed to eliminate all the surrounding Vinewood spirits. After clearing the small monsters around the leader, Zhou Yan began to collect the spoils from the leader. Collected 10 3-star timber. Collected 8 Vinewood spirit seeds. Collected 1 1-star wood element crystal core. Collected 100 1-star timber. Collected 52-star timber. Collected 1 bronze chest. Indeed, a leader's bounty was abundant and rich. Most items were easily comprehensible, but one left him puzzled: the Vinewood spirit seeds. Zhou Yan clicked to inspect its attributes. Item: Vinewood spirit seed. Quality: D. Description: a seed that has a very low chance of forming upon the death of a Vinewood spirit leader. It can be planted in the territory to help fend off external invasions. It can grow up to level 10. Such a thing exists. Zhou Yan was amazed. This surely was a matter of high luck. Had it not been for Diao Chan's prowess, such seeds might never have appeared. This was akin to adding 8 guardians to his territory. However, the growth potential of the Vinewood spirit was rather low, only reaching level 10. While it might serve some purpose during the novice phase, it would lose its value in later stages. Having it was better than not having it at all. And Zhou Yan was not overly concerned. His thornwood fence required wood element crystal cores to upgrade. Unfortunately, this was only a 1-star core and held little utility. Nonetheless, such items would undoubtedly prove useful in the future. They spent considerable time clearing all the surrounding Vinewood spirits. The number of treasure chests collected this time far exceeded that of the previous day. After traversing a considerable distance, they found the presence of monsters to be sparse, encountering only a few level 6 and 7 wild boars. No, rather, the howling wild boars. After their successful hunt, they planned to return from the uncharted misty region. Their journey was devoid of peril, primarily due to their overwhelming strength, as no creatures exceeding level 10 had appeared, thus making their expedition exceedingly effortless. They remained in the wilderness until dusk before returning to their domain. Today had indeed been exhausting. Zhou Yan felt a mixture of joy and weariness. Upon returning to the Spirit Pulse Bamboo House, a surge of potent spiritual energy flooded into his body, enhancing his physical attributes. His messages reappeared, and apart from Qin Yao, there was no one else. He had been so engrossed in slaying monsters today that he almost forgot about her. Upon opening the chat, he discovered dozens of messages. The latest one read, "Qin Yao, are you there?" Zhou Yan promptly replied, "Yes. If I hadn't been able to contact you, I would have thought you had met with misfortune." Qin Yao responded. Zhou Yan quickly explained, It's just that during battles, I cannot afford to be distracted. Which is why I didn't reach out sooner. That made sense. Qin Yao realized she had been a bit too impatient. Zhou Yan initiated a trade. And Qin Yao eagerly accepted, curious about how much he had garnered today. When Zhou Yan placed a plethora of monster corpses in the trade window, Qin Yao was left utterly astounded. She had anticipated that Zhou Yan would have made significant gains, but witnessing the actual haul made her realize she had underestimated him entirely. My goodness, how many monsters did he slay? Qin Yao rubbed her eyes, convinced this was not a dream. At this stage, this individual could actually eliminate such a multitude of creatures. Is he even human? Wait a moment. Is that a level 7 wailing wild boar? What on earth? How could he possibly defeat such a creature already? Qin Yao's mind was rendered blank for an extended period, until Zhou Yan inquired several times, prompting her to snap back to reality. Why didn't you tell me your real name? Qin Yao was indeed curious about him. The crux of the matter was that he had not divulged his name, leaving her at a loss as to how to investigate him after the novice trials concluded. With so many lords across the nation, how could she possibly find him? Countless individuals awakened to magic worldwide, many from powerful factions and families, hardly requiring schooling for their awakening. The search for him seemed utterly impossible. It was best to focus on business. Inquiries regarding personal matters should be avoided. Even if I were to disclose a false name, it would serve no purpose. Zhou Yan had no intention of allowing her to uncover his identity. After all, within the Lord's space, as long as he refrained from revealing his details, it would not be easy for her to uncover him. Chapter 26. The ability to possess 2 domain names. Qin Yao, feeling helpless, conceded to the Lord of Heavenly Court's stance. Give me a moment to calculate. Qin Yao replied. All right. Zhou Yan responded. Qin Yao began to assess the prices of the beasts in the trade window, genuinely pleased. As the strength of her counterpart ensured a substantial food supply, her troops had voracious appetites, and without state support, sustaining even one would be a monumental challenge. Her luck was a double-edged sword. Here, obtaining even a morsel of food proved grim, and without the doubled soul coins, she would have been utterly despondent. The critical issue was that she could not even cultivate crops. Had it been someone else, they might have gone mad. The Lord of Heavenly Court could commence exploring the mist within 2 days and had even slain an 8th-level monster. This level of prowess truly astonished her. Even her current dragon knights could only contend with 5th-level monsters. To foster a solid cooperative relationship, she offered a very generous price, even exceeding external market rates. This was also a method of winning favor. She believed her superiors would undoubtedly support her. After calculating, Qin Yao set the trade amount at 2 million spirit coins. 2 million? Zhou Yan was taken aback. While he hadn't calculated precisely, the value of these wild monsters couldn't possibly reach 2 million. It should be over 100 million, considering he had slain numerous creatures, and with food still being relatively scarce, its worth would diminish in a few days. Is this too generous? Zhou Yan sent a message. Not at all. I can't let you toil without compensation. Rest assured, sister has plenty of spirit coins. Qin Yao replied. Well then, using state resources certainly has its advantages. Zhou Yan decided not to be overly polite, responding. All right, as long as you need food. Just ask me. I have another batch of resources for you. After the transaction, Zhou Yan placed another pile of timber in the trade window. He realized that his buildings did not require wood for upgrades. Logically, they should, but he was not well versed in the upgrade mechanics for high-quality structures. So he remained unaware of this anomaly. It's also possible that none of his buildings required such materials like wood or stone. This saved him considerable effort, as he no longer needed to waste time acquiring those resources. So much timber. Goodness, there's even 3-star wood. What kind of monsters did he slay to obtain such materials? Qin Yao was utterly astonished. She initially thought Zhou Yan's previous revelations were remarkable, but now she realized he was relentless in astonishing her further. Qin Yao was truly at a loss for words. How on earth did he acquire so much timber? His domain's resources must be incredibly abundant, and the monsters he faced were perfectly suited to his capabilities. Was this guy truly the favored child of destiny? Qin Yao couldn't help but entertain doubts. Such occurrences were not unheard of, yet experiencing it firsthand left her feeling a twinge of envy. The history of Kanglan continent is profound, with countless legendary lords, each possessing their unique fortunes. These materials arrived for her at the most opportune moment, and she sent Zhou Yan an additional 500,000 spirit coins. Zhou Yan was left speechless. The funds at her disposal were truly formidable. She spent spirit coins without a hint of hesitation. Naturally, if someone were to offer unlimited funds to enhance his buildings, he would also spend without a second thought. She had given him a total of 2 million spirit coins. After some casual conversation, they both returned to their respective tasks. First, he upgraded his territory. Territory notification. Your territory has been upgraded to level 7. Territory notification. Your territory has been upgraded to level 8. Territory name. Heavenly Court. Renaming possible. Lord. Zhou Yan. Detailed information. Quality. White. Color hidden. Territory talent. Special items 10. Territory level. 8. Next level requires establishing 9 structures of level 9 or higher. Area. 8,000 square meters. Special Attribute 1. All attributes of human race in Territory 15. Special Attribute 2. All attributes of races in Territory 10. Buildings, King S Crystal, Level 20, Spirit Pulse Bamboo House, Level 20, Copper Sparrow Platform, Level 10, Mysterious Shop, Level 20, Blazing Tower, Level 20, Thorny Fence, Level 20, Spirit Field, Level 20, Spirit Spring, Level 10. Villagers, 1. Resources, detailed information. There were not many significant changes in the territory, but he discovered that he could rename his domain once again. Could it be that having 2 lord spaces allows for 2 names? Zhou Yan pondered the reason. This was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. This way, he could entirely conceal the true nature of his Heavenly Court domain. Externally, he could employ the name of another territory. Yet, Zhou Yan found himself troubled again. Naming was a profoundly arduous endeavor. However, Zhou Yan turned his gaze towards Diao Chan and inquired, Diao Chan, what is it? Diao Chan. Her large eyes wide with curiosity, looked at Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan continued, the territory name prompt indicates that the name is not duplicated. Would you mind if I named the territory after you, Diao Chan? He felt it necessary to seek her consent. Upon hearing this, Diao Chan expressed her surprise. You want to use my name? Indeed, Zhou Yan affirmed with certainty. Naming has proven to be quite cumbersome. During my first attempt, I spent half an hour on it. Diao Chan responded with a slight nod. Well, it's just a name. I don't mind. Splendid, Zhou Yan declared as he clicked to confirm. The territory prompt announced the successful naming, detecting the territory's uniqueness, allowing for the switching of 2 territory aliases at any time. Truly, having 2 lord spaces was quite remarkable. Zhou Yan then began to prepare for a level upgrade. Although he was eager to summon new heroes, the previous day's results had demonstrated just how challenging it was to draw heroes. He decided to first elevate his level to increase his luck, hoping for a stroke of fortune. Spirit Coins, 300, Lord Zhou Yan, level upgraded from 2 to 3. Spirit Coins, 400, Lord Zhou Yan, level upgraded from 3 to 4. Spirit Coins, 500, Lord Zhou Yan, level upgraded from 4 to 5. Name, Zhou Yan. Gender, male. Age, 19. Race, human. Nationality, Divine Dragon Kingdom. Level, 5. Spirit Coins, 600. Charm, 6. Luck, 6. Strength, 217. Constitution, 97. Agility, 112. Mentality, 142. Free attribute points, 0. Talent, Unawaken. Skill, S7 star sword technique. Talent, Unawaken. Cultivation method, Unawakened. Realm, Unawakened. Equipment, Dragon Tooth Sword, Strength 5, True Spirit Ring, Strength 10, Agility 10, Constitution 10, Stone Helmet, Defense 5, Stone Gauntlets, Strength 2, Stone Armor, Defense 5. Stone Leggings, Defense 3, Agility 2, Stone Boots, Agility 3, Defense 2. Total Equipment Attribute Bonus, Strength 17, Agility 15, Constitution 10, Mentality 0, Defense 15. In addition to the attribute points gained from leveling up, the Spiritual Pulse Bamboo House also contributed an enhancement of 0.2 to his 4 primary attributes. Over time, the potential for further attribute improvement would only increase. In Chapter 27, this item surprisingly had its admirers. Spirit Coins, 500, Hero Diao Chan, level upgraded from 4 to 5. Spirit Coins, 600, Hero Diao Chan, level upgraded from 5 to 6. With Diao Chan's level having risen by 2, her base attributes had increased by 4 points. Zhou Yan decided to reserve some of his Spirit Coins, as Diao Chan's current level was already adequate. With an increase of 4 points in luck, Zhou Yan retrieved the basic building treasure chest. This special white chest was a reward designated for him, and what it would yield was entirely a matter of fortune. Diao Chan, let us see how lucky you are, Zhou Yan remarked. All right, Diao Chan responded as she accepted the chest and muttered an incantation to open it. The territory prompt announced, acquired basic building, Arrow Tower. Zhou Yan's delight was immediate, a defensive tower. Undoubtedly, what I currently lack most is a defense mechanism. As the territory expanded, so too did the area requiring protection. Even if he were to acquire more buildings, he was reluctant to elevate the territory's level, as safeguarding such a vast expanse was exceedingly challenging without sufficient defensive towers. The addition of one more defensive tower was undoubtedly a boon for the territory. Diao Chan, you truly are my lucky star, Zhou Yan exclaimed joyously, rushing forward to embrace her and spin her around in the air. Diao Chan, I am utterly elated. Zhou Yan elaborated. Seeing you happy makes me happy too, Diao Chan replied. During the Three Kingdoms era, Diao Chan faced a tumultuous fate, treated as an object to be exchanged. In this lifetime, he was determined to ensure her happiness and joy. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Yan commenced the construction of the Arrow Tower. The territory prompt indicated, building, Arrow Tower, has evolved into Storm Tower. Upon seeing this notification, Zhou Yan understood that each building, once evolved, would randomly generate a new structure. He opened the Storm Tower's property information. Building, Storm Tower. Level 1. Spirit Coins, 300. Quality, SSS, 010. Quality, 4-star Wind Element Crystal X10. Defense, 1500. Special attribute, inflicts storm attacks on enemies. Attack range, 50 meters. Description, storm, heed my call. Obliterate the foes. Impressive. Its quality surpassed that of the Flame Tower by a full tier. Zhou Yan proceeded to upgrade the Storm Tower. The territory prompt announced, consuming 300 spirit coins. Storm Tower, level increased to 2. The territory prompt announced, consuming 600 spirit coins. Storm Tower, level increased to 3. The territory prompt announced, consuming 900 spirit coins. Storm Tower, level increased to 4. Building, Storm Tower. Level, 20. Spirit coins, 100. 000, 4-star Timber x 100. 4-star Gale, Stone x 50. Quality, SSS, 010. Quality, 4-star Wind Element Crystal x 10. Defense, 3000. Special Attribute 1. Inflicts storm attacks on enemies. Special Attribute 2. Can unleash a wide area wind blade slash every 6 hours. Attack range, 300 meters. Description, storm, heed my call. Obliterate the foes. All attributes experienced significant enhancements, and an additional special attribute was acquired. He eagerly anticipated the potency of the wide area wind blade slash. Though it would have to wait until the morrow, as the cooldown for this skill was notably lengthy, requiring 6 hours. They glanced towards the 2 defensive towers in the distance, 1 Flame Tower and 1 Storm Tower, positioned strategically on either side of the main gate for optimal enemy engagement. However, his defensive towers remained insufficient, merely 2 in number, rendering comprehensive protection of the territory unfeasible. The buildings were also lacking, compared to the vast territory. There remained a considerable expanse left idle. Diao Chan, please continue opening treasure chests. There are quite a few, and you'll need to exert yourself, he encouraged. Having slain numerous monsters, the quantity of treasure chests had indeed multiplied. With Diao Chan's heightened luck, combined with the territory's bonuses, the probability of acquiring valuable treasures had increased significantly. Understood, Diao Chan replied as she began to open the chests one by one. Congratulations, acquired spirit coins, 2. Congratulations. Acquired spirit coins, 8. Congratulations, acquired spirit coins, 1. Meanwhile, Zhou Yan proceeded to the mysterious shop to utilize the daily refresh feature. The territory prompt announced, mysterious shop, refreshed successfully. Zhou Yan quickly surveyed the 5 items within the shop. The first item was a modernly packaged decorative object. He inspected its details. Joyful Goose Doll. Seriously? Was this a joke? With Diao Chan around, what use would this serve? Perhaps for those long, dreary nights when someone might need it. With a mischievous inclination, Zhou Yan decided to purchase the Joyful Goose Doll, priced at 2,000 spirit coins. There seems to be no response. In truth, the lack of response stemmed from the stunned expressions of the other lords who had been observing him. Their eyes wide in disbelief at the sight of this item. They initially believed that Zhou Yan was about to showcase some exquisite items and promptly accessed the trading hall. To their astonishment, upon encountering the item, they were utterly taken aback. How on earth did this come to be? Could it be something that the opponent had brought in? Territory notification. National Trading Hall, selling, Joy Doll. A box, yielding 1900 spirit coins. Zhou Yan. Curiously, Zhou Yan glanced at the chat hall. Goodness. A throng of individuals had gone into a frenzy. Wow. The lord who started by selling spirit spring water is nothing short of a genius. He even managed to acquire Joy Doll. I seriously suspect he has used it himself. Absolutely not. I have personally verified it. It has not been unwrapped. The person upstairs is incredible, spending 2,000 spirit coins on a Joy Doll. Indeed, the long night is upon us. Single dogs require comfort. Apologies, I am female. I am merely curious about what this thing looks like. Wow, this was actually purchased by a girl. Miss, don't look any further, apart from the head being different. Every other aspect is identical to yours. I'll offer you 2,500 spirit coins for it. I was too slow. Had I known, I would have acted immediately. Miss, I bid 3,000 spirit coins. What a bunch of fools, spending so much spirit coins on this thing. I really don't understand what they're thinking. I have money. I am willing. I can smell the scent of the impoverished. If others want to buy, let them. Why be sour if you lack funds? Seeking the source of the Joy Doll, my pet also wishes to experience it. Chapter 28. The celestial fairy Zhou Yan was also at a loss for words. The world is vast, and oddities abound. For Zhou Yan, this was merely an interlude. He turned his gaze once more to the second item within the mysterious shop. He smiled. It was a structure. Item, Barracks. Quality, E. Description, upon use, a barracks can be established. Price, 200,000 spirit coins. What splendid luck. This barracks has arrived just in time. Thinking back to the first barracks, which yielded the Bronze Sparrow Terrace, he was immensely curious about what this barracks could transform into. He was currently in dire need of manpower. Unfortunately, the probability of the Bronze Sparrow Terrace summoning individuals was exceedingly low. Otherwise, he wouldn't have prioritized upgrading it. Now, with an additional barracks, he could discover what this barracks would become. He hoped it would be a standard barracks capable of summoning soldiers. Not like the high-grade Bronze Sparrow Terrace. Alas, he had indeed become somewhat arrogant, even looking down on the Copper Sparrow Terrace. This price was definitely not steep for him. Zhou Yan promptly made the purchase. Territory notification, consumed 200,000 spirit coins, purchased building, Barracks. He would construct it later, for now. He turned his attention to the third item. A diamond-level piece of equipment. Good grief, it was astonishingly priced at 50 million spirit coins. He suddenly realized he would forever remain a pauper. This item was to be disregarded. It was simply unaffordable. The fourth item. This was a piece of equipment, and its effects were quite favorable. Item, True Spirit Ring. Quality, gold. Durability, 200. Attribute 1, Strength 10, Agility 10, Constitution 10. Attribute 2, Spirit Empowerment. Releases a surge of spiritual energy onto a weapon, potentially increasing damage by 1 to 3 times. Specific damage depends on attack efficacy. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Equipment requirement, level 5. Description, crafted from true spirit, or, it possesses considerable might. Price, 300,000 spirit coins. This price was also remarkably reasonable. Territory notification, consumed 300,000 spirit coins, purchased equipment, True Spirit Ring. Once adorned with the True Spirit Ring, his 3 attributes each increased by 10 points. He had grown stronger once more. He then gazed at the final item in the mysterious shop. Goodness. It was a hero summoning card. Zhou Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He quickly examined the attributes. Item, Hero Summoning Card. Quality, D. Description, can randomly summon a hero at any barracks. Price, 1,000 soul coins. He was indifferent to the quality of this card. His, Copper Sparrow Terrace, was the highest grade structure, and the hero summon would undoubtedly be impressive. Noticing that this item required soul coins for purchase, Zhou Yan checked his current balance, which still held several thousand. This had accumulated thanks to Diao Chan's treasure chest opening. It seemed prudent to keep a reserve of 10 to 18,000 soul coins for future needs. Encountering something good without soul coins would be a significant loss. Upon seeing this hero card, Zhou Yan promptly made the purchase. Territory notification, consumed 1,000 soul coins. Purchased item, Hero Summoning Card. Having acquired 4 out of 5 items, he was still left with one he could not afford. Thus, he remained a pauper. He hurried to the Copper Sparrow Terrace, approached the altar, and took out the Hero Summoning Card to commence its use. Territory notification. Would you like to use the Hero Summoning Card? Upon use, a hero can be randomly summoned. Confirm. The Hero Summoning Card, transformed into a beam of light within the altar, surged into the altar, and then, a blue radiance emerged, coalescing into a figure that directly stood upon the altar. Copper Sparrow Terrace notification. Congratulations, you have obtained the hero, Zhunmi. Copper Sparrow Terrace notification. Hero, Zhunmi, has undergone evolution, quality enhanced. Evolution complete. Zhou Yan was elated upon hearing this. To his surprise, he had summoned Zhunmi, renowned as the second beauty of the 3 kingdoms and revered as the celestial fairy. As he had anticipated, despite the low quality of the hero summoning card, it could not diminish the potent evolutionary capabilities of the colorful Lord Space. Zhou Yan's gaze fell upon the woman before him, as graceful as a startled swan, as gentle as a drifting dragon. She radiated the brilliance of autumn chrysanthemums and boasted the vigor of spring pines. She appeared as if veiled by light clouds obscuring the moon, drifting as if caught in the returning snow of the wind. From a distance, she shone like the sun rising amidst the rosy dawn, and upon closer inspection, she dazzled like a lotus blooming upon rippling waters. Hero, Zhunmi. Gender, female. Age, 19. Race, human. Affiliated Lord, Zhou Yan. Quality, RRR. Loyalty, 100. Level, 0. Cost, 1,000 soul coins. Charm, 45, base 45. Luck, 30, base 3. Strength, 3, base 03. Constitution, 5, base 05. Agility, 6, base 06. Spirit, 30, base 3. Talent, Luo Immortal Body, Spell Attack 100, Spell Recovery 100. Skill, Luo Goddess's Gift, causes mental confusion to enemies, creating illusions that lead them to harm one another. Special Attribute 1, Luo Goddess, Spirit Attribute 100. Special Attribute 2, Water, Ice, Spell Affinity increased by 100. Description, evolved through mysterious energy, basic attributes increased tenfold. The second beauty of the 3 kingdoms, known as the Celestial Fairy. Upon examining Zhunmi's attributes, Zhou Yan was left speechless. Goodness, her luck value was exceedingly high. Could it be due to her past as an empress? In the historical context of the 3 kingdoms, Zhunmi indeed held the title of empress, far surpassing Diao Chan in luck. Zhunmi clearly appeared to be a magic-type profession. Her magical damage attributes were exceptionally impressive. Furthermore, she wielded water-type spells, and her mental prowess was formidable as well. It remained to be seen how potent Zhunmi's Luo Goddess's Gift skill was. It was an area of effect skill, and, being a talent skill, it was undoubtedly exceedingly powerful. Zhunmi is indeed exceptionally beautiful, unlike Diao Chan's beauty that evokes the imagery of flowers bowing to the moon. Zhunmi possesses a delicate charm that instantly captivates those who gaze upon her. Fortuitously, after spending 2 days in Diao Chan's company, his self-control has strengthened significantly, allowing him to quickly regain his composure. I pay my respects to my lord, Zhenmi said, approaching Zhou Yan to bow gracefully. Her movements were elegant, her demeanor enchanting, and her figure was alluringly graceful. When Diao Chan first appeared, she exuded a similar aura, perhaps even surpassing Zhenmi in beauty. Both women were stunning, belonging to the category of rare, transcendent beauty. As the enchanting lady bowed, Zhou Yan promptly stated, "There is no need for such formalities. Here, you may be at ease. May I inquire if you are acquainted with Diao Chan?" Zhou Yan was uncertain whether the two women knew each other. "Diao Chan? I do not know her," Zhenmi replied. They possessed no historical knowledge, only awareness of their identities, their domain, and the presence of their lord, remaining oblivious to past events. For them, this ignorance might be considered a blessing. The past had become merely a distant memory, and he would ensure they would not endure the tragic fates of yore. "Fear not. I shall introduce you," Zhou Yan said, leading the way while observing Zhenmi. Unlike Diao Chan's shyness, Zhenmi responded to his scrutiny with a knowing smile, exuding boldness and openness as she began to inquire about her surroundings. Zhou Yan willingly provided her with answers. Soon, they arrived at the bamboo house of the spirit vein. "Zhou Yan, who is this?" Diao Chan inquired, lifting her gaze to see a breathtaking woman standing behind Zhou Yan, whose beauty was rivaled only by her own. They were aware that the Copper Sparrow Terrace could summon individuals like themselves, yet they had no knowledge of how many others existed within it. The Kanglan continent held no records regarding them. They did not belong to this world. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Zhenmi, who, like you, hails from the same realm, though you are strangers to one another," Zhou Yan introduced. "Greetings, elder sister," Zhenmi said, stepping forward with grace to bow to Diao Chan. The way Diao Chan addressed Zhou Yan suggested a relationship beyond the ordinary. "Hello, I am Diao Chan. You are truly beautiful, dear sister," she sincerely remarked. Her confidence in her own beauty evident, yet upon seeing Zhenmi, she realized her counterpart was equally stunning. "Dear sister, you flatter me. It is your beauty that I admire. I never imagined there existed such exquisite grace in the world," Zhenmi responded. Observing the two women exchanging compliments, Zhou Yan interjected, "Enough of this flattery. You are both magnificent beauties. Let us proceed to elevate Zhenmi's level." Spirit coins, 100, Hero Zhenmi, level upgraded from 0 to 1. Spirit coins, 200, Hero Zhenmi, level upgraded from 1 to 2. Spirit coins, 300, Hero Zhenmi, level upgraded from 2 to 3. Hero, Zhenmi. Gender, female. Age, 19. Race, human. Lord, Zhou Yan. Quality, RRR. Loyalty, 100. Level, 6. Spirit coins, 700. Charm, 57, base 45. Luck, 42, base 3. Strength, 9, base 3. Constitution, 11, base 5. Agility, 12, base 6. Mentality, 60, base 3. Talent, Body of the Luo Fairy, Spell Attack 106, Spell Recovery 106. Skill, Luo Goddess Gift, induces mental confusion in enemies, creating illusions that lead to mutual slaughter. Special Attribute 1, Luo God, Mental Attribute 106. Special Attribute 2, Water, Ice, Affinity increased by 106. Description, evolved through mysterious energy, base attributes multiplied tenfold. Renowned as the second most beautiful woman of the three kingdoms, known as the Luo Fairy. Upon reviewing Zhenmi's attributes, it was clear her growth diverged significantly from Diao Chan's. Diao Chan's progression was balanced, while Zhenmi emphasized mental growth. Her water-based spells had additional enhancements. Thus, it would be essential to seek water, ice, skills and corresponding cultivation methods for her. In contrast, Diao Chan's balanced growth allowed her to learn any skill. "Thank you, my lord," Zhenmi exclaimed, feeling an overwhelming sense of power coursing through her, her joy palpable. "Zhenmi, your luck is exceedingly high, making you the ideal candidate for opening treasure chests. Henceforth, you shall be responsible for the treasure," Zhou Yan declared. Zhenmi's base luck was 3 times that of Diao Chan, and upon reaching level 6, her luck surged to an astonishing 42 points. Whereas Diao Chan's luck was merely 22 points. It was undeniable that Zhenmi's luck was remarkably formidable. Currently lacking magical skills, Zhou Yan felt it a waste to underutilize such a splendid attribute. "Yes, my lord," Zhenmi responded, subsequently seeking Diao Chan's guidance on how to open treasure chests. Zhenmi took a chest and began to unlock it. "Congratulations, you have obtained 4 spirit coins. Congratulations, you have obtained 4 spirit coins. Congratulations. You have acquired the equipment, Wild Boar Dagger. Congratulations, you have acquired the equipment, Purple Spirit Blade." Zhou Yan was left speechless, astonished at the outcome. The spirit coins obtained from an ordinary wooden chest were double that of Diao Chan's previous finds, and she had also received 2 pieces of equipment in succession. "What a stroke of luck," Zhou Yan exclaimed with delight. Item, Purple Spirit Blade. Quality, Bronze. Durability, 50-50. Attribute 1, Strength 5. Attribute 2, possesses a tearing effect. Equipment requirement, strength 5. Description, a purple blade, capable of cleaving mountains and ridges. This equipment boasted an additional tearing effect compared to the one Zhou Yan currently wielded, prompting him to equip it immediately. The wild boar dagger was merely a common item, lacking any particular utility. I shall prepare a midnight snack for you, Diao Chan stated. Aware of Zhou Yan's habit of having a late-night meal, with the treasure chest no longer requiring her assistance, she set off to prepare. Zhou Yan, meanwhile, moved aside to retrieve the Barracks building, hoping this Barracks would similarly bring him fortune. The Barracks transformed into a streak of meteor-like light, soaring above the territory. As its colorful spatial abilities enacted a metamorphosis, revealing a brand new Barracks. Ding. Constructed Barracks. Barracks evolved into white-robed ghost soldiers. White-robed ghost soldiers? Zhou Yan was momentarily perplexed by this building, hastily examining its attributes. Building, white-robed ghost soldiers. Level, 1. Cost, 300 spirit coins. Quality, SSS 03. Quality, 3 SS quality Barracks. Defense, 300. Attribute, no consumption of 1,000 spirit coins, can summon one white-robed ghost soldier. Current maximum capacity, 010. Description, under the command of the great General Moz Lao, thousands of troops fear the white-robed army. Should the unparalleled ghost General Chen Qingji lead, this army would be unstoppable. What the heck? It's the white-robed divine army. Zhou Yan's eyes widened in astonishment as he burst into laughter. This time, I've truly struck gold. In the annals of Chinese history, the white-robed army, under the leadership of the ghost General Chen Qingji, shone brilliantly, becoming invincible in its era. Though their total number was a mere 7,000, their achievements were staggering. In the Battle of Xingyang, they defeated 70,000 troops led by Qiu Deqian with just 7,000 men. They subsequently captured Suiyang, built fortifications on floating waters, and defeated Yuan Hui in capturing Kaohsiung City. Following which they vanquished Yang Yu, Yuan Xian, and another 70,000 soldiers, and dealt a crushing blow to Yuan Tianmu's 300,000 army, leaving Northern Wei in tears as they successfully entered Luoyang City, thus solidifying the white-robed army's legendary status. Throughout, Chen Qingji commanded only 7,000 soldiers. Indeed, such a legendary troop type would naturally exhilarate Zhou Yan. He pondered whether this structure could summon Chen Qingji. If it could, it would be an unparalleled boon. While Barracks could indeed summon heroes, the probability remained dismally low. Even if a hero were to be summoned, he could not be certain that it would be Chen Qingji. This troop type was undeniably formidable, yet the cost of 1,000 soul coins per soldier was exorbitantly steep. Zhou Yan cast a resigned glance at the building, deciding it was best to elevate its level first. Chapter 30, Soldier Zhang San. Territory notification, spend 300 spirit coins to elevate the white-robed ghost soldier to level 2. Territory notification, spend 600 spirit coins to elevate the white-robed ghost soldier to level 3. Territory notification, spend 900 spirit coins to elevate the white-robed ghost soldier to level 4. Enhancing the level of the building would undoubtedly yield numerous benefits. At the most fundamental level, it would increase the base attributes of the summoned soldiers and enhance the probability of summoning heroes. Building, white-robed ghost soldier. Level, 20. Cost, 100,000 spirit coins, 100 3-star wood, 100 3-star stone. Quality, SSS 03. Quality, 3 S-grade Barracks. Defense, 3,000,030,000. Attributes, for every 1,000 soul coins consumed, one white-robed ghost soldier can be summoned. Current population limit, 0-200. Special attribute, training experience 10. Description, the esteemed General Moz Lao commands an army that strikes fear into the hearts of thousands. Under the leadership of the unparalleled ghost General Chen Qingji, this army would be invincible. Upon increasing the level, the upper limit for summoning soldiers also saw a significant rise. Additionally, a special attribute of training experience 10 was added, though he was uncertain whether this pertained to the combat experience of the soldiers or other aspects. Nevertheless, it was a positive development. However, he lacked sufficient soul coins to summon such a multitude of soldiers, which was quite frustrating. After the elevation of the white-robed ghost soldier, Barracks, the entire structure expanded several-fold, featuring a central training ground that could be utilized for military drills. This training ground could accommodate hundreds of soldiers, likely correlated with the level of the building and the population cap. In the future, the Barracks would occupy a substantial area of the territory. While other lords might struggle with insufficient land, this was not a concern for his domain. The larger the territory, the more buildings one could construct. Should one's territory be inadequate, even a plethora of buildings would remain unestablished, and insufficient territory would impede building upgrades. Many structures, upon upgrading, would significantly enlarge, necessitating ample space to facilitate these enhancements. In this regard, he was leagues ahead of other lords. He stepped into the Barracks, positioning himself before the summoning altar atop the general's platform. Territory notification. Spend 1,000 soul coins to summon one white-robed ghost soldier. A radiant light emanated from the summoning altar atop the white-robed ghost soldier Barracks. In an instant, a beam of brilliance surged from the altar, landing upon the training ground, revealing a man clad in white robes. The man bore a grave expression, his imposing stature exuding an air of lethal intent. Upon noticing Zhou Yan, he knelt on one knee and declared, "Soldier Zhang San, at your service, my lord." Zhang San, a name worthy of admiration. No need for formalities. Zhou Yan replied, "Thank you, my lord." Zhang San rose, standing rigidly in place like a stout post, awaiting commands. His demeanor clearly marked him as a seasoned warrior, filling Zhou Yan with great enthusiasm about the future of his domain with such soldiers at his side. He examined Zhang San's attributes. Soldier, Zhang San. Gender, male. Age, 19. Race, human. Affiliated lord, Zhou Yan. Quality, SSS, identical to the building. Loyalty, 100. Troop type, white-robed ghost soldier. Level, 0. Cost, 40 soul coins. Charm, 2, base 02. Luck, 2, base 02. Strength, 7, base 07. Constitution, 6, base 06. Agility, 2, base 02. Mentality, 5, base 05. Talent, white-robed ghost soldier, Constitution 10. Skill, white-robed ghost formation, requires at least 10 ghost soldiers to execute, Strength 50, Defense 50. Description, subject to special evolution, base attributes have increased tenfold. When led by a commander and coordinated with military formations, their power will surge to unparalleled heights. Zhou Yan was astonished to discover that even the base attributes of the soldiers had increased tenfold. Yet, soldiers remained soldiers. Their combat prowess could not rival that of heroes. Their attribute growth upon leveling up varied according to quality. From what he understood, the majority of soldier heroes gained attribute points as follows. For F, E, D quality soldier heroes, each level up yielded 2 attribute points. For C, B, a quality soldier heroes, 3 attribute points were gained per level. As for those of a quality and above, each quality upgrade would yield an additional attribute point. In light of this, an SSS quality soldier should be able to acquire 6 attribute points upon leveling up. The attribute point increase for both heroes and soldiers upon leveling up was identical. The fundamental distinction lay in the heroes possessing additional talents, skills, and special attributes, which enabled them to surpass soldiers in strength and combat capability. The mightier the hero, the greater the power gained. Take Diao Chan and Zhun Mi, for instance. Their base attributes were comparable to Zhang San's, yet due to their quality, talents, skills, and special attribute enhancements, they could effortlessly defeat him. The higher the quality of the hero, the more special attributes could be unlocked upon leveling up. Leveling up soldiers also required soul coins, thus making soul coins an object of both affection and vexation for all lords. Without soul coins, even with an abundance of soldiers, one's strength could not be augmented. Fortunately, soldiers required fewer levels than heroes. This was particularly true for soldiers of SSS quality. Had they been below a quality, only 10 soul coins would suffice for a level upgrade. Contemplating the future, where his soldiers would become significant consumers of soul coins, he felt a headache coming on. The crux of the matter was that every lord required soul coins, and they had to adhere strictly to the established rules for acquisition. 40 soul coins, Soldier Zhang San. Level upgraded from 0 to 1. 50 soul coins, Soldier Zhang San. Level upgraded from 1 to 2. 60 soul coins, Soldier Zhang San. Level upgraded from 2 to 3. Soldier, Zhang San. Gender, male. Age, 19. Race, human. Affiliated lord, Zhou Yan. Quality, SSS, identical to the building. Loyalty, 100. Troop type, white-robed ghost soldier. Level, 10. Cost, 150 soul coins. Charm, 12, base 02. Luck, 12, base 02. Strength, 27, base 07. Constitution, 26, base 06. Agility, 12, base 02. Mentality, 15, base 05. Talent, white-robed ghost soldier, Constitution 10. Skill, white-robed ghost formation, requires at least 10 ghost soldiers to execute, Strength 50, Defense 50. Introduction, enhanced through unique evolution. Basic attributes experience a tenfold increase. Under the command of a general, and in conjunction with military formations, their power will surge to unprecedented heights. From this, it is evident that the white-robed ghost soldier gains 1 charm, 1 luck, 2 strength, 2 constitution, 1 agility, and 1 spirit with each level increase. The addition of 8 attribute points per level, surpassing previous knowledge by 2 points, astonished Zhou Yan greatly. In Chapter 31, he sowed the seeds of the Vine Demon. Although he currently possesses only 1 soldier, the value of a soldier lies in their quality rather than quantity. Low-level soldiers hold limited utility for him. He does not wish for the hard-summoned soldiers to perish on the battlefield. This is the very reason he opted to elevate the soldiers' level to 10. Summoning a soldier requires 1,000 soul coins, and raising it to level 10 costs a total of 850 soul coins. Summing to 1,850 soul coins. The notion of summoning thousands of soldiers seemed to Zhou Yan a mere fantasy. Presently, the primary source of soul coins is reliant on opening treasure chests and slaying monsters in the wild. He should seize the opportunity of the current wild exploration rewards. For once the newcomer trials conclude, such additional benefits will vanish. Accompanied by Zhang San, Zhou Yan arrived at the Spirit Vein Bamboo House, where he beheld a mountain of various equipment piled beside Jinmi. The soul coins and spirit coins obtained would directly enter his account, but items like equipment would not, as he had yet to construct a warehouse for his territory. Once the warehouse is established, he could authorize Zhanmi to store all the equipment within. With such an abundance of equipment, he lacked the time to constantly monitor territorial notifications. Thus he was taken aback by the sheer volume of items. "My lord." Zhanmi greeted Zhou Yan with a respectful bow upon seeing him. Zhou Yan nodded in acknowledgement and began to examine the equipment. Although most were ordinary, gear remained scarce in the early stages. He found a set of black iron armor and a black iron spear for Zhang San to don. "Thank you for your generous gift, my lord." Zhang San knelt once more. Refrain from kneeling so readily. If you are unaccustomed, simply clasp your hands in greeting. Zhou Yan instructed, teaching him the ancient gesture of respect, which was far simpler and more convenient. "Yes," Zhang San promptly replied, clasping his hands. "That is quite satisfactory." Zhou Yan observed that, aside from the equipment, Zhanmi had also uncovered several decorative items, such as tables, stools, and various textiles, with an increase in treasure chests. It was not unexpected to find such items. Zhou Yan noticed a few magical gear pieces, one of which was a staff particularly suitable for Zhanmi. Item: Holy Spirit Staff. Quality: bronze. Durability: 4,545. Attribute 1, Spirit Power 8. Attribute 2, Consumption 10. Equipment requirement: Spirit Power 8. Description: all foes shall be obliterated before the Holy Spirit Staff. The remaining items were black iron level armor, which held nothing extraordinary and were incompatible with one another. He could only substitute with other pieces. He resolved to replace Zhanmi's gear once he acquired suitable equipment. "Take these items. We have a great battle ahead tomorrow," Zhou Yan said, handing the equipment to Zhanmi. "Thank you, my lord." Zhanmi joyfully accepted the gear. Zhanmi possessed an innate ability for magic. Akin to how Diao Chan excelled in swordsmanship, she merely needed to acquire the corresponding skills to unleash greater power. Concerning skill books, Zhou Yan found himself at a loss, for none had surfaced in the trading hall. Having only just begun, it was improbable for skill books to materialize so readily. Even when they did appear, few would sell them. Even someone as fortunate as Zhanmi had yet to find a skill book illustrating the rarity of such items. How fragrant! A figure approached, bearing a pot of delectable roasted meat, setting it on the newly appeared table. "Come, sample my roast." Chanar's culinary skills had indeed improved, Zhou Yan thought. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Zhang San, our newly summoned soldier." Zhang San pays his respects to both esteemed ladies, Zhang San said, cupping his hands. "Zhou Yan, Diao Chan, Zhanmi, young man, you have a bright future ahead. You shall surely achieve great things." I'm not a lady, merely a person summoned by the esteemed lord," Diao Chan said shyly, lowering her head in embarrassment. Zhanmi, however, displayed greater boldness, responding, "I have only just arrived as well." "All right, let us eat together," Zhou Yan declared. How could a mere soldier dine with the esteemed lord? Zhang San quickly cupped his hands in refusal. "Do not be so formal. Here, all that matters is joy. Sit down and enjoy the meal with us," Zhou Yan insisted, compelling Zhang San to join them for the feast, also partaking in the spirit spring water he had set aside. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Zhang San returned to the white-robed ghost soldier, Barracks to train, while Zhou Yan led the two ladies to the edge of the walls. He produced the vine demon seeds and began planting them along the borders of the walls. 8 seeds were evenly distributed along this section, after which he took the remaining spirit spring water and began to irrigate them. The ground quivered as the seeds, nourished by the spirit spring water, swiftly sprouted and took root, thriving to half a meter in height in mere moments. The spirit spring water indeed proved to be a remarkable resource. Regrettably, it had run out today, but he resolved to reserve more for tomorrow. To endow these vine demons with combat prowess, he awaited their maturation. With the assistance of the spirit spring water, he believed it would not take long before his territory would gain 8 formidable warriors who required no sustenance. Zhou Yan engaged in extensive discussions with the two ladies regarding future plans for the territory, discovering that they provided him with numerous excellent suggestions that he appreciated immensely. They wandered the territory, inspecting the myriad foods and fruits within the spirit field. He had underestimated the growth rate of the spirit field. In just one day, it had flourished significantly. He estimated that flowers would bloom by the following day, and within a few days, a harvest of grain would be achievable, a feat only possible through his spirit field. In the real world, farming had long been abandoned. It relied on various lords cultivating crops, yielding high outputs with short cycles, devoid of seasonal constraints. Throughout the year, supermarkets and markets brimmed with an array of fresh vegetables and fruits for sale. Some even exhibited vegetables and fruits imbued with spiritual energy, though such items came at a premium price, rendering them seldom purchased by the average person. Those who had not awakened their lordly space need not fear unemployment, for both lords and the nation required ample labor, with numerous job vacancies each year. The government annually urged eligible young individuals to marry and procreate early, contributing to the nation. In fact, the state even invested in numerous advertisements to encourage young people to have children. Regrettably, the present populace, particularly the lords, devoted their time predominantly to their territories. Furthermore, with enhanced strength came increased longevity, leading many lords to delay marriage, and many opted not to marry or bear children at all. After all, the state's subsidies for newborns were sufficient to support their growth until the age of 18 without burden. This was primarily due to the robust strength of the Dragon Kingdom, which lent it considerable confidence. Chapter 32. The Vine Demon Evolves into a Vine Spirit. In discussing this, it is crucial to mention the heroes and individuals summoned to the territory. Strictly speaking, they do not belong to the indigenous population of the Kanglan continent, with only Zhou Yan being a native. Thus, under typical circumstances, they cannot descend to live on the Kanglan continent. However, there are still means to achieve this, necessitating the acquisition of special items. Through the use of artifacts, any individual who descends into the Dominion can arrive at the Kanglan continent. Some may exist indefinitely, while others are transient. Should they descend permanently, the Lord must register them, integrating them into the Lord's household. However, the intricacies of how identities are arranged within this household remain somewhat unclear to Zhou Yan. He is merely aware that such a procedure exists. Nevertheless, for the Lord, the majority of their time is spent adventuring and engaging in conquests on the Lord's continent, leaving them with little time to linger in the Kanglan continent. Time flows at an identical pace in both realms, though certain exceptional locations may exhibit temporal discrepancies, albeit these are relatively rare. The recorded history of the Lord's world on the Kanglan continent dates back 15,000 years, and beyond that lies a myriad of legends. Zhou Yan's soul originates from Earth, as do Diao Chan and her companions. Although they hail from different eras, Zhou Yan does not perceive this as mere coincidence. The vibrant Lord's space likely traversed alongside him, only manifesting during his awakening. Since Diao Chan and her compatriots have also arrived in this world, he is determined to forge a mythical empire alongside them within this resplendent realm of lords, an empire that belongs to the lords themselves. Previously, he was but an ordinary man, lacking grand ambitions. Yet, he has never been content with mediocrity. Such a state is merely the result of not yet having received the opportunity to alter one's fate. Of course, they are merely resting. On the third day of the novice trial, they rose early, had breakfast, and awaited the commencement of the trial. Zhou Yan first arrived at the spirit field, and was astonished to discover that the crops not only blossomed but had begun to bear fruit. The rapid growth of these crops was truly remarkable. Diao Chan was equally astonished. These plants had been sown just the previous morning, and within a day, they were already producing fruit. Such speed was indeed extraordinary. Initially, he had anticipated they would mature by tomorrow. Evidently, he had underestimated the efficacy of the spirit field. According to his estimates, some crops would be ripe by noon. Each crop has a different growth cycle. For instance, fruits do not ripen as swiftly and require another day or two to mature. It seems they will be able to enjoy a meal from the spirit field's harvest this evening. Zhou Yan felt a surge of joy at the prospect of savoring food he had personally cultivated, experiencing a profound sense of fulfillment. Lord, monsters are approaching. Zhenmi, with her formidable mental prowess, sensed the distant creatures even faster than Diao Chan. Excellent. Once we clear them out, we shall strike back. Zhou Yan, accompanied by Diao Chan, Zhenmi, and Zhang San, ventured outside the walls to await the impending monster onslaught. However, Zhou Yan observed 8 vinewood spirits, and decided to fetch a substantial amount of spirit spring water from the spirit spring. After watering the vinewood spirits, they began to grow at a visibly accelerated rate. The more spirit spring water poured, the quicker their growth. The growth of the vinewood spirits was directly correlated with the quantity of spirit spring water, which made the task manageable. Zhou Yan had not anticipated such an outcome, and thus increased the dosage. 1 vinewood spirit absorbed a full 10 liters of spirit spring water before halting. The vinewood spirit grew rapidly, soon reaching a height of 7 to 8 meters, with its vines becoming exceedingly long and robust. Once fully grown, it began to evolve into a vine demon. As the vinewood spirit completed its growth, it was enveloped in a radiant, colorful light, transforming into a female figure. Zhou Yan was taken aback. He had not expected such a development. I am so delighted. The young woman bowed before the Lord. No need for formalities. Zhou Yan quickly replied. He was completely surprised by the unexpected effects of the seeds, which left him in awe. Upon examining the appearance of the vine demon, he noted that both her beauty and demeanor were akin to that of a goddess. She bore a striking resemblance to someone he knew. He hastily checked the vine demon's information. Name, can be named. Gender, female. Age, 19. Race, demon. Affiliated Lord, Zhou Yan. Quality, SSS. Loyalty, 100. Level, 0. Cost, 40 soul coins. Charm, 30, base 3. Luck, 5, base 05. Strength, 6, base 06. Vitality, 6, base 06. Agility, 2, base 02. Mental strength, 2, base 02. Talent, transformation into true vinewood form. Skill, vine whip. Description, evolved through mysterious energy, with base attributes increased tenfold. Originally a vine seed. It transformed due to fortuitous circumstances. A demon? Zhou Yan was somewhat taken aback upon seeing the vine demoness race. This could be considered a form of transformation into a demon. Recognizing the uniqueness of the colorful Lord Space, he accepted this with delight. From now on, your name shall be Si-Tung, Zhou Yan declared. Si-Tung expressed her gratitude for the bestowed name, filled with joy. This name and her appearance perfectly aligned with the person in his mind, as if they were one and the same. With 7 more vinewood spirits remaining, Zhou Yan once again poured 10 liters of spirit spring water onto the remaining ones. 7 vibrant beams of light emerged, transforming the vinewood spirits into 7 figures, both male and female. However, their quality did not compare to Si-Tung, all being of S quality. You shall be Si-Hong, Si-Ying, Si-Si, Si-Hua, Si-Wu, Si-Hu, and Si-Long. You all are siblings, with the eldest sister Si-Tung as your leader henceforth. Zhou Yan named them one by one. Including Si-Tung, there were 5 females and 3 males among the 8 demon kin. Thank you, Lord, for bestowing names. We shall henceforth follow our eldest sister Si-Tung. The 7 vine demons replied in unison. Not long after, a horde of monsters appeared outside the forest, comprised entirely of a pack of level 5 wolves, black wolves, white wolves, and gray wolves. As the wolf pack approached the attack range of the defense tower, the storm tower initiated the assault first. Aqua-colored magic began to coalesce atop the tower. And soon, a tempest emerged, forming a fierce gale directed at the monsters. The howling winds coalesced into a tornado, striking straight at the wolf pack. The wolves were swept up and violently thrown to the ground, with none surviving beneath the tempest's might. What a powerful storm tower! Zhou Yan rejoiced, noting that the might of this storm tower surpassed that of the flame tower by considerable margins, with its attack range several times greater. Dozens of wolves were effortlessly obliterated. Considering the storm tower's level of 20, it was entirely reasonable for it to annihilate a group of level 5 wolves. The flame tower soon followed suit, unleashing a fiery assault as a fireball erupted within the wolf pack, engulfing and incinerating 5 or 6 wolves. Zhou Yan and his companions stood at the gate. He had already elevated the levels of the 8 vine demons and equipped them with usable gear. Given their current strength, facing the level 5 wolves posed no challenge at all. Today's monster count was several times greater than yesterday's. However, with the addition of a defense tower, the pressure exerted on the monsters had significantly increased. It was not long before a few stray wolves charged towards them. Attack! Zhang San and Si-Tung, along with the others, brandished their weapons and rushed towards the wolves. But alas, the numbers were overwhelming, and they were soon defeated. Their power was formidable, and their quality exceptional. Faced with these lowly beasts, they were indeed insufficient. Zhou Yan activated the storm tower, unleashing its skill, Storm Slash. In an instant, the storm tower erupted with a flurry of wind blades, saturating the sky as if celestial maidens were scattering flowers, executing a broad extermination of the wolf pack. The entire wolf horde was utterly annihilated, with not a single one surviving. Hundreds of treasure chests quietly descended to the ground. Incredible! Zhou Yan exclaimed, astounded. He had not anticipated the sheer ferocity of the storm tower's wind blades. An entire pack of wolves had been swept away in a single wave. Though the wolf pack had not yet completely vanished, some continued to advance into the forest towards their territory, and judging by their numbers, there were still quite a few. It was only the 3rd day, and he was surprised to see such an abundance of monsters. Yesterday, merely over 100 had appeared, yet today, the count had already surpassed several hundred. Monsters continued to emerge in droves. Zhou Yan was elated. The more monsters there were, the greater the rewards. In any case, these creatures posed no threat to him. Before long, the wolf pack surged once more, but only a few managed to reach the walls. Even those that came close were swiftly dealt with. As several elite wolves appeared, it coincided perfectly with the flame tower's skill activation time of half an hour. A torrent of flames descended from the heavens, annihilating all monsters in the vicinity. Newcomer Trial Day 3 battle concluded. Commencing reward calculation. Eliminated 150 level 5 black wolves, 150 level 5 white wolves, 150 level 5 gray wolves, 50 level 6 red wolves, 5 level 6 elite white wolves. Battle evaluation, SSS. Rewards. Basic reward 2,000 soul coins, 2,000 spirit coins, basic building, warehouse. Additional evaluation reward, 4,000 soul coins, 4,000 spirit coins, building, forging workshop. 666. Today's battle was even easier than yesterday's. The rewards are indeed bountiful. He had amassed a total of 6,000 soul coins in one go. This was undoubtedly a boon for his territory. Moreover, acquiring 2 new buildings was beneficial for him. The high evaluation had indeed yielded substantial gains. Gather all the treasure chests outside. Zhou Yan instructed his companions. Yes, the multitude made the task swift and efficient. The best part was that he no longer needed to personally handle these matters. This was the advantage of being a lord. Zhou Yan commenced the construction of the 2 newly acquired buildings. Ding. Constructing warehouse. Warehouse evolves into treasure vault. Ding. Constructing forging workshop. Forging workshop evolves into divine armory. Building treasure vault. Level 1. Cost 300 spirit coins. Quality SSS 04. Capacity for treasure vaults. Defense 300,300. Special attribute contains 100 cubic meters of space. Capable of automatically categorizing and organizing various treasures. Description: stores various treasures. The more treasures stored, the higher their quality, leading to unexpected gains. The treasure vault was quite intriguing, possessing hidden attributes. From the description, it was evident that the treasure vault was anything but ordinary, requiring specific conditions to manifest. It was apparent that sufficient quantities or high-quality treasures needed to be deposited to trigger its potential. This could be addressed later. Building divine armory. Level 1. Cost 200 spirit coins. Quality SS02. Capacity 2 forging workshops. Defense 200,200. Special attribute: when forging equipment, there is a 1 chance of additional attributes appearing. Description: a divine armory capable of forging the highest divine weapons in the world. Territory notification: consume 300 spirit coins to upgrade treasure vault to level 2. Territory notification: consume 600 spirit coins to upgrade treasure vault to level 3. Territory notification: consume 900 spirit coins to upgrade treasure vault to level 4. After upgrading both buildings to level 20, their attributes underwent significant transformations. Building treasure vault. Level 20. Cost 30,000 spirit coins, 300 4-star wood, 300 4-star stone. Quality SSS 04. Capacity for treasure vaults. Defense 300 003 0000. Special attribute 1. Contains 10,000 cubic meters of space, capable of automatically categorizing and organizing various treasures. Special attribute 2. Can automatically repair damaged treasures. The higher the quality of the treasure, the longer the required time for repair. Repairing treasures consumes spirit coins. Description: stores various treasures. The more treasures stored, the higher their quality, leading to unexpected gains. The treasure vault had gained an additional attribute, leaving Zhou Yan utterly astonished. This attribute was indeed extraordinary. To his knowledge, there were countless damaged treasures in the Lord's world, ranging from broken techniques and skills to a myriad of equipment. The thought of these treasures being restored by his treasure vault filled him with excitement. The vault's remarkable attribute was a testament to its true nature. Regrettably, he currently lacked high-quality treasures. Otherwise, he could witness the hidden attributes of the vault. He placed all the equipment and items from the Lord's space into the treasure vault, allowing him to clearly ascertain the inventory of his territory. Furthermore, he opened the storage permissions of the treasure vault to all residents of the territory, enabling them to deposit treasure chests directly into it. These treasure chests can actually be stacked, Zhou Yan observed, delighted to find that chests of the same quality could be stacked up to 99, which was exceedingly convenient. Chapter 34, Double Soul Coin Card. I wonder if these chests can be opened all at once. Zhou Yan mused. If he could open 99 at once, it would save considerable time. He then turned his attention to the upgraded attributes of the other building. Building divine armory. Level 20. Cost 20,000 spirit coins, 300 3-star stone, 100 3-star wood. Quality SS02. Capacity 2 forging workshops. Defense 200 002 0000. Special attribute 1. When forging equipment, there is a 20 chance of additional attributes appearing. Special attribute 2. Synthesis. Can combine 2 pieces of equipment of the same quality into a higher grade piece, with a success rate of 10. If it fails, 1 piece will be lost. Description: a divine armory capable of forging the highest divine weapons in the world. The divine armory had acquired a synthesis attribute, but the success rate was disappointingly low at only 10. To improve the success rate, one would need to level up, yet elevating the divine armory was no simple task. Regrettably, he currently lacked blueprints. Otherwise, he could forge equipment. Every piece required a blueprint for crafting. If someone possessed a talent for forging, they might independently conduct research and perhaps even intuitively grasp a new weapon. This matter was set aside for now as he ventured into the mysterious shop to see what excellent items had been refreshed for him today. Inside the mysterious shop, 5 items awaited. To his surprise, they were all weapons, uniformly of bronze quality. Equipment: Demon Blade. Quality: Bronze. Durability: 5050. Attribute 1. Strength 5, Sharpness 5. Attribute 2. Bloodthirsty/0100. Upon slaying an enemy, it absorbs their life force. When energy reaches 100, it can unleash bloodthirsty slash. Equipment requirement, strength 8, spirit 8. Description, a bizarre demonic blade. Insufficient mental power will plunge the wielder into a bloodthirsty frenzy. Selling price, 5,000 spirit coins. All 5 items are demonic blades. And he spent 25,000 spirit coins to acquire them all. He felt that this equipment was particularly suitable for the Vine Demon and her companions, though they must first elevate their levels to meet the equipment requirements. He activated the refresh ability of the mysterious shop. Unfortunately, his luck was not favorable this time. The first item was a butcher's knife. Its quality was merely ordinary, indeed fit only for slaughtering pigs. The second item, however, was exceptional. Item, soul coin double card. Quality, B. Description, upon usage, within 1 hour, additional soul coin rewards can be obtained for slaying monsters, with rewards correlated to the monster's level and quality. Stronger monsters yield greater rewards. Selling price, 1 million spirit coins. A splendid item. Zhou Yan was elated. The card's value was immense, and 1 million was certainly worthwhile. If he were to wait until the newcomer trials concluded and auction it off, he could expect bids exceeding 10 million spirit coins. At present, utilizing this card would be a waste, as there were no large-scale monsters available for him to slay. He also needed to bolster his strength, reserving this card for a more opportune moment. Territory notification, consumed 1 million spirit coins to purchase 1 soul coin double card. The third item was quite surprising. Item mattress. Quality, E. Attribute, sleep effect 2. Description, a remarkably comfortable bed, one that you truly deserve. Selling price, 500 spirit coins. At last, he could replace the stone bed in the spirit pulse bamboo house, which was utterly uncomfortable. Territory notification, consumed 500 spirit coins to purchase 1 mattress. The fourth and fifth items were both priced in the millions, requiring no further consideration. Poverty is indeed a malady that must be cured. After departing from the mysterious shop, Diao Chan and the others had collected all the treasure chests outside. Zhou Yan commenced elevating Sitang's level to 10. As for Diao Chan and her companions, they were already powerful enough and had no need to level up. Soul coins 70, demon race Sitang, level increased from 3 to 4. Soul coins 80. Demon race Sitang, level increased from 4 to 5. Soul coins 90, demon race Sitang, level increased from 5 to 6. Name, Sitang. Gender, female. Age, 19. Race, demon. Affiliated lord, Zhou Yan. Quality, SSS. Loyalty, 100. Level, 10. 150 soul coins. Charm, 30, base 3. Luck, 5, base 05. Strength, 26, base 6. Constitution, 26, base 6. Agility, 12, base 2. Spirit, 12, base 2. Talent, transformation into true form of vine wood. Skill 1, Vine Whip, transforms vines to lash out at enemies. Skill 2, Vine Spike, grows spikes from the ground to attack enemies. Description, evolved through mysterious energy. With base attributes increased tenfold. Originally a vine seed, it transformed due to fortuitous circumstances. Zhou Yan then bestowed the demonic blades upon Sitang and the others. He promptly addressed them, saying, "All hands, set forth and explore the southern mist." Yes, with him included, the total number of individuals in the territory had reached 12. The future holds boundless possibilities. Comrades must strive diligently. In the southern mist, they swept through, their increased numbers significantly amplifying both their range and speed of exploration. The minor monsters posed no threat to them. Once defeated, they were directly deposited into the territory's treasury. Slain level 1 black scale snake. Additional reward 2 soul coins. Slain level 3 purple rabbit. Additional reward 2 soul coins. Slain level 5 elite fox hunter. Additional reward 10 soul coins. Slain level 8 azure frog. Additional reward 4 spirit coins. Throughout their journey, Zhou Yan, Diao Chan, and Zhun Mi did not engage, as the monsters fell to Sitang and her companions before they could intervene. Before long, they encountered a rather peculiar monster. Monster, man-eating flower. Quality, elite. Level, 10. Special, poison pollen. Description, beware of the poison pollen it sprays, or you may succumb to poisoning. This was a group of level 10 elite monsters, offering rewards double that of minor foes. Yet upon seeing their ability to spray poison pollen, Zhou Yan hesitated momentarily. "Lord, allow me to handle these monsters," Zhun Mi offered. Sensing his dilemma. Chapter 35, Encountering the Leader Again. Indeed, Zhun Mi was the only one among them capable of ranged attacks. It dawned on him. Yet he still inquired. "These man-eating flowers can spray poison pollen. Is that not an issue?" "Rest assured, it will pose no problem. I shall induce a state of slumber in these man-eating flowers, allowing the others to strike freely," Zhun Mi replied confidently. Excellent. Zhou Yan had never witnessed Zhun Mi in action, thus he was uncertain of her true capabilities. "Lord, my brother and I possess formidable resistance to the toxins of the man-eating flowers. You need not worry," Sitang added. As vine demons, they were inherently plant-based beings. thus naturally possessing substantial resistance to the poison pollen. Everyone, follow my command. Once Zhenmi's spell is cast, we shall focus our attacks on these man-eating flowers. Zhou Yan ordered. Yes. Zhenmi positioned herself at the forefront, wielding the Holy Spirit staff, unleashing a powerful wave of mental energy toward the man-eating flowers. The restless man-eating flowers suddenly fell silent, as if lulled into slumber. Now, charge, Zhou Yan commanded. Yes. Zhang San raised his spear and advanced boldly. Siblings, let us slay them. Siteng also brandished her demonic blade, rushing toward the man-eating flowers. However, Diao Chan was even swifter, like a flurry of lotus blossoms. She appeared with her sword in hand, cleaving one man-eating flower in twain with a single strike. Slain level 10 elite man-eating flower. Additional reward 30 soul coins. In the midst of the densely packed monsters, Diao Chan resembled a goddess of slaughter, dispatching each man-eating flower with remarkable speed and power. Soon leaving the ground strewn with their remains and treasure chests. Zhenmi also advanced, launching mental assaults on the man-eating flowers behind. This sleep-inducing spell was extraordinarily potent, delivering widespread damage as if inviting the enemies to lay bare their necks for the slaughter. Zhou Yan could scarcely fathom the consequences had Zhenmi been an enemy. With Siteng and the others joining in, the speed of extermination surged significantly. Each man-eating flower yielded dozens of soul coins, much to Zhou Yan's delight. What is this? Zhou Yan picked up the items dropped by the man-eating flowers. Alongside a treasure chest, there was another item. Item, man-eating flower poison pollen. Quality. Description, the poison pollen of the man-eating flower, with boundless applications. As he contemplated the potential uses of this poison pollen, numerous ideas sprang to mind. One can apply toxic powder to weapons, thereby augmenting their venomous attacks. It may also be utilized against formidable monsters, inflicting them with poison. Furthermore, one can concoct elixirs to create venomous pills. Zhou Yan collected the items. This region was teeming with man-eating flowers, without Zhenmi's spells. Vanquishing these carnivorous plants would prove to be quite a formidable challenge. My lord, there is a massive one over there. Zhenmi indicated a direction. Let me take a look, Zhou Yan responded, directing his gaze where Zhenmi pointed, and indeed, there lay a colossal creature. Monster, man-eating flower. Quality leader. Level, 11. Special, toxic powder, poisonous thorns, poisonous vines. Description, covered in thorns, brimming with venom. Beware lest you become its meal. An 11-level monster. This was likely the first creature they had encountered that surpassed level 10, and it did not appear easy to subdue. Zhenmi, I will enhance your level. Do you have confidence in putting it to sleep? Zhou Yan inquired. Zhenmi's sleep spell was indeed formidable, an exceptional weapon. Should she manage to lull this leader into slumber, their endeavor would be greatly simplified. My mental confusion should have an effect on it. But I cannot guarantee it won't awaken from its slumber. A decisive strike would be most effective, Zhenmi suggested. That is straightforward. I shall also upgrade Chan'er. With both of you joining forces, defeating this leader will pose no issue. Zhou Yan devised a plan. Soul coins 700. Hero Diao Chan, level upgraded from 6 to 7. Soul coins 800. Hero Diao Chan, level upgraded from 7 to 8. Soul coins 900. Hero Zhenmi, level upgraded from 8 to 9. Soul coins 700. Hero Zhenmi, level upgraded from 6 to 7. Soul coins 800. Hero Zhenmi, level upgraded from 7 to 8. Soul coins 900. Hero Zhenmi, level upgraded from 8 to 9. Both Diao Chan and Zhenmi had reached level 9. Zhou Yan's soul coins were insufficient for further upgrades, but with their attributes, such a level was more than adequate to annihilate the man-eating flower leader. Chan'er, coordinate with Zhenmi to eliminate that leader. Everyone else, be cautious of the man-eating flowers surrounding it, Zhou Yan commanded. Yes, everyone surged toward the leader, ensuring to eradicate the man-eating flowers encircling it first. The leader, eager to strike, hesitated as none approached, lying in wait for an opportunity. Subsequently, a potent mental spell enveloped the leader, plunging it into an illusion, causing all its vines to soften and succumb to slumber. Now, Zhou Yan declared. With a swift motion, Diao Chan transformed into a whirlwind, her feet leaving behind a trail of lotus-like phantoms. With a flourish of her sword, she unleashed a brilliant burst of light, targeting the weakness of the man-eating flower. Crack! The sharp blade cleaved the man-eating flower in two, meeting no resistance, successfully vanquishing the creature leader. Defeated 11-level leader man-eating flower. Additional rewards, 440 soul coins, 440 spirit coins. Basic building treasure chest. Well done. The collaboration of two high-quality heroes had resulted in the instantaneous defeat of a leader. Zhou Yan had been overly cautious. Both Diao Chan and Zhenmi were top-tier heroes, and even alone, Diao Chan could have easily slain the man-eating flower. Leader-level monsters provided extra rewards, including a building treasure chest. Encountering more leaders would indeed be splendid. Zhou Yan mused with delight. Only he would dare to think such thoughts. Other lords, let alone leaders, would not even venture outside the fog. He was fortunate that the monsters outside were minor threats. Some individuals faced the misfortune of encountering monsters as high as level 50 just outside the fog, trembling in fear. Others found themselves besieged by flying monsters while their territories were perched upon cliffs. Some even discovered their lands adrift over the ocean, beset by sea monsters. Fortunately, during this novice trial, aside from the monsters that would actively attack during the trial period, others would remain at bay. Chapter 36, Newcomer Trial Announcement. Zhou Yan approached to collect the spoils from the defeated man-eating flower leader, discovering not only the treasure chest, but other items as well. Picked up 1 star with element crystal core, X1. Picked up bronze treasure chest, X2. Picked up man-eating flower seeds, X5. Picked up man-eating flower toxic powder, X1. More seeds. Zhou Yan was pleasantly surprised. Previously, he had acquired 8 formidable subordinates from the vine demon seeds. Now, gaining another 5 seeds felt akin to acquiring 5 additional subordinates for free. What a tremendous savings in soul coins. Item, man-eating flower seed. Quality, D. Description, a seed that has a rare chance of forming after the death of a man-eating flower leader, capable of being planted within the territory to guard it. It can grow to a maximum of level 20. He was indifferent to the seed's quality. Even the lowest tier seeds in his hands could transform into high-quality demons. It seemed he could gather more of such seeds in the future, akin to summoning soldiers without cost. A splendid bargain indeed, Zhou Yan thought blissfully. After clearing the surrounding man-eating flowers, his soul coins had significantly increased. The haul was impressive. 105 wooden treasure chests, 275 black iron treasure chests, 2 bronze treasure chests, and 380 units of man-eating flower toxic powder. His soul coins had nearly reached 10,000. After deducting previous expenditures, he still retained around 6,000. Had they reached this position 2 days prior, they would have likely turned back. Yet, their current strength was formidable, and upon reaching this point, the sun was still high in the sky, with noon yet to arrive. Nevertheless, Zhou Yan procured various foods and announced, "Everyone, take a moment to rest and replenish your energy. We shall continue onward shortly." Understood. Several vine demons volunteered to stand guard against potential monster ambushes, while the others found spots to eat. Chanar's culinary skills have indeed improved, Zhou Yan remarked, taking a bite of the roasted meat, prepared that morning. Although it had cooled, it remained delectable, especially with the addition of cumin, chili, and other seasonings, enhancing the flavor tremendously. Sister Diao Chan's cooking is truly excellent. I, however, cannot cook, Zhenmi replied. If you wish to learn, I can teach you, Diao Chan offered. When we return, the food in the spirit field should be ready. It's a pity I did not bring rice seeds this time. Otherwise, we could have tasted fresh rice. In territories like theirs, once rice was planted and reached harvest time, it would not require drying. Simply collecting it would automatically separate the rice from the straw. The straw could also be utilized as a resource, serving as fodder for various livestock and as fertilizer to enhance the fertility of the fields. However, his spirit field did not require such complexities. As long as the spiritual energy was abundant, it could yield higher quality crops. This was the advantage of an advanced spirit field. Beyond this area, the fog thickened, resembling a dividing line that heralded greater dangers ahead. Everyone, take care, we may very well encounter monsters exceeding level 10. Zhou Yan cautioned. He sensed that the dangers behind would intensify significantly and prepared to elevate Diao Chan and Zhenmi's levels to 10. Soul coins 1000, Hero Diao Chan. Level upgraded from 9 to 10. Soul coins 1000, Hero Zhenmi, level upgraded from 9 to 10. Zhenmi's mental strength was the highest. Upon leveling up, her mental attributes reached a staggering 80 points, not including equipment bonuses. Her spiritual power grew at an astonishing rate. It was a pity that Zhou Yan lacked suitable skills for her. Otherwise, Zhenmi would have become a formidable humanoid fortress. With just 4,000 soul coins remaining, Zhou Yan felt it necessary to elevate his own level. 600 soul coins, Lord Zhou Yan, level increased from 5 to 6. 700 soul coins, Lord Zhou Yan, level increased from 6 to 7. Name, Zhou Yan. Gender, male. Age, 19. Race, human. Nationality, Divine Dragon Kingdom. Level, 10. Balance, 600 soul coins. Charm, 11. Luck, 11. Strength, 217. Constitution, 97. Agility, 112. Mentality, 142. Free attribute points, 50. Talent, not activated. Skill, S7 star sword technique. Talent potential, not activated. Cultivation method, not learned. Realm, not cultivated. Equipment, detailed list. Upon elevating his level to 10, he had precisely expended 4,000 soul coins. His soul coins were now depleted. Territory notification, you are the first lord in this newcomer trial to reach level 10, unlocking the newcomer trial level leaderboard and earning 100 points of prestige. An announcement for the newcomer trial will be made. Do you wish to disclose the name of your territory, your real name, and nationality? Territory notification, level increased to 10. New buildings can now be constructed. Territory notification, level increased to 10, talent testing and potential testing are now available. Territory notification, level has met the requirements for class change. Please proceed to the class change statue to undergo the transition. Zhou Yan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that reaching level 10 would unlock so many functions. The school had not provided a clear description, merely indicating that a significant transformation would occur for newcomers upon reaching level 10. The extent of this transformation was left for them to experience firsthand. Hidden. Newcomer trial announcement. Territory XXX, Lord XXX, nationality XXX, the first to reach level 10. Awarded 100 points of prestige. Newcomer trial announcement. Territory XXX, Lord XXX, nationality XXX, the first to reach level 10, awarded 100 points of prestige. Newcomer trial announcement. Territory XXX, Lord XXX, nationality XXX, the first to reach level 10, awarded 100 points of prestige. This was the entirety of the newcomer trial announcement. Upon its release, the entire trial became abuzz with excitement. The chatroom was inundated with various messages. Wow, it's only the third day of the newcomer trial, and someone has already reached level 10. Could this person possibly be flying? I seriously suspect that this individual has invested all their soul coins into leveling up. How on earth could they have defeated the monsters attacking their territory? Surely, they couldn't have done it alone. Who is this person? If it were me, I would want the entire world to know my name. This person is hiding too well. They haven't even revealed their nationality. Could they be a dark horse? If they belong to a powerful faction, they certainly wouldn't conceal their identity. No need to speculate. That person is me. How shameless of the one upstairs. It is clearly me. Chapter 37, Strengthened Elite. Mantis Warrior. In the realm of lords, personal privacy and security are paramount. All information is concealed. Even their nationality remains undisclosed. This has left newcomers from around the world in a state of bewilderment. If this individual belonged to a particular faction, they would not be inclined to hide their identity. It is akin to advertising to all the new lords globally, and in a profound manner at that. However, their choice to remain concealed has incited curiosity regarding their identity. Regrettably, no one knows which country this individual belongs to, leaving them at a loss for guesses. In the international chatroom, messages expressing a desire to befriend this person began to surface. It was evident that they were financially well off. Each message in this space seemed to carry a price tag. Interestingly, there were indeed many affluent individuals, as the international channel was flooded with hundreds of messages from people of every nation, seemingly flaunting their wealth. Zhou Yan, oblivious to the chatter in the chatroom, focused solely on his own development, which he deemed the true path to success. His personal attribute panel had transformed entirely. Now endowed with 50 free attribute points, he began to allocate them. He prioritized enhancing his strength. After all, the strongest offense is the best defense. Strength, 20 points. Others, 10 points each. Attribute changes. Name, Zhou Yan. Gender, male. Age, 19. Race, human. Nationality, Divine Dragon Kingdom. Level, 10. Balance, 1,500 soul coins. Charm, 11. Luck, 11. Strength, 418. Constitution, 198. Agility, 213. Mentality, 242. Free attribute points, 0. Prestige, 100. Class, unchanged. Talent, not awakened. Skill, S7 star sword technique. Talent potential, not awakened. Cultivation method, not learned. Realm, not cultivated. Equipment, detailed list. Total equipment attribute bonus, strength 17, agility 15, constitution 10, mentality 0, defense 15. The overwhelming sensation of power coursing through his body left Zhou Yan immensely satisfied. With the added attributes from his equipment, his strength was now perilously close to 60 points. He believed he could rip through adversaries with ease. With his newfound strength, Zhou Yan was brimming with confidence as he began to explore this new territory. The monsters sensed Zhou Yan's formidable spiritual power, detecting the fleeting shadows within the mist. Before long, a horde of monsters with crimson eyes appeared before them. Monster, Mantis Warrior. Quality, Strengthened Elite. Level, 15. Special, Agility Enhancement. Description: these are a group of powerful and incredibly swift mantis warriors, whose sharp double blades can effortlessly slice through stone. It is advisable to keep your distance from them. 15 levels of Strengthened Elites. Zhou Yan was astounded. This was a horde of humanoid monsters. Their levels reaching an impressive 15, and their numbers were not insubstantial, at least dozens in total. He had not anticipated encountering such formidable creatures upon entering this region. Protect the Lord. A group encircled Zhou Yan, completely shielding him. What? There are more behind us. Zhou Yan turned to find they were surrounded. What clever monsters. They even know how to encircle us. It seems they possess considerable intelligence, Zhou Yan remarked. Rest assured, my lord, with our strength. Dealing with these monsters will not be overly challenging, Zhou Yan assured him confidently, as she too was among those providing protection. Being a ranged class with relatively weak close combat capabilities. Do not worry, my lord. With me here, no harm shall come to you, Diao Chan declared, unusually self-assured. Without a hint of embarrassment, Zhou Yan had no concerns regarding their strength. Based on his current attributes, he would undoubtedly overpower these monsters. It was merely his lack of combat experience that posed a challenge, preventing him from facing too many adversaries at once. the mantis warriors emitted a series of peculiar sounds. And soon after, these creatures launched an assault on Zhou Yan and his companions. Their arms resembled two gleaming long swords, radiating an unmistakable menace. Quite impressive speed. Zhou Yan evaluated, gripping his weapon and preparing to engage. As the mantis warriors drew near, Zhenmi finally unleashed her magic, radiating an aura of unparalleled sanctity. A surge of psychic energy emanated from her staff, enveloping the surrounding area within a 20-meter radius. The mantis warriors caught within this mental spell were instantaneously entrapped in a bizarre illusion. Consequently, they perceived numerous foes at their sides and raised their sickles to launch an assault against their companions. To the astonishment of Zhou Yan and his allies, these mantis warriors appeared to have succumbed to madness, ceasing their attacks on enemies to turn against their own kind. This was Zhenmi's divine Luo Shen Fu spell. Zhou Yan immediately recognized the underlying issue. Previously, when confronting the man-eating flowers, Zhenmi had expended minimal mental energy, merely inducing a state of slumber in them, as the flowers were rooted and immobile. Now, however, he witnessed Zhenmi fully unleashing the potential of her Luo Shen Fu skill. The sight of the mantis warriors engaging in fratricidal chaos was profoundly terrifying. Within the 20-meter radius of the spell, none of the mantis warriors could escape. Seizing the opportunity, they needed to strike swiftly. Zhou Yan understood that Zhenmi's full exertion of this spell would deplete her energy significantly. They had to eliminate these creatures at once. Diao Chan moved like the wind, her speed akin to lightning, darting among the warriors with the ferocity of thunder. Each time she appeared, her sword cleaved through the neck of a mantis warrior. Kill level 15 enhanced elite mantis warrior. Receive an additional reward of 50 soul coins. Kill level 15 enhanced elite mantis warrior. Receive an additional reward of 50 soul coins. Kill level 15 enhanced elite mantis warrior. Receive an additional reward of 50 soul coins. She leapt into the air, soaring 5 meters above the ground. A radiant light erupting from her being as a sacred lotus blossomed, casting brilliant rays. In the next moment, as the lotus descended, a cataclysmic surge of energy erupted, annihilating all mantis warriors within a span of dozens of meters. Diao Chan too possessed her own innate skill. Both she and Zhenmi were RRR-grade heroes, wielding formidable powers. The other warriors, though not as terrifyingly powerful as Diao Chan and Zhenmi, were still S-grade or higher, and with various enhancements, they utterly overwhelmed the mantis warriors. Within mere minutes, the battlefield was strewn with the fallen bodies of mantis warriors, all of them vanquished. Chapter 38, The Enhanced Goblin Lair. The bounty bestowed upon Zhou Yan from over 100 mantis warriors was exceedingly generous. His soul coins had surged to 5,123 points. Moreover, the treasure chests dropped by these mantis warriors were predominantly of black iron quality, with several dozen being bronze chests, while wooden chests constituted a mere fraction. Mantis warriors, resembling humanoid creatures, typically bore little intrinsic value. However, their dual arms were exceptional materials. Let us sever the arms of these mantis warriors, Zhou Yan proposed. The sharp arms of the mantis warriors could serve as remarkable weapons even without further forging. Zhou Yan examined the attributes. Item, mantis blade. Quality, C. Attributes, sharpness 8. Description, the arms of the mantis warrior are excellent weapon materials. With slight refinement, they can be transformed into fine weapons. This was undoubtedly prime material for crafting, and even if sold, it would be highly sought after. Hundreds of mantis blades equated to hundreds of powerful weapons. Such preformed weapons merely required the addition of other ores to be forged into formidable armaments. First, he needed to acquire the ability to craft. They continued to explore the mist, soon discovering several solitary mantis warriors, who faced a most unfortunate fate of being overwhelmed. The subsequent area revealed no monsters. Until several hundred meters away, they encountered a different creature. It was a monster at least 3 meters in height. Monster, Earthstorm Bear. Quality, Enhanced Elite. Level, 18. Special, Berserk. Strength Enhancement. Description, with a volatile temperament and immense strength, it delights in shattering the skulls of its enemies. It was an 18-level Enhanced Elite. Zhou Yan mused. Could this entire area be inhabited by Enhanced Elite monsters? For others, this might be a perilous domain, but for Zhou Yan, it represented an exceptional opportunity for rewards. The superior the quality of the monsters, the greater the attribute points gained per level, akin to heroes. An 18-level Enhanced Elite's true combat prowess would rival that of a 20-level monster, and with its innate traits, it could even match the attributes of a 25-level ordinary beast. Even so, Zhou Yan felt no trepidation. His soldiers boasted a minimum of S-grade quality, ensuring they gained more attribute points than this elite. Not to mention, the presence of Diao Chan and Zhenmi, the highest quality RRR heroes. Coupled with their numerical advantage, this battle was destined to be unequivocally victorious. As the battle commenced, Zhenmi unleashed her terrifying psychic powers, subduing the Earthstorm Bear, rendering it immobile in a deep slumber. Following this, the Seating siblings attacked the Earthstorm Bear with their vine strikes, enveloping the creature within a 10-meter radius. Then, like a celestial being, Diao Chan executed her heavenly flight, conjuring ethereal lotus-like illusions in the air, striking the Earthstorm Bear at its vulnerable neck. The beast had yet to awaken from its illusion before it met its demise. Kill level 18 enhanced elite Earthstorm Bear. Receive an additional reward of 56 soul coins. In addition to the soul coins, Qin Chuan acquired a bronze chest. The probability of enhanced elites dropping bronze chests was considerable, and he had amassed quite a collection. Onward they pressed. The extent of the mist-laden region in the newcomer territory remained an enigma. No one knew its true size, nor were there any records to consult. After all, 99 of newcomers would not venture into the mist during the trial period. Moreover, the trial's random nature meant that it was entirely possible for a horde of monsters exceeding level 90 to lurk just outside the mist. Had it not been for his fortunate encounter with weaker creatures, he would not have reaped such bountiful rewards. The carcass of an Earthstorm Bear would undoubtedly fetch a high price. It was a premium commodity, highly valuable at this stage. He had never tasted bear paw before. This was authentic bear paw, and he was determined to savor it. Regardless of his surroundings, Zhou Yan remained vigilant. A meticulous individual who urged his companions to remain acutely aware of their environment, for they had now entered a territory rife with advanced monsters, where a moment's negligence could spell disaster. Lord, there's a trap ahead. Seating suddenly alerted Zhou Yan. A trap? Zhou Yan gazed ahead, observing no significant differences at first glance. The ground appeared merely littered with fallen leaves, indistinguishable from the surrounding terrain. Without careful inspection, one would easily overlook it. Being a wood spirit, Sitong possessed an acute sense of the forest and could sense the anomaly as her vines burrowed into the earth. Si-ing, Si-hong, and Si-si advanced to clear the leaves, revealing a bottomless pit beneath. Let us circumvent it. With Sitong and her kin present, their safety within the forest was greatly assured. Subsequently, they encountered several fortified elite monsters. Although these creatures were not densely packed, they indeed confirmed Zhou Yan's suspicions that the area was inhabited by a plethora of enhanced beasts. The monsters in this region were generally around level 20, and given their current strength, they found them quite manageable. However, the environment remained quite intricate. Sitong and her companions frequently discovered various traps. Had it not been for their presence, Zhou Yan would have suffered significant losses. After a considerable time, they spotted a mountain, sensing the subtle movement of something within. Driven by curiosity, they approached to see if they could uncover any additional treasures. It appeared to be a horde of monsters. The mist obscured their vision, but it was evident that creatures were indeed in motion. The numbers seemed considerable, prompting them to first conceal themselves and ascertain the exact count of the monsters. Upon drawing nearer, Zhou Yan exclaimed in surprise, "It is a troop of fortified goblins, and there are quite a few of them." The goblins were around level 15, and a closer inspection revealed that this mountain seemed to serve as their lair, complete with rudimentary defensive structures. Unlike typical monsters, these goblins exhibited notable intelligence. They wielded weapons and crafted various tools for daily use, resembling a primitive race akin to ancient cave dwellers. "My lord, what are those goblins up to?" Zhenmi pointed towards the distance, where a group of goblins was hauling a cart from the foot of the mountain upwards. "Those are oars." Zhou Yan was taken aback. Due to the distance, he could only identify them as oars, needing to approach closer for specifics. Observing the goblins carefully, they noted that even the outer contingent numbered in the dozens. This was merely the visible goblins. They remained unaware of how many more lay hidden within the caves. These goblins were not ordinary monsters. They possessed formidable weapons and demonstrated the ability to forge. The craftsmanship of the weapons they wielded indicated that these goblins were far from simple. Yet, Zhou Yan found it perplexing, as he believed goblins lacked the skill for forging. With many of them armed with bows, Qin Chuan opted against a frontal assault, favoring a more stealthy approach. Chapter 39. The lure of the enemy commences. We will initiate our attack from the goblin's mine. Zhou Yan meticulously assessed the terrain, devising a clever strategy. We shall sneak in quietly, ensuring that the goblins remain oblivious to our presence. Cautiously, they made their way to the base of the mountain, successfully reaching the foot without being detected. Once inside, eliminate them swiftly. Let not a single goblin escape. Si Hu, Si Long, you two guard the entrance. Is that understood? Zhou Yan issued his commands. Understood, they affirmed. Comprehending their roles, Zhou Yan nodded, urging everyone to prepare their weapons. Diao Chan, as swift as lightning, darted forward like an ethereal being, charging towards the goblins. A cacophony of screams erupted. Each of his soldiers possessed formidable attributes and skills, proving that these goblins were no match for them, who soon found themselves overwhelmed and fleeing in panic. Their surprise attack caught the goblins off guard, as none anticipated an enemy incursion. The cavern was spacious, with tunnels sprawling in all directions and torches illuminating many areas, preventing it from being dimly lit. Concealed outside one of the mines, Zhou Yan swiftly dispatched several goblins that peeked out, their heads severed before they could react. The goblins behind them stumbled over the bodies of their fallen comrades, and Zhou Yan swiftly eliminated them as well. He lay in wait at several openings, dispatching each goblin that emerged like a game of whack-a-mole. The notifications flooded his screen, rewarding him handsomely with soul coins. Half an hour later, they meticulously examined every mine, confirming the extermination of all goblins. My lord, the goblins that had previously departed are pushing a cart towards us. See who reported urgently. Cast aside the goblins outside. Let us ensnare them. Zhou Yan ordered promptly. Their superior strength allowed them to swiftly dispose of the fallen goblins. In a mine abundant with stones, they concealed themselves behind the rocks. Soon, a group of goblins leisurely pushed their makeshift unicycles into the mine. Squeak, squeak, squeak. One goblin exclaimed, "Brothers, it's time to move the ore." A chorus of goblins responded with curiosity. Before they could ponder further, Zhou Yan erupted from behind the stones, wielding his weapon to mercilessly slay them. Leave one alive to escape, Zhou Yan commanded. Though most were puzzled, they complied, allowing one injured goblin to flee the cave. Dragging its wounded form outside, it cried out. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Help! Before it could escape too far, Qin Chuan hurled a dagger, piercing the goblin's heart. The others were bewildered. Did we not let it go? Why was it killed? Zhou Yan ordered, bring back the fallen goblin and dispose of the bodies nearby. Prepare for the goblin assault. Diao Chan and Zhun Mi quickly grasped Zhou Yan's intentions. It was a cunning ploy to lure the enemy. Indeed, the goblin warriors training on the mountain, hearing their comrades' cries for help, were momentarily bewildered. They glanced towards the foot of the mountain, but saw nothing. What happened? I thought I heard something. Get out of the way, I'll check it out. A dozen goblin warriors, initially suspecting monsters, ventured into the mine. As they prepared to speak, an overwhelming stench of blood assaulted their senses. Before they could utter a word, Zhou Yan and his team re-emerged, annihilating them in a coordinated strike. Let one escape. This time, everyone understood Zhou Yan's strategy. They released another injured goblin, which, upon exiting the cave, shouted loudly, "Ah!" before it could finish. It met a swift demise at the hands of Zhou Yan's blade. Its body vanished outside, though this time the commotion attracted the remaining goblins, who swiftly gathered and headed towards the mine. This time, we must act quickly. After finishing them off, we will exit the mine immediately, Zhou Yan commanded. Although his companions were baffled by his tactics, they complied. This time, they left the fallen goblins where they lay, waiting for the approaching goblins to enter. Upon seeing their fallen comrades, the remaining goblins instinctively moved towards the bodies, their attention entirely diverted from Zhou Yan's hidden position. Weapons out, attack. Under Zhou Yan's astute command, they executed wave after wave of annihilation. Notably, he acquired numerous bows and arrows. What is this? Where did these goblins procure such bows? They are all equipped with black iron gear. Zhou Yan was astonished, eager to uncover the secrets hidden within the mountain. After slaying dozens of goblins, the patrolling goblins on the mountain had vanished. Leading his team, Zhou Yan swiftly evacuated the mine and advanced towards the mountain, instructing everyone to block the cave entrance. Shortly after, several goblins emerged, only to be swiftly subdued and dragged to the cliff's edge, where they met their demise. Thus began a relentless harvest of souls. The goblins were utterly oblivious to the fact that the outside world had been entirely conquered. The earlier goblins seemed not to have reported the external circumstances to their leader, which, surprisingly, elevated Zhou Yan's opinion of them. It made sense, after all. These goblins were merely goblins, their intellect far from rivaling that of humans. The corpses of goblins lay heaped at the mountain's base, numbering at least in the hundreds. This was essentially an operation of waiting in ambush for the goblins. Good fortune, however, could not be expected to last. Before long, a throng of goblins emerged from the same cave, igniting a fierce battle. Mere seconds later, the skirmish concluded. Yet the sounds of combat stirred numerous goblins within. Charge in and slay them. Zhou Yan initially contemplated employing some stratagems, such as setting fire to their lair. However, he deemed it unnecessary to expend intelligence on these simple-minded creatures. His primary concern was the potential treasures within. If they were to be destroyed by flames, it would be an unacceptable loss. He prided himself on being a model citizen, and arson was far from commendable. A man should engage in battle with genuine weapons. Diao Chan led the charge, her terrifying lethality reminiscent of a war goddess. She struck with the swiftness of a gale, often dispatching monsters before they had the chance to retaliate. Her prodigious talent rendered her invincible against ordinary foes. Chapter 40, The Dwarven Clan. With Diao Chan forging ahead, Zhou Yan and his companions traversed the cave with ease, slicing through the goblins effortlessly. This cavern was vast and labyrinthine, leading to numerous passages, akin to a maze. Do not disperse, he cautioned. Their numbers were few, and clustering together ensured their safety. None could ascertain whether stronger adversaries lurked among the goblins. They swiftly eradicated the goblins inhabiting the cave, reaching a massive chamber that appeared to have once been a living space for these creatures, furnished with various domestic items, animal hides, weapons, cotton fabric, and linen. Though these items were not of great value to him, he recognized that many lords would find them useful at this juncture. Even the smallest of resources should not be squandered. Let us explore the other chambers, he suggested. The cave's intricate layout resembled a maze, compelling them to navigate one passage at a time. Junmi possessed an exceptional mental acuity. Once she traversed a path, she could effortlessly recall it, alleviating any concerns of getting lost. Zhou Yan commended her, for he himself lacked such remarkable memory. The goblins had begun searching for their whereabouts. Diao Chan engaged the goblins once more, but these creatures were woefully inept and were swiftly vanquished. They traversed several tunnels, yielding minimal rewards but accumulating a considerable number of soul coins from their goblin kills. This passage appears distinct, Zhou Yan noted, spotting a larger corridor marked by the tracks of solitary wheels. Let us proceed this way. This location was likely the site of the goblins' weapon forging, and they hurriedly advanced. Along the way, they encountered numerous goblin sentinels, their strength notably superior, and their weapons of better quality than those of ordinary goblins. Suddenly, a cold arrow shot toward Zhou Yan, aimed directly at his forehead. "My lord, be cautious." Siting swiftly unleashed her vines, deflecting the projectile. Even without her intervention, Zhou Yan remained vigilant, having kept a watchful eye on his surroundings. They turned to face the goblin archers concealed behind a boulder, launching their assault against Zhou Yan and his companions. "Onward, slay them," Zhou Yan commanded. Junmi quickly activated her mental prowess, rendering the goblins unconscious, while Siwu and Sihu advanced to eliminate them. They collected several bows and a multitude of arrows. However, they preferred engaging in melee combat, so he stored the ranged weaponry away. The goblins in this area were plentiful, with many at around level 16. Yet their abilities paled in comparison to Diao Chan and her companions. A single confrontation would see them dispatched. Soon, they sensed the temperature of the cavern beginning to rise, accompanied by the sound of metal clanging. "Indeed, a forge," Zhou Yan exclaimed, elated to have arrived at the goblins' weaponsmithy. Upon entering the forge, they beheld a throng of goblins wielding whips, overseeing a group of dwarves shackled in iron chains. The surroundings were piled high with various ores and crafted weapons. "Dwarves!" Zhou Yan exclaimed in astonishment, immediately grasping the situation. It became clear that these goblins lacked the skill to forge weapons themselves. Instead, they had enslaved the dwarves, compelling them to create weaponry for the goblin race. "Eliminate those goblins," Zhou Yan commanded. Yes, the goblins stood no chance against Diao Chan and her allies. Quickly fleeing in disarray, the dwarves, having suffered long under the goblins' cruelty, began assisting Diao Chan and her companions by creating obstacles for the fleeing goblins. The goblins were soon eradicated, yet the dwarves remained apprehensive of Zhou Yan and his companions, uncertain of how he would treat them. Zhou Yan approached and inquired, "Who among you is the leader? I have matters to discuss." "Honorable human, I am the chieftain of the dwarven clan. We are immensely grateful for your vanquishing of these greedy and cruel goblins," a bearded dwarf said, dragging a long chain before Zhou Yan with great respect. Zhou Yan promptly examined the dwarf's profile. Name, Jerry. Gender, male. Age, 42. Race, dwarven. Quality, A. Level, 18. Charm. Luck. Strength. Constitution. Agility. Spirit. Talent, forging. Skill 1. Skill 2. This dwarf, of a quality, commanded a retinue of S-quality individuals, largely due to the evolutionary prowess of the colorful lord. It was rare to encounter high-quality races in the outside world, and for a dwarf to achieve equality was indeed remarkable. While he could discern the universal forging talent of the dwarven race, other attributes remained concealed. Nevertheless, the fact that the dwarven leader possessed 2 skills attested to his considerable capability. Every dwarf bore the marks of past abuses, evident from their numerous scars. Zhou Yan quickly asked, "How did you come to be captured by these goblins?" The dwarf chieftain sighed. "These goblins raided our village by night, not only destroying our homes, but also slaughtering many of our kin. We were taken captive due to our forging abilities. They spared our lives only for that reason. They are exceedingly brutal and avaricious." Zhou Yan nodded in understanding and directly stated, "Since you are without a home, would you be willing to pledge your loyalty to me? I am a lord, and I trust you have witnessed the strength of my followers. If you serve under me, I promise not only to provide you with a safe haven, but also to offer a life tenfold better than before." Such a race could be directly recruited. However, newly recruited individuals typically exhibited low loyalty, necessitating that lords devise means to bolster their fidelity. The dwarven clan's talent for forging equipment was immensely powerful. Each dwarf present represented a valuable asset. "As long as the adults can eradicate these goblins and help us avenge our kin, we are willing to pledge our loyalty to you." Jerry's emotions were intense, tinged with great anticipation. They yearned for retribution, harboring a fierce desire to personally annihilate those avaricious goblins. "Of course, it is no issue. We had no intention of sparing these greedy goblins," Zhou Yan declared. "My lord, a large horde of goblins is charging towards us," Junmi promptly exclaimed. "Allow me to confront them," Diao Chan volunteered. "We shall face them together and annihilate these goblins," Zhou Yan affirmed. He first instructed everyone to sever the dwarves' shackles, and they eagerly volunteered to partake in the battle. Although Zhou Yan was reluctant to see them harmed, losing even one would mean losing a skilled blacksmith, he ultimately acquiesced, recognizing the immense suffering they had endured. However, he did not place the dwarves in the forefront. Instead, he positioned them at the back to witness the strength of their own territory, thereby enhancing their loyalty. Chapter 41, The Goblin Chief. Diao Chan, Si Tong, and Zhang Sen stood at the forefront, with the dwarves behind them. And finally Zhou Yan and Zhenmi at the rear. Zhenmi, possessing formidable mental spells, felt no concern for anyone's safety. Let us test the power of this bow, Zhou Yan said as he drew out a bow and notched an arrow, aiming ahead. His strength attribute was already considerable. Pulling the bowstring to its full extent was a trivial task. This display left the dwarf chieftain in awe. Not everyone could achieve such a feat. A throng of goblins approached them, and Zhou Yan released the arrow. Whoosh! The arrow soared forth. Thud! It struck a goblin squarely. The tremendous force causing it to stagger back several paces before collapsing, soon engulfed by its companions. With the goblins in such abundance, it was impossible for Zhou Yan to miss. He notched another arrow, targeting the dwarf's foes. Faced with such a dense mass of goblins, the dwarven clans felt a surge of anxiety, but witnessing Zhou Yan's calm demeanor allowed the chieftains to relax. Swish! Diao Chan took the initiative. Unleashing her lotus sword technique, her innate swordplay. The stronger she became, the greater the power she could unleash. Illusory lotus blossoms manifested within her sword strikes as she transformed into a streak of light, dashing into the goblin horde, where sword petals danced, followed by a tremendous explosion. Boom! The very ground trembled as if struck by an earthquake. An overwhelming wave of energy surged towards them, instilling a palpable fear in all present. How powerful! The goblins stood agape, their eyes glazed over. Onward! Zhou Yan commanded. Zhang San, Si Tong, and the others seized their weapons and charged forward. Their attributes completely overwhelmed the goblins, who stood no chance against them. It was a one-sided battle, devoid of any possibility of resistance. The morale of the dwarves soared, their sense of belonging to Qin Chuan intensifying. Kill! Zhou Yan led the dwarves into the fray, primarily to deliver finishing blows to those goblins still clinging to life. After a time, he noticed a particularly large goblin approaching. This goblin was the size of an average human, brimming with explosive power, clearly formidable. Jerry quickly alerted. That is the goblin chief. He led the goblins to destroy our village and captured me. The sight of their enemy stirred a fierce rage within them. Yet the dwarves remained composed, well aware of their disadvantage against the goblin leader. The chief. Zhou Yan assessed the goblin leader. A chief meant greater rewards. Monster, goblin chief. Quality, enhanced leader. Level, 20. Special, enhanced mentality, strength, and devastating force. Description, possessing commendable leadership abilities and intelligence. This greedy and cruel leader enjoys leading goblins to plunder weaker races. It also possesses skills. The goblin chief brandished a large iron club, tougher than the previous leaders. And its enhanced mentality made it uncertain how strong it truly was. The goblin chief approached Zhou Yan and his companions, infuriated by the incompetence of its underlings. With a furious roar, it swung its club, mercilessly striking down its own subordinates, leaving many goblins bloodied and mangled. This goblin chief was truly brutal, even slaying its own kin. Roar! The goblin chief, with its green, sinewy hands gripping the iron club, charged at Diao Chan. She had long anticipated its approach and effortlessly evaded its attack. Boom! The ground erupted into a massive crater, demonstrating the sheer force behind that blow. The goblin chief sought to strike again, but Zhenmi had already focused her mental energy and launched an assault against it. The goblin chief was momentarily incapacitated, its raised club dropping to the ground. At that moment, Diao Chan's attack landed on the goblin chief. A blade of light struck towards its head, aiming directly at its weak point. Crack! However, this strike did not immediately slay the goblin chief. It merely inflicted damage. One must admit that a level 20 enhanced leader possessed commendable defense. Roar! After sustaining damage, the goblin chief awoke from its dazed state, blood streaming from its head, and raised its club to launch another attack at Diao Chan. A powerful gust of wind rushed towards her. Diao Chan nimbly leapt, her body soaring gracefully to evade the goblin chief's assault. Upon landing, she swiftly swung her sword, striking the goblin chief once more. In pain, the goblin chief bellowed again, raising its weapon to strike at Diao Chan. Her speed and reflexes were astonishing, allowing her to dance aside effortlessly and strike again. The goblin was utterly incapable of countering Diao Chan's prowess. It bore more and more sword wounds, blood flowing freely as its speed diminished and stamina waned. Zhenmi's mental damage struck the goblin chief once again, sending it into a stupor. Seizing the opportunity, Diao Chan unleashed a full-powered strike aimed at the goblin chief's head. Thud! The goblin chief's head detached from its body, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. This dealt a severe blow to the goblins' morale. Upon witnessing their leader's demise, they began a frantic retreat, fleeing for their lives. Diao Chan and her companions pursued relentlessly, exterminating goblin after goblin. Defeated level 20 goblin chief. Awarded an additional 600 soul coins, 600 spirit coins, and a black iron building chest. Splendid. Another building chest acquired. A black iron grade chest. Superior to the one obtained initially. The quality of the buildings mattered little to him. as they would ultimately evolve into structures of S grade or higher. This chief had yielded 3 bronze chests, a stroke of good fortune. We, the Dwarven clan, willingly pledge our loyalty to you, my lord. Upon witnessing Zhou Yan's subordinates slay the goblin chief, Jerry and the others quickly knelt in allegiance. A formidable leader naturally garners acknowledgement from other races. Zhou Yan had demonstrated unparalleled strength while avenging the dwarves, compelling them to eagerly join his domain. Territory notification. Dwarf clan chief Jerry is willing to lead a group of dwarves to join the Heavenly Court territory. Do you accept? Yes. Territory notification. The dwarf clan has joined the Heavenly Court territory. Territory notification. Congratulations on completing the hidden task of the new trial. Race allegiance. Reward, 100 reputation points. Would you like to hide the information for the new trial announcement? Hidden task? He was indeed taken aback, utterly unaware that the novice trial harbored such a concealed task. He chose to accept. The announcement of the novice trial revealed. Territory XXX, Lord XXX, Nationality XXX, completion of hidden task, reward of 100 reputation points. The announcement echoed. Territory XXX, Lord XXX, Nationality XXX, completion of hidden task, reward of 100 reputation points. The announcement repeated. Territory XXX, Lord XXX, Nationality XXX, completion of hidden task, reward of 100 reputation points. The entire novice trial was enveloped in a perplexing silence. Who on earth could it be that managed to accomplish a hidden task? Could it possibly be that elusive figure from before? Goodness, this is extraordinary. This marks the second consecutive broadcast regarding a novice. What are they to do now? Chapter 42, The Changes in the Treasure Chamber. National Chat Channel. Goodness. Who exactly is this esteemed individual that managed to complete a hidden task? We implore you to reveal yourself. How shameless of the one above to offer themselves up. To be honest, I am that esteemed individual. I wonder who this person is. It would be splendid to know the nature of that hidden task. May I inquire? What purpose does reputation serve? I have not seen any mention of it on my attribute panel. International Chat Channel. I offer 100,000 spirit coins in exchange for knowledge of that hidden task. I am Prince Bidey. If you are willing to divulge the secret of the hidden task, I shall grant you 5 million spirit coins. The Tokugawa Group is prepared to offer 3 million for information on the hidden task. Amazon will bid 10 million, provided the information is authentic. Logically, such affluent individuals would not be so inclined. They had never heard of a hidden task within the novice trial. This implies that this instance of the novice trial is the sole occurrence of a hidden task. Prior to this, no hidden tasks had been revealed. Hence, the entire world is fervently eager to uncover the nature of this hidden task and the means by which it can be triggered and completed. Regrettably, despite the multitude of wealthy individuals clamoring in the international channel, little information was gleaned. However, numerous self-proclaimed knowers of the hidden task emerged, attempting to swindle them of their wealth, yet the others were not so easily deceived. Meanwhile, Zhou Yan was entirely oblivious to these developments. He had no time to peruse the chat rooms. He was currently engrossed in examining the profiles of Jerry and his companions. Name, Jerry. Gender, male. Age, 42. Race, dwarf. Affiliated lord, Zhou Yan. Quality, A. Loyalty, 90. Level, 18. Soul coins, 260. Charm, 2, base 02. Luck, 2, base 02. Strength, 185, base 05. Constitution, 187, base 07. Agility, 93, base 03. Spirit, 96, base 04. Talent, forging. Forging level, silver 35. Skill 1, dwarven forging technique. Weapon forging speed 10, attribute bonus 10. Skill 2, cloak hammer method, forging speed 50. Description, leader of the dwarfs, possessing commendable forging skills. They are born experts in the art of forging. After perusing Jerry's profile, Zhou Yan sighed, realizing that Jerry's level 18 attributes paled in comparison to those of Situng and the others. However, what Zhou Yan valued was their inherent forging talent. He had successfully acquired dozens of blacksmiths, and with the dwarves' innate forging skill, this constituted a significant fortune. Jerry's forging level had reached silver, indicating his capability to forge silver-grade equipment. This was indeed a delightful surprise. The experience required for advancing in a secondary profession relies on the quantity of equipment forged, and cannot be augmented with spirit coins or soul coins. The levels of forging, in ascending order, are as follows: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, platinum, diamond, master. Grandmaster, divine. Jerry, being a silver-level smith, could forge silver-grade equipment, provided he had adequate materials at his disposal. Silver-grade equipment necessitates ores of 3 stars or higher for forging. The ores at the foot of the Goblin Mountain are predominantly 1-star iron ores, with a scant few 2-star ores. As for the 3-star ores, only a few have been discovered thus far. While crafting daggers is feasible, none in his territory preferred to wield them. Ultimately, it all boiled down to a lack of sufficient materials. He intended to return and check the trading hall for any high-grade ores available for purchase. It was likely that few would possess them at this stage. Having welcomed the dwarves into his territory, he enabled the treasure chamber storage function for them, instructing them to gather all the ores there. After the goblin chief's demise, the remaining goblins either fled or perished. He directed everyone to collect the spoils, placing everything into the treasure chamber. Weapons were stowed away, treasure chests were retrieved, and the quantity of ores continued to rise. My lord, I have discovered the goblin's treasure stash. Zhenmi rushed over, eager to claim credit. Splendid. Let's go take a look, Channer. Zhou Yan led the two lovely ladies towards the goblin's treasure chamber. What greeted their eyes was a heap of forged weapons and equipment, alongside an abundance of silver and gold. These were intricately carved jade ornaments. Zhou Yan noted the presence of some jade ornaments, likely pilfered from another race by the goblins. Regrettably, such jade merely served as decoration and offered no attribute enhancements. This is a silver ornament. Zhou Yan also spotted a statue carved from white jade, the identity of its race uncertain, yet it appeared to represent a deity. Item, mountain spirit statue. Quality, silver. Description, a statue carved by a group of mountain spirits, believed to bring good fortune. Generally, such items bear no intrinsic value. However, akin to antiquities in the real world, their worth varies according to the hands that possess them. Many in the real world cherish jade and similar artifacts. The higher the quality, the more exorbitant the price. Such items should indeed hold significance for the treasure chamber. He placed all these treasures into his territory and observed any changes in the treasure chamber. Indeed, he discerned alterations. Building, treasure chamber. Level, 20. Cost, 30,000 spirit coins. 300 4-star wood, 300 4-star stone. Quality, SSS, 04. Capacity, for treasure chambers. Defense, 3,000, 300, 000. Special attribute 1. Contains a space of 10,000 cubic meters. Capable of automatically classifying and organizing various treasures. Special attribute 2. Can automatically repair damaged treasures. The higher the quality of the treasure, the longer the time required for repair. Repairing treasures incurs the expenditure of spirit coins. Attribute enhancement. 5 bronze treasures, 1 silver treasure. Insufficient treasures to unlock additional attribute enhancements. Description. A repository for various treasures. The greater the quantity and quality of stored treasures, the more unexpected gains may be realized. Equipment cannot be classified as treasures. Only items like the mountain spirit statue qualify as treasures, and he has now comprehended the capabilities of this treasure chamber. Chapter 43, Spirit Strawberries. Due to the collection of spoils, they returned to the territory quite late. On the road, they encountered numerous nocturnal creatures, yet with Diao Chan and the others present, there were no significant issues. However, venturing outside at night proved to be exceedingly perilous, as certain monsters possessed remarkable speed under the cover of darkness. Fortunately, Zhenmi's abilities effectively countered them, otherwise, it would have posed a formidable challenge. Eventually, they returned safely to their territory. Everyone was exhausted after a long day and required ample rest. Zhou Yan first led the dwarves to the weapon forge, and upon witnessing such a sophisticated forging environment, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Is this truly our future forge? It is simply magnificent. Those defensive towers appear incredibly formidable. By the gods, that is an elemental tower. It looks exceedingly powerful. The quality of these defensive towers is astonishingly high. Look at the quality of these structures. The lowest is at least grade S. This is truly remarkable. Not a single building here is ordinary. Our forge is also of SS quality. How fortunate we are. This place will belong to us from now on. Zhou Yan merely intended to give them a brief tour, yet the dwarves became ecstatic, dancing with joy. Dwarves, by nature, harbor a passion for forging, and upon encountering such high-quality facilities, they would not leave even if Zhou Yan urged them to do so. Indeed, their loyalty rapidly increased, reaching a peak of 98 points. With just a little more effort, they would be steadfast in their allegiance. Esteemed lord, may we commence forging now? Jerry eagerly inquired, gazing at Zhou Yan. Start forging now? Zhou Yan was taken aback by the dwarves' eagerness. They seemed more impatient than he was. Aren't you all weary? I hope you recover fully before forging. After all, you still bear some injuries. Zhou Yan was genuinely concerned for them. He was not a mere capitalist seeking to exploit. He was a lord who cared for his subordinates. My lord, how can we possibly sleep with such an exquisite forge before us? If we do not forge something, we might not be able to sleep a wink tonight. As for our injuries, fret not. Nothing rejuvenates me faster than forging. Jerry replied hastily. Zhou Yan couldn't help but smile. Upon seeing the pleading expressions of the dwarves, he conceded. Very well, but I hope you do not forge too late. After all, this place will belong to you in the future. Zhou Yan stated. Thank you, my lord. The dwarves joyously exclaimed. Zhou Yan took out all the ores from the treasure chamber, along with a considerable amount of lumber, for without firewood, how could they forge equipment? As soon as the wood and ores appeared, the dwarves enthusiastically began forging equipment, seemingly disregarding Zhou Yan's presence entirely. They were a frenzy of forging madness. Zhou Yan chuckled and departed, hoping these dwarves wouldn't stay up too late forging. My lord, Diao Chan has already gone to the spirit field. Shall we join her? Jinmi approached Zhou Yan promptly. Indeed, the fruits and vegetables in the spirit field should be quite ripe, he replied. He accompanied Junmi to the spirit field and found Diao Chan, Si Tung, and others present. Only Zhang San had returned to the barracks. Before them lay a flourishing field brimming with various fruits and vegetables. Who would have imagined that these had only been planted the previous morning? Upon entering the realm of the spirit field, they were greeted by an enticing aroma of diverse fruits, invigorating their spirits. My lord, the group greeted Zhou Yan. He nodded in acknowledgement and casually plucked a cucumber to eat. The taste was delightful. As soon as Zhou Yan consumed it, he felt a significant reduction in fatigue and a surge of energy coursed through his body. The effects of the produce from the spirit field were indeed astonishing. Delicious. Jinmi also picked a fruit to taste, praising it enthusiastically. Zhou Yan, try this. The flavor is exquisite. Diao Chan offered some strawberries to Zhou Yan and Junmi. Upon tasting, Zhou Yan confirmed their delightful flavor, far superior to ordinary strawberries. Previously, he could never have imagined such delectable treats, and now he could enjoy them daily. Thus, he resolved to protect this territory diligently, for these people were an indispensable part of it. I feel invigorated all over. After indulging in some strawberries, Zhou Yan checked his attributes and discovered an increase in his stats. Both strength and constitution had risen by 0.1, demonstrating the remarkable effects of the fruits. Naturally, such rapid enhancement could not persist indefinitely. The current increase was merely a consequence of the initial consumption. It was no wonder that the fruits from this spirit field were seldom seen for sale in Kanglan continent. Such produce was beyond the reach of common folk, and even if available, it would command a hefty price. These had been cultivated from ordinary seeds, yet yielded such extraordinary effects. If one were to cultivate genuine spiritual herbs, the value and potency would be unfathomable. He could scarcely imagine it. Currently, he possessed no spiritual herb seeds, leaving him with no means to experiment. Zhou Yan thought of someone and opened his friend list, discovering that Qin Yao had sent him dozens of messages today. After reading through them, he replied, I just finished. I only now saw your messages. Are you busy? Shortly thereafter, the reply came. You are quite the busy bee. It's already dark. Do you dare to venture out hunting monsters at night? Zhou Yan did not respond directly, but opened the trading interface, placing a strawberry on display. Curious. Qin Yao took a look. Item, spiritual strawberry. Quality, E. Description, a strawberry infused with spiritual energy. Consuming it may yield unexpected benefits. Qin Yao was taken aback and quickly asked, what? Where did you acquire this? If this were in Kanglan continent, she would not have been so astonished, as these items, while precious, were occasionally within her reach. How much is this worth? Zhou Yan inquired. What? You actually intend to sell it? Qin Yao was momentarily speechless. She had spent a considerable amount on meat, and knew Zhou Yan did not seem to be in need of money. Nonetheless, she continued. The price of each spiritual fruit varies. In the real world, non-spiritual strawberries cost around several dozen coins per pound. However, spiritual strawberries are not sold by weight, but rather individually. An E-quality spiritual strawberry is currently valued at approximately 300 spirit coins in Kanglan continent. But I must stress, if you wish to sell it, you must sell it to me and not to anyone else. Qin Yao replied with great excitement. Although this was the market price, such items were challenging to procure. The key was the lack of channels. Generally, they were either acquired by the state or controlled by large conglomerates, making it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to purchase, even with money. Chapter 44, The Tower of Light. The spiritual strawberry is sold individually, with each one worth 300 spirit coins. A single strawberry plant can yield about 12 fruits, translating to 600 spirit coins, and they only require 2 days to fully mature. Simply selling these spiritual strawberries could yield him a substantial fortune. He now felt that earning spirit coins was quite straightforward, alleviating his previous financial worries. Whether it be the spirit spring or the spirit field, selling even a little could amass a considerable wealth. However, in the world of lords, true power reigns supreme. Achieving immortality and transcending into the realms of gods and demons is the ultimate pursuit for all. Honestly, did you obtain a piece of the spirit field? Qin Yao inquired eagerly. Oh, how did you come to that conclusion? Zhou Yan asked curiously. Though the altar sacrifices may seem rather troublesome, there occasionally arise some remarkably unique circumstances. Qin Yao initially presumed that the spiritual field he possessed was a result of offerings made at the altar. This assumption is quite understandable, as at this stage, obtaining a spiritual field from such a source seems the most rational explanation. Please sell me a few strawberries. I find myself craving them, Qin Yao implored eagerly. How many would you like? Zhou Yan inquired. Certainly all of them, Qin Yao replied. Zhou Yan raised an eyebrow. I need to keep some for myself. In the end, Zhou Yan sold her 100 spiritual strawberries. Your spiritual field is growing at an astonishing rate. It's only the 3rd day. Even if it were the 1st day of obtaining the field, it shouldn't grow this fast, Zhou Yan remarked during their ensuing conversation, through which he learned from Qin Yao that even a spiritual field could not possibly mature at such an accelerated pace. I irrigated it with spiritual spring water. Zhou Yan explained. Ah, I see, Qin Yao responded. That substance is quite difficult to acquire. Many are coveting it, she continued. Zhou Yan chuckled softly. For he was the one selling it, thus it hardly required any competition. Subsequently, Zhou Yan offered a considerable amount of beast meat and equipment to her. Naturally, he retained the better gear for himself, only parting with some unnecessary bronze equipment. My goodness, you even possess bronze gear? You must be quite affluent. Qin Yao exclaimed, astonished. Unable to fathom how Qin Chuan had come by such riches. Each individual harbors their secrets, and she did not pry further. Carefully calculating her expenditures before handing Zhou Yan a substantial sum of spiritual currency, Diao Chan and the others were nearly finished harvesting the mature crops from the spiritual field. They entrusted the remaining seeds to Si Tong and her companions for cultivation. With extra hands, he need not toil himself. I'll go prepare a meal, Diao Chan declared, clutching fresh vegetables and fruits as she departed. I'll assist as well. Zhenmi wished to learn the culinary art and followed Diao Chan. Zhou Yan instructed Si Wu to provide some spiritual fruits for the dwarves, whose loyalty had already reached impressive heights, with several having achieved a loyalty level of 100. He produced 5 man-eating flower seeds and planted them in the spiritual field, subsequently watering them with spiritual spring water. The seeds sprouted rapidly, soon reaching several meters in height. However, they halted their growth. He poured several more liters of spiritual spring water, prompting the seeds to grow once more. The man-eating flower seeds required double the amount of spiritual spring water compared to the vinewood demon. Before long, the man-eating flowers were fully matured, towering around 10 meters high, casting a daunting shadow over the surroundings. They appeared significantly more formidable than their predecessors, capable of truly devouring humans. A radiant glow enveloped the 5 man-eating flowers as they completed their growth and began to evolve into flower spirits. In a flash of 5 lights, 5 women clad in red palace garments appeared before him, bowing gracefully. Greetings, Lord. Splendid. Zhou Yan responded enthusiastically. Each of the flower spirits resembled enchanting fairies, exuding an alluring charm and possessing exquisite figures. Were it not for knowledge of their true nature, who would suspect these ladies to be a collection of man-eating flowers? Zhou Yan promptly examined their profiles. Name, can be named. Gender, female. Age, 19. Race, demon. Affiliated Lord, Zhou Yan. Quality, SSS. Loyalty, 100. Level, 0. Cost, 40 soul coins. Charm, 3, base 3. Luck, 3, base 03. Strength, 6, base 06. Vitality, 5, base 05. Agility, 2, base 02. Mentality, 3, base 03. Talent, transformation into true form of man-eating flower. Skill, poison pollen, highly toxic, can also induce hallucinations in enemies. Description, evolved from mysterious energy, basic attributes increased tenfold. Transformed from man-eating flower seeds through great opportunity. Zhou Yan began to bestow names upon these flower spirits, addressing the first. You shall be known as Hua Yu Rong, Us Hua Yu Ying, Us Hua Yu Lian, Us Hua Yu Feng, and Us Hua Yu Shui. He then proceeded to elevate their levels, unifying them all to level 10. 40 soul coins, Demon Hua Yu Rong, level raised from 0 to 1. 50 soul coins, Demon Hua Yu Rong, level raised from 1 to 2. 60 soul coins, Demon Hua Yu Rong, level raised from 2 to 3. With their levels increased, they acquired an additional skill. Skill 2. Poison Spike, launches 5 poisonous spikes to attack enemies. This area attack skill proved to be quite effective, especially when facing numerous foes. As their levels ascended, the potency of this skill would likewise enhance. With the territory now bolstered by 5 powerful demon spirits, Zhou Yan retrieved a black iron building treasure chest. Territory notification, acquired building D, Energy Tower. This was a D-quality defensive tower, significantly more powerful than standard defensive structures. What form it might evolve into remained a mystery. Zhou Yan commenced construction. Ding. Constructing, Energy Tower. Energy Tower, evolved into Light Tower. A lighthouse. Zhou Yan was taken aback. Having never encountered such a defensive structure, he observed the building, noting that a radiant light enveloped the entire territory, with the newly emerged lighthouse radiating like a miniature sun, illuminating the realm as if it were day and imparting a most pleasant sensation. He opened the building's information to inspect. Building, Light Tower. Level, 1. Cost, 300 spiritual coins. Quality, SSS, 01. Description, a light tower. Defense, 500,500. Special attribute, illumination, capable of illuminating the entire territory, increasing all buildings' attributes by 10. Description, a mysterious lighthouse. Capable of dispelling darkness, bringing light and hope to the territory, purging various negative energies, and enhancing various abilities. To his astonishment, this was a buff-type building. Zhou Yan was deeply impressed. Buff-type buildings were not only rare, but exceptionally scarce. Moreover, the building's capabilities were astonishing, at only level 1. It could enhance every building's attributes by 10. This was an all-attribute boost, rather than a singular attribute enhancement. In essence, It increased not only the defense of the structures, but also the potency of their skills by 10. What a formidable edifice this was. He felt as though he had struck gold. He yearned to venture forth daily to hunt a few leader-level monsters, for in doing so, he would acquire even more unique buildings. Chapter 45, back on television. Territory notification, consumed 300 spiritual coins. Light tower, level increased to 2. Territory notification, consumed 600 spiritual coins. Light tower, level increased to 3. Territory notification, consumed 900 spiritual coins. Light tower, level increased to 4. Building, light tower. Level, 20. Cost, 300 spiritual coins. Quality, SSS-01. Description, a lighthouse. Defense, 500, 005, 0000. Special attribute 1. Illumination, capable of illuminating the entire territory, increasing all buildings' attributes by 30. Special attribute 2. Increases all residents of the territory's defense by 20. Description, a mysterious lighthouse, capable of dispelling darkness, bringing light and hope to the territory, purging various negative energies, and enhancing various abilities. The illuminating skill also received a 20-point enhancement. Significantly, a new capability emerged, enabling an increase of 20 in defense, thereby greatly enhancing the safety of each resident. This buff-type building undoubtedly represented a monumental advancement for the entire territory. Zhou Yan arrived beside the spirit spring. Besides the water he had consumed, he could also collect a substantial amount. He opened the trading hall and located the little cutie shop he had been monitoring, only to discover that the other party had listed a considerable quantity of bamboo, sold in bundles of 200. The territory notification read, National Trading Hall, purchased 200 bamboo, costing 2,000 spirit coins. He promptly bought them all in one go and instructed the 5 sisters of Hua Yurong to begin storing the spirit spring water. Upon hearing the news from her territory, the Lord of Little Cutie immediately accessed the trading hall, seeing that the bamboo had been snatched away by the mysterious figure. She finally felt a sense of relief. She had genuinely worried that he might not purchase them, rendering her time spent chopping bamboo entirely wasted. To be frank, she was quite concerned that one day he might cease buying her bamboo altogether. Among all the new lords, only this enigmatic individual required such a vast quantity of bamboo. Furthermore, she even suspected that he might be the one selling spirit spring water. It was precisely because of this mutually beneficial relationship that she had refrained from raising her prices. Selling bamboo had significantly contributed to the development of her territory, ensuring that she would achieve a commendable result in the upcoming newcomer assessment. Zhou Yan, naturally, paid no mind to others' thoughts. He had already begun listing the spirit spring water for sale, maintaining the same price as before, 500 for a bundle. The territory notification proclaimed, International Trading Hall, selling a bundle of spirit spring water, earning 10,000 spirit coins. As soon as he listed them, a rush of eager buyers arrived, competing to see who could act more swiftly. He amassed several million spirit coins in no time. Only then did Zhou Yan list all the low-level equipment he no longer needed. Qin Yao had no use for these inferior items, as she did not possess a significant number of soldiers. Primarily, he had simply accumulated too much equipment. Anything below black iron quality was no longer of interest to him. So he sold it all. Another hefty sum of spirit coins was added to his collection. His following continued to grow, mainly due to the sheer volume of his equipment. He sold several hundred pieces of ordinary gear and over 100 black iron items. Such an abundance of equipment had already left the lords of the entire newcomer territory astounded. In the chat room, wow, this mysterious person is truly terrifying. Not only are they selling vast quantities of spirit spring water daily, but now they've also sold so much equipment. Did they rob an armory or something? I calculated roughly, just from selling spirit spring water, this guy has earned at least over 3 million spirit coins. Adding in yesterday's total, that's over 6 million. Goodness. There are just too many wealthy individuals. Where do they even get their spirit coins? Buddy, you might not know this, but there's a special item called the spirit coin card. A high-level spirit coin card can hold up to 100 million spirit coins for newcomers. I have one worth 10 million spirit coins. Jealous? Huh, you pauper? 10 million spirit coin card, and you dare to show off? I have a billion. Big shot. Please let me cling to your coattails. Brothers, want to see some private photos? Just 100 spirit coins each, an absolute bargain. His spirit coins had finally surpassed the 10 million mark, yet he still could not afford anything in the mysterious shop. Thus, he remained a pauper. To secure better equipment in the future, he needed to devise ways to earn a bit more money. After breaking through level 10, several statues became available for construction within his territory. However, he was notified that the territory level was insufficient. Hence, he began to elevate the level of his territory. Territory notification, your territory has been upgraded to level 9. Territory notification, your territory has been upgraded to level 10. Territory notification, you are the first lord in this newcomer trial to elevate your territory level to 10, unlocking the newcomer trial territory level leaderboard, and have earned 100 points of prestige. An announcement regarding the newcomer trial will be made. Do you wish to disclose the territory name, real name, and nationality? Ugh. I'm going to be on TV again. How annoying. Without hesitation, Zhou Yan chose to decline. Newcomer trial announcement. Territory XXX, under the Lord XXX, nationality XXX. Is the first to elevate their territory level to 10, earning 100 points of prestige. International chat room channel. Mysterious person, come out. Don't let me discover who you are. 3 times on TV in one day. You truly are impressive. Perhaps there are 3 individuals. I seriously suspect it's the same person. National chat room. This is the true big shot, quietly appearing on TV again. I wonder which country this person is from. Where will they construct 10 buildings on the 3rd day? The disparity between people is indeed vast. Enough talk. I'm heading back to my thatched cottage to sulk. Chapter 46. The Ancient Divine Temple. Territory name. Heavenly Court, Diao Chan hidden. Territory talent. Special item 10. Territory level. Level 10. Next level requires the construction of 11 buildings above level 11. Area, 10,000 square meters. Special attribute 1. All attributes of human beings in the territory 15. Special attribute 2. All clan attributes of the territory 10. Buildings. Detailed information. Territory population, 48 individuals. Resources. Detailed information. Constructible buildings. Class change statue. Floor tiles. Restroom. 3 buildings had been added, each with remarkable functions. Particularly the restroom. This was primarily because the refining workshop lacked a restroom. It was unreasonable to have to go to another building every time one needed to relieve themselves, so this building was most timely. The Spirit Bamboo House, Copper Sparrow Platform, and White Robed Ghost Soldier. Barracks all came equipped with restrooms and rooms. However, the mysterious shop did not. It resembled a small convenience store with only a counter, offering merely 5 items at a time. Construction commenced. Ding. Constructing class change statue. Class change statue evolved into Ancient Divine Temple. Ding. Constructing restroom. Restroom evolved into sewage toilet. 2 beams of light appeared within the territory, and the 2 buildings instantly manifested. However, the sewage toilet truly resembled a modern restroom. This was not particularly surprising, as many territories could also construct skyscrapers, though those high-rises did not offer attribute bonuses. Without the Lord's recognition, such structures provided no benefits, but they were still habitable. Though he was curious about the function of the sewage toilet, the Ancient Divine Temple captured his attention even more. Just the name itself was extraordinary. He opened the attributes of this grand hall of professions. Building, Ancient Divine Temple. Level, Special Building. No level, Quality, Unknown. Defense, Indestructible. Special Attribute, Inheritance. Description, a temple lost in the river of time, containing mysterious inheritances. Within lie numerous treasures of ancient deities, awaiting the fated to unlock. Should the territory crystal shatter, the temple will vanish. Zhou Yan was left utterly astounded. The Ancient Divine Temple was indeed a building without a level. Even the quality remains a mystery. He had never heard of it before. This was undoubtedly the most formidable and enigmatic edifice within his domain. He glanced again at the attributes of the sewage toilet. Building, Sewage Toilet. Level, Level 1. 100 Spirit Coins. Quality, S0100. 2-star Stone Material 100. Defense, 100,100. Special Attribute, Sewage Odor Elimination. Description, a clean territory begins with the restroom. The floor tiles did not belong to the building per se. Rather, they were a form of decorative element. Nevertheless, the floor tiles had undergone evolution, allowing him to whimsically select from various price tiles for floor decoration. Upon a cursory glance, he found not only retro tiles but also modern ones, an abundance of choices. He was now eager to discover what professions resided within the ancient temple. This structure stood in stark contrast to others, radiating a hazy golden light beneath the night sky. An ineffable aura of mystery enveloped it. It was a grand hall imbued with the passage of time. The temple occupied a modest area of nearly 300 square meters, but featured 3 ascending tiers, each comprising 9 steps. The entrance resembled a gateway, forged from gold. Yet he was certain it was crafted from a rare and mysterious material. Flanking the grand door were 2 rows of stone-carved weaponry, comprising 36 statues of blades, guns, swords, and halberds. As Zhou Yan pushed open the gilded ancient door, a surge of golden light flooded from within, invoking feelings of mystery, antiquity, and solemnity within him. He felt as though he had traversed the river of time, witnessing astonishing scenes, fearsome beasts roaring at the heavens, ancient races exhibiting tremendous power, capable of shattering mountains with a single punch, darkening the heavens with a mere palm, slashing through thousands of miles with a sword, and cleaving space with a knife. Such breathtaking imagery, such a yearning for power. Suddenly, the subsequent scene struck him as eerily familiar. He saw titanic giants cleaving the heavens with axes, heralding a new epoch. He beheld a sage imparting wisdom to 3, awakening the primordial cosmos. He witnessed the clash between the sacred dragon and phoenix, the conflicts between the necromancer clans, and the legendary goddess Niwa mending the heavens, while the human king Fushi established the Bagua, and the human emperor contended with Chiyu. He also saw deities engaged in a fierce battle against a certain race beyond the heavens, a powerful figure gazing down upon all existence, backed by the starry river. Suddenly, that figure turned its gaze toward him. In that instant, Zhou Yan's eyes widened. How remarkably similar that figure appeared to him. Just as he sought to discern more clearly, the vision abruptly halted. The images flickered like fleeting snapshots, akin to a film rushing past, chronicling the epics of a mysterious and formidable civilization. Could this also be a glorious chapter of Earth's history? Moreover, did those individuals, that figure, truly exist? Or were these mere flights of fancy? Suddenly, a mysterious voice resonated within Zhou Yan's mind. The beginning of the legacy. For whom was it built? Is anyone there? Zhou Yan inquired hastily. Only a perplexing phrase remained, and nothing else. As the radiance faded, Zhou Yan found himself astounded by his surroundings. Before him lay a bridge, an endless expanse stretching beyond sight, seemingly infinite. He felt as though he were suspended within a river of stars. Inside this structure, there existed a self-contained realm. The cosmos was adorned with starry lights, beautiful yet elusive. The celestial bridge spanned the universe. Was this not the space of legacy? Yet, he saw no signs of inheritance. Since entering this place, his mind had been flooded with confusion and wonder. This temple was profoundly mysterious, concealing countless secrets. Suddenly, he perceived a dark whirlpool emerging in the void. Akin to a black hole, startling Zhou Yan, who feared it might engulf him. But as the black hole manifested, a series of characters appeared. Symbolic deity Yang Shuji legacy. Yang Shuji. Zhou Yan stared in astonishment at the black hole. He was not unfamiliar with that name, as it had been mentioned in the mythological history of the Kanglan continent. Could it be that he had misjudged, and this temple was not of Earth? Zhou Yan exclaimed in surprise. Subsequently, a stream of information flowed into his mind. He understood how to acquire the legacy. He merely needed to choose one of the activated black hole spaces to enter, where only those who underwent trials could attain the inheritance. However, he did not make a choice yet, continuing his advance. Chapter 47, The Ancient Temple. The diversity of professions in the Lord's world makes finding a suitable one the best choice. The Ancient Temple was extraordinarily mysterious, each profession within being a rare hidden vocation. The previous symbolic deity profession was unfamiliar to him, and regrettably, it did not appeal to him, so he had to forego it. As he approached the celestial bridge, the vast void transformed once more, and another black hole emerged, accompanied by a new inscription. Archery god, Hou-Yi legacy. Hou-Yi. Upon seeing this figure, Zhou Yan halted. Hou-Yi was a legendary figure from Earth's Huaxia, renowned for wielding a divine bow to hunt the 9 suns and slay countless vile beasts. He was indeed a very legendary character. Contemplating this, he pressed on. The legacies here were countless, and he felt no urgency. Shortly thereafter, another figure materialized in the void. Dragon God, Ingli legacy. Dragon God Ingli? This name was entirely unfamiliar to him. It sounded like a legacy of a divine dragon. Could it truly be possible for him to inherit such a legacy? This suggested that individuals of any race could receive inheritance here. Zhou Yan continued walking, discovering a plethora of legacies. Gun God Tai Su legacy. Fire God Zhu Rong legacy. Heavenly Emperor Di Jun legacy. War God Ares legacy. Beast God Guli legacy. Some of these figures were well known to him, while others were unfamiliar. They included legendary figures from the Kanglan continent, as well as deities from various Earth myths. Of course, there were also many figures he had never heard of. Every legacy here was, without exception, immensely powerful. The legacies were countless, and crucially, each type of legacy was singular, remarkably potent, and precious. All these legacies required trials for acquisition, and only those of formidable strength could be recognized. Zhou Yan felt his heart racing. Each profession was immensely powerful, yet he could only choose one legacy. Fortunately, every legacy had its introduction, and by communicating with the legacy space through thought, he could glean an overview of these inheritances. Thus, he would be able to conditionally select the one most suitable for him to undergo trials. Along his journey, hundreds of legacy black holes had illuminated. One golden black hole shone brightly, prompting Zhou Yan to stop. Heavenly Emperor Fuxi legacy. He beheld yet another legacy. Fuxi was akin to the progenitor of civilization, also the foremost of the 3 sovereigns. Even the achievements of the Earth sovereign Shinnong and the human sovereign Huangdi paled in comparison to his. Fuxi's accomplishments were extraordinary. Born in the primordial era, he established the Bagua, safeguarding the foundation of humanity and igniting the flame of human civilization. He led the people in development and prosperity with numerous deeds, though Zhou Yan knew only a fraction of them. Upon investigating the Fuxi legacy, he discovered it was indeed unique. Not only could it enhance his own strength, but it could also strengthen his territory. This was undoubtedly the most suitable legacy among all for him. His power stemmed entirely from his territory. The stronger the territory, the greater the assistance it provided him. While there were many other legacies that were equally tempting, none could compare to the comprehensiveness of the Fuxi legacy. In the ancient temple of the primordial gods, a prompt appeared. Are you certain you wish to choose the inheritance of Emperor Fuxi? Each race may only select one inheritance. Should the trial fail, The next opportunity will arise in 30 days. During the trial, the flow of time within the inheritance space is at a ratio of 1001 to the outside world. Zhou Yan was taken aback. After a failure, one could attempt the trial again each month until the inheritance was successfully acquired. Moreover, these inheritances were unique, once chosen by an individual. They would not be available to others unless that person voluntarily relinquished it or perished. An individual could select only one inheritance, and he was no exception. To his astonishment, the time ratio within the inheritance space compared to the outside world was indeed 1001, meaning that if he spent 100 days inside, only a single day would have passed outside. This was certainly advantageous for Zhou Yan, as he could not remain away from his territory for an extended period, especially since it was still in the novice trial phase. Nevertheless, he left the ancient temple and returned to his domain, needing to ensure everything was arranged before entering the inheritance. He sought out Diao Chan and the others. Chaner, I have something to discuss with you. I am going to the ancient temple to receive my class inheritance, but I do not know how long I will be gone. He was uncertain about the duration of his stay within the inheritance. He briefly explained the affairs of the ancient temple to them. Chaner, if I do not return in time, I entrust everything here to you. Diao Chan and Zhenmi were both formidable in strength, and with the support of Si Tung and the others, he felt assured that even if he were delayed, nothing would go awry. The time ratio of the inheritance space was 1001. It was unlikely he would be gone for long. Rest assured, as long as I am here, I will ensure that the territory remains unscathed by any monsters. Focus on your inheritance, Diao Chan assured him confidently. I will assist Sister Diao Chan, Zhenmi added. Then I shall leave the territory in your capable hands. Before I depart, I will summon some white-robed ghost soldiers. Having more hands on deck will make things easier, especially since the territory has grown quite large and requires more manpower. After finalizing his instructions, Zhou Yan proceeded to the barracks with the two women. My lord. Zhang San greeted him with a bow upon seeing Zhou Yan. He nodded and approached the summoning platform. Territory notification. Spend 1,000 soul coins to summon one white-robed ghost soldier. Territory notification. Spend 1,000 soul coins to summon one white-robed ghost soldier. Territory notification. Spend 1,000 soul coins to summon one white-robed ghost soldier. This time, he summoned a total of 20 white-robed ghost soldiers, costing him 20,000 soul coins. All that was summoned were soldiers, with no special commanders appearing, which was somewhat disappointing, but Zhou Yan had prepared himself for this outcome. We pay our respects, Lord. The 20 soldiers knelt before Zhou Yan. No need for formalities, Zhou Yan replied, raising their levels to 10, leaving him with a scant amount of soul coins. By the time he entered the temple, Zhenmi had already opened all the treasure chests, confirming that the treasure room had stackable chests that could be opened all at once, saving a significant amount of time. From now on, Zhang San will be your captain, and you will heed his commands, Zhou Yan decreed. Yes, all the soldiers replied in unison. He then proclaimed, as I will be away to receive my inheritance, Diao Chan will manage the affairs of the territory in my absence, and you must follow her orders without fail. Yes. This was a tacit acknowledgement of Diao Chan's esteemed position in Zhou Yan's eyes. After giving his final instructions, Zhou Yan advised them to rest early and informed Si Tung and the others to also follow Diao Chan's lead. Subsequently, the two women accompanied Zhou Yan to the entrance of the ancient temple. Gazing at the enigmatic edifice, Zhou Yan declared, I will return swiftly. Once I do, you shall also have the opportunity to receive your inheritance. Under the watchful eyes of the two women, Zhou Yan stepped into the ancient temple. Chapter 48. The Trial of the Emperor Fuxi Inheritance. Emperor Fuxi Inheritance. With that, Zhou Yan transformed into a beam of light and entered the inheritance space. You have entered the inheritance space and become a member of the Wind Tribe. What? Is that all? How does one complete the inheritance? How does the trial commence? Why is nothing clearly explained? This is absurd. Alas, there was no choice but to proceed step by step, without any prompts. It was an explosive beginning, yet the explosion was his own. Looking down at himself, he was astonished to find he had become a primitive man. His attire had transformed into a single piece of animal hide, covering only the most essential parts. Furthermore, his physique had become notably more robust, particularly in certain areas. He discovered that his strength was formidable, yet he could no longer connect with his lord's heart. None of his equipment or skills were available. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. Observing his surroundings, he found himself amidst a vast wilderness, rich in spiritual energy. He wandered about until he reached a cliff, where he spotted a man similarly clad in animal hide, but with the lower body of a serpent. Could this be Fuxi? Curiously, Zhou Yan approached and inquired, Hello, are you Fuxi? The man turned, revealing a handsome visage, exuding profound wisdom. Oh, which tribe do you belong to? And what brings you to seek my counsel? Fuxi smiled warmly. It truly was Fuxi. Zhou Yan's heart raced with excitement. To converse with such a legendary figure, the progenitor of culture, was an immense honor. He had heard tales of Fuxi's great wisdom, often sought after for guidance. Zhou Yan sat down and said, I did not come to inquire of you. I noticed you appear to be contemplating something. Might you share your thoughts with me? Perhaps I can assist you. This space was intrinsically linked to Fushi's inheritance, and only through interaction with him could the trial be completed. This was the only avenue he could pursue. Oh. Fushi was clearly surprised. It was the first time he had heard such a statement. What is your name? He asked, scrutinizing Zhou Yan. I am Zhou Yan, also from the Fufeng tribe. Are you pondering the nature of this world? Zhou Yan initiated the conversation. The world? Fushi inquired. How do you perceive it? Zhou Yan pondered briefly before responding. The world can be divided into many realms, depending on the perspective from which you ask. Is there not only one world? How can there be many? Fushi was genuinely perplexed by Zhou Yan's words. Zhou Yan chuckled softly and replied, the place we stand is the earth, and what lies above us is the sky. However, the myriad of existence is not confined to what lies before our eyes. Every person, every creature, every tree, and every flower is a world unto itself. As the saying goes, a flower is a world, a blade of grass is enlightenment. Everything can be regarded as a world. Zhou Yan's words seemed to open a door to a new realm of understanding for Fushi. Suddenly, many of his previously perplexing questions appeared to clarify. He closed his eyes and remained in contemplation for quite some time. Zhou Yan, am I mistaken in my words? As a person from a later era, he stood upon the shoulders of giants, and his understanding of the world was far beyond that of ancient thinkers. Yet, were not these concepts rooted in their foundational culture? But, without their groundwork, how could the later generations flourish? After what felt like an eternity, just as Zhou Yan suspected Fushi had fallen asleep, a brilliant golden light erupted from Fushi, a powerful energy that sent Zhou Yan flying several meters away, landing on his back in a most undignified manner. He found himself burrowed into a hole dug by some unseen creature. Zhou Yan found himself at a loss for words. Was this what it meant to be caught in the crossfire while merely lying down? Before long, a force grasped his feet, pulling his head from the hole. My apologies. I couldn't restrain myself, apologized Fushi with a tinge of embarrassment. It's quite all right. I am simply glad to be of assistance, Zhou Yan replied, spitting out the soil from his mouth. Is this what it feels like to eat dirt? Thank you immensely. Your knowledge is truly vast. Fushi exclaimed with delight. Zhou Yan mused that had Fushi been born in a more advanced era, he would undoubtedly outshine him by several streets. Brother. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated, and Zhou Yan turned to see a breathtaking woman with the body of a serpent and the head of a human, clad in animal skins. Her exquisite beauty surpassed even that of Diao Chan. Allow me to introduce you to my wife, Niwa, Fushi said. Greetings, Sister Niwa. Zhou Yan quickly offered his respects. Niwa, a legendary figure in her own right, was a vision of beauty, pure as a celestial being. She smiled at Zhou Yan and remarked, the food supply in the tribe is dwindling. The chieftain is calling everyone to hunt. Very well, Fushi responded. I shall join you, Zhou Yan declared. Together, they ventured into the tribe. The settlement was still quite primitive, with thatched roof houses that provided minimal shelter from the elements. Although the inhabitants did not recognize him, they accepted him as one of their own, as if he were a native of the Wind tribe. As he observed Fushi and Niwa, as well as the tribe itself, he noted that despite Fushi's immense wisdom, he had yet to fully reveal his potential. Many discoveries still lay before him. The tribe's members, constrained by their era, possessed limited knowledge. Most of them had simple minds and robust physiques, rarely engaging in deep thought, let alone other pursuits. Among the tribe, a few individuals, like Fushi, exhibited considerable wisdom, serving as the leaders. It was intriguing to discover that not only Fushi and Niwa bore the serpent human form, many others did as well. The chieftain summoned the able-bodied young men, equipping them with rudimentary wooden tools, with sharpened stones affixed as spearheads, to embark on a hunting expedition in the mountains. Their sole source of sustenance was through hunting. The elder chieftain, now advanced in years, entrusted all hunting responsibilities to Fushi, and soon the group began their preparations. After bidding farewell to Niwa, Fushi approached Zhou Yan, weapon in hand, and instructed, stay close to me. Understood, Zhou Yan replied. Perhaps it was only by closely following and witnessing Fushi's growth that he could fulfill this trial. In the ancient tribes, primordial forests and ferocious beasts were abundant. Guided by experienced hunters, they swiftly entered the woods. Zhou Yan soon realized he was the weakest among them, having previously taken pride in his own robust physique. He felt like a mere jester. The primitive people wielded only simple weapons, lacking even grass sandals. Although Zhou Yan wished to use his foresight to help the tribe grow stronger, he sensed that this trial was not meant for such endeavors. He should focus on following Fushi, as that would be the correct path to complete the trial swiftly. Chapter 49. The First Encounter with the Celestial Emperor, Fushi. The ancient forest was dense with towering trees, the paths convoluted, and a myriad of ancient beasts roamed. Under Fushi's guidance, they evaded colossal predators and ultimately succeeded in hunting several commendable creatures, an ancient deer and a few animals whose names eluded him, resembling wolves yet akin to sheep. The fauna of this era were remarkably fierce, surpassing even the future's most formidable tigers. However, Fushi and his companions were immensely powerful, dispatching these animals with a single blow. Zhou Yan observed their singular and rather barbaric hunting methods, prompting him to suggest, I believe there are swifter and more efficient means to hunt. Oh, pray tell. Fushi inquired with curiosity. Zhou Yan then elucidated several common techniques such as baiting, trapping, and encirclement. In this ancient context, these methods were perceived as profound wisdom. Fushi's eyes lit up as he grasped the brilliance of Zhou Yan's strategies. Laughing heartily, the tribe believes my wisdom is unparalleled. Yet I see you as the truly sagacious one. I must recommend you for the position of priest upon our return. The role of a priest held significant stature within the tribe, typically reserved for those of considerable intellect. Zhou Yan promptly declined Fushi's offer. He had not come to become a priest in this primitive society. Ultimately, this was merely a trial, and after its completion, he would need to depart. Under Fushi's guidance, Zhou Yan shared these strategies, and Fushi began to implement them one by one. Before long, they successfully ensnared a leopard in a trap. Remarkably, Fushi did not need to intervene. The other tribesmen were fully capable of slaying the leopard themselves. This achievement filled them with great joy. For the leopard was far more ferocious than the deer, yet they had triumphed. Zhou Yan's ingenuity earned their admiration, and they regarded him with newfound respect, no longer viewing him as a burden. After a considerable time, they returned triumphantly, bringing back an abundance of game that surpassed any previous hunt, and crucially, no tribe member had sustained injury or loss. In past hunts, casualties had been common, but thanks to Zhou Yan's insights, they had averted disaster. The tribe held Zhou Yan's wisdom in high esteem, while he humbly recognized that he had merely shared common knowledge. It dawned on him just how crucial knowledge and culture were. Subsequently, Zhou Yan moved to reside closer to Fushi. To his surprise, Niwa had a sister, also a serpent human, equally beautiful and possessing a charming personality. She was quite curious about Zhou Yan, having heard of his extraordinary wisdom, rivaling that of Fushi. During her leisure, she delighted in listening to Zhou Yan recount various intriguing tales. What is your name? Zhou Yan inquired. I am called Niwa, a member of the demon tribe. Sister Niwa and brother Fushi rescued me, she replied, her demeanor endearing and intelligent. From her, Zhou Yan learned that many races existed on the Hongwan continent, and her own tribe had been decimated by a powerful demon, scattering its members, until Niwa and Fushi had saved her and brought her here. One day, the Wind tribe gathered around a fire, dancing. Zhou Yan initially assumed this was a customary activity, but later learned from Niwa that it was a commemoration of the significance of fire. Indeed, since the advent of fire, humanity had transitioned from consuming raw to cooked food, marking the end of their dark, lightless existence. The flame was undeniably a momentous occasion worthy of remembrance. Zhou Yan remained in the tribe for several days, uncertain of how to complete this trial, and could only guide Fushi step by step, imparting more knowledge. Fushi often approached him with perplexing questions, many of which Zhou Yan found challenging to answer. As they were exceedingly profound, he could only share rudimentary insights about the universe. Regrettably, his own knowledge was limited, providing only a general understanding. Nonetheless, Fushi gained considerable insight and inspiration from their discussions. Zhou Yan could not help but sigh. Such is the nature of talent. Fushi, destined to be the progenitor of humanity, undoubtedly possessed extraordinary wisdom and a unique mode of thinking. It was merely a matter of unlocking these latent potentials ahead of time. Subsequently, Zhou Yan discovered a river not far from the tribe, as tribes during this era invariably established their settlements near water sources. Thus, he guided Fushi, suggesting that they could augment the tribe's food supply by fishing. What is fishing? Fushi seemed quite curious. Zhou Yan then began to instruct him on how to fashion a net from rope, which would not only enable them to catch fish, but also birds. He successfully helped Fushi create a simple bamboo raft, allowing them to fish upon the water's surface. One day, Zhou Yan and Fushi were engaged in a discourse on the philosophical principles of heaven and earth by the riverbank. Fushi, possessing innate intelligence, grasped many concepts with Zhou Yan's prompts, and even Zhou Yan found himself greatly enlightened, learning much from Fushi. Suddenly, a tortoise emerged from the riverbank, approaching Fushi with an air of curiosity before lazily basking in the sun. This mystical tortoise was indeed fascinating. Fushi picked it up, examining it closely. Observing this, Zhou Yan remarked, "The shell of this tortoise seems rather extraordinary." Upon hearing tortoise shell, Fushi scrutinized the tortoise's shell, and it appeared that his heartstrings were profoundly stirred, leading him into a state of enlightenment. Zhou Yan, witnessing this, thought to himself, "This is indeed a child of destiny. With just a casual suggestion, he can comprehend the celestial and terrestrial." Fushi contemplated the shell for what seemed like several days. At that moment, the yin and yang of heaven and earth converged, forming a taiji diagram that enveloped the universe, and an ineffable sound of the Tao filled the surroundings. Zhou Yan had remained by the river for several days, receiving sustenance from the empress. Thus, when the taiji diagram manifested, the purest essence of yin and yang descended upon him. As Zhou Yan closed his eyes, he felt as though he had entered a realm of chaos, devoid of anything, reminiscent of the moment he first awakened the heart of a lord. A radiant light appeared before him, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Is that not the heart of the Lord?" He floated towards it, and the colorful heart enveloped in yin and yang formed the taiji diagram, resonating with profound and mysterious sounds. Zhou Yan struggled to comprehend its meaning, yet he sensed its exquisite and unfathomable nature. The yin and yang transformed into taiji, while the taiji diagram evolved into the 8 trigrams. The colorful space of the heart morphed into a spectrum of light, entering the diagram, and a cascade of multicolored brilliance emerged. Zhou Yan closed his eyes once more, and a scroll fell from the sky, radiating vibrant hues. Intrigued, Zhou Yan pondered whether the colorful heart and the yin-yang energies had given rise to this ancient scroll. He grasped it in his hands, but to his bewilderment, it was utterly blank. How could this be? He genuinely could not comprehend its significance. A blank ancient scroll was perplexing. Chapter 50. Fuxi and Zhou Yan comprehend the taiji and the 8 trigrams to form characters. After a long while, Zhou Yan emerged from his state of consciousness, opening his eyes to find Fuxi standing before him, akin to an elder brother, inquiring, "You have awoken." "And you have awakened as well," Zhou Yan replied. Suddenly, he noticed a massive tortoise behind Fuxi and exclaimed, "Where did this giant tortoise come from?" "I gleaned some insights from the tortoise shell and derived a diagram." "Do you remember the mystical tortoise I held earlier?" Fuxi responded. "Could it be that small tortoise has transformed?" Zhou Yan speculated. "Indeed, it is the same one. It possesses profound fortune, and I have named it Xuanwu. What do you think?" Fuxi smiled, gently stroking Xuanwu's head, which seemed to relish the attention. "That name is splendid, fitting for one of the 4 sacred beasts." Zhou Yan replied. "The 4 sacred beasts?" Fuxi pondered, having just comprehended the taiji diagram and not fully grasping the implications of Zhou Yan's words. Zhou Yan elaborated. "The eastern azure dragon guards the heavenly gate, the western white tiger guards the mysterious gate, the southern vermilion bird guards the yellow gate, and the northern Xuanwu guards the earth gate. Together, they form a protective barrier against foes from all directions." Fuxi appeared contemplative, remarking, "It seems your insights surpass mine." "No, I owe it to your grace. The influx of yin and yang into my being has greatly aided me," Zhou Yan responded. Fuxi smiled slightly at this, recognizing that he too had gained much from Zhou Yan's words. "Brother Fuxi, brother Zhou Yan, you have awakened." The Empress and Nuwa approached from a distance, brimming with joy. Fuxi remarked, "It seems the Empress is quite attentive to you. If you are inclined, I could inquire about her feelings." "Ah, this, brother Fuxi, is utterly out of the question. How should I express this? I may not be able to remain here for long. I would rather not disappoint her," Zhou Yan replied. Fuxi scrutinized Zhou Yan closely, saying, "What is real and what is illusory can be indistinguishable. How can you be certain this is merely a dream?" "What do you mean by that, brother Fuxi?" Zhou Yan sensed a deeper meaning in Fuxi's words. When he looked at him, Fuxi smiled enigmatically, offering no further explanation. In the days that followed, Zhou Yan continued to engage with Fuxi in profound discussions about the principles of heaven and earth, learning esoteric knowledge from him. He felt as though he had grasped something significant, yet simultaneously sensed an absence of comprehension. Their mutual learning yielded rich dividends for both. The Empress grew increasingly attentive, her gaze toward him becoming notably special. Zhou Yan harbored no aversion to her. However, he was not of this realm, nor of this era. He could not act without commitment. Thus, he endeavored to avoid the Empress, contemplating how to conclude this trial sooner. Fuxi's understanding of the taiji and the 8 trigrams deepened remarkably, attributed not only to Zhou Yan's influence, but also significantly to Fuxi's inherent talent. Fuxi generously imparted his insights to Zhou Yan and began to establish methods for the cultivation of the human race, hoping to empower humanity to no longer suffer the ravages of ferocious beasts. In this primordial land, humanity was still feeble. A single colossal creature could devour an entire tribe, resulting in a gruesome and merciless fate. Humanity's tribes often faced the threat of annihilation, and Fuxi's initiative aimed solely to fortify them, ensuring they did not become prey to these monstrous entities. This endeavor constituted a monumental merit, holding profound significance for humanity. Zhou Yan had not previously studied any cultivation techniques, yet he possessed knowledge of the physical body and unique insights that Fuxi lacked. He began to assist Fuxi in refining the most ancient method of cultivation for humanity. Though progress was slow, both were tireless in their efforts, often working late into the night, much to the dissatisfaction of Nuwa and the Empress. However, their physical constitution was exceptionally robust, and with the rich spiritual energy of their surroundings, even a week without sleep would not severely impact them. Time flew swiftly, and by the beginning of the second half of the month, they had completed the first ancient scripture of humanity. Yet, Zhou Yan felt that such scripture must be inscribed for posterity. Thus, he began to guide Fuxi, saying, "Oral traditions are prone to fading from memory. If we could record these matters in written form, it would be even better." "Written form? What is that?" Fuxi inquired, intrigued. "It is a means of documenting these events through imagery, allowing all members of the tribe to learn and pass them down, even if future generations forget. As long as the words endure, the lineage shall remain unbroken," Zhou Yan explained. "This is indeed a great virtue," Fuxi exclaimed with delight upon hearing this. Thus, The two of them commenced the creation of written characters. They began by sketching in the earth, but Zhou Yan soon realized that modern characters could not be inscribed. As if he had forgotten how in his mind. This revelation filled him with profound astonishment. He was acutely aware of the truth, yet found himself unable to articulate it. It seemed he understood that the cosmos had not yet permitted such words to exist, and that they must first evolve from the most ancient of characters. In this light, it became evident that the two of them were destined to initiate the creation of language. Zhou Yan could only suggest to Fuxi that they depict characters inspired by the forms of animals. Once the characters were established, Zhou Yan further proposed inscribing them upon tortoise shells. Thus, the first oracle bone script was born. At the moment this ancient text of humanity was completed, a brilliant golden light erupted from the tortoise shell, manifesting as shimmering golden characters, while a radiant spectrum enveloped the heavens and the earth, descending upon the two of them. Zhou Yan and Fuxi were once again plunged into a state of profound clarity, reminiscent of Fuxi's earlier comprehension of the Tai Chi and the Bagua. This time, Zhou Yan found himself transported to that chaotic realm once more, where letters began to emerge upon the multicolored ancient scroll, precisely the characters they had created together. It dawned upon him how this scroll functioned, yet he sensed that it was not as simple as it appeared. For it was born from his own heart of vibrant colors and the interplay of yin and yang energies. He felt an absence, a sense of incompleteness. He believed that if this ancient scroll were to be completed, it would signify the moment of his trial's culmination. A profound realization surged within him. As the spiritual essence of the universe transformed into a vast sea of energy, continually flowing into his being, Fuxi experienced a similar influx. And the two of them resembled twin black holes, voraciously absorbing the energies of the cosmos. Nearby, the Xuanwu also benefited immensely. Becoming entranced by the vastness of this spiritual sea, a cry of the phoenix echoed, and a fiery bird spiraled through the skies, eventually joining the two to partake in this ocean of energy. Subsequently, from the clouds above, a colossal azure dragon sensed the commotion and descended, shrinking to a few meters in size, and lay beside them. In the primeval forest, a celestial white tiger, adorned with wings and possessing keen eyes, soared into the air and landed beside them. These beings exuded a remarkable spirit, standing guard beside the two, as if protecting them. Once the four auspicious beasts nestled beside them, two Tai Chi formations emerged from within their beings, ultimately evolving into a singular Tai Chi diagram. Fuxi embodied the yin, while Zhou Yan embodied the yang. The four holy guardians stood sentinel at the four corners, as the order of heaven and earth was restored. The light of the heavenly way descended, causing all beings in the primordial world to inexplicably sense the emergence of an immense and terrifying power, awakening. In the primordial continent, it seemed as though something extraordinary was unfolding. Chapter 51. The Transformation of the Primordial World. Zhou Yan appeared to have gleaned insights from a certain source of the great Tao, an immense opportunity that promised boundless benefits. Though the profundity of these insights was presently beyond his comprehension, even so, his physical form underwent a remarkable transformation. A tremendous surge of pure yang energy coursed through his body, a force of unparalleled potency. Before the heavens and the earth were born, existence was shrouded in chaos. At the dawn of creation, chaos bifurcated into the dual energies of yin and yang, from which all things in the world emerged. At this moment, Fuxi represented yin while Zhou Yan embodied yang, their union converging the purest primal energies of yin and yang. It is crucial to understand that the world they inhabited was still in its nascent stages. Thus, these forces were the original, invaluable primal energies. These energies continuously reshaped their bodies, rendering them stronger. Moreover, Zhou Yan's transformation extended beyond his physical form. The ancient scroll in his mind also underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. The symbols and characters within the scroll appeared to acquire sentience, radiating an astonishing brilliance. Time slipped away unnoticed until the two finally awakened from their meditative state. Zhou Yan immediately sensed an inexhaustible power within him, as if he could shatter a mountain with a single blow. He felt a current flowing within, autonomously navigating a unique path, likely the pure yang energy, cultivating itself according to the method they had devised. Zhou Yan was astonished to discover that the technique he and Fuxi had created seemed to have received some form of recognition from the Tao, not only becoming more refined, but also immensely potent. He glanced at Fuxi and observed the swirling energies of yin and yang around him, as they intertwined to form a Tai Chi diagram that merged with his being. Zhou Yan was immediately intrigued as to why he possessed only pure yang energy and lacked the corresponding yin energy. It became clear why he had not comprehended the Tai Chi diagram, as he merely sensed a vast ocean of yang power. Fuxi opened his eyes, revealing that his gains far surpassed those of Zhou Yan. After all, Fuxi was the fated one, the child of destiny, and the progenitor of humanity. He transformed his serpentine form into legs and approached Zhou Yan, stating, "It appears we have both gleaned substantial benefits from this endeavor. However, I have noticed an anomaly within my body. I possess only pure yang energy, whereas you are capable of harmonizing yin and yang. Fortunately, I have not detected any significant irregularities. Zhou Yan voiced his confusion. All things adhere to the principle of balance. I am not entirely certain at the moment, but there must be a reason behind this. Let us remain patient and devise a solution together. They were both newly initiated practitioners, still unfamiliar with these complexities, and could only proceed with gradual exploration. I have discovered that our previous techniques were indeed correct, and I have conceived a new idea. Fushi, possessing immense wisdom and having made great strides, swiftly inscribed the subsequent part of the technique onto a piece of tortoise shell, though it remained incomplete. Just as Fushi finished writing, Zhou Yan noticed that the ancient scroll in his mind began to supplement the continuation of the technique, precisely mirroring Fushi's inscriptions. This ancient scroll was indeed remarkable. Its ability to imprint such knowledge indicated that the technique was sound. Congratulations to both of you on your breakthroughs. The Empress arrived from a distance, bringing a pot of sweet mountain spring water for the two. Upon seeing Fushi's transformation from serpent to human legs, she curiously inquired, Fushi, how did you achieve this? Fushi shared his method with the Empress, who, after a brief exploration, succeeded in transforming her serpent form into human legs as well. Now I possess legs too. The Empress exclaimed joyfully, her childlike exuberance shining through. They returned to the tribe, where Fushi also instructed Niwa on how to undergo the transformation, piquing her curiosity. In the days that followed, Zhou Yan continued to work alongside Fushi to refine their technique, sharing the written characters with the tribe and teaching them the methods of cultivation, which greatly enhanced their physical prowess. Under Zhou Yan's influence, the tribe began to undergo significant transformations. They started constructing wooden houses, raising livestock, and learning to cultivate the land more effectively. However, these advancements were primarily guided by Fushi. As these were tasks he would eventually undertake, Zhou Yan merely expedited the process. As time passed, their technique became increasingly perfected, and the tribe grew stronger. 2 months later, the chieftain of the Wind tribe finally succumbed to exhaustion, bequeathing the chieftaincy to Fushi. Thus began a new era, one that belonged to him. A month later, a member of an outside tribe, gravely injured, arrived seeking help, revealing that their tribe was under attack by a horde of formidable beasts that were slaughtering their people indiscriminately. Upon hearing this, Fushi began to summon all able-bodied men of the tribe to rescue the endangered clan, and naturally, Zhou Yan accompanied him. Upon their arrival, they beheld a group of enormous beasts, standing 5 or 6 meters tall, trampling the tribe as they went, devouring anyone who dared to hide. In the primordial world, humanity was but feeble prey for these formidable beasts, rendered exceedingly powerless. How infuriating! A group of individuals seethed with rage, wielding bronze weapons, a testament to the influence of Zhou Yan, who had inspired the crafting of swords and knives from bronze. After months of rigorous training, the Wind clan had become extraordinarily powerful, capable of slaying these beasts single-handedly. A cadre of Wind clan warriors leaped distances of 10 to 20 meters, gripping their massive weapons, and struck down upon the heads of these creatures. With a sickening crunch, the skulls of the beasts were obliterated, proving them no match for the might of the warriors. Thanks to their formidable strength, their tribe no longer worried about sustenance. This was astonishing indeed. The members of the Qiong clan gazed in disbelief at the Wind clan's prowess, their eyes wide with astonishment, some even kneeling and exclaiming, "The gods have descended." Thus, Fushi ushered in the divine era for humanity. He gathered the Qiong people and led them back to his tribe. In the ensuing days, the ferocity of the beasts in the primordial world escalated, resulting in entire human clans being consumed without a trace. Both Zhou Yan and Fushi sensed a significant shift in the heavens and the earth, as if it were both inevitable and manipulated by some hand of destiny. They understood that a monumental upheaval was forthcoming. Consequently, they dispatched members of their tribe to gather wandering clans, inviting them to join Fushi's tribe. Having heard of Fushi's legendary feats, they accepted without hesitation. The strength of the Fushi tribe burgeoned, paralleling the intensifying turmoil of the primordial world. Chapter 52, The Trial concludes. Indeed, it was not long before a dreadful cataclysm shook the heavens and the earth, akin to a cataclysmic collapse. As a powerful force of destruction swept across the entire primordial continent, Zhou Yan surmised that this was the result of a fierce battle between the witch and demon clans, a conflict that would ultimately grant humanity a glimmer of hope for ascendance. This battle raged on for an extended period, nearly tearing the primordial continent asunder. Yet, regardless of the devastation wrought by the witch and demon clans, the Fushi tribe remained unscathed, untouched by the chaos. Boom. Time passed unmeasured, until a colossal sound reverberated through the heavens and the earth, akin to a cataclysm. Everyone emerged to discern the cause, only to witness the collapse of Mount Buzhou, the very axis connecting the heavens and the earth. Alarmed, they exclaimed, "A hole has appeared in the sky." Panic ensued as the fissure in the sky widened with each passing moment. If this continued, it seemed the entire primordial world might vanish entirely. "We must devise a solution, lest all living beings of the primordial realm face annihilation," Fuxi and Nuwa declared. We should investigate Mount Buzhou, Zhou Yan suggested. The entire tribe advanced towards the base of the mountain, witnessing various apocalyptic scenes along the way. Even the spiritual essence of the world had diminished 100-fold. Incomparable to what it once was. Countless formidable beasts lay lifeless upon the primordial continent, many of them ancient and powerful species. None had anticipated that such mighty beasts would perish. The primordial continent erupted with calamities, volcanic eruptions, floods, rivers changing course, and innumerable forests consumed by flames. Soon, they arrived at the foot of Mount Buzhou. Although the peak had collapsed, it still towered into the clouds. What shall we do? The fissure in the sky grows ever larger. We must act swiftly. Fuxi and Nuwa were in a state of urgency. Zhou Yan noticed some stones at the mountain's base, radiating vibrant colors, and proclaimed, "Gather these stones for refinement. I believe I have seen these multicolored stones before. They possess immense power and may very well halt the expansion of the sky's fissure." Nuwa immediately recognized their potential. "Everyone, gather them quickly," Zhou Yan urged. The members of the Wind Clan began to search for the radiant stones, unaware of their purpose, yet instinctively knowing to collect them. Only Zhou Yan understood their true value, recognizing them as treasures of great strength. They swiftly amassed a considerable quantity of the multicolored stones, prompting Zhou Yan to call out, "Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, come forth." A resounding cry of a phoenix echoed through the skies, as the vermilion bird emanated beautiful divine flames. A dragon's roar followed, as the Azure Dragon soared down from the heavens. A thunderous tiger's growl announced the arrival of the White Tiger, while the Black Tortoise approached, bearing a wave of water. The four sacred beasts appeared before them, now several meters in size. "Vermilion Bird, use your divine flames to refine the multicolored stones, and do so swiftly," Zhou Yan commanded. The vermilion bird nodded and unleashed a stream of divine fire, refining the stones at their feet. Subsequently, Zhou Yan instructed the other three sacred beasts to guard the refined stones, forming a circular energy shield around them. Soon, the multicolored stones were entirely refined, transforming into a radiant aura of multicolored light. "We must deliver this to the heavens," Zhou Yan declared. "Allow me." Both Fuxi and Nuwa stepped forward simultaneously. Zhou Yan insisted. "This task must be undertaken by Nuwa. Only she can succeed where others cannot." "Very well," Nuwa acquiesced. "You four sacred beasts escort the multicolored stones and Nuwa to the heavens," Zhou Yan instructed. The four sacred beasts nodded in agreement and ascended, with Nuwa seated upon the head of the Azure Dragon, heading towards the fissure in the sky. However, the celestial space was exceedingly unstable, with turbulent airstreams creating significant resistance as the four sacred beasts ascended. In desperation, Nuwa instructed the sacred beasts to remain suspended in midair, while she manifested a divine light to envelop the aura of the multicolored stones, propelling herself towards the fissure in the sky. "Nuwa!" Fuxi cried out in anguish, extending his hands towards her as if to pull her back, yet he could do nothing but watch helplessly as Nuwa vanished into the rift above. "Farewell, my kin. My friend, my beloved." Nuwa, alongside the multicolored aura, erupted in a brilliant radiance, enveloping the torn sky, swiftly healing the fissure. The breach in the heavens was restored. Yet, a profound sorrow enveloped the tribe. Tears filled the eyes of each individual. "Sister Nuwa," the empress lamented, weeping bitterly, ultimately collapsing into Zhou Yan's embrace. Although he had anticipated this outcome, Zhou Yan could not restrain his own tears. Nuwa had always cared for him, akin to a sister. Nuwa had sacrificed herself for the entirety of the primordial continent, yet she would not perish. Nevertheless, Zhou Yan felt a deep pain, for Nuwa and Fuxi were to be separated. Indeed, in the next moment, a great force enveloped the heavens, as Nuwa's ethereal spirit manifested above. The world was filled with tranquility, as divine light descended from the heavens, illuminating the once ravaged primordial continent, restoring it to its former springtime glory. The earth reassembled. Rivers flowed back into the seas and lakes, and the infernos in the forests were extinguished. However, the fallen Mount Buzhou could never be restored. With the heavens and earth aglow, Nuwa achieved sanctification. Fuxi marveled. Yet, ultimately, she has departed from me. Fuxi comprehended that the bond between him and Nuwa had come to a close. Nuwa ascended to sanctity, vanishing within the cosmos. Yet, her contributions to the primordial realm would forever be etched in the annals of history. The four sacred beasts, having garnered immense merit, became the esteemed guardians of the primordial world, each presiding over their respective realms. Although not as sages, their status remained exalted. As Zhou Yan prepared to depart from this place, he cast his gaze towards a distant location where a radiant spectrum of light descended from the heavens, landing upon a mountain within the primal wilderness. He smiled at this sight, choosing not to intervene, for he possessed a colorful divine stone, the sole one in the entirety of the unmoving mountain. "Will Sister Nuwa return?" inquired the empress. "She has always dwelled within our hearts," Zhou Yan could only respond. "Sister Nuwa has already departed. I do not wish for you to leave. Is that all right?" The empress grasped Zhou Yan's hand tightly, her eyes brimming with anticipation, leaving him at a loss for words. He could not promise her anything and remained silent, continuously questioning himself. Was this truly a mere illusory realm? Was it genuinely just a trial? Was this indeed the place where he received his legacy? He was uncertain how to answer the Empress and could only remain in this state of contemplation. Upon returning to the tribe, Fushi regained his former vigor, leading the tribe to flourish and grow. However, the world at this juncture lacked the abundant spiritual energy that existed before the war of witches and demons. Their cultivation had slowed to a crawl. Yet, through Niwa's ascension to sainthood, Fushi appeared increasingly astute, managing to perfect many matters without Zhou Yan's assistance, some of which astonished even him. The ancient scroll of techniques in his mind grew ever more refined, seemingly just a step away from completion. Indeed, those chosen by the heavens would continue to shine with brilliance even in the absence of their presence. Zhou Yan witnessed the scene of a cultural progenitor striving for the betterment of humankind. Thus, he followed closely beside Fushi, laboring together for the entire human tribe, seemingly forgetting his original purpose for being there. He had begun to see himself as a part of this world, until one day, months later, Fushi instructed Zhou Yan and the Empress to gather numerous turtle shells for his chamber, upon which he meticulously carved the entire process of Niwa mending the heavens. Among these carvings were the moments they had shared in aiding her, each scene etched upon the shells, culminating in the depiction of the four holy beasts bearing the colorful divine stone alongside Niwa as she repaired the sky. In an instant, a dazzling light erupted from within Zhou Yan's mind, engulfing him entirely. He received a notification that he had completed the trial of inheritance. A significant amount of time had passed since the beginning, and he had finally succeeded. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance as he gazed at the two before him. You are to depart, aren't you? Fushi regarded Zhou Yan calmly, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Brother Fushi, no need for further words. I understand. I am grateful for your presence during these days. Fushi smiled at Zhou Yan, akin to an elder's caring embrace. Brother Fushi, must Zhou Yan truly leave, just as Sister Niwa did, never to be seen again? The Empress's eyes were red-rimmed, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. Empress, I am sorry. I am ultimately not of this era. Please forget me. Zhou Yan's heart ached. He too was reluctant to part with the Empress, the endearing little sprite who often asked him endless questions and would sneak into his room at night to cuddle with him. There were far too many cherished memories. No, I refuse. I do not want you to leave. The Empress wept bitterly, for two of her closest companions were departing in succession, leaving her profoundly heartbroken. I once spoke of the ephemeral nature of dreams. How can you discern if all of this is merely an illusion? Fushi observed the two, stating, You shall indeed meet again. Though the wait may be lengthy, the bridge of fate that has brought you here will not be so easily severed. Brother Fushi, are you suggesting we will reunite, that this place is not an illusion? Zhou Yan gazed at him in astonishment as his brilliance intensified. Remember, it is your duty to carry forth the future of humanity. The survival of our race rests upon your shoulders until we meet again. As the light dissipated, Zhou Yan finally vanished, leaving the trial grounds and returning to the bridge within the Hall of Inheritance. Chapter 53, Occupation, Inheritor. Territory Notification. You have completed the inheritance trial and successfully transitioned to the RRR-grade occupation, Inheritor. Territory Notification. You have awakened the talent, Chaotic Young Body. Territory Notification. You have successfully unlocked your aptitude, Current Aptitude, RRR-grade. Territory Notification. You have received a special quest item, the colorful Divine Stone. Territory Notification. Ultimately, you have returned. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself once again within the endless intricacies of the Hall of Inheritance. He lifted his gaze to the void above. The golden black hole had vanished. The inheritance had been claimed and would not reappear. Fushi had claimed they could meet again. Could this truly not be a dream? Contemplating this, his eyes ignited with fervor as he clenched his fists. He dared not dwell on certainty, for this Hall of Inheritance was extraordinarily peculiar. It was indeed possible that the hall had transported him back to the primordial era of Earth, allowing him to meet Fushi. Yet, in the memories of Earth, figures like Fushi and Niwa were mere legends, their whereabouts unknown to posterity. Where have you all gone? Zhou Yan fell into deep thought. This experience had led him to sense a connection between the Kanglan continent, the realm of lords, Earth, and perhaps other planetary realms. To uncover these truths and ascertain the fates of Fushi and the others, he must continue to grow stronger. Zhou Yan raised his head towards the vastness of the void and called out, Empress, are you still there? In a distant expanse of the void, within a mysterious space, lay a peculiar structure. Inside a crystalline white jade coffin seemed to rest a woman, seemingly immersed in endless epics. In an instant, this woman appeared to stir, feeling an unprecedented surge of power coursing through her body. Zhou Yan discovered that he had grown significantly stronger than before. He opened his attribute list. Name, Zhou Yan. Gender, male. Age, 19. Race, human. Nationality, Divine Dragon Nation. Level, 10. Currency, 1,500 soul coins. Charm, 21. Luck, 21. Strength, 1419. Constitution, 120. Agility, 1213. Mentality, 1242. Free attribute points, 0. Reputation, 300. Occupation. Inheritor, bears the responsibility of humanity's legacy and guards its future. Capable of learning all skills. Talent, chaotic yang body. Skill, S7 star sword technique. Aptitude, RRR. Technique, RRR yin yang transformation method. Realm, martial path, 15 heavens. All attributes 20. Equipment, detailed list. His strength, agility, constitution, and mentality had all increased by 100 points. Charm and luck had also risen by 10 points. Zhou Yan was astounded. Such a boost was almost unbelievable. No wonder he felt magnitudes stronger than before. The enhancement of his attributes was simply terrifying. This must be the benefits acquired from the trial grounds. The advantages he gained were numerous. This was merely in terms of physical attributes. There were countless other aspects he could scarcely articulate, knowing that many things lingered in his mind, awaiting his exploration, especially the ancient scroll within his consciousness, which held not only the yin-yang transformation method but also many intricate designs, depictions of various primal beasts, symbols he had created alongside Fushi and others, and images from the mending of the heavens, all imprinted upon it. These represented something profound within the world and were not casually inscribed upon the ancient scroll. He sensed that this scroll was far from simple, yet he could not discern more at the moment. He would have to wait until he grew stronger to unravel its mysteries. Territory notification. You are the first lord to successfully change classes in this novice trial, earning a reward of 100 prestige points. An announcement regarding the novice trial will be made. Should the name of the territory, your true name, and nationality be disclosed, there is also a prestige reward. Zhou Yan clicked no. Novice trial announcement. Territory XXX, Lord XXX, nationality XXX, first to complete class change, rewarded with 100 prestige points. The entire novice trial was once again engulfed in shock. They firmly believed that the individual who achieved this class change was none other than the mysterious figure from before. In response, they expressed a myriad of feelings, envy, jealousy, and resentment. Across international channels and various national forums, discussions of this announcement erupted. This enigmatic individual had appeared on television for the 4th time. Why maintain such an air of mystery? If capable, why not reveal their name? It is not certain that this is the same person as before. The world is vast, and there must be many fortunate souls. Perhaps this is entirely the work of 4 different individuals. This reasoning held merit. The announcement only acknowledged the first place, rendering the second and subsequent participants ineligible for recognition on television. There was a substantial likelihood that this class change belonged to another mysterious individual. Regardless, to ascend to level 10 and complete a class change in such a brief period indicates that this person's strength must be formidable. As a level 3, I can only develop quietly. It is only the 7th day, yet someone has completed a class change. Truly frightening. Zhou Yan had lingered in the trial grounds for what felt like an eternity. However, only 3 days had elapsed in the trial realm. Upon exiting the Temple of Inheritance, he glanced at the time and realized that 3 days had passed since he entered. In the trial realm, it had been nearly 300 days, approximately 10 months. Over this duration, he seemed to have matured significantly, acquiring experiences and insights that could take an ordinary person over a decade to attain. He proceeded to the Spirit Bamboo House, where Diao Chan was returning with a basket of vegetables and fruits from the spirit fields. Upon seeing Zhou Yan, she hurried over, joyfully exclaiming, "You are finally back. Thank you for your hard work over these 3 days. Did anything significant happen?" Zhou Yan inquired. Nothing unusual occurred. Everything went quite smoothly. Today's monster siege was brief, and these creatures posed no substantial threat to us, Diao Chan replied. She then summarized the recent happenings in the territory, noting no major events. However, as time passed, the number of monsters attacking the territory had increased significantly. Today, the monsters exceeded 5,000. Chapter 54. The addition of 3 defensive towers. 5,000. Zhou Yan exclaimed in astonishment. So many. We did not expect such a surge in monsters, but their levels are quite low. The highest is merely level 6. Serving only to provide us with soul coins, Diao Chan explained. He had complete confidence in his territory's defenses, from the various structures to the thorn barrier, which could effectively keep the monsters at bay. Crucially, they now possessed 5 defensive towers, each exceptionally powerful. He glanced at the soul coins, which had accumulated to nearly 200,000 over the 3 days. 200,000 soul coins. Zhou Yan marveled. We have been sending people out to hunt monsters these past few days. I took turns with Xunmi, and today it was her turn to lead the expedition while I remained to guard the territory, Diao Chan responded. Excellent, excellent. With 200,000 soul coins, I can accomplish a great deal. In order to better safeguard the territory, he promptly made his way to the barracks of the white-robed ghost general. Upon reaching the altar, he began summoning soldiers. Territory notification. Spend 1,000 soul coins to summon 1 white-robed ghost soldier. Territory notification. Spend 1,000 soul coins to summon 1 white-robed ghost soldier. Territory notification. Spend 1,000 soul coins to summon one white-robed sergeant. At last, a junior officer has appeared. Zhou Yan observed the sergeant's attributes and found them only slightly superior to those of a typical soldier. The difference was not particularly pronounced. He summoned a total of 20 white-robed ghost soldiers, elevating their levels to 10, which cost him 12,000 soul coins, leaving him with over 80,000. The population of his territory had now increased to 68. He instructed these 20 soldiers to begin their training before departing the barracks. The spirit springs had accumulated over these past few days. If he did not sell them soon, he would have no vessels left to store them. Diao Chan recalled something and addressed Zhou Yan. I will see if there are any water tanks available. If so, I will purchase some. The daily yield of the spirit springs was fixed, making them highly marketable. Primarily, he could not exhaust his own territory supply. If he could not utilize them all, he would not consider selling them. With the increase in population, the demand for spirit water would only grow, and he was in need of funds. Each time he gazed at the prices in the mysterious shop, a sense of frustration washed over him. However, with the cultivation of spirit fruits underway, he could potentially amass great wealth from their sale. Diao Chan had already accumulated a considerable stock over these days, awaiting his return to sell them. During Zhou Yan's time in the Temple of Inheritance, he had entrusted the management of the territory to Diao Chan, granting her full access to its functionalities. She had been monitoring the mysterious shop during his absence, purchasing anything beneficial that had appeared, while ignoring items beyond their means. The addition of 3 defensive towers caught Zhou Yan's eye. 3 new structures had sprung up around the territory. These were rewards obtained after the trial concluded, all courtesy of Zhenmi, whose luck was undeniably remarkable. Diao Chan was equally pleased, as the territory had been in dire need of defensive towers, each capable of enhancing the territory's protection. The 3 defensive towers included a flame tower, a blade tower, and a poison gas tower. Diao Chan had upgraded them all to level 20. Building, blade tower. Level, 20. Cost, 30,000 spirit coins, 51-star gold ores. Quality, S01. Description, a blade tower. Defense, 1,000,000. Special attribute 1. Executes blade storm attacks against enemies. Special attribute 2. Every 2 hours, releases a heavenly sword, inflicting devastating damage upon foes. Attack range, 100 meters. Introduction, everything shall be annihilated by the blade. This defensive tower is commendable. Its standard attack resembles an area attack, akin to the storm tower. Yet its power cannot compare to that of the storm tower, which is a building of SSS quality. The second skill is particularly effective against high-level monsters. While its range is limited, its power is assuredly more potent. He then turned his attention to the other defensive tower. Building, poison gas tower. Level, 20. Cost, 60,000 spirit coins, 100 poison sacks from 2-star monsters and above. Quality, SS02. 2 poison gas towers. Defense, 20,000, 200,000. Special attribute 1. Releases a cloud of toxic mist that inflicts poison damage on enemies. Special attribute 2. Can release poisonous powder every 30 minutes, slowing down enemies. Attack range, 200 meters. Description, a defense tower brimming with deadly toxins, said to have been created by a group of nefarious beings. This is a defensive tower that inflicts negative status effects and possesses area of effect capabilities, quite remarkable indeed. It is fascinating to envision the sight of a horde of monsters being struck by the poison gas tower. The toxic mist emitted by this tower is exceedingly potent. Any creature that strays within its vicinity is doomed to succumb to poisoning. Diao Chan reflected on the battle from the previous day, pondering how formidable it would prove to be on the morrow. Zhou Yan shared her curiosity. They arrived at the spiritual spring, where today's spring water remained unutilized. Zhou Yan opened the trading hall, only to discover that the little cutie, Lord, had ceased selling bamboo. Consequently, he took the initiative to add her as a friend. Somewhere within the novice trial space, upon receiving a friend request notification, she clicked to accept. Territory notification, successfully added Little Cutie as a friend. Little Cutie was intrigued and opened the profile of this individual known as Heavenly Court. All information aside from the territory name was concealed. She wondered why this person had added her, and just as she was about to speak, the other party initiated the conversation. Zhou Yan, hello? Why have you stopped selling bamboo? Bamboo. Upon hearing this, Little Cutie immediately inquired, are you the one who previously purchased bamboo from me? Indeed, that is me. I require a substantial quantity of bamboo. Do you have any stock left? Zhou Yan asked. I merely noticed you hadn't made any purchases for 3 days and assumed you no longer wanted it. Hence I removed it from sale, she replied. The price remains the same. I will take whatever quantity you have, Zhou Yan responded. Initially taken aback, she soon felt elated, as this would undoubtedly yield her a considerable sum of spirit coins to develop her territory. All right, that is no problem. Little Cutie then opened the trading interface, displaying thousands of bamboo stalks. She inquired, can you handle this amount? Without hesitation, Zhou Yan transferred the spirit coins to her. After the transaction was completed, Little Cutie sent a message. Impressive. Continue harvesting bamboo. I shall require more. Zhou Yan concluded the conversation thereafter. Chapter 55. Selling, selling, selling. With the bamboo secured, Zhou Yan instructed the 20 white-cloaked ghost soldiers to load all the bamboo into the spiritual spring water. He opened the trading hall once more, commencing his search for a large water tank, only to find that it was unavailable. He did not necessarily need to purchase this tank. He merely thought that having a reservoir for storing some spring water in advance would prove beneficial in the future. Let me send out a world message and see if anyone has one. Altar sacrifices could yield a wide array of peculiar items, from powerful techniques and equipment to mundane socks and underwear. Anything imaginable is available within the altar's offerings. National chat channel. Seeking to purchase a large water tank. The bigger, the better. Please message me privately if you have one. As soon as he sent the message, his spirit coins were deducted, as even every word in the chat incurred a minor cost. Just after sending this message, laughter erupted from various individuals. Haha, my friend, are you joking? What do you need a large water tank for? Surely, you aren't planning to keep tadpoles? Perhaps it's for bathing. Some folks prefer to bathe in large tubs, don't they? It might be used for holding soil. Forget it. Maybe he intends to bury himself in it. Why didn't you mention this earlier? I smashed 2 of them yesterday. Miracle that someone actually wants this. It must be for fish keeping. A group of bored individuals relished in their banter. Zhou Yan had assumed that no one would possess such an item. However, he soon discovered several private messages awaiting his attention. An anonymous lord directly inquired, "What is your price?" "Above 100 spirit coins each, depending on the tank size," Zhou Yan replied. The price he offered was undoubtedly reasonable. For this item held little practical use. They would simply complain if it occupied too much space in their storage. The other party promptly initiated a trade, presenting 3 large tanks. Zhou Yan was taken aback, not expecting this individual to possess 3. Each tank varied in size, and he offered the sellers 600 spirit coins, to which they readily agreed. He then opened another private message, where the individual directly stated, 10,000 each, but I only have 1. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yan blocked the user, thinking, does this person consider me a fool? No sane individual would purchase a tank for 10,000. He subsequently bought from several others. While some attempted to inflate their prices opportunistically, Zhou Yan promptly closed those transactions. It's merely a tank, yet I encounter such peculiarities. He placed the dozen or so tanks he had acquired on the ground, then single-handedly lifted the largest one, submerging it in the spiritual spring, effortlessly raising it once more. He felt little weight, as his strength attribute was extraordinarily formidable. With over 100 points of strength, it was indeed terrifying. Tearing apart minor adversaries was a trivial task. Diao Chan watched in astonishment as Zhou Yan effortlessly lifted it with one hand. He then tossed the water tank high into the air, where it soared above 10 meters, leaving those around him in awe. His strength has truly become remarkable. Diao Chan was astounded. She had never anticipated that Zhou Yan's power would escalate to such terrifying heights after accepting the inheritance. Her curiosity about the inheritance temple deepened. Zhou Yan had mentioned that all individuals within the territory could enter and undergo trials to enhance their strength. She yearned to grow stronger, wishing to protect this territory, and was filled with boundless anticipation for the inheritance temple. Zhou Yan filled the water tank to the brim, then stored it within the treasure chamber. After completing these tasks, he began to sell the spiritual spring water. Just moments after listing it, those who had caught wind of its availability rushed to purchase it, fearing that a delay might result in someone else snatching it away. The competition was truly a race of speed, so Zhou Yan needed only to focus on listing the items. He listed dozens of sets at once, allowing many to purchase without the risk of being monopolized by a single buyer. It is essential to be a little generous in life. He noticed that Little Cutie had messaged him, inquiring, "Is the spiritual spring water yours?" "Yes, it is," he confirmed, having just sold him bamboo. It was easy to connect the dots regarding the spring water, so there was no issue in acknowledging it. "Could you sell me 2 jars? I can exchange bamboo for them," she asked. "Certainly," Zhou Yan replied. In a barter transaction, both parties would incur a minor transaction fee, serving as mutual shipping costs. But it was negligible, starting at a mere 10 spirit coins, which he was more than willing to absorb. Outside Little Cutie's territory, bamboo was abundant. Relying on her sales of bamboo to Zhou Yan, she had already amassed a considerable amount of spirit coins. While it might seem insignificant to others, it held great significance for her. After completing the trade, Zhou Yan carefully reviewed the messages from Qin Yao over the past few days, most of which were requests for food. However, he had been absent and had not replied. He responded, "Apologies, I was occupied with urgent matters and couldn't check messages." After a while, Qin Yao replied, "Big brother, I fear you might cut off my food supply." At this stage, only Zhou Yan could provide her with such a substantial source of food. Had she attempted to purchase it solely from the trading hall, it would have cost her at least double. "That won't happen. I genuinely had matters to attend to," Zhou Yan assured her. This arrangement was mutually beneficial, and he had no intention of losing such a valuable customer. With that, Zhou Yan opened the trading interface once more, listing a plethora of monster corpses. as he had accumulated far too many, and it was time to clear them out. After concluding the transaction, Zhou Yan once again amassed over 1 million spirit coins. Due to the limited capacity of Qin Yao's warehouse, she could not purchase too many items at once. Replenishment was necessary every 2 to 3 days. The Dragon Riders, though formidable in other aspects, possessed an insatiable appetite, compelling Zhou Yan to summon them, contingent upon having ample food to satiate their hunger. Are there any spirit strawberries left? I'm tempted again, Qin Yao inquired once more. I have spirit apples, spirit bananas, spirit dragon fruits, spirit snow pears, and an array of other fruits. Which one would you prefer? Zhou Yan responded. All of them. 100 of each. Qin Yao exclaimed, envious of those with spirit fields, who could indulge in such spirit fruits at any time. However, she felt a surge of delight, for she could purchase directly from Zhou Yan, unlike others who lacked access to such channels. Not a problem, Zhou Yan assured, placing dozens of varieties of fruit into the transaction, though each type could only be stacked up to 99. How enviable, Qin Yao remarked upon witnessing the spirit fruits, unable to suppress her admiration. She then began discussing specific prices with Zhou Yan, each set according to the market rates, and Zhou Yan made a mental note of these prices, as his own yield of spirit fruits was substantial, allowing him to harvest numerous quantities daily. With the sale of several dozen types of spirit fruits, he garnered an income exceeding 3 million spirit coins, such as the earning potential of a lord possessing spirit fields. Chapter 56, The Spirit Fruit Commotion. Upon opening the trading hall, he commenced listing the spirit fruits. Spirit strawberries at 440 spirit coins each, spirit apples at 660 spirit coins each, and spirit oranges at 330 spirit coins each. Naturally, selling them individually was impractical. He opted to sell them in bundles of 10. Territory notification. National Trading Hall sold 10 spirit strawberries, earning 4,000 spirit coins. Territory notification. National Trading Hall sold 10 spirit apples, earning 6,000 spirit coins. Territory notification. National Trading Hall sold 10 spirit oranges, earning 3,000 spirit coins. Before long, the numerous fruits were completely sold out, and the number of individuals following him surged dramatically, increasing by a staggering 100,000 in mere moments, leaving him astounded. Zhou Yan opened the chat room, and indeed, it was filled with discussions about him. National chat room, wow. Spirit fruits are actually being sold in the trading hall. What incredible luck. They must have been cultivated in a spirit field. Otherwise, such a yield is unimaginable. It's insane. The spirit fruits were snapped up in less than 3 minutes, and I didn't even manage to grab a bundle. Bro, can't you display your name? It's impossible to add you as a friend. Is there any spirit spring water left? I can't get it fast enough. That guy has the best luck. First selling spirit spring water, now spirit fruits. Goodness. The total value of his purchases today has already reached tens of millions of spirit coins. This is what it means to be a capitalist. Damn capitalists. Haha. You don't actually dislike capitalists. You just resent not being one yourself. Hey, who told you to speak the truth? Please, great lord, reveal your territory's name. Why are you afraid to show it? Based on my careful observation, there is a strong reason to suspect he is the mysterious figure who appeared on television. Think about it. This mysterious lord hasn't listed spirit spring water in 3 days. Coincidentally, there's a class change announcement today, and now he is selling both spirit spring water and spirit fruits. In the previous days, I have good reason to believe he was undertaking a class change quest. That makes sense, but he has hidden all his information. You can only speculate. Zhou Yan was taken aback by how many began to suspect a connection between him and the individual who completed the class change quest. Once a person gains notoriety, they attract various forms of attention. Had he not concealed his territory's name, countless messages would have flooded in by now. Before long, Qin Yao and Lord Little Cutie messaged him, inquiring if he was the one who completed the class change quest. Zhou Yan replied, yes. The two women were left speechless. Yet they surmised he was indeed the one who had completed the quest. Qin Yao quickly responded, that's right. At least we know it's someone from our divine dragon nation who completed the class change task. 100 reputation points. Now that's a valuable asset. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan's interest peaked, although he harbored suspicions that Qin Yao was intentionally revealing the information about reputation to him. Regardless, she was unaware of his true identity, allowing him to remain under the radar. He hastily inquired, what is the significance of reputation? After Zhou Yan's question, Qin Yao was completely convinced that he was indeed the one who completed the class change task. However, she could never have imagined that Zhou Yan was the one who had appeared on television 4 times. Reputation was notoriously difficult to acquire. Typically, it could only be gained through the annual trial for newcomers. Once one entered the Lord's world, they would have to compete in various prestigious activities against people from all over the world. One could only imagine the challenges involved. The greatest advantage of reputation was the ability to exchange it for special items. Once the newcomer trials concluded, one could redeem rewards, the specifics of which would depend on personal choices at that time. Qin Yao divulged all she knew about reputation to Zhou Yan. It was only then that Zhou Yan comprehended its benefits. Indeed, reputation was a coveted asset, allowing exchanges for items of SSS quality or higher, such as special buildings, techniques, skills, and other treasures that were rare and hard to come by. However, for Zhou Yan, these items did not hold significant value. His territory was already filled with special buildings, and although the mysterious shop had yet to unveil any techniques, he believed it was only a matter of time. He had already acquired numerous valuable items, confident that even better goods would soon be available. Thus, it was imperative for him to accumulate wealth, lest he miss out on these excellent items due to a lack of funds. The goods within the mysterious shop were priced significantly below market rates. Even if he had no personal use for them, selling them to others would still yield substantial profits. His spirit coins had already surpassed the 10 million mark, heading towards 20 million. While this seemed considerable, it was still insufficient for truly valuable items. He had previously encountered numerous items in the mysterious shop, exceeding several tens of millions in price. Therefore, to a true affluent individual, his current wealth could be deemed negligible. After selling the spirit spring water and various spirit fruits, he prepared to sell a new wave of equipment. However, upon noticing the surplus of silver-grade equipment in his warehouse, Zhou Yan exclaimed, "Chaner, where did all this silver equipment come from?" Remarkably, in just a few days, over 100 pieces of silver equipment have been produced, she replied. These have all been crafted by the dwarves. During the past few days, they have been consuming spirit fruits, spirit rice, and spirit spring water, significantly enhancing their strength. However, Jerry has been insisting that I ask you for materials. These dwarves are incredibly energetic, tirelessly forging equipment day in and day out. Diao Chan expressed both pride and exasperation, noting the dwarves' fervent enthusiasm for crafting. This is a good thing. However, acquiring high-grade ores is no easy feat. Silver-grade equipment requires at least 3-star ores to craft. And until the newcomer trials conclude, there won't be many available worldwide. Have Sighting and the others equipped the silver gear yet? Zhou Yan inquired. They've donned it long ago. These are the leftovers. Jerry even specifically crafted a complete set of silver armor for you. As a token of gratitude, Diao Chan explained. Oh, they managed to produce so much equipment in just a few days? Zhou Yan was genuinely surprised. We organized a team just the day before yesterday to venture into the goblin mines for ore. Otherwise, these dwarves would drive us mad. Diao Chan cannot procure ores from the trading hall, thus resorting to such methods. I will devise a way to obtain these ores. Chapter 57. The Frenzied Acquisition of Ores. Zhou Yan opened the treasure chamber and beheld an entire set of silver armor. He began to examine its attributes. Equipment, black iron battle blade. Quality, silver. Durability, 8080. Attribute 1, strength 15. Attribute 2, critical hit 6. Attribute 3, ignore defense 1. Equipment requirement, strength 20. Description, crafted by the hands of the dwarves. This was a commendable silver weapon, significantly superior to the one he currently wielded. The key was that it came with 6 pieces of silver armor, along with a supplementary set effect. The pieces were black iron helmet, black iron gauntlets, black iron armor, black iron belt, black iron leggings, and black iron boots. Equipment, black iron helmet. Quality, silver. Durability, 8585. Attribute 1, defense 18. Attribute 2, spirit 2. Attribute 3, reduced spell damage 2. Equipment requirement, spirit 20. Description, one of the black iron set, wearing all 6 pieces grants additional attributes, crafted by the dwarves. Equipment, black iron gauntlets. Quality, silver. Durability, 9090. Attribute 1, defense 10. Attribute 2, strength 10. Attribute 3, additional strength 2. Equipment requirement, strength 20. Description, one of the black iron set, wearing all 6 pieces grants additional attributes, crafted by the dwarves. Equipment, black iron armor. Quality, silver. Durability, 8080. Attribute 1, defense 20. Attribute 2, constitution 2. Attribute 3, reduced physical damage 5. Equipment requirement, strength 20, constitution 20. Description, one of the black iron set, wearing all 6 pieces grants additional attributes, crafted by the dwarves. Equipment, black iron belt. Quality, silver. Durability, 8080. Attribute 1, defense 10. Attribute 2, constitution 5. Attribute 3, health recovery 5. Equipment requirement, spirit 20. Description, one of the black iron set, wearing all 6 pieces grants additional attributes, crafted by the dwarves. Equipment, black iron leggings. Quality, silver. Durability, 7575. Attribute 1, defense 15. Attribute 2, agility 3. Attribute 3, speed increase 2. Equipment requirement, agility 20. Description, one of the black iron set, wearing all 6 pieces grants additional attributes, crafted by the dwarves. Equipment, black iron boots. Quality, silver. Durability, 100,100. Attribute 1, defense 20. Attribute 2, agility 5. Attribute 3, shadow of swiftness, speed increase 20, duration 1 minute, cooldown 30 minutes. Equipment requirement, agility 20. Description, one of the black iron set, Wearing all 6 pieces grants additional attributes, crafted by the dwarves. Each piece boasts commendable attributes, and the 6 pieces of armor collectively enhance defense by an additional 20. Strength by 6, Constitution by 5, Agility by 3, and Spirit by 1. This set of equipment significantly emphasizes the enhancement of strength. After donning the ensemble, Zhou Yan's attributes surged considerably. Total attribute boost, Strength 43, Agility 21, Constitution 22, Spirit 3, Defense 113, Critical Hit 6, Ignore Defense 1, Reduced Spell Damage 2, Reduced Physical Damage 5, Health Recovery 5, Speed Increase 2. Subsequently, he instructed the 20 summoned, white-robed ghost soldiers to equip the gear available to them. Although he aspired to outfit every inhabitant of his territory with a complete silver set, he was currently lacking the necessary materials. The novice trials, even when yielding high-quality materials, were exorbitantly priced. After all, the novice trials occurred in isolated spaces, permitting only transactions among novice lords. As Zhou Yan contemplated this, he made his way to the weapon forge. Clang, clang. The resounding sounds of metalworking drew Zhou Yan's attention from a distance, as he observed the dwarves engrossed in their craft, diligently forging equipment. Even as he approached, they remained oblivious to his presence. Jerry, Zhou Yan called out. Upon hearing his voice, Jerry glanced around, and, upon spotting Zhou Yan, his eyes lit up. He swiftly approached and said, "My lord, you have finally emerged. The ore supply is dwindling. Could you possibly procure some high-grade ores for us, ideally those rated 3 stars or above?" Zhou Yan chuckled, bemused that their first exchange revolved around ores, displaying a greater sense of urgency than himself as the lord. With such a dedicated and industrious group of dwarves striving to earn for him, he felt a surge of excitement. He placed a reassuring hand on Jerry's shoulder and said, "Rest assured, there will be buns and meat aplenty. My lord, I require ores, not buns or meat. I am not hungry right now," Jerry replied earnestly. Zhou Yan's expression momentarily faltered. Such is the chasm of cultural differences. "Very well, I shall acquire them for you at once." Zhou Yan opened the trading hall and began searching for iron ores. The current price for 1-star iron ores hovered around 30 spirit coins, whereas the market price outside was merely 10 spirit coins. This was a staggering 3-fold increase. Some unscrupulous lords even priced them at 50 spirit coins each. To forge a black iron weapon, at least 5 pieces of ore were required, and factoring in costs and labor, one could expect to break even at around 400 spirit coins. The black iron equipment in the lordly continent generally retailed for approximately 500 spirit coins. Thus, even at a price of 50 spirit coins per piece, there remained a notable profit margin. Additionally, given the scarcity of equipment in the trial grounds, even a black iron piece priced at 800 spirit coins would certainly find buyers. Territory notification. National Trading Hall. Purchased 1 1-star black iron ore for 30 spirit coins. Territory notification. National Trading Hall. Purchased 1 1-star black iron ore for 45 spirit coins. Territory notification. National Trading Hall. Purchased 1 1-star black iron ore for 40 spirit coins. He commenced a frenzied acquisition of forging materials, as these ores, once transformed into equipment, would undoubtedly sell for at least double the price, especially given the current lack of blacksmiths. He swept from 1-star iron ores to other 1-star ores, for all of these ores could be utilized for crafting equipment. Currently, he was not short on funds and possessed ample capital for purchasing them. Next, he turned his attention to the 2-star ores, which were considerably more expensive than the 1-star variety. 2-star iron ores typically sold for around 100 spirit coins each. He readily purchased any within a 50 spirit coin fluctuation. Finally, he arrived at the 3-star ores, whose prices varied based on the type of ore, ranging from 500 to 1,000 spirit coins. After a rough calculation, he determined that he could profit, and he proceeded to buy out all the ores available. The sudden disappearance of ores from the trading hall inevitably attracted the attention of many. Chapter 58. The Equipment Selling Controversy. National Chatroom. Stunned. All the ores in the trading hall have been sold out. Whose handiwork could this possibly be? This is utterly insane. I am certain it is the doing of a single individual. Has someone learned the art of forging? Could it be that the first person to change professions has become a blacksmith? If so, that would be an unwise choice. Surely, one should transition to a combat profession instead of forsaking it for the path of a blacksmith. I suspect that individual has opted for the blacksmith profession solely to amass wealth, considering the current scarcity of equipment. Daily, there are requests for gear. And yet, I find it amusing. Does that person truly lack funds to acquire such a vast quantity of ores? You all are remarkably short-sighted. However, this proves one thing. That individual hails from our dragon nation. Have you all ever calculated how many spirit coins that fellow has spent to acquire these ores? Truly, he is exceptionally wealthy. While we converse here, take a look at the International Trading Channel. That person has even begun to frantically purchase ores in the International Trading Hall. Can he truly refine such an abundance of ores? The newly appointed lords from around the globe are indeed astonished. Witnessing the continual depletion of ores in the International Trading Hall, each one curious about which nation is making these purchases. Admittedly, an individual may possess only a scant amount of ores, yet with so many new lords worldwide, someone is bound to acquire them, and collectively, their quantity becomes significant. Observing the purchases, those in possession of ores began to list them for sale in the international trading hall. The majority set reasonable price ranges. However, some deliberately inflated their prices. Yet Zhou Yan refrained from buying. He was no fool. Engaging in transactions devoid of profit would be an act of folly. Eventually, when these sellers noticed Zhou Yan's lack of interest in their ores, they hastily adjusted their prices to market rates, as they too required spirit coins to develop their territories. At this stage, a staggering 90% of the ores in the new lord's territories found their way into Zhou Yan's possession. This brought him immense joy. They were truly a good-hearted bunch. Many would repurchase at higher prices, though they remained oblivious to the fact that these ores were essentially sold back to themselves. In the international chat room, numerous individuals sought information about the ore purchaser, some claiming to possess a vast quantity of ores and wishing to negotiate, while others harbored ulterior motives. Zhou Yan paid them no mind. However, someone did reveal that he was from the Dragon Nation, which mattered little. Among the multitude of lords in the Dragon Nation, who could pinpoint his identity? Yet upon hearing he hailed from the Dragon Nation, foreign lords immediately resorted to vitriol, their words laced with disdain. Zhou Yan found this quite displeasing. If you harbor discontent, then I shall return the favor. In retaliation, he decided to set the prices of his equipment at 2 or 3 times the market rate. With a smile, Zhou Yan began to list his gear, placing a piece of black iron equipment in the international trading hall at the price of 1,500 spirit coins. This was nearly equivalent to the price of a bronze piece. Yet, he aimed to irritate them further. He would subsequently resell the ores they had sold him at several times the price. The territory notification read, National Trading Hall sold a black iron weapon, steel blade, yielding 1350 spirit coins. Zhou Yan. He had underestimated these individuals' insatiable desire for equipment. Time to raise the stakes. He adjusted the price to 2,000 spirit coins, a valuation already reflective of bronze equipment. As anticipated, this price attracted no buyers. He listed 10 pieces of black iron equipment, each at 2,000 spirit coins. Then, he listed 10 pieces of bronze equipment, each priced at 18,888 spirit coins, approximately 4 to 5 times the market rate. Subsequently, feeling the need to amplify the shock factor, he directly listed 3 pieces of the least desirable silver equipment, each tagged at a staggering 1 million spirit coins. This price was sure to incite outrage. Selling a piece of silver equipment for 1 million was tantamount to highway robbery. It was a clear statement. I possess silver equipment. What do you have? Were it not for the vitriol aimed at him by these ruffians, escalating even to a national level, he would not have felt such anger. He deliberately opened his nationality in his selling information, Dragon Nation. This was the sole information displayed, with no other means to investigate further. Indeed, when those individuals saw the equipment he was selling, each was left astounded. How could this be? How could a person from the Dragon Nation possess such an abundance of equipment for sale? What on earth does he do to even have silver equipment? They cursed in frustration, regretting their decision to sell ores to him. It was a blunder of monumental proportions. You do not represent everyone. At this juncture, all are in need of spirit coins. If you choose not to sell, someone else certainly will. The individual from the Dragon Nation should boldly declare his territory name and identity. After the new trial, I shall ensure your territory is obliterated. Selling a silver piece for 1 million spirit coins. Have they truly lost their minds? A multitude of foreign lords, feelings of envy, jealousy, and hatred swirling within them, began to voice their disdain for Zhou Yan. Their discontent stemmed solely from the fact that such equipment was not theirs. Their frustration could only find release in vitriol. In contrast, the people of the Dragon Nation, upon discovering that the equipment was being sold by one of their own, brimmed with pride, exclaiming, "Well done, comrade. Look at those foreigners. Their eyes are green with envy. These foreigners are simply consumed by jealousy. What a delightful vindication. Big shot, could you add me as a friend? As a fellow citizen of the Dragon Nation, I wish to purchase a few pieces of equipment. Just 10 silver pieces will suffice. Young sir, I am a female, currently single, and I have a rather favorable impression of you. Might we become friends? I am open to anything. I have a batch of ores. If interested, feel free to message me. I am not selling, but am open to trades. Brother, could you perhaps sell some equipment in your country's trading hall? Private message me. I assure you, the price will satisfy you." After perusing the chat, Zhou Yan identified several individuals interested in purchasing equipment and directly messaged them. "How many pieces of equipment do you want, and what quality?" The other party promptly replied, "Whatever you have, I am interested. The price is negotiable." Zhou Yan responded, "Black iron equipment for 1,000 spirit coins each, bronze equipment for 15,000 spirit coins each. Please specify your desired quantities." The other party replied, "This price is acceptable. May we become friends? I can purchase all your equipment. In the future, if you have good items, I would like to be your first customer." After sending the message, they revealed their territory name, Lonely Sea One Blade, and also submitted a friend request. Chapter 59. having added a few friends. Zhou Yan clicked confirm, but the other party soon inquired, now that we are friends, why not share your personal information? Can we not have a bit of trust between us? We only engage in transactions. We do not discuss anything else, Zhou Yan replied. All right. Friends are often made through transactions. The other party maintained an optimistic demeanor, undeterred by Zhou Yan's aloofness. Subsequently, Zhou Yan listed 99 pieces of black iron equipment and 99 pieces of bronze equipment. Lonely C1 Blade was clearly taken aback, rubbing his titanium alloy eyes and taking a closer look. Wow, so much equipment. He was utterly astonished. Could this truly be the individual who was the first to change classes to a blacksmith? Lonely C1 Blade was evidently very excited. Are you the first to change classes, Great One? Have you become a blacksmith? Did you forge all this equipment? Lonely C1 Blade bombarded him with questions, akin to an inquisitive child. Do you still want the equipment? If not, I shall seek others. With that, Zhou Yan terminated the transaction, clearly overwhelmed by the barrage of words. Brother, Great One, sir, I was wrong. I shall never do so again. I understand Great Ones are often enigmatic. Grant me another chance, and I promise not to ask so much again. Lonely C1 Blade sent countless messages, leaving Zhou Yan utterly speechless. It turned out this fellow was merely a neurotic chatterbox. He immediately transferred 200,000 spirit coins. Zhou Yan, you've overpaid. Zhou Yan remarked. That was an apology. I hope the Great One will be magnanimous and not hold it against me. Lonely C1 Blade hastily replied. It seemed he was not short on funds. The total came to 158,400, not a penny more, and if you do not wish to trade, let us cancel. He would never covet such meager profits from others. After all, he has now become a person of considerable worth, valued in the millions. And there is no need for him to take a few 100,000 from someone else. All right, whatever the esteemed one says goes. Solitary Blade of the Sea, fearing he might cancel the transaction, hastily modified the numbers. Spirit coins, 1, 568, 160. The transaction exceeding 1,000,000 was completed, though the handling fee was indeed substantial, deducting a hefty 15,840 spirit coins. Fortunately, he now possessed a modest fortune. Otherwise, it would have been quite distressing. Instead of selling the equipment to a single individual, he opted to sell it to several people, adding them as friends. One of them appeared to be a woman, bearing the territory name, Frozen 3 Feet, aptly named. As her chat demeanor indicated, she was solely focused on the trade, without any superfluous conversation. This he found quite agreeable. He proposed a price, and she readily accepted, leading to a mutually pleasant collaboration. The subsequent individuals were equally earnest in their transactions, swiftly concluding their exchanges. They all exchanged friend requests. But Zhou Yan refrained from disclosing any of his personal information, firmly stating that should he discover any of them reselling the equipment, future transactions would be out of the question. They assured him that their own equipment was insufficient for their needs, and they would never engage in such unscrupulous dealings. Those capable of affording such equipment were naturally focused on developing their own territories. Moreover, Zhou Yan's ability to amass such quality gear in such a short span was indicative of a certain strength. They were all astute individuals, understanding the importance of fostering a beneficial partnership. For them, it was merely the novice trial phase. Once the trial concluded, they would undoubtedly rise swiftly with the support of their families, and it was likely they would forget Zhou Yan as a partner in the future. Subsequently, Zhou Yan began to contact the lord possessing the ores, initiating a private conversation. How many ores do you have, and what star rating? What would you like in exchange? There were ores ranging from 1 star to 3 stars, depending on what equipment he could provide in return. He was only interested in equipment, nothing else. The response was simple, clearly indicating a desire to trade. Zhou Yan continued, let us make it straightforward. I will exchange black iron equipment for 1-star ores, bronze equipment for 2-star ores, and silver equipment for 3-star ores. You are the one selling silver equipment in the International Trading Hall. The other party expressed astonishment. At this stage, only he had the audacity to trade silver equipment, and it was no surprise they deduced it was him. Territory notification. Overlord of all under heaven wishes to add you as a friend. Accept or decline. Accept. Territory notification. You have become friends with Overlord of all under heaven. All information remains confidential. There is no need to hide so deeply, brother. After all, we do not know who each other is, Overlord of all under heaven remarked. Let us discuss the quantity for the exchange. Zhou Yan chose not to respond, focusing solely on the transaction without idle chatter. The other party did not press further, beginning to negotiate. Both were earnest in their collaboration, and the other party willingly disclosed that their territory was a large iron ore mine, proposing a long-term partnership. Zhou Yan naturally agreed, as it was a win-win situation for both parties, with no reason to refuse. After all, they were engaging in barter and had no right to dictate how the other should handle the equipment's fate. The other could sell to whomever they pleased. Zhou Yan was elated to acquire 3-star ores. Although the quantity was not vast, it was nonetheless a positive development. When he placed the pile of ores beside the forging workshop, The entire dwarven clan erupted in excitement. Nothing thrilled them more than forging. Their loyalty had long reached a maximum of 100 points. Indeed, the dwarves were a diligent and forge-loving race, their passion for crafting bordering on fervent. Provided they found a lord as clever, wise, and powerful as him, someone they could trust. With this band of forging enthusiasts, Zhou Yan had no worries regarding equipment. Rather, he was concerned about how long these ores would last. As the sun set in the west, casting a brilliant evening glow, time slipped by unnoticed until dusk. He estimated that Zhunmi would soon return, eagerly anticipating the treasures she might bring back. Diao Chan had already gone with the 2 remaining vine monsters to prepare the meal. They now consumed various crops produced by the spirit fields for their daily meals, which replenished their stamina and energy far more effectively than ordinary food. Seizing this moment, he opened the paving stones. This structure was rather peculiar, as the pricing was based on the area covered throughout the entire territory. He examined the options for paving stones. 1. Ordinary bluestone, 10 spirit coins per square meter. No special effects. 2. Exquisite white jade paving stone, 100 spirit coins per square meter, movement speed 1. 3. Exquisite cloud paving stone, 150 spirit coins per square meter. Spirit energy gathering 1. 100. Dragon pattern golden paving stone, 10,000 spirit coins per square meter, movement speed 50. Building defense attribute 20, spirit energy condensation speed 30. All attributes for residence 1. The pricier the paving stones, the better the effects, but the latter options were far beyond his current means. Each square meter would burn through his finances. Chapter 60, The Path of Cultivation. Zhou Yan realized that his several million spirit coins were hardly sufficient. At this stage, his spirit coins were limited, so he chose the white jade paving stone, planning to construct better ones when he had more wealth. Territory notification. Constructing white jade paving stones to cover the entire territory will consume 1 million spirit coins. Residents traversing the territory will have a movement speed of 1. Territory notification. The white jade paving stones have evolved, granting a movement speed of 10. Oh, this can evolve. Zhou Yan was indeed quite curious. This would reduce travel time significantly. Before long, he caught sight of a group approaching the territory gate. Zhunmi and her companions had finally returned. Zhou Yan stepped outside. My lord, you have successfully changed your class. The group exclaimed with excitement. All right, you all have worked hard. A grand feast awaits. Zhou Yan replied. Upon Zhunmi's return, he received a series of notifications detailing the additional rewards they had acquired during their outing. Even in his absence, as long as these individuals ventured forth to hunt monsters, any extra rewards would be directly added to the territory upon their return. This time, the additional rewards amounted to over 80,000 soul coins and more than 30,000 spirit coins, a truly astonishing sum. However, it still fell short of the quantity he required. The group merrily entered the territory, with Zhunmi and Si Ting excitedly recounting their adventures along the way. They had even slain a leader, though regrettably, they did not obtain a building treasure chest this time. It appeared such items were not guaranteed to drop. He was content nonetheless. Zhunmi, Si Ting, and the other girls busied themselves preparing for the evening feast, determined to host the dwarven clan splendidly. To uplift the atmosphere, he intentionally purchased a variety of wines from the trading hall, unsure of their origins, but they were likely offerings from the altar. The banquet was soon prepared, and everyone took their seats. Zhou Yan sat at the head of the table, flanked by Zhunmi and Diao Chan, followed by Si Ting, Huayurong, and the others. Rake, I raise a toast to you and the dwarven clan. Let us all strive for the celestial court territory. Zhou Yan lifted his cup. To this celestial court territory. The group began to drink heartily and feast on the meat. Zhou Yan possessed exceptional physical attributes, with over 100 attribute points, undoubtedly standing out among the rest. Yet, the others continued to pour drinks for him, and his stomach could hardly accommodate any more. Zhou Yan ultimately escorted the 2 inebriated ladies, Diao Chan and Zhunmi, to their chambers. Both women possessed unparalleled beauty, and now that they had arrived here, he was resolute in ensuring they would lead a life replete with happiness. With this thought in mind, Zhou Yan approached the window and gazed up at the night sky. His mind was consumed by thoughts of the Empress. He had faith in Fushi's words. They would eventually reunite. Yet, in the vast cosmos, they were separated by 2 worlds and millennia of time. Where might Fushi and the Empress be now? Regardless of the challenges, he vowed to find them. He retrieved the 5-colored divine stone, the sole clue that could lead him to the Empress and her companions. Although their time together was fleeting, merely 10 months, he could never forget Fushi's unwavering care and the sacrifices made for humanity. The bond they shared resembled that of brothers. And how could he forget the Empress, who always shadowed him, caring for him, and silently teasing him with her gaze? Such memories were indelible, and he dared not forget them. To traverse the universe, one must attain the highest realms of power, both in level and cultivation. The 5-colored divine stone radiated an ancient, prismatic glow. It was a quest item, and to unlock its potential, one needed to reach level 100 and cultivate to the first tier of the divine realm. Currently, he He was at the 15th tier of martial arts, and only by breaking through to the 100th tier could he ascend to the first tier of the divine realm. He was still far from that goal. However, he possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to reach such heights. The paths of cultivation in the Lord's world were myriad: magic, spells, cultivation, demonic practices, runes, and martial energy, among others. All methods ultimately converged toward the pursuit of immortality, that eternal and indestructible state. Zhou Yan followed the path of martial arts, a challenging journey, yet it was the most suitable path for him. During his 10 months in the primordial continent, he had elevated his martial arts to the 15th tier, and with his current strength, he felt confident enough to confront level 20 elite monsters. His role as an inheritor was not trivial. He had yet to unlock any occupational traits, but once he did, his power would surge dramatically. What does it mean to be an inheritor? Literally, it signifies the passing down of civilization, the ancient cultures left behind by powerful beings of various races, to be enhanced and advanced continuously. His mission was to guide suitable individuals to undertake the trials of the Temple of Inheritance. The more who succeeded, the greater his strength would become. He sensed a peculiar connection with the Temple of Inheritance, though its nature eluded him for the moment. It was merely an intuition. Zhou Yan, you seem troubled, Diao Chan remarked, having awakened at some point and observing him lost in thought by the window. Do not worry, everything is fine. Zhou Yan replied, turning to her with a reassuring smile. Tomorrow, you and a few others should visit the Temple of Inheritance. There are numerous legacies within. Take your time to choose one that suits you best. He briefed her on some aspects of the temple to prepare her mentally. Understood. Rest well, Diao Chan said. You should sleep. I'll meditate for a while, he replied. Although he had acquired a technique, he refrained from passing it on to Diao Chan, believing she would discover an appropriate method within the temple. His technique was quite unique and seemed capable of continual refinement. But he could only speculate on how to perfect it. The specifics would require personal exploration. Sitting cross-legged, he entered a state of cultivation. At that moment, the advantages of the spirit bamboo house became evident, as streams of spiritual energy flowed into his body, enhancing his strength. However, compared to the spiritual energy of the primordial continent, the energy in the spirit bamboo house was lamentably weak. Fortunately, his foundation was exceptionally solid, having absorbed pure innate spiritual energy in the primordial continent, which greatly benefited him. As Diao Chan observed Zhou Yan entering his meditative state, she too felt eager about the opportunities that awaited her in the Temple of Inheritance. She yearned to grow stronger, to protect her territory from harm. The next day, Zhou Yan awoke from his meditation, the warm sunlight streaming through the clouds and gracing his handsome visage. Creak. The door swung open, revealing Diao Chan clad in a phoenix-red gown, resembling a celestial being emerged from a painting. Her ruby lips and pearly teeth, along with her bright, captivating eyes and extraordinary poise, would surely mesmerize any man. Zhou Yan, you are awake, she said, her heart racing under his gaze. With a rosy blush, she lowered her head and continued, breakfast is ready, please come and eat. Very well, he replied. Today's breakfast consisted of spirit rice and sweet potato porridge. The sweet potatoes freshly harvested by Diao Chan herself that morning from the spirit field. Not only was it delicious and nutritious, but consuming it regularly would also enhance attribute points, providing abundant energy to the body. Delightful. Soon after breakfast, just as he was about to check the mysterious shop for any new treasures, a horde of ominous creatures appeared outside the territory. Lord, monsters are approaching, Siting exclaimed, brandishing her weapon and gazing toward the territory's perimeter. Lord, there are monsters not just from the front, but a considerable number is also emerging from the left. Hua Yuron pointed out, indicating the left side where fewer monsters had appeared compared to the front. Zhou Yan swiftly commanded, Channer, take the white-robed ghost soldiers to defend the main gate. Zhenmi and the others will guard the left side. We must not allow these monsters to breach our territory. Understood. The team quickly dispersed to their respective positions. Zhou Yan then accessed the territory permissions to reposition the defensive towers. Given that the monsters on the left were fewer, and since the main gate remained their primary assault direction, he relocated 2 flame towers to bolster the defenses on the left. The flame towers had a limited attack range, making them more suitable for this side. With 2 defensive towers and the strength of Zhenmi and her companions, the left flank's defenses would be adequately fortified. He approached the main gate, where the ground trembled ominously, and through the gaps in the wooden vines, he glimpsed the approaching monsters, at least 3 distinct types. One type was a horde of wild boars known as black-tusked boars, level 7 monsters, charging forward with impressive vigor. The second type consisted of serpentine creatures, ranging from level 5 to 7, their bodies adorned with gaudy colors, exuding a palpable sense of toxicity. They were densely clustered, creating an unsettling sight. The third type, presumably the strongest, was a group of lizards, the largest among the 3 types, roughly the size of a small car. They were all ordinary monsters with low levels, yet their sheer numbers appeared formidable. Zhou Yan assessed the wooden vines surrounding him, uncertain whether they could withstand this horde. Clang! The sound of the blade tower reverberated, drawing his attention. The Blade Tower was a striking 10-meter-high sword-shaped structure, exceptionally eye-catching and impressive. As the monsters entered the attack range, the Blade Tower sprang into action, unleashing a torrent of sword-shaped energy toward the encroaching beasts. The air crackled with the sound of slicing. And witnessing this magnificent display of 1,000 swords unleashed, Zhou Yan felt profoundly awed. The spectacle was nothing short of majestic, reminiscent of a world where countless swords converged under an unseen hand. He hastily glanced beyond the territory, witnessing a tempest of blades slicing through the monstrous bodies, instantly enveloping the area in a crimson mist. A multitude of creatures collapsed in a gruesome display, their flesh and blood scattered, none able to withstand the onslaught of these blade storms. Marvelous! Zhou Yan expressed his satisfaction. This Blade Tower was not only aesthetically pleasing but also immensely powerful. If only he could possess a few more of such towers, it would be splendid. He turned his gaze to another section outside the territory, where a patch of dark green had emerged. Zhou Yan recognized this as the noxious gas released by the poison gas tower. The attack range of the poison gas tower was remarkably extensive. When a cloud of toxic gas was unleashed, it would spread ominously outward. The closer one was to the epicenter of the gas eruption, the more potent its effects became. Monsters within a 100-meter radius would succumb instantly upon inhaling this toxic vapor, their bodies transforming into a sickly green hue. Even those beyond this range, if exposed to even a minuscule amount of the gas, would suffer significant repercussions, resembling a dizzy athlete stumbling about, only to be trampled to death by their advancing companions. The poison gas tower functioned akin to a biological weapon, exuding a terrifying lethality, the most destructive of all defensive towers. The casualties inflicted by a single cloud of poison were at least 2 to 3 times greater than those caused by the Blade Tower. This poison gas tower was indeed formidable. Zhou Yan was elated. Its extensive coverage meant it could eliminate vast numbers of monsters. Diao Chan was equally astonished. Having only witnessed the poison gas tower for the first time since its emergence yesterday, she was utterly taken aback by its capabilities. The white-robed ghost soldiers stared in disbelief, awestruck by the tower's might. Although this storm tower was of SSS quality, the number of monsters it could vanquish with each attack paled in comparison to that of the poison gas tower. The 3 defensive towers continued their relentless assault, eradicating wave after wave of monsters, effectively barring their advance. Intrigued by the toxic powder capabilities of the poison gas tower, Zhou Yan activated this skill. The poison gas tower launched a cloud of toxic powder above the monstrous horde, which subsequently detonated in the air. Boom! The powder exploded, dispersing a fine dust across a dense cluster of monsters. In an instant, the creature's movements began to slow, akin to a sprinter suddenly transformed into an elderly woman, moving at a sluggish pace. The monsters behind them, unimpeded, crashed into the sluggish ones, knocking them to the ground, only for the subsequent wave of monsters to enter the toxic powder's realm, thereby slowing their speed as well, leading to further collisions. This relentless cycle resulted in a catastrophic pileup among the monsters, who were ultimately engulfed by the poison, succumbing to its effects. This poison gas tower is truly a treasure. Zhou Yan recognized its immense value. It was extraordinarily powerful. Should he acquire a few more poison gas towers, no number of monsters would ever come close to breaching his walls. His defensive towers were all at level 20 and of S quality or higher, enabling them to unleash formidable power. How could these low-level monsters, many of whom had yet to reach level 10, withstand the might of his defenses? Previously, Zhou Yan had feared that the sheer numbers of these monsters might threaten his walls, but he had gravely underestimated the capabilities of his defensive towers. The structures within his territory possessed various enhancements, inflicting lethal damage upon these inferior creatures, rendering him unconcerned about their impact. In fact, the greater the number of monsters, the more substantial the rewards he would reap. Chapter 62. Upgrading the quality of the flame tower. I will take a look from the side, Zhou Yan informed Diao Chan. Understood, she nodded in agreement. Zhou Yan approached the defensive tower of Zhenmi, where, bolstered by various enhancements, the flame tower had become quite formidable. Although the flame tower was a single-target powerhouse, its effectiveness was commendable. When faced with a massive horde of monsters, it appeared less impactful compared to other defensive towers. However, against stronger foes, its power significantly surpassed that of the others. Lord, everything is under control here. The monsters have been intercepted up front and have yet to breach the coverage of the defensive towers, Zhenmi reported upon seeing Zhou Yan. The density of monsters in this area was manageable, with 2 defensive towers effectively repelling the onslaught. However, the assault had only just begun, and the monsters behind would undoubtedly intensify their attack. For the time being, the monsters posed no immediate threat to the safety of the territory. With Diao Chan and Zhenmi guarding the flanks, he felt assured for the moment. Let us not become complacent, he advised before departing. Entering the mysterious shop, he sought to discover what treasures awaited him today. 5 items were displayed. The first was a scroll, piquing his curiosity as he examined its properties. Item: Lightning Quintet. Quality: Silver. Description: a renowned masterpiece by the famous painter Master Manhwaedit, created 300 years ago. Price, 100,000 spirit coins. An antique. This item could be beneficial, capable of activating hidden attributes of the treasure vault. Though he had yet to amass many treasures, he believed that with time, they would be unearthed. 100,000 spirit coins were a mere trifle for him at this point. The second item was a piece of golden equipment. Equipment, Fengyang Bao. Quality, gold. Durability, 180,180. Attribute 1, strength, 25. Attribute 2, increases range by 10 meters. Attribute 3, inflicts armor-piercing damage. Attribute 4, Fengyang, when imbued with spiritual power, releases an ethereal Fengyang arrow, cooldown of 30 minutes. Equipment requirement, strength, 30. Description, with this bow in hand, I possess the world. When Fengyang emerges, enemy generals retreat. Price, 300,000 spirit coins. This equipment boasted 4 attributes, yet its price was merely 300,000 spirit coins, an absolute bargain. If sold externally, it would fetch at least 600,000 spirit coins. Furthermore, it was a ranged weapon, and its design was quite striking. Without hesitation, he purchased it. Upon inspection, it was indeed splendid, a vibrant red that he greatly admired. The mysterious shop was truly a remarkable establishment. The third item was a card that enhanced training speed. Item, training card. Quality, bronze. Description, doubles training speed for 1 hour. Price, 50,000. This item was certainly not to be overlooked, as it would greatly aid his training. After acquiring it, he turned his attention to the fourth item, a bronze weapon, which he also purchased. He activated the refresh function of the mysterious shop. A radiant glow enveloped the counter, revealing 5 new items. This time, however, they were all materials. He quickly examined the first material, 100 3-star black rock timbers. Priced at 8,000 spirit coins. He was in dire need of high-grade timber, and to find it at such a price, 20% lower than the market rate in the Lord's world, was indeed a steal. The second material, 100 4-star black gold stones, priced at 1 million spirit coins. 4-star ore. He was genuinely astounded, whether for forging equipment or upgrading buildings, high-grade, or was exceedingly precious. And to find 100 pieces at once was an opportunity he could not pass up. After purchasing, he looked at the third material, 10 2-star wood attribute crystal cores, priced at 50,000 spirit coins. The 2-star wooden crystal core, priced at merely 5,000 spirit coins each, is significantly below the market value. High-level crystal cores are exceedingly rare, with only monsters of leader rank and above possessing a chance of yielding them, and their utility is immense. While one can readily procure crystal cores of 5 stars or below with sufficient funds, acquiring those above 5 stars proves to be a far more arduous task. The wooden crystal core arrived at an opportune moment, as it can enhance the quality of the thorny vine fence. Upon purchase, Zhou Yan promptly upgraded the thorny vine fence as quality. Territory notification, consuming 10 2-star wooden crystal cores, the thorny vine fence quality is elevated to SS. Building, thorny vine fence. Level, 20. Cost, 30,000 spirit coins, 10 1-star wooden crystals. Quality, SS-05. Required, 5 3-star wooden element crystals. Defense, 20,000. Special Attribute 1. Capable of regenerating and repairing damaged vines. Special Attribute 2. Enemies that come into contact with the vines will suffer toxic damage. Description, a fence formed from thorny vines, possessing formidable vitality, capable of autonomously repairing itself while also harboring toxins. Unless uprooted entirely, a single root is sufficient for it to continue flourishing. Following the upgrade, the defense of the thorny vine fence increased by 10,000. And it is believed that both the potency of the vines and the toxicity have significantly improved, greatly benefiting the territory. He noted that the upgrade requirements for the thorny vine fence had escalated. While 30,000 spirit coins are a minor concern, the necessity for wooden crystal cores for further upgrades presents a challenge. At this stage, acquiring wooden crystal cores is not feasible, leaving it for future consideration. Next, he turned his attention to the fourth material, 10 3-star fire element crystals, priced at 100,000 spirit coins. He promptly purchased them and immediately utilized them to enhance the quality of the flame tower. Territory notification, consuming 3 3-star fire element crystals. The flame tower quality is elevated to SSS. Territory notification, consuming 3 3-star fire element crystals. The flame tower quality is elevated to SSS. Building, flame tower. Level, 20. Cost, 30,000 spirit coins, 100 3-star wood, 50 3-star copper. Quality, SSS, 010. Required, 5 4-star fire element crystals. Defense, 30,000. Special Attribute 1. Unleashes a fireball to inflict area damage on enemies. Special Attribute 2. Activates a fire sea every half hour, covering an attack range of 100 meters. Attack range, 300 meters. Description, a powerful tower of fire element with formidable offensive capability. Both flame towers have been upgraded to SSS. leaving him with one remaining 3-star fire element crystal, which he stored in the treasure room. The final material consists of 100 5-star purple gold ores, priced at 1 million spirit coins. These high-grade ores are materials capable of forging dark gold equipment, which he believes Jerry will undoubtedly appreciate. However, he refrained from gifting them immediately, as Jerry is merely a silver-tier blacksmith. While the items in the mysterious shop are indeed remarkable, their scarcity is a drawback. He strode towards the main entrance, keen to observe how the monsters were faring in their assault. A series of explosions echoed throughout the territory, alongside the cacophony of monstrous roars from outside the walls. The creatures pressed forward with fervor, yet they stood little chance against the formidable defenses of the towers. Chapter 63, A Daring Charge. The monsters outside continued their frantic advance. Each attack from the defensive towers proved lethal, dispatching numerous foes. Yet their sheer numbers allowed many to breach the perimeter and charge towards the walls. Zhou Yan, determined to protect his territory structures, especially the walls, commanded everyone to engage the monsters outside. Their strength instilled confidence, enabling them to comply without hesitation. Should the buildings sustain damage, it could adversely affect the evaluation at the end, which he wished to avoid, as it would diminish the rewards he might receive for his structures. The white-robed ghost soldiers stood ready, forming ranks as they awaited the oncoming monsters. Zhou Yan and Diao Chan, armed with their weapons, gazed forward, poised for action. He drew forth the Fengyang bow, a beautifully crafted weapon resembling a phoenix in form, with striking red arrows. This bow is truly exquisite, Diao Chan remarked appreciatively. Just acquired from the mysterious shop. If you find it appealing, it's yours, Zhou Yan replied with a smile. No, I'm not accustomed to using bows. My weapon suffices, Diao Chan quickly declined, as she indeed preferred her own weapon. Zhou Yan knocked an arrow, his powerful physique bending the Fengyang bow into a crescent shape effortlessly. This bow, a golden tier weapon, posed a challenge for those lacking strength to even draw it. Yet with his attributes exceeding 100 points, he found it a trivial task. Boom. The arrow surged forth with a muted thud, racing ahead at an astonishing speed. Thwack. Its formidable penetrative power pierced through the body of a charging monster, continuing its trajectory to strike another behind it. 2 monsters fell to Zhou Yan's decisive shot. The power of this bow is commendable, he mused, thoroughly satisfied. Golden tier weapons indeed possessed extraordinary prowess. Once more, he knocked an arrow, directing his aim at the advancing creatures. This was not his first experience with archery. He had engaged in such activities during his schooling, although those lessons primarily focused on knowledge rather than practical application. In the realm of Kanglan continent, physical education as known in other lands was termed practical combat training, encompassing fundamental swordsmanship, blade techniques, hand-to-hand combat, and archery, alongside physical conditioning. Upon receiving his inheritance, Zhou Yan underwent a remarkable transformation, enhancing not only his attributes but also his vision, spirit, perception, and mental state, elevating him to a level previously inconceivable. It was akin to a rebirth, a transcendence of existence, a sensation akin to a life-altering baptism. As time progressed, the monsters finally reached their position. Under the leadership of a sergeant, the white-robed ghost soldiers unsheathed their long spears and charged at the creatures. White-robed ghost soldiers. Death to our foes. Attack. They were seasoned combatants, each one an S-quality soldier, formidable in their prowess. A cadre of white-robed ghost soldiers exhibited their extraordinary strength, demonstrating synergy and tactical awareness against the monsters. They advanced fearlessly, striking with their weapons at the bodies of the beasts. Thwack. One monster after another succumbed before them, felled by their assault. These creatures, regardless of their level or strength, were no match for the soldiers, who systematically decimated them. They pressed onward, annihilating every monster that breached their defenses. Today marked the 8th day of the monster onslaught, with their numbers exceeding those of the prior 7 days and the duration of the assault notably prolonged. New lords would observe a significant increase in the number and strength of monsters after 7 days, serving as a trial. Such realities were well versed in the textbooks of every new lord. Even the instructors had extensively highlighted these warning signs. Yet, when the monsters truly descended, they grasped the magnitude of the change. The quality of the territory dictated the severity of the trials faced by the lord. Those presiding over superior territories encountered greater challenges, as the quantity, levels, and strength of their adversaries surpassed those faced by the most ordinary new lords. The chatroom echoed with numerous cries of despair. The first 7 days had been relatively tranquil, easily manageable by the new lords. However, as of today, they have discovered that these monsters are proving to be rather troublesome. In fact, several territories belonging to new lords have been breached by these creatures, with crystals destroyed and the entire assessment for newcomers concluding in such a manner. Across the globe, the newcomer assessment sees participants gradually eliminated starting from the 8th day, and this instance is no exception. Numerous friends currently engaged in the evaluation have seen their names turn gray, signifying their departure from the trial space. For others, an increase in the number of monsters translates to greater peril. Yet for Zhou Yan, a higher monster count signifies a greater bounty. A wooden treasure chest, when opened by him, yields a maximum of 12 soul coins or spirit coins. In contrast, when in Junmi's hands, it guarantees a minimum of 24 points, such as the disparity in luck. Within a mere half hour, the number of monsters appearing outside his territory has reached several thousand. With no indication of abatement, as many more remain unseen. It is evident that the quantity of monsters in other lords' territories pales in comparison to the overwhelming horde he faces, even falling short of a tenth of his count. As time progressed, the number of monsters continued to swell, with more breaching the defensive tower's range and advancing towards the walls. Kill! Zhou Yan exclaimed, weapon in hand as he charged towards one of the black-toothed boars. Swiftly employing his agility, he found himself before the beast, plunging his weapon into its neck without the use of any skills, merely wielding his sword with finesse to effortlessly slay the creature. Each of his attributes exceeded 100 points, bolstered further by various enhancements, surpassing 200 in total. Such formidable prowess rendered him impervious to harm from these monsters, all of whom were below level 10. With boldness, he plunged into the throng of monsters, his weapon striking down foes with each calculated blow, leaving a trail of carcasses in his wake. In mere moments, dozens of monsters lay vanquished at his feet. His companion, Diao Chan, watched in astonishment at Zhou Yan's prowess. His speed was so remarkable that even she struggled to keep pace. The greater his strength, the more reassured she felt, free from worry about any unforeseen calamities befalling him. As monsters fell beneath them, they were fortunate that the territory possessed a respawn feature, ensuring that slain monsters would be replenished after a while, or else they would have accumulated like a mountain. An hour elapsed, and Zhou Yan observed more monsters materializing in the distance. Uncertain of how much longer this onslaught would continue, he promptly inquired, "Are any of you experiencing fatigue?" "My lord, such exertion is nothing," the soldiers replied. All were of S quality or higher, possessing robust physiques. An hour of combat posed little threat to their stamina. His 3 defensive towers had proven remarkably effective, dispatching the vast majority of the monsters. The towers served as the paramount safeguard of the territory, yet he had no means to procure additional ones, as such resources were not available in the newcomer trials. Chapter 64. The 8th day of trials concludes. Another half hour passed, and Zhou Yan finally caught sight of a different breed of monsters in the distance. They were elite creatures. Wait, what was that? A leader-level monster. Zhou Yan gazed into the distance, spotting a cluster of evidently stronger monsters, likely elite. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to find a leader-level monster among them, something he had not anticipated encountering at this stage. His instructor had mentioned that leader-level monsters would only appear in the final days of the assessment, and only if the Lord's territory was of at least purple epic quality could one expect to encounter such formidable foes. Yet, his situation was entirely beyond the norm. Leader-level monsters were significantly more powerful than their ordinary counterparts, posing a challenge that most novice lords would find insurmountable. For others, the appearance of such a monster could spell disaster, yet for him, it represented a boon. While these leaders were indeed strong, the rewards they bestowed were equally substantial. It seemed that the day's monster encounters were nearing their conclusion. With even a leader emerging, the subsequent monsters would surely be few. Zhou Yan observed the approaching horde, as the leader monster let out a fearsome roar, prompting the others to part and clear a path for its rapid approach towards the territory. However, a cloud of toxic gas descended upon the throng, enveloping them in a noxious shroud. By the time the mist dissipated, only a handful remained. He noted that the leader was still alive, albeit in dire straits, barely clinging to life as it was engulfed by the onslaught of the descending storm tower's attack. Zhou Yan mused, "Is this what they mean by dying before achieving victory?" He gained a newfound appreciation for the potency of the toxic gas tower. He had not anticipated that even a leader-level monster would struggle against it. Considering his defensive towers were all level 20, their strength was indeed formidable. Furthermore, with their high quality, if they could not dispatch even an 8th level leader, they would certainly be deemed inadequate. If he were to place over 10 defensive towers along each wall, it seemed unlikely any monster would dare approach his territory. Zhou Yan envisioned such a day arriving. Yet he recognized that as the territory expanded, so too would the area requiring defense, and eventually, even 20 towers per side might prove insufficient. The most pressing threat still loomed from the skies, but now was not the time to ponder such matters. That would have to wait until he descended upon the Lord's continent. With the appearance of a leader-level monster, the forest had ceased its relentless spawning of creatures, signaling that this battle was nearing its end. Half an hour later, after the last creature fell, a long-awaited announcement echoed through the air. Day 8 of the newcomer trial battle concluded. Commencing reward calculation. Eliminated 3, 548 level 7 black-toothed boars, 3, 682 level 8 black-toothed boars, 2, 587 level 5 self-scaled snakes, 1, 984 level 6 azure wave snakes, 1, 438 level 7 red-tailed snakes, 1, 252 level 7 bloodthirsty beasts, 1, 589 level 8 red-bellied lizards, 329 level 8 elite fisher wild boars, and 1 level 8 leader wild boar. Battle evaluation, SSS. Rewards. Basic reward of 35,000 soul coins, 35,000 spirit coins, and a basic building, arrow tower. Additional evaluation reward, 50,000 soul coins, 50,000 spirit coins, and 1 basic building, freely selectable. The rewards were bountiful, amounting to 85,000 soul coins and spirit coins, which he rightfully earned. His territory had hosted over 16,000 monsters today. Such figures, if disclosed, would surely terrify many. Moreover, few would believe them, had he not experienced it firsthand. He too would have doubted the possibility of someone withstanding the onslaught of over 16,000 monsters on the 8th day of the newcomer trial. This reality defied all common understanding. After 2 hours of combat, having eliminated more than 16,000 creatures, he now possessed an equivalent number of treasure chests. These chests promised numerous rewards, with soul coins being of utmost importance to him. It was clear that all these chests were of bronze quality or lower, given that the monsters were all below level 10. As everyone began to clear the battlefield and gather the treasure chests, Zhou Yan remarked, "Simply collecting the chests will require considerable time. Fortunately, my numbers have increased, so these tasks need not fall solely upon my shoulders." He and Diao Chan ventured towards the spot where the leader had fallen, as it had yielded a building chest, precisely what he needed most. Fortune smiled upon him. During the novice trial phase, the drop rates were indeed favorable. Zhou Yan expressed his delight. If only we could encounter a few more leaders, after all. These leaders are not particularly formidable. Diao Chan interjected, "While that's true, it would be wise to refrain from letting other lords overhear such sentiments. They require the combined strength of their entire territories to deal with a single leader, yet in Diao Chan's eyes, they appeared remarkably feeble." Such was the commanding presence of high-quality heroes. Zhou Yan promptly returned to his territory, instructing Diao Chan to summon Junmi to open the treasure chest, while he himself set about constructing new edifices. Territory notification, ding. Constructing arrow tower. Arrow tower evolves into earthquake tower. An earthquake tower. Its name alone suggests a formidable power. Upon examining the details of this defensive structure, he discovered it to be an SS quality defense tower, and he began upgrading it. Territory notification, consumed 200 spirit coins. Earthquake tower upgraded to level 2. Territory notification, consumed 400 spirit coins. Earthquake tower upgraded to level 3. Territory notification, consumed 600 spirit coins. Earthquake tower upgraded to level 4. Building, earthquake tower. Level, 20. Cost, 30,000 spirit coins. 10 1-star earth attribute crystal cores. Quality, SSS, 03. Quantity, 3 earthquake towers. Defense, 3,000,000. Special attribute 1. Executes seismic attacks on enemies. Special attribute 2. Unleashes a wide area seismic wave every 2 hours. Description, I shall command the earth and become a nightmare for my foes. Within the territory, a defensive tower gradually ascended. Zhou Yan positioned this tower at the main gate of his territory, then turned his gaze towards the structures available for selection. Undoubtedly, the most pressing need for the territory was the defensive towers. After selecting the defensive tower, he was afforded the opportunity to construct another. Territory notification, ding. Constructing arrow tower. Arrow tower evolves into ice tower. The ice tower was yet another novel type of defensive structure, and he again upgraded this ice tower to level 20. Building, ice tower. Level, 20. Cost, 30,000 spirit coins. 10 1-star water attribute crystal cores. Quality, SSS, 03. Quantity, 3 ice towers. Defense, 3,000,000. Special attribute 1. Launches ice attacks on enemies within range. Special attribute 2. Executes ice ground spike attacks every 2 hours. Description, when the frost descends, all enemies shall meet their end. Chapter 65, Drunken Immortal Tower. Once more, a defensive tower graced the territory, significantly enhancing its security. The ice tower resembled a colossal natural crystal, translucent and exuding a chill. Lord, Diao Chan approached with Junmi, both women exceptionally beautiful in their own right. Their exquisite features captivating to behold. Standing together, their allure was undeniably potent. Zhou Yan swiftly averted his gaze, opening the building information. He presented the building treasure chest obtained from the defeated leader to Junmi. This treasure chest was not fixed, making it the optimal choice for someone as fortunate as Junmi to open. Junmi accepted the building treasure chest, silently wishing for a defensive tower. Knowing it was Zhou Yan's dearest desire, a flash of light revealed a building design in her hands. Territory notification, acquired building, brewery. Zhou Yan felt a tinge of disappointment. It was not the defensive tower he had hoped for. Lord, my luck seems to have faltered, she lamented, aware that the territory desperately required a defensive tower. Yet she had not procured one, leaving her somewhat disheartened. What building we obtain is beyond our control, and this is already quite fortunate, Zhou Yan reassured her. The two women eagerly anticipated the characteristics of the brewery. Zhou Yan took possession of the building and chose to construct it. Territory notification, constructing, brewery. Brewery evolves into drunken immortal tower. The building in Zhou Yan's hands transformed into a radiant light, descending upon the territory, with a cascade of colorful luminescence. A grand and antiquated brewery materialized within the realm. Let us explore this brewery, Zhou Yan proposed, leading the two women outside the drunken immortal tower. This brewery was quite unique, featuring a vibrant red door adorned with the characters drunken immortal tower. He hastily examined the attributes of this establishment. Building, drunken immortal tower. Level, 1. Cost, 300 spirit coins. Quality, SSS, 03. Quantity, 3 breweries. Defense, 300. Special attribute, when fine wines are brewed, they attract others to join the territory. The higher the quality of the wine, the more powerful the individuals attracted. Only wines brewed within this tower can draw strong heroes. Description: the wine in the drunken immortal tower intoxicates even the divine. What a splendid building. Zhou Yan was pleasantly surprised to discover that this structure could be used to recruit heroes. Moreover, the method of recruitment was rather peculiar. It did not utilize soul coins, but rather relied on exquisite wine. He had seen various unique buildings online, some requiring antique silver and gold to attract patrons. Thus, a building that lured heroes through the allure of fine wine was hardly unprecedented. At present, the drunken immortal tower was devoid of any brewable wines, necessitating an upgrade in level to unlock its special attributes. Territory notification, consumed 300 spirit coins. Drunken immortal tower, upgraded to level 2. Territory notification, consumed 600 spirit coins. Drunken immortal tower, upgraded to level 3. Territory notification, consumed 900 spirit coins. Drunken immortal tower, upgraded to level 4. Building, drunken immortal tower. Level, 20. Cost, 30,000 spirit coins. 10 1-star energy crystals. Quality, SSS, 03. Quantity, 3 breweries. Defense, 3,000,000. Special attribute 1. When fine wines are brewed, they attract others to join the territory. The higher the quality of the wine, the more powerful the individuals attracted. Only wines brewed within this tower can draw strong heroes. Special attribute 2. Currently able to brew drunken immortal wine. Description: the wine in the drunken immortal tower intoxicates even the divine. Each brewing requires 500 spirit coins, 5 pounds of rice, and takes 1 hour. Upon upgrading the drunken immortal tower, it not only grew in stature, but also became significantly more ornate. The once 2-story brewery had now transformed into a magnificent 5-story structure. After reviewing the attributes of this building, Zhou Yan felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Do not underestimate the C-quality wine. Brewing is no trivial task. The most commonly sold wines outside are often merely the lowest grade F quality, with many failing to even meet the standard. Brewing is a skilled craft, and finding a professional to assist would greatly enhance his recruitment of heroes. For now, he could only brew himself, with each batch requiring 500 spirit coins and 5 pounds of rice, a trivial matter for him. Together with Diao Chan and Zhenmi, he entered the drunken immortal tower, which was spacious enough, already furnished with 10 sets of tables and chairs. Drunken immortal tower notification, 500 spirit coins, 5 pounds of spirit rice, commencing the brewing of drunken immortal wine. Time, 1 hour. Since the territory was stocked with spirit rice, he naturally opted to use it for brewing. Additionally, spirit rice is superior to ordinary rice, potentially yielding even better results. As for whether it aligns with his expectations, that remains to be seen until the first batch of wine is brewed. Regrettably, it takes an hour to produce a single pot of wine. Zhou Yan, feeling somewhat helpless, realized he could not always be present. Thus, he would need to assign someone to oversee the brewing of the drunken immortal wine. The drunken immortal tower had already proclaimed its capacity to produce wine of quality C, but the ultimate quality would be left to chance. Should a person with a natural talent for brewing be present, the quality of the wine would undoubtedly improve. In the center of the drunken immortal tower, there stood a circular structure, reminiscent of a performance stage, adorned with a luminous object resembling a teleportation portal. Zhou Yan pondered if this was indeed a teleportation channel designed to attract formidable individuals to this place. His curiosity piqued about the kind of people who might be transported here. Ascending to the upper floors, he discovered that the building boasted 5 stories. Accompanied by 2 beautiful women, he reached the 2nd floor, which featured 10 private rooms. The 3rd floor housed 5 elegantly designed parlors, while the 4th and 5th floors contained accommodations, each with 10 rooms. After surveying the establishment, Zhou Yan grasped the purpose of this tavern. However, without exquisite wine to offer, he could only wait to see what sorts of patrons would be drawn here once the wine was available. After their departure, Zhenmi and Diao Chan each attended to their own affairs. Diao Chan went to prepare lunch, while Zhenmi set about compiling a list of personnel for their afternoon venture to hunt monsters. They were on the verge of completing the exploration of the 10-kilometer radius surrounding their territory. In the afternoon, Zhou Yan planned to delve into that area. Yet for now, he needed to summon more white-robed ghost soldiers. Chapter 66. Revealing the territory's name. He returned to the white-robed ghost soldiers to summon 10 soldiers, but alas, he was still unable to conjure the commander he desired. Not even a minor commander had manifested. The only notable soldier he summoned was a sergeant. Underscoring the minuscule probability of such a summon, he elevated the levels of these 10 soldiers to level 10, which had become the standard configuration for his territory's troops. While soldiers were essential, their levels were equally important. However, all soldiers required soul coins for level enhancement, a task that could not be accomplished in a short time. Such matters could not be rushed. He then visited the dwarves, for they were laboring on his behalf, requiring only meals and lodging. Without the need for wages, such industrious workers were rare to find. Moreover, they seemed quite content. Zhou Yan couldn't help but feel even more pleased. If a capitalist were to witness this, they would undoubtedly be filled with envy. In their words, a life free from worry while forging equipment is the epitome of happiness. The dwarves truly were a delightful bunch, and he felt compelled to fulfill their pursuit of happiness. Once again, he cleared the trading hall of all ores, bringing prolonged joy to the dwarves. He then ventured into the spirit spring. During this time, he instructed his people to fill bamboo containers with the spring water. He also engaged in conversation with Lord Little Sweetheart, purchasing a considerable amount of bamboo from her. To his surprise, all the equipment he had previously placed in the trading hall had been sold. He had not anticipated that there were indeed such naive and wealthy individuals abroad. Consequently, he listed hundreds of items once more, pricing them even higher than the previous day. Regardless of whether they purchased or not, it bore no loss for him. He noticed that someone had sent him a barrage of messages, and upon inspection, it was indeed returning to the sea with one blade. Goodness, within such a short span. He had received several hundred messages. This individual was certainly a chatterbox. Zhou Yan glanced through the messages, finding them mundane, and replied succinctly that if more trivial and nonsensical messages were sent, their friendship would come to an abrupt end. Upon hearing this, returning to the sea with one blade immediately expressed dismay, hastily responding that there would be no next time. He had initially intended to say more, but quickly ceased, leaving him to seek out other friends for his conversational endeavors. Interestingly, Frozen 3 Feet also messaged him, directly inquiring if he could sell him a silver weapon. This person was perceptive, recognizing that silver weapons were among his wares. Presently, he had no shortage of silver equipment. After all, he had acquired quite a bit from the dwarves. Once he equipped his territory's residents, he still had a considerable surplus. He could consistently produce silver equipment, so the excess would certainly be sold. Thus, he replied, asking how many pieces were needed. Frozen 3 Feet seemed momentarily taken aback by his response. She felt a pang of discomfort. When others fretted over obtaining a good piece of equipment, he nonchalantly asked how many they required. Who could remain unperturbed upon hearing such a response? Do you have 10 pieces? She inquired. Certainly, I only possess silver weapons, he affirmed. Weapons are best forged. Hence Jerry and the others primarily focused on weapon crafting. They had fewer pieces of armor, as the residents of his territory had yet to be fully outfitted, naturally making them unavailable for sale. The prices would have to be raised, as the cost of silver weapons had increased. Zhou Yan stated directly that he had cleared all the ores today, and prices had risen significantly compared to yesterday. Naturally, he would not absorb those costs. He merely needed to quote a price, leaving the decision to purchase entirely up to them. That works, Frozen 3 Feet replied. In the end, for 10 pieces of silver equipment, Zhou Yan garnered 400,000. In the Lord's continent, the best silver equipment attributes barely fetched 100,000 per piece. However, during the novice trial phase, he managed to sell them for 400,000 each. This was an undeniable windfall, particularly as there was no competition. He had not coerced anyone to buy. They were all willing participants in the transaction. In fact, they were the ones eager for him to sell. Truly, navigating human interactions is exceedingly complex. Frozen 3 Feet could only accept the 10 pieces of silver equipment. Any more would be untenable. Zhou Yan then set his sights on Qin Yao, who was notably affluent, especially since the funds were from the state. Would you like some silver weapons? He still had dozens of silver items at his disposal, and converting them into currency would provide him with a sense of security. How about 50 pieces? Qin Yao replied. Zhou Yan was taken aback. What an assertive statement. She opened with a request for 50 silver weapons. He had undoubtedly made the right choice in seeking her out. He only had 32 pieces remaining, each priced at 400,000 spirit coins. That works, he confirmed. He relished doing business with such individuals, wealthy and generous. Thus, a substantial transaction was consummated. It should be noted that these pieces of equipment possessed durability. Once their durability reached 0, they would be rendered unusable. Currently, without the option to change jobs, they were unable to forge new equipment, which contributed to the inflated prices. If they did not purchase equipment, would they have to face monsters barehanded? This also elucidated why, despite the high prices, there were still buyers. However, Zhou Yan's situation differed. With a blacksmith at his disposal, he could easily repair any equipment whose durability had diminished, albeit requiring time and some ores. Hardly a significant burden. It seemed he had stumbled upon an invisible path to wealth. Zhou Yan's eyes sparkled with realization. Yet, this revelation necessitated the unveiling of his territory's name. In comparison to earning money, this was a trivial concern. Thus, he designated his territory in the trading hall as not hidden and established an equipment recycling area where items of various qualities would be redeemed at fixed prices. Alongside the collection of various ores, given his current fame, he believed that many would be willing to sell to him. He did feel a twinge of regret for not having revealed his territory's name sooner, but it was not too late to do so now. However, before that, he closed his friend requests. Unless he added others, no one could add him as a friend. Subsequently, he sent a message in the national chat room. I am the Lord selling Spirit Spring. Doubters may verify my territory name in the trading hall, which is now visible. I am now purchasing damaged equipment. Black iron equipment will be redeemed for 50 spirit coins each, bronze for 500 spirit coins each, and silver for 5,000 spirit coins each. I also accept various qualities of ores. He dispatched 10 messages in total before concluding. Indeed, after his announcement, the entire chat room erupted with excitement. Chapter 67, The Great Equipment Recycling. Shocking. The Lord selling Spirit Spring has finally revealed his true form. His territory is named Heavenly Court. Oh my, look at this. Why does the Lord of Heavenly Court wish to collect so many broken pieces of equipment? Could it be that he has truly become a blacksmith? It was surmised that this lord was a merchant. No more talking. I was planning to discard these items, but to my surprise, I can exchange them for money. Wow. 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 The younger brother could only express his current feelings with exclamations. Everyone in the chat room sought to add him as a friend, but Zhou Yan paid them no mind. Territory notifications. National Trading Hall redeemed 1 piece of black iron equipment for 50 spirit coins. Territory notifications. National Trading Hall redeemed 3 pieces of bronze equipment for 1,500 spirit coins. Territory notifications. National Trading Hall redeemed 1 piece of silver equipment for 5,000 spirit coins. Soon, he was inundated with an array of equipment recycling notifications, which greatly uplifted his spirits. Other lords regarded Qin Chuan as a merchant, and more specifically, a merchant turned blacksmith, believing that the purpose behind his recycling of equipment was solely profit-driven. Otherwise, they could not fathom why Zhou Yan would wish to collect such items. This was the most plausible explanation, yet many remained puzzled. Even if he were to collect these items, how many could he possibly repair by himself in a nation filled with people? Many mocked Zhou Yan for being foolish enough to recycle so much junk, especially since there was no limit to the recycling. It was known that at this stage, many people's weapons had long since broken, rendering those damaged items utterly useless. Since someone was willing to collect them, they were naturally eager to exchange them for spirit coins. Some went as far as to say that Zhou Yan would soon cease his recycling efforts. With so many lords in the nation, he could not possibly collect too many. However, they soon realized that this fellow seemed to have no intention of stopping his collection, although they were unaware of how many items he had acquired. It was evident that he had amassed a considerable amount. Zhou Yan, of course, would not step forward to explain. He was quite pleased. With so many items, he could not possibly repair them all himself. Fortunately, he had a talented group of dwarves skilled in equipment crafting. He hurried to the smithy and found Jerry, laying out the heap of damaged equipment he had collected onto the ground. The dwarves gazed at the mountain of equipment in astonishment. Zhou Yan addressed them, saying, Jerry, you and the others shall commence the repair of these items immediately. Do not worry about anything else. I shall prepare fine wine and meat for you tonight. Upon hearing this, the dwarves burst into laughter, saying, Rest assured, my lord. We shall take care of these repairs with utmost speed. Repairing equipment was far quicker than crafting new items. Moreover, the dwarves were easily satisfied. A good meal and drink would ignite their enthusiasm. With dozens of dwarves working together, they could repair thousands of items in a single day, and the repairs required only a minimal amount of materials. They were professional smiths, and the speed of their crafting was remarkably swift, especially with the bonuses from the smithy and the territory. Repairing items significantly reduced the cost of forging. The repaired equipment could then be sold at a premium. This transaction was undoubtedly lucrative. One could only imagine the expressions on the faces of other lords when they saw the repaired items and had to purchase them at high prices. It was bound to be infuriating. They knew full well that Zhou Yan was collecting equipment to repair and resell it to them. Yet they were still willing to engage in this cycle. There was no other option. Only he could repair the equipment, effectively creating a monopoly. Their damaged items served no purpose sitting idle. It was far better to sell them and recoup some of their costs, only to buy new equipment and then recycle the damaged ones back to Zhou Yan, continuing the cycle. Wow. It's as if they are all working for him for a single piece of black iron equipment. He had spent only 50 spirit coins to recycle it. After deducting the repair costs, he would need at most 80 spirit coins, or even just 70 spirit coins, to restore a piece of black iron equipment. Currently, the price of black iron equipment ranged from 800 to 1,000 spirit coins each. Even if a piece sold for the minimum price of 800 spirit coins, that would yield a tenfold profit, a complete tenfold return. In just one day, he could potentially earn millions of spirit coins effortlessly. The profits from bronze-grade equipment and above were even greater, but such items were scarce. 90 of the lords utilized black iron equipment. This was the hallmark of a capitalist. Zhou Yan realized that he had previously despised capitalists. However, upon becoming one himself, he found himself enjoying the role, as the equipment continued to pour in for recycling. Each notification of a collected item felt like a cascade of gold coins filling his pockets. He began listing the equipment, placing all the black iron items into the marketplace, with prices ranging between 800 and 1,000 spirit coins. The equipment crafted by the dwarves boasted commendable attributes, making them highly sought after by many lords. Naturally, at the same price point, they would prioritize purchasing his items. Within half an hour, all of his equipment was sold out. Messages from friends had already begun to flash. They were merely expressing admiration and compliments, which he did not entertain. Aside from discussions about purchasing equipment, he refrained from engaging in lengthy conversations with them. Shortly thereafter, Qin Yao privately messaged him. I never expected you were the one selling Spirit Spring. You have deceived my affections. Zhou Yan immediately felt innocent, replying, You never inquired if I was the seller of Spirit Spring, did you? Qin Yao hastily responded, Oh, I was just teasing you. Your ability to sell Spirit Spring is quite impressive. I merely envy you. Come now, is asking for 10 liters too much? Of course not. Zhou Yan promptly traded 10 liters of Spirit Spring to Qin Yao at the previously established price, as selling to others would yield the same result. She could now use Spirit Spring as her everyday water without fear of scarcity. How delightful. Qin Yao replied, You are misusing public funds. I must report you. Zhou Yan joked in return. Really? That would be splendid. Then I would know your identity. Oh dear, I have inadvertently revealed my intentions. After becoming more familiar with each other, they began to jest. Though Qin Yao was part of the military, she had not always been so. She had only joined the military after the nation discovered her advanced lord space during her awakening. Many lords like her existed. They utilized the nation's resources to develop their territories, and when necessary, they are also called upon to contribute to the nation, establishing a mutually beneficial relationship. The state has never compelled them to enlist in the military. Typically, when summoned by the nation, most individuals do not choose to decline. There are both advantages and disadvantages to this, ultimately depending on one's personal choices. Subsequently, Bingdong Senshi procured a considerable amount of spiritual spring water from him, which Zhou Yan naturally did not refuse. Such is the privilege of being his friend. When exceptional items become available, they are afforded the opportunity to acquire them first. In Chapter 68, titled Waterball Beast, after resolving the matter of recovering equipment, he once again listed the spiritual spring water for sale, inciting waves of envy and jealousy within the chatroom directed at him. The mere prospect of these benefits has left many individuals green with envy. Unfortunately, unless Zhou Yan chooses to reveal his identity, they would be unable to uncover any information about him. Crucially, he also possesses 2 territorial identities. The name of the Tian Ting territory is publicly disclosed, while Diao Chan remains concealed. After selling out the first batch of spiritual spring water, he proceeded to offer a second batch of spiritual fruits. By now, virtually every newly appointed lord in the nation had their gaze fixed upon him. After all, with such an abundance of fine goods at his disposal, once they are listed for sale, it turns into a race for customers to snatch them up as quickly as possible. Many no longer scrutinized what Zhou Yan was selling. Upon hearing that he had listed items, it became a frenzied competition to purchase them. Thus, items he placed in the trading hall were perpetually sold out. This is the advantage of celebrity. Lord, it's time for dinner. Situng located Zhou Yan and beckoned him to join her for a meal. All right, the lunch was lavish. Prepared collaboratively by Diao Chan, Situng, and Hua Yurong. The meals from the White Robe Ghost soldiers and the Dwarven clan were delivered by Si Wu and his cohort, not consumed within the bamboo house. The combination of spiritual rice and spiritual vegetables was delightful. After the meal, he began discussing matters pertaining to the Temple of Inheritance. Diao Chan chose not to accompany him in hunting monsters today. Instead, she opted to accept her inheritance. After embracing the inheritance, they would become significantly stronger, as the ensuing trials against monsters would only escalate in difficulty. Zhou Yan decided to allow only a select few to undertake the inheritance first. The group receiving the inheritance was not large, consisting solely of Diao Chan and Si Ting along with her siblings. As for Hua Yurong and Zhenmi, they were slated for the next batch, ensuring that they could secure the highest evaluations in the forthcoming trials. Having escorted Diao Chan and the others to the exterior of the Temple of Inheritance, Zhou Yan smiled at Diao Chan and said, Everything that needs to be said has been conveyed. Rest assured and embrace the inheritance. You will emerge in just a few days. When you enter, take your time to select the inheritance that suits you best. I understand. Diao Chan nodded, though she frequently glanced back at Zhou Yan, resembling a departing wife casting affectionate glances at her husband, which was quite endearing. Farewell, Lord. Diao Chan and her companions waved goodbye to Qin Chuan before entering the Temple of Inheritance, disappearing from sight. Zhenmi approached Qin Chuan, her large, watery eyes gazing up at Zhou Yan, and she said, Lord, I desire something. Well, it may not be appropriate during the day. Let us discuss it tonight. Zhou Yan replied promptly upon noticing Zhun Mi's expression. Upon hearing this, Zhun Mi's cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly clarified, "Lord, what are you thinking? I merely wish for a skill book." A skill book? Zhou Yan felt a touch of embarrassment, but masked it, maintaining an air of nonchalance. "What skill book?" he inquired. "I have opened all the treasure chests in the territory, and one of them contained a skill book that I desire," Zhun Mi explained. "I see. Let me take a look." He had not paid attention to it earlier, likely engrossed in the thrill of earning. Opening the treasure vault, he searched briefly and indeed discovered a skill book. Item: Ice Spike. Quality: C. Description: releases an ice spike to attack enemies. Requires a mental strength of over 30 points for learning. It was a skill book of C quality. Zhou Yan retrieved it and handed it to Zhun Mi, stating, "This skill is indeed quite suitable for you." With Zhun Mi's mental strength reaching an impressive 80 points, she was certainly capable of learning it. "Thank you, Lord." Zhun Mi joyfully clicked to learn the skill. Zhou Yan couldn't help but reflect on the current scarcity of skill books. He was unaware of how many monsters he had slain to finally obtain a C-quality skill book. Were it another lord, they might not even catch a glimpse of such a book. Skill books were relatively decent, but techniques were even more elusive. Moreover, each skill book and technique could only be utilized by the individual who obtained them unless they were akin to his own yin-yang transformation technique, which was derived from personal insight and could be practiced by others. Skills followed the same principle, unless one created them independently. Skills learned from books could not be shared with others. Hence, every skill book and technique available outside was exceedingly precious. After Zhun Mi completed her skill acquisition, she performed a single-handed gesture, rapidly conjuring a chilling aura that coalesced into an ice spike suspended above her palm. It was quite beautiful. Out of curiosity, Zhun Mi then waved her hand. "Go." The ice spike soared swiftly in the direction of her motion, transforming into a beam of light as it struck the ground several dozen meters away. Impressive. C-quality skills possess such formidable power. Zhou Yan was highly satisfied. Of course, this was also contingent on the user. Zhun Mi's quality was rated at RRR, combined with her potent magical enhancements and elevated mental attributes. Even the weakest F-grade skill could unleash tremendous power. "I truly hope for more skill books to emerge." Zhou Yan chuckled, fully aware that this was nothing more than a fanciful wish. To the White Robe Ghost Soldiers Camp. Zhou Yan led the group to the White Robe Ghost Soldiers Camp, ascending the platform to commence the summoning of soldiers. With over 16,000 chests, he had opened a considerable number of soul coins and equipment. Lacking manpower, it was only natural that he would summon soldiers. Territory notification: spend 1,000 soul coins to summon a White Robe Ghost Soldier. Territory notification: spend 1,000 soul coins to summon a White Robe Ghost Soldier. Territory notification: spend 1,000 soul coins to summon a White Robe Ghost Soldier Squad Leader. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan was taken aback. He had unexpectedly summoned a high-ranking White Robe Ghost Soldier. After reviewing the attributes of this squad leader, it was evident that they surpassed the sergeant in both capability and skills. The remaining 7 were standard soldiers, with no special units among them. Zhou Yan elevated the level of this newly summoned soldier to level 10. Consequently, the number of White Robe Ghost Soldiers surged to 62, solidifying their role as the backbone of the territory. This squad leader became the captain of the unit, and under Zhou Yan's guidance, 10 soldiers remained to guard the territory, while the others accompanied him to explore the previously uncharted misty region surrounding the territory. Upon entering this area, they initially encountered low-level monsters, but as they delved deeper, they came across an elite monster. Monster: Waterball Beast. Quality: Elite. Level: 10. Special: Waterball Wave. Description: a creature formed from water elements, possessing a pure elemental constitution. In the distance, there flowed a modest river from which these waterball beasts emerged. Attack. Zhou Yan commanded the group to engage the monsters. Upon defeating the first waterball beast, he discovered that it not only dropped a treasure chest, but also a blue object. Item: Water Element Crystal Core. Quality: 1 star. Description: a crystal core infused with water elements, possessing significant utility. To his surprise, these waterball beasts could also yield water element crystal cores. Though it was merely a 1-star core, it still represented a commendable gain. Thus, they unleashed a veritable slaughter upon the water balloon beasts. Not every water balloon beast would yield a crystal core, yet the probability remains significantly high. Chapter 69, The Ambush of the Double-Horned Sheep. With an increased number of participants, the pace at which they vanquished these water balloon beasts was remarkably swift. Soon, the creatures on the shore were entirely exterminated, leaving only those submerged in the river. The water was exceptionally clear, yet discerning the riverbed proved quite challenging. At least he could not perceive its depths, for the river was profoundly deep. He amassed a considerable collection of 1-star water attribute crystal cores. The ice tower required such cores for its advancement, thus gathering more was always advantageous. However, descending into the river was entirely unnecessary. They continued upstream along the river, encountering other monsters, diligently uncovering the mysteries of this fog-laden region. Engaged in exploration, He unwittingly completed the fog exploration, soon hearing an unexpected sound. You have completed the hidden task, fog exploration, successfully uncovering all fog-covered areas within 10 kilometers of your territory. Reward, 200 reputation. Would you like to announce your territory's name, true name, and nationality for the newcomer trial area? No. Newcomer trial announcement. Territory, XXX, is governed by Lord XXX, of nationality XXX, having successfully completed the hidden task fog exploration, earning 200 reputation. The lords of the newcomer trial area, upon seeing the announcement once more, were once again taken aback. Since the trial commenced, numerous announcements had surfaced, each shrouded in secrecy, igniting immense curiosity among many regarding the identity of the individual reaping these reputation rewards. Or perhaps it was the same person. Chat rooms across various nations buzzed with discussions on these matters, while the international channel saw inquiries with exorbitant offers for information about the hidden task. Many sought to acquire reputation, as it was a coveted commodity, capable of being exchanged for exceedingly rare items. However, the means to gain reputation were exceedingly elusive, for no one knew precisely how to fulfill those hidden tasks. Even Zhou Yan was somewhat perplexed, as the reputation he garnered along his journey was entirely incidental. He merely focused on developing his territory and, to his bemusement, found himself rewarded with reputation points. Ignoring the clamor of the chat rooms, he spotted an ancient bridge leading to the opposite shore. Within the 10-kilometer radius of his territory, the monsters were predominantly of level 10 or lower, while beyond that threshold lay creatures of level 10 and above. The monsters across the river were significantly stronger and more perilous. However, the potential rewards were also considerably greater. Given their strength, confronting monsters below level 20 posed no issue, which emboldened Zhou Yan to venture into that territory. This was yet another new fog-covered area, and he pondered whether uncovering the fog here might yield another hidden task. Such musings were merely speculative, as the nature of hidden tasks remained a mystery. Otherwise, many would have completed them by now. They soon encountered a type of monster. Upon inspecting its attributes, monster, double-horned sheep. Quality, ordinary. Level, 15. Special, charge, bloodthirsty. Description, once provoked, they will launch a frenzied, bloodthirsty assault on their foes until death. A relentless horde of monsters. I find this appealing. A mere level 15 monster posed no threat to them. A few soldiers advanced, and within moments, they had slain the double-horned sheep. Slain a level 15 double-horned sheep. Additional reward of 30 soul coins. The higher the monster's level, the greater the rewards they could acquire. Notably, mutton was a prized delicacy, especially for hot pot, which was utterly delectable. He and Diao Chan, among others, relished it immensely. Due to the dispersed nature of the monsters, they divided into several teams, each comprising at least 8 members, and commenced their search of the surroundings. Before long, they encountered more double-horned sheep scattered about. This appeared to be their territory. Although the numbers were dispersed, they were still quite substantial. Currently, the market price for meat was quite favorable, particularly for wild bovine and ovine creatures, which commanded a high price. He had already resolved to hunt all the double-horned sheep in this area, as it would not only significantly boost territorial income, but also yield numerous additional rewards. The soldiers' attributes were commendable, and ordinary level 15 monsters were no match for them. Moreover, as they fought in small teams, the risk was minimal. The double-horned sheep were abundant, though their distribution was scattered, necessitating time to locate them. After a considerable duration, they discovered a group of double-horned sheep. My lord, look at those creatures. They appear to be more formidable than the ordinary double-horned sheep. That one over there. Could it possibly be the leader? Jinmi pointed to a location where a dozen or so double-horned sheep, larger than their ordinary counterparts, were gathered, one of which was nearly twice the size of a standard double-horned sheep. Zhou Yan chuckled upon inspection and remarked, indeed, those are a dozen elite double-horned sheep. And that one is certainly a leader-level monster. We are fortunate to have encountered a level 15 leader. Observing the group, he estimated their numbers to be around 300. Should this horde of double-horned sheep charge at them head-on, casualties would undoubtedly ensue. Zhou Yan would not confront them directly. They needed to lure them into the forest. He swiftly devised a plan. The forest was dense, dotted with numerous large trees, offering excellent cover for a charge. Follow me. Zhou Yan led the group to a location rich in trees and instructed everyone to conceal themselves. I will attract the monsters when they arrive. We will utilize the forest's advantages to defeat them. Be cautious and ensure you do not get injured by the monsters, Zhou Yan declared. However, many soldiers, witnessing Zhou Yan's willingness to put himself in peril, volunteered to take his place. Jinmi also spoke up. My lord, allow me to handle this. You need not personally attract the monsters. Zhou Yan declined, stating, you underestimate me. These are merely level 15 monsters, incapable of harming me. Fear not, I shall return. With all 4 of his attributes exceeding 100, he could easily dispatch these creatures alone without any risk. He soon vanished into the forest, heading towards the group of double-horned sheep. Upon his appearance, he swiftly approached the double-horned sheep, employing the 7-star sword technique, and within a few moves, had slain several of them, successfully capturing their attention. Come and kill me. Zhou Yan shouted as he ran. Leia, the double-horned sheep leader, incensed by Zhou Yan's audacity, roared angrily and led the frenzied horde charging towards him. The double-horned sheep had evidently entered a bloodthirsty state, consumed by unrestrained fury as they surged forward. The ground trembled beneath them as the double-horned sheep galloped with incredible speed, their charge formidable. Zhou Yan led the horde into the dense forest. Chapter 70, Blueprint for the Double-Horned Battleblade. Once within the forest, Zhou Yan leapt onto a tree with remarkable agility, while the double-horned sheep continued their reckless advance. Heedless of the imminent collision with towering trees. Numerous ancient trees have been forcefully toppled by the fierce assaults of the horned goats, illustrating the sheer might of their charge. Kill. After the horned goats came to a halt, Zhou Yan took the lead, leaping down with his long sword poised to strike at one of the beasts. With a swift thrust, he unleashed the Tianshu sword and the Tianxian sword, each dispatching a horned goat within mere moments. Subsequently, the soldiers surged forward, weapons drawn, launching an assault on the remaining horned goats, systematically slaying them until the ground was littered with their fallen bodies. The dense thicket rendered the area exceedingly narrow, forcing the herd of horned goats into a chaotic mass where they could hardly harness any power, only able to bellow helplessly as Zhou Yan and his comrades executed their slaughter. With the addition of Zhun Mi's mental spells, unleashed in such a constricted environment, the horned goats were left entirely vulnerable to their onslaught. Wielding her Holy Spirit staff, Zhun Mi cast a piercing shard of ice at a horned goat, instantly obliterating it. Zhou Yan's gaze shifted to the leader among the goats, which had rudely shoved aside its companions and charged towards one of the soldiers. It seemed that in its bloodthirsty state, the leader possessed a degree of resistance to mental influence. Realizing he could not allow his soldiers to suffer casualties, each one summoned at great expense of soul coins, Zhou Yan rushed forward, his longsword aimed at the horned goat leader. With a decisive strike, he severed one of its horns. The leader's frantic movements had thwarted his initial aim for its neck. Nevertheless, Zhou Yan was undeterred, swiftly delivering a powerful kick that sent the leader flying. The horned goat leader collided with a massive tree, sustaining severe injuries, and with Zhun Mi's mental interference, it was rendered incapacitated. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yan advanced, wielding his swords with both hands, and delivered a forceful downward slash that decapitated the leader. Blood erupted forth as he retreated hastily to avoid being splattered. Killed level 15 horned goat leader, rewarded with 500 soul coins, 500 spirit coins, and the blueprint for the horned battleblade. Although he lamented the absence of a treasure chest, he was nonetheless satisfied. Item: Horned battleblade blueprint. Quality: bronze. Description: requires 1 horn and 2-star iron ores. This blueprint was commendable, and the materials required were readily available, with minimal iron or consumption, making it ideal for forging. The leader also yielded a bronze treasure chest, which he collected. The remaining horned goats could not withstand for long and were soon vanquished. After regrouping, they gathered all the treasure chests and the carcasses of the horned goats, then continued their journey, encountering a few scattered horned goats. However, they also stumbled upon a different kind of creature, the two-headed hound. Monster: two-headed hound. Quality: enhanced elite. Level: 18. Special: elemental attack. Description: a dual-headed beast capable of utilizing elemental attacks. To his surprise, it was indeed an enhanced elite. Notably, this creature exhibited considerable speed, seemingly detecting their presence as it approached, opening its maw from a distance to gather energy for an attack. What a keen nose this hound has, Zhou Yan remarked. Before the two-headed hound could unleash its assault, Zhun Mi preemptively utilized her mental prowess to lull it into a slumber, then conjured a shard of ice to strike it. With a decisive blow, the hound was dispatched instantly. Killed level 15 two-headed hound, rewarded with 54 soul coins. Zhun Mi's spellcasting prowess was formidable, effortlessly slaying an 18-level enhanced elite. The substantial bonus in soul coins for defeating an elite monster was indeed a worthwhile gain. Upon inspecting the area beneath the two-headed hound, he discovered a black iron treasure chest, which he promptly collected along with the hound's carcass. Be cautious, there may be many more of these two-headed hounds lurking about. Given their capacity for ranged attacks, they proceeded with heightened vigilance, aware that these creatures possessed acute senses. As anticipated, he soon detected the approach of more monsters. With his mental attribute exceeding 100 points, he could sense their nearing presence. He urged his comrades to remain alert as they armed themselves in preparation for the impending skirmish. Zhun Mi was also ready to engage, her mental spells proving vital against these creatures. In no time, they found themselves surrounded by a multitude of two-headed hounds, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. Zhun Mi raised her Holy Spirit staff, unleashing a powerful mental spell that enveloped the vicinity, rendering the hounds, still in the midst of gathering energy, into a deep slumber. Kill. The soldiers surged forth, charging at the slumbering hounds. The creatures were swiftly dispatched, each one yielding a black iron treasure chest, a boon of elite monsters. Excellent. Over 30 black iron treasure chests, he noted with satisfaction. Continuing their advance, they encountered several other types of creatures: the level 11 shadow spirit cat, the level 12 pink raccoon, and the level 17 Golden Rooster. These solitary beings fell easily to Zhou Yan's icy onslaught, except for the level 17 Golden Rooster, which was an elite creature. The rest were merely ordinary monsters. The diversity of monsters in this region was quite impressive, ranging from small groups to solitary wanderers. Faced with their formidable coalition, these creatures could only succumb to their blades. As they approached 5 o'clock, they finally returned laden with spoils. Regrettably, they had only encountered one leader and not a second. Evidently, leaders were not as commonplace as cabbages. On their return, they discovered a plethora of waterball beasts along the shore, slaying several before finally returning to their territory. With Diao Chan absent, the culinary duties fell to Si Tung and her companions, who, thankfully, were resourceful and had ample ingredients to resolve the meal situation. If only I had a subordinate skilled in the culinary arts, he mused, lamenting his inability to acquire a restaurant-like establishment. Otherwise, they would not need to cook for themselves. He presented the horned battle blade blueprint to Jerry, along with the horns from the horned goats, instructing him to forge them when time permitted. While focusing on the rapid repair of equipment, Jerry and his team worked with impressive efficiency, having already restored a considerable array of equipment. Well done, Zhou Yan commended them, subsequently purchasing a generous supply of fine wine to further bolster their spirits. He began listing all the repaired equipment, and within mere minutes, everything he offered was sold out. At this stage, the demand for equipment was exceedingly high. As long as the prices were reasonable, there would always be buyers. Chapter 71, Spirit Bamboo Seeds. After completing these tasks, Zhou Yan approached the ice tower. To upgrade the ice tower, a 1-star water element crystal core was required. Having vanquished numerous waterball beasts, he had amassed a significant quantity of water element crystal cores. While these cores held various other uses, elevating the defense tower's level was of paramount importance. Territory notice: consumed 30,000 spirit coins, 10 1-star water attribute crystal cores. Ice tower, upgraded to level 21. Territory notice: consumed 35,000 spirit coins, 21-star water attribute crystal cores. Ice tower, upgraded to level 22. Territory notice: consumed 40,000 spirit coins, 31-star water attribute crystal cores. Ice tower, upgraded to level 23. Territory notice: insufficient materials. Ice tower cannot be upgraded. After upgrading the ice tower to level 30, the required materials changed. Moreover, the attributes of the ice tower have transformed, rendering it significantly more formidable, with the notable addition of a new attribute. Building: ice tower, level 30, 100,000 spirit coins, 102-star water attribute crystals. Quality: SSS 03. 3 ice towers. Defense: 600, 006, 0000. Special Attribute 1. Launch an icy assault on enemies within range. Special Attribute 2. Activate an ice spike attack every 90 minutes. Special Attribute 3. Unleash an ice rain attack every 2 hours. Description: when frost descends, all enemies shall meet their demise. From the attributes, it is evident that the cooldown for the second special attribute has been reduced by 30 minutes, and the newly added ice rain skill also serves as an area attack, though its potency remains to be determined tomorrow. As time progresses, the resources required for upgrading these structures will escalate, becoming increasingly rare. A substantial expenditure of spirit coins is necessary. Without sufficient reserves, one cannot even afford to gather the materials for upgrading the buildings. With numerous constructions already established in his territory, he resolved to commence its enhancement. Territory notification: your territory has been upgraded to level 11. Territory notification: your territory has been upgraded to level 12. Territory notification: your territory has been upgraded to level 20. Territory notification: consuming 100,000 spirit coins. Your territory has been upgraded to level 21. Territory name: Heavenly Court, Diao Chan hidden. Lord: Zhou Yan, detailed information. Quality: white, color hidden. Territory talent: special item 21. Territory level: 21. 22 level 22 buildings, population of 110, spirit coins totaling 200,000. Area: 33,000 square meters. Special Attribute 1. All attributes of the human race in the territory increased by 26. Special Attribute 2. All clan attributes in the territory increased by 21. Special Attribute 3. All building attributes in the territory increased by 10. Buildings: 21, detailed information. Territory population: 113. Resources: detailed information. After upgrading to level 21, various attributes have seen significant enhancements, yet the anticipated hidden quests seemed to have eluded him. He had expected another hidden quest to emerge, but it appears he was mistaken. An additional attribute has been added. All building attributes in the territory increased by 10. It seems that every 10 levels, a new attribute is unveiled. However, after reaching level 20, the consumption of spirit coins becomes necessary. Upgrading from level 20 to level 21 cost 100,000 spirit coins, while advancing to level 22 requires 200,000, a direct doubling. One can only imagine the spirit coins needed in the future. The high-grade materials within the novice trials are exorbitantly priced, and he refrained from making any purchases. At this stage, the levels of his various buildings are entirely adequate, and there is no need to squander resources on such materials. He scoured a considerable amount of ore, leaving no stone unturned, including those in the International Trading Hall. He opened his message panel and initiated a conversation with World Overlord. World Overlord, hey, are you there? I need quite a bit of silver equipment, but I don't have sufficient 3-star ore. Can I substitute with 1-star and 2-star ore? This message was sent several hours ago, but he had been preoccupied with monster slaying and hadn't seen it. He quickly replied, certainly, but as you know, 3-star materials are rather precious. How do you intend to barter? Shortly thereafter, World Overlord responded, I wouldn't want you to incur a loss. 12 2-star ores in exchange for 1 3-star ore. How does that sound? This exchange is quite favorable, as the highest price on Lord's continent would not exceed 10 ores, and the offer of 12 demonstrates genuine intent. No problem. How many pieces of silver equipment do you need? Zhou Yan inquired. World Overlord, this time I require armor. Could you provide armor? A full set would be ideal. Let us start with 10 sets. Zhou Yan replied with a hint of exasperation. No wonder you offered such a high exchange rate. You're asking for armor, which is considerably more challenging to forge than weapons, and you need a complete set. To be frank, I barely have enough silver sets in my own territory to spare. Don't count on it. He was not lying. With so many individuals in his territory, he could only muster around 10 full sets of silver equipment, making it impossible to trade with the other party. World Overlord quickly responded. Individual pieces are fine too. How many can you offer? I've recently been recycling equipment, so I must have some. Zhou Yan replied. Most of it consists of black iron and bronze. Silver equipment is quite scarce. I can offer you 10 pieces this time. Would you like weapons? If so, I could provide you with 20 pieces. That works. The other party replied. The two quickly commenced their trade. A pleasant collaboration. A pleasant collaboration. He acquired a considerable amount of ore at this stage. The only one capable of affording such an amount of ore is likely World Overlord, the sole novice lord with such fortune, having his territory located near a mine, essentially stumbling upon ore. He believes that World Overlord is not the only fortunate one. Many, like him, simply have not revealed their fortunes. Next, he clicked on Little Cutie, S-Lord profile, and discovered that the other party sought his attention. What is it? Zhou Yan inquired. Well, my subordinates found a rather peculiar seed in the bamboo forest, and I wasn't sure if you'd be interested, so I wanted to ask you. The other party replied. Oh, send it over for me to take a look, Zhou Yan said with curiosity. Little Cutie promptly sent him a trade request, and upon acceptance, the other party displayed the information about the seed. Item, spirit bamboo seed. Quality, 1 star. Description, requires spiritual fields for cultivation. Though the description is simple, this spirit bamboo is quite a valuable item. Chapter 72, Request for Seasoning. He immediately stated, I'll take this, name your price. At this stage, he is the only one capable of cultivating this spirit bamboo, as only he possesses spiritual fields. Others may not even be interested in purchasing it. I don't want money. Little Cutie replied. Then what would you like in exchange? Zhou Yan asked. I want spiritual fruits, spiritual spring water, or equipment. Little Cutie quickly stated. You can only choose one, and the market price for this item isn't very high, Zhou Yan replied. It's merely a 1-star spirit bamboo, and the market price is at most around 100,000, equivalent to the price of a piece of silver equipment. Additionally, the requirement for spiritual fields to cultivate this seed significantly diminishes its price. Even offering 50,000 would be quite reasonable. Could we trade for a piece of silver equipment? If I find this seed again, I will trade it to you first, please. Little Cutie is not foolish and understands the limitations and that the price will not be very high. All right, in the spirit of our collaboration, I will exchange it for 1 piece of silver equipment this time, but in the future, I will need 2 seeds for 1 piece of silver equipment. Zhou Yan replied. He is not being stingy, but rather conducting business, and does not feel his stance is excessive. All right, thank you, big brother. Little Cutie exclaimed cheerfully. After completing the transaction for the seed, the other party presented him with a considerable amount of bamboo for trade. After purchasing the bamboo, he checked the information of others, most of whom were seeking to purchase items. After completing trades with everyone, he closed the messages and arrived at the spiritual bamboo cottage. From a distance, he caught a whiff of fragrant food. Zhenmi and her companions were preparing a variety of delectable dishes. The Lord has arrived. A group greeted him with cheerful smiles. It was a captivating scene, as each woman was exceedingly beautiful. Although they belonged to the demon race, they were quite pleasing to the eye. My lord, we are running low on seasoning. Situng hurried over to inform him. I shall purchase some. He began to search the trading hall, only to awkwardly discover that there was nothing for sale. After pondering for a moment, he opened the national chat room, displaying the territory name, and exclaimed, looking to purchase spices, with preference given to large quantities and a variety. Payment can be made with spirit fruits, spirit spring water, or equipment. Those who have items for sale, act quickly. Now a celebrity, 99% of the population was keenly observing his trading activities. The fact that he was seeking to buy items in the chat room instantly attracted a multitude of responses. The big shot has arrived. Oh, great one. Do you need a subordinate? I bow before you. Whoa. Captured a big shot. Brother from Heavenly Court. I am a petite one. 7 meters tall, 18 years young. With a splendid figure and exquisite looks. Might I be your girlfriend? I possess dozens of spices and condiments. Dear big shot, trade with me swiftly. I have salt. Would you like some, big shot? It's free. Add me as a friend, and I shall gift you a pound of chili for free. I have cumin. Freshly harvested right at the territory's gate. It's abundant outside. Zhou Yan felt slightly embarrassed. He had not anticipated that the messages would flood in so rapidly. He hastily focused on the information bar and began to peruse. Eventually, he settled on a relatively reliable individual and submitted a friend request. Territory notification. You have become friends with Dogdan. What a unique name. Dogdan. I can't believe the big shot truly added me as a friend. How thrilling. Now, to business. I require various spices, Zhou Yan stated. Of course, I shall not disappoint you, Dogdan promptly replied. Subsequently, the other party traded him dozens of spices, cumin, pepper, salt, chicken essence, star anise, soy sauce, vinegar, almost everything he could think of, many of which he had never even heard of. Zhou Yan. Impressive. How do you possess so many spices? Zhou Yan inquired curiously. To be honest, my father's territory specializes in cultivating various spices. When I entered, I brought along quite a few, including many seeds, but they aren't tea ripe yet, which is why I Haven Tea started selling them, Dogdan explained. Do you also have seeds for sale? Zhou Yan asked eagerly. If you want, I can give you a few packets. They aren't tea worth much. And I have plenty at home, Dogdan replied. I'll trade you for something. What do you want? Zhou Yan inquired. Spirit spring water. The other party replied eagerly. That stuff is incredibly hard to obtain. I've never managed to secure a single bottle. All right, Zhou Yan responded, then handed over a bottle of spirit spring water. The quantities of spices were quite substantial, and importantly, Zhou Yan also acquired the spice seeds he desired. Thank you, big shot. In the future, may I purchase spirit spring water from you? Dogdan asked. Sure, but not in large quantities, Zhou Yan replied. Thank you, big shot. After chatting for a while, the other party proactively purchased several pieces of equipment and spirit spring water, along with some spirit fruits. Once the transactions were completed, he placed a plethora of spices into the treasure vault and turned to the nearby sea tongue, saying, I have stored them in the vault. It should suffice. He then took out several packets of spice seeds and handed them to Hua Yurong for planting. During mealtime, he felt a sense of nostalgia in the absence of Diao Chan. After finishing his meal, Zhou Yan selected a spot and began practicing his 7-star sword technique. This swordsmanship required relentless practice to unleash its full potential. That evening, he continued to cultivate within the spirit bamboo house throughout the night. The amount of spirit energy he needed was immense, not something he could break through in a short span of time. The following day, around 6 in the morning, they heard the sounds of attack emanating from the defense tower. Zhenmi abruptly woke from her slumber, turning to Zhou Yan, who was meditating on a stool. Lord, the monsters have begun their assault. Zhou Yan opened his eyes, stood up, and remarked, I didn't expect them to come so early today. They hurried outside, as they had grown accustomed to the belief that monsters would typically attack after 8 in the morning. Upon inspection, he discovered monsters appearing at 3 of the walls, quickly relocating 2 defense towers to the right for reinforcement. A blast of icy energy surged through the sky, targeting the approaching monsters. Under the onslaught of the frost, a vast number of monsters were enveloped in ice and obliterated. So this is the level 30 ice tower. Its attacking power is impressive, Zhou Yan thought contentedly. Indeed, it was a high-level defense tower, both in range and potency, remarkably effective. Greetings, Lord. The sisters have already moved to the 3 walls. Si Tung and Hua Yurong approached him. Well done. Follow me to the barracks. Zhou Yan promptly headed to the barracks. The white-robed ghost soldiers had already awakened and assembled under the command of the officer. Initially intending to send someone to inform him, they instead greeted him with a loud cheer. Lord. Zhou Yan nodded and addressed the soldiers. All warriors, divide into 3 groups. Proceed to the 3 walls. The left side will be under Zhenmi's command. The right side will be led by Si Tung, Hua Yurong, and you together, while the last group will be under my command. Do you understand? Yes, they replied in unison. Zhou Yan then turned to Zhenmi, Si Tung, and Hua Yurong, instructing, everyone, head to your respective areas to repel the monsters. Yes, Lord. They hurried towards the walls. Chapter 73. Hi there, buddy. Zhou Yan arrived at the main gate, where monsters were always most numerous. He stationed the ice tower, poison gas tower, and blade tower for defense at the main gate. He realized that these 3 towers provided formidable defense. Especially after reaching level 30, the ice tower served as a battlefield reaper. The ice tower could unleash ice attacks, simply projecting a barrage of icy blades, its coverage extensive, capable of enveloping dozens to hundreds of monsters at a time. In this area, wherever the ice passed, all enemies would kneel. The assailed monsters were instantaneously slain by the powerful ice blades, and the chilling aura swiftly encased them in ice sculptures. These ice sculptures created obstacles, impeding the advance of monsters behind them. With each successive attack from the ice tower, the previously frozen monsters were shattered into fragments, while the subsequent foes were also vanquished and encased in ice. This cycle continued, rendering it impossible for the monsters to breach the ice tower's attack range. One ice tower effectively defended half of the territory, an exceptionally robust structure. The poison gas tower was equally formidable. A cloud of poison descended, spreading green light, causing all monsters to succumb to poisoning and collapse. The blade tower was also powerful. A swarm of flying swords descended, converging upon the foes. One must question whether these monsters had any courage left to fight. Regrettably, these monsters displayed no fear, or rather, the creatures of the trial ground possessed no knowledge of retreat, only charging forward, ultimately becoming souls beneath the blades of the blade tower. The trio of defense towers steadfastly safeguarded the main gate, allowing not a single monster to breach. Zhou Yan, witnessing the scene, felt relieved and addressed Zhang San. "You are in command here. I will check elsewhere." "Yes, Lord," Zhang San replied. Zhou Yan proceeded to the right wall. He observed the earthquake tower, a defense tower shaped like a tan pyramid, continuously revolving and emanating a brownish glow. A wave emanated from the earthquake tower, causing the ground outside the territory to tremble as if a localized earthquake had occurred. Fissures opened, and monsters plummeted into bottomless chasms, suffering significant losses. Subsequently, the ground healed and returned to its original state, as though nothing had ever transpired. This was truly a burial tower, more professional than Feng Baobao. Not a trace left behind. On the right, there are the earthquake tower and flame tower. To the left stand the storm tower and flame tower. "My lord." Si Tung and Hua Yurong gazed at Zhou Yan, their beautiful eyes sparkling with combat fervor. However, the monsters had yet to breach the defenses of the towers, leaving them to stand idly by. Among all the new lords across the globe, only his territory enjoyed such a leisurely respite. This was primarily due to the formidable strength of his defensive towers, coupled with their sheer number, allowing the soldiers of the territory to remain largely uninvolved. It appears that there is no need for my concern here. The monsters primarily attacked from the front, while those on the flanks were not particularly daunting. With two defensive towers in place, Si Tung and her companions appeared somewhat bored. "I wonder when these monsters will manage to break through the coverage of the towers. My demon blade is already yearning for action." Si Tung gripped her demon blade, eyeing the monsters outside the territory, itching to dash out and slay a few. "Hey, this little sprite has quite a violent streak, but I like it." Zhou Yan chuckled and said, "We haven't had breakfast yet. While the monsters cannot breach the towers, let a few of you go gather some spirit fruits." "I'll go," Hua Yurong volunteered, calling a few sisters to head towards the spirit field. Zhou Yan reminded them, "Remember to plant the seeds back." "Understood, my lord," Hua Yurong replied. He then glanced at the left wall of the territory, where a powerful hero like Zhang Mi was stationed, ensuring everything was under control. She even grew bored enough to launch ice attacks at the distant monsters. Such is the advantage of a ranged hero. The treasure room was not devoid of bows and arrows, but everyone preferred to use cold steel to pierce through monsters. Of course, excluding Zhang Mi, who was a sorceress and a ranged hero. "My lord, these monsters will not breach the coverage of the towers in the near future." Zhang Mi smiled at Zhou Yan, her demeanor captivating, her beauty surpassing that of 1,000 flowers. Zhou Yan nodded and made his way towards the mysterious shop, eager to see if anything intriguing awaited him. With the expansion of his territory, reaching any destination now required considerable travel. This was where the benefits of the tiles became apparent. However, his current funds were insufficient to upgrade to better tiles, so he had to wait for now. Upon entering the mysterious shop, he was met with 5 schematics. Goodness, all schematics? He examined the information closely. Item, secret power ring, crafting blueprint. Quality, bronze. Description, requires black iron or X2, mithril X1. Price, 20,000 spirit coins. Zhou Yan was pleasantly surprised. He had not anticipated a jewelry-type equipment blueprint, which was precisely what he lacked and could potentially yield substantial profits. Equipment was already scarce at this stage, and jewelry was even rarer. There was barely a shadow of it available in the market. Even if it existed, it was exceedingly limited, as it was evident that everyone needed jewelry equipment and thus wouldn't part with it. With this blueprint in hand, he could produce jewelry-type equipment in large quantities, dictating the price himself. Even if he sold it at 10 times the market price, he was confident they would flock to purchase it. The required materials were minimal, but it seemed he lacked mithril. Zhou Yan opened the trading hall to search for mithril and discovered that several were selling it. However, he noticed one seller with a particularly large quantity of mithril, which he had seen in the international trading hall. This individual was likely a foreigner, as no information was displayed, leaving his nationality a mystery. Yet, there was a 99% chance he was indeed foreign. He sent a friend request, which was not declined, and soon it was accepted, revealing the friend's information. Territory notification: you have become friends with Child of Fortune, Batai Country. Oh, so it's someone from Batai Country. Zhou Yan was somewhat taken aback. Batai Country and Shenlong Country shared a close international friendship, with visa exemptions and numerous collaborations, always standing united on various fronts. Upon seeing that his nationality was Shenlong country, the individual greeted him politely. I extend greetings on behalf of Ba Tai to our friend from Shenlong. Since they were friends from Ba Tai, conducting business would be quite favorable. Zhou Yan promptly replied, "Hi, my friend, let's get straight to the point. I'm here to do business. I would be delighted to trade with a friend from Shenlong. You have always been our best ally," the stranger responded. "What can I trade with you?" he inquired. "I need mithril, a substantial amount of mithril. I want it all," Zhou Yan stated. Chapter 74, Astonishment. 5 skill books. So you require mithril, huh? That's not a problem. My territory is abundant in mithril. Do you truly need it all? The other party asked, as this would greatly benefit him as well, depending on whether Zhou Yan could handle such a quantity. Zhou Yan's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. And he quickly responded, "Rest assured, I can take as much as you have. All right, the prices will be very favorable. 1-star mithril at 50 spirit coins per piece. 2-star at 100 spirit coins, and 3-star at 500 spirit coins each. What do you think?" Mithril is somewhat rarer than ordinary materials, hence the higher pricing. Zhou Yan felt a surge of happiness. Indeed, his Ba Tai friend offered prices nearly identical to those in the Lord's Continent market. Keep in mind, the prices he had listed in the trading hall were a full double. No problem, let's go with that price. Therefore, let's start with 10,000 pieces, Zhou Yan declared. Child of fortune low. The Ba Tai friend was taken aback. He had never anticipated Zhou Yan would require such a massive quantity, starting with 10,000 pieces. He currently didn't possess that much. I don't have that many right now, just a few. Give me some time, and I will mine more. The Ba Tai friend was indeed astonished. Had he known Zhou Yan needed so much, he would have instructed his subordinates to mine mithril with all their might. Though it would entail risks, the quantity Zhou Yan desired made such risks worthwhile. All right, sell me whatever you have now, and once you acquire enough mithril, we can trade again. Although he currently had no use for 2-star mithril, who knows if it might be needed in the future. Better to buy it now. Good. The two quickly began their transaction. They exchanged over 1,000 pieces of mithril, with the other party promising to mine more from this point forward, ensuring Zhou Yan's satisfaction. Both were quite pleased, having completed the transaction and established diplomatic ties. After concluding the trade, the Ba Tai friend immediately sent his subordinates to mine for mithril. The dwarves were still busy repairing equipment, and he planned to have them forge the ring once they were less occupied in a few days. He turned his attention to the second blueprint. Item, Storm Talisman. Quality, B. Description, upon use, it creates a storm to attack enemies, lasting 5 minutes. Price, 200,000 spirit coins. This was a one-time attack talisman, but with a quality of B, it was quite impressive, should he encounter particularly formidable monsters. This could serve as a valuable emergency resource. After purchasing it, he turned to the third blueprint. Item, Golden Battle Armor Crafting Blueprint. Quality, Gold. Description, requires 4-star gold x20. 4-star iron or x5, 4-star beast tendon x3. Price, 1,000,000 spirit coins. A splendid find. He hastily bought it. This blueprint was undoubtedly exceptional, though it was a pity he currently lacked the materials. The fourth item was a blueprint for a pair of black iron boots, while the fifth was a blueprint for a bronze tier bow. He purchased everything without hesitation and then began to refresh the inventory. In an instant, 5 books appeared before him. Upon closer inspection, he burst into laughter. They were all skill books. How rare are skill books? Every day, people in the chat room are clamoring to buy them. Yet none are available for sale. They are exceedingly scarce and challenging to obtain. Zhou Yan examined the first book carefully. It was a lifestyle skill book titled Gathering Technique. Item, Gathering Technique. Quality, D. Description, enables the collection of items or monsters of elite quality or higher. Ordinary monsters or items cannot be collected. Price, 50,000 spirit coins. This would certainly be for his personal use. Although it is ineffective against ordinary monsters, the latter possess little value. The advantage of Gathering Technique lies in its ability to decompose monsters using skills, while those without such skills must painstakingly dismantle them piece by piece. Moreover, when discovering valuable items, such as certain spiritual herbs, if one were to dig them up without knowledge of their effects, there is a significant chance of ruining them. With Gathering Technique, one can collect directly without fear of destruction. This is the merit of the skill. The mysterious shop prompted 50,000 spirit coins. Purchase Skill Book D, Gathering Technique. He opened the skill book and clicked to learn it. The Gathering Technique transformed into a beam of light, entering his body. Learning Gathering Technique. Turning to the second skill, he found yet another lifestyle skill book. He scrutinized the remaining skill books, and to his astonishment, all 5 were lifestyle skill books. He had expected to find some combat-related skills, but to his surprise, there were none. Nevertheless, it was better than having nothing at all. Fortunately, these skill books were indeed quite valuable. Item, Meteor Forging Technique. Quality, A. Description, increases the forging speed of the forger by 60. Price, 500,000 spirit coins. This 500,000 spirit coins was undoubtedly worth its weight in gold. Without a moment's hesitation, he purchased it. The mysterious shop prompted 500,000 spirit coins. Purchase skill book, a meteor forging technique. This skill would certainly be for Jerry, allowing his forging speed to increase by 60. With the enhancement in Jerry's forging speed, he would be able to produce more equipment. The third skill book was item, farming technique. Quality, D. Description, increases crop yield by 10. Price, 50,000 spirit coins. This skill, when applied to the spiritual fields, would enable him to earn a considerable amount of extra income. The mysterious shop prompted 50,000 spirit coins. Purchase skill book, D. Farming technique. He did not intend to use it himself, but rather to assign it to one of his subordinates. As a lord, he certainly could not engage in farming himself. He had more pressing matters to attend to. For example, discussing life aspirations with Diao Chan and Junmi. The fourth skill book was item, supreme alchemical method. Quality, S. Description, increases elixir quality by 10, accelerates alchemical speed by 20, and reduces alchemical consumption by 20. Price, 10,000 spirit coins. This was an S-quality alchemical skill, exceedingly precious, and he could indeed utilize it. However, as a lord, he could not afford to spend all his time on alchemy. Using this skill book would be a waste. 10 million spirit coins, how hard it was to part with. Yet, this expenditure was necessary. Even if he did not use it, selling it would at least double his profit. The mysterious shop prompted 10,000 spirit coins. Purchase skill book S. Supreme alchemical method. The final skill book was item, 1000 threads weaving technique. Quality, B. Description, accelerates weaving speed by 40. With a 20 chance to enhance weaving attributes. Price, 200,000 spirit coins. Weaving skills are predominantly learned by women and can be used to create various exquisite fabrics, which can be fashioned into clothing or, in some cases, into equipment with attributes. This was indeed a commendable skill book. The mysterious shop prompted 200,000 spirit coins. Purchase skill book, B. 1000 threads weaving technique. In total, he spent over 10 million spirit coins on this excursion. While it seemed that he earned plenty of spirit coins, he soon realized that they were not easily spent. Just a few high-tier purchases could leave him back at square one. He arrived at the Divine Armory and called out to Jerry, "Jerry, I have a skill book for you." Jerry, curious, took it and, upon examining it, exclaimed in astonishment, "My lord, is this for me?" He was utterly shocked, as this was a skill book he desperately needed, and his excitement was palpable. Seeing the gleam in Jerry's eyes, Zhou Yan smiled and replied, "You are my chief forger. Who else would I give it to? You deserve this." They had helped him earn a significant amount of money without expecting anything in return. Giving them a skill book felt almost insufficient. However, he had no immediate rewards to offer them, so he would have to address that later. Chapter 75. Purchase of Earth Attribute Crystals. Thank you, my lord. After expressing his gratitude, Jerry eagerly opened the meteor forging technique. The skill book quickly transformed into a beam of light, entering Jerry's body. Moments later, Jerry opened his eyes, filled with astonishment, and said to Zhou Yan, "My lord, this forging technique is incredible. I feel my understanding of forging deepening." Zhou Yan nodded and said, "That's good. Work hard, for I will acquire even better skills in the future, and making you all divine-level forgers will undoubtedly be within reach." With the Temple of Inheritance at his disposal, Zhou Yan was filled with confidence. Were it not for the necessity of the dwarves' forging equipment at present, he would have considered bringing them into the Temple of Inheritance as well. For now, he would have to wait until the novice trials concluded. Zhou Yan looked at the equipment the dwarves had repaired, astonished, and asked, "You have repaired so much equipment?" There were nearly 4,000 pieces. Their efficiency was astonishing, far exceeding his expectations. "We are immensely grateful to you, my lord, which is why we work late into the night. This is our way of showing appreciation," Jerry replied earnestly. Zhou Yan felt truly touched. These dwarves were simply delightful. Rest is essential. You must maintain at least 8 hours of sleep each day. That is an order. Zhou Yan genuinely cared for the dwarves, not wanting them to overexert themselves. He could only focus on ensuring their daily needs were met, and he made sure that food and drink were never lacking. "Thank you for your concern, my lord," the dwarves collectively replied. Nodding, Zhou Yan began to list the repaired equipment in the trading hall and set them for sale. Within seconds, the equipment began to be sold at an astonishing rate, completely vanishing in under 2 minutes. The chat room erupted in exclamations, with cries for the heavenly court, "Lord, to list more equipment. Please, list more. I just saw the message and wanted to buy, but now there's nothing left. You lot have hands too quick. Not a single piece for me. Tomorrow, I must focus on notifications." The number of monsters was increasing, and his walls were on the verge of collapse. "What is this? One of my buildings has been destroyed. This is outrageous. It took considerable resources to upgrade, and now it's gone." It was a clear indication that his strength was insufficient. Had his soldiers been outfitted with quality gear, the outcome would have been different. Heavenly Court. "Lord, could we be friends? I simply wish to purchase a few sets of good equipment." The demand for equipment remained insatiable, and as the number of monsters increased, so too did the number of damaged items. Plenty could be recovered each day. However, the primary focus remains on black iron and bronze equipment. With silver gear being exceedingly rare, he yearned to sell more equipment, yet the daily supply was limited, leaving him indifferent to who might acquire it. Once the equipment was sold out, he returned to the walls of the main gate. Indeed, the number of monsters had increased, charging madly towards the territory. Nevertheless, the might of the ice tower was formidable, supplemented by the poison from the poison tower and the support from the blade tower. No matter how many monsters approached, their efforts proved futile. The defensive towers were the most crucial means of protection for the territory. He surveyed the materials required for his defensive structures and found that only the materials for the blade tower and the earthquake tower were relatively easy to procure. After all, with so many lords across the world, there would inevitably be someone who possessed what he needed. He began his search, but regrettably, neither the National Trading Hall nor the International Trading Hall had any sellers for these items. Consequently, he sent a message in the international chat room, looking to purchase various materials, elemental attribute crystals, high-grade materials, and rare materials, no quantity limitation. Friends with such items may contact me directly. He adjusted his status to allow private messages, though no additional information was displayed, leaving others unaware of any details. Upon sending the message, numerous individuals from around the globe began to reach out to him, some merely wishing to engage in idle chatter, which he promptly blocked. Subsequently, he discovered that someone indeed possessed some attribute crystals, albeit only one or two. He offered to purchase them at market price, 1-star crystals uniformly priced at 1,000 spirit coins. Should the seller hesitate or seek to raise the price, he would concede a bit, but never exceeding 1,200 spirit coins. At this stage, these items were utilized by only a select few, and their demands certainly did not rival his. For others, holding onto them served no purpose, making it far more beneficial to exchange them for spirit coins to develop their territories. Thus, he acquired a substantial number of crystals. As for those who set exorbitant prices, he promptly added them to his blacklist, not wishing to engage further. He soon encountered a lord who claimed to possess earth attribute crystals. These crystals could be used to upgrade the spiritual field and the earthquake tower, both of which he needed, and the individual mentioned having around 90. This opportunity was too good to overlook, so he quickly inquired, "I'll take them all. How does a price of 1,000 spirit coins per crystal sound? Could we possibly raise the price a little? How about 1,100 spirit coins each?" The other party suggested. "No problem. That price is certainly acceptable," he replied. "Really? That's wonderful. I just wanted to know if you would need more in the future, as I should be able to acquire quite a few more earth attribute crystals." The seller asked. "Absolutely. I can purchase them on an ongoing basis," Zhou Yan responded. "Then let us add each other as friends," the other party suggested. "I'll add you now." Zhou Yan took the initiative to add them as a friend. Territory notification. You have become friends with that knight Yuklang, displaying the territory name while keeping all other information confidential. The other party was also a foreign friend, but Zhou Yan paid no heed to their nationality. Their interaction was purely commercial. Territory notification. Spirit coins 95,000. Acquired 1-star earth attribute crystals X95. After completing the transaction, he commenced upgrading the defensive towers. Territory notification. Consumed 30,000 spirit coins and 10 1-star earth attribute crystals. Upgraded the earthquake tower to level 21. Territory notification. Consumed 35,000 spirit coins and 21-star earth attribute crystals. Upgraded the earthquake tower to level 22. Territory notification. Consumed 40,000 spirit coins and 31-star earth attribute crystals. Upgraded the earthquake tower to level 23. The earthquake tower could only be upgraded to level 23, yet it gained an additional attribute skill. Building, earthquake tower. Level 23. Requirements: 40,000 spirit coins, 41-star earth attribute crystals. Quality: SSS 03. Quantity: 3 earthquake towers. Defense: 3, 900, 039, 000. Special attribute 1. Executes seismic attacks on enemies. Special attribute 2. Unleashes a wide-range seismic wave every 100 minutes. Special attribute 3. Can unleash a ground roar every 2 hours. Description: I shall command the earth and become the nightmare of my foes. This skill appeared quite impressive. With its acquisition, the defenses on the left should be adequately fortified. He had 35 earth attribute crystals remaining and began upgrading the spiritual field. Chapter 76. Upgrading the Copper Sparrow Terrace. Territory notification. Consumed 30,000 spirit coins and 1 1-star earth attribute crystal. Upgraded the spiritual field to level 21. Territory notification. Consumed 40,000 spirit coins and 10 1-star earth attribute crystals. Upgraded the spiritual field to level 22. Territory notification. Consumed 50,000 spirit coins and 21-star earth attribute crystals. Upgraded the spiritual field to level 23. Building, spiritual field. Level 23. Requirements: 60,000 spirit coins, 31-star Earth Attribute Crystals. Quality, S02. Quantity, 2 spiritual fields. Defense, 1, 300, 013, 000. Special Attribute 1. Accelerates maturation, infusing crops with spiritual energy. Special Attribute 2. Strengthens crops, enhancing their attributes. Special Attribute 3. 5 chance of producing mutated species. Description, a field brimming with spiritual energy, capable of hastening crop maturation and enhancing them. The area of this spiritual field expanded once again, allowing for a significant increase in the variety of crops he could plant, provided that the Lord from that night could consistently supply him with Earth Attribute crystals. He would soon be able to elevate both the Earthquake Tower and the spiritual field to level 30. The number of monsters continued to swell, yet they remained incapable of breaching the coverage of the defensive towers. Hours passed, and the defensive towers steadfastly held their ground. Only a few severely injured monsters managed to approach the walls, but these were swiftly dispatched by the soldiers. Outside the territory, the final wave of monsters emerged, this time featuring a leader accompanied by nearly 1,000 elite-level monsters, launching a fierce assault on the territory. The monsters charged with vigor, but once they entered the attack range of the defensive towers, they were annihilated in an instant. The power of these towers was immensely formidable. Even level 20 monsters stood no chance. However, the leader, emboldened by its tough hide, successfully broke through the defensive tower's assault and reached the outer wall, albeit gravely wounded and poisoned. Attack. Under the leadership of Zhang San, a group of soldiers surged towards the creature, weapons in hand, advancing in a remarkably organized manner. Thud. The leader was swiftly overwhelmed and slain by the soldiers, unable to mount any significant resistance. A few items dropped from the leader. A bronze chest, a crystal core, and a book. Zhou Yan approached, employing his gathering skill. Gathered boar meat x5. Gathered boar heart x1. Gathered boar brain x2. The wild boar leader was quickly respawned, and he collected all the useful items. Lord, Zhang San handed him the book. A skill book, Zhou Yan remarked with surprise. However, this skill book was merely a low-grade F-quality item, which he found unworthy, and he was certain that even Diao Chan and the others would not find it appealing. Here, you can use it. Zhou Yan casually handed it to Zhang San, who was overjoyed, bowing hastily. Thank you, Lord. Zhang San was the first soldier he summoned, and acquiring an additional skill was always beneficial. Newcomer Trial Day 9, battle concluded. Calculating rewards. Eradicating 5, 624 level 8 tiger cattle, 7. 951 level 8 mountain spirits, 8. 957 level 7 long-tailed ducks, 3. 210 level 8 clawed monkeys, 1. 500 level 8 elite iron pigs, and 1 level 8 chief iron wild boar leader. Battle evaluation, SSS. Rewards. Basic reward of 60,000 soul coins, 60,000 spirit coins, and a blueprint for forging silver weapons. Additional evaluation rewards. 120,000 soul coins, 120,000 spirit coins, and 1 basic building, freely selectable. Indeed, just from these soul coins alone, the total amounts to 160,000. Should he open treasure chests, he would undoubtedly acquire several more thousand soul coins. Zhou Yan felt a surge of joy. Although the number of monsters increased daily, so too did his rewards, allowing him to accomplish numerous endeavors with these soul coins. As of today, the defensive towers of his territory were sufficiently robust to withstand any assault. Thus, he resolved to summon new heroes at the Copper Sparrow Terrace. He instructed Zhang San to handle the treasure chests outside while he proceeded to the summoning altar at the Copper Sparrow Terrace. It had been quite some time since his last visit to the Copper Sparrow Terrace, and he discovered that its level was only 10. Without hesitation, he elevated its level to 20. Territory notification, consumed 6,000 spirit coins. Copper Sparrow Terrace, upgraded to level 7. Territory notification, consumed 25,000 spirit coins. Copper Sparrow Terrace, upgraded to level 20. After upgrading the Copper Sparrow Terrace to level 20, it required 30,000 spirit coins and 10 one-star energy crystals. He had fortuitously procured a considerable amount earlier, totaling over 100, which now proved advantageous. Territory notification, consumed 30,000 spirit coins and 10 one-star energy crystals. Copper Sparrow Terrace, upgraded to level 21. Territory notification, consumed 40,000 spirit coins and 21-star energy crystals. Copper Sparrow Terrace, upgraded to level 22. Territory notification, consumed 70,000 spirit coins and 51-star energy crystals. Copper Sparrow Terrace, upgraded to level 25. Building, Copper Sparrow Terrace. Level, 25. Cost, 80,000 spirit coins, 61-star energy crystals. Quality, RRR. Defense, 5, 500, 000. Function, summoning. Special Attribute 1, female heroes. Special Attribute 2, 25 success rate for summoning heroes. Special Attribute 3, 5 success rate for summoning special items. Description: home to numerous female heroes from other realms, each possessing formidable abilities. Basic summoning costs 100 soul coins per attempt. Intermediate summoning costs 500 soul coins. Advanced summoning costs 1,000 soul coins. And super summoning costs 10,000 soul coins. Note: the higher the cost, the greater the probability of summoning a hero. Upon completing the upgrade of the building, all attributes of the Copper Sparrow Terrace saw a significant enhancement. Most notably, the success rate for summoning heroes had also increased. He began the summoning process, opting for intermediate summoning. Copper Sparrow Terrace notification: 500 soul coins consumed. Congratulations on summoning the maid, Lu Yu. A maid? Zhou Yan was momentarily taken aback, surprised that he had indeed summoned a person. A beam of light emanated from the summoning altar and, upon landing, a young woman clad in Hanfu court attire appeared before him. Upon seeing Zhou Yan, the girl promptly bowed. Lu Yu pays her respects to the lord. The girl's delicate features, accentuated by the Hanfu, exuded a unique beauty reminiscent of ancient women. Though her looks may not rival those of Diao Chan or Zhunmi, she possessed a captivating charm that was quite appealing. Please, no need for formalities. Zhou Yan glanced at her attributes. Chapter 77, Hero Sun Shangxiang. Name: Lu Yu. Gender: female. Age: 19. Race: human. Affiliated lord: Zhou Yan. Quality: S. Loyalty: 100. Level: 0. Cost: 100 soul coins. Charm: 30, base 3. Luck: 2, base 02. Strength: 3, base 03. Vitality: 3, base 03. Agility: 2, base 02. Mental strength: 4, base 04. Talent: S-level culinary skills. Skill: court cuisine. Description: evolved through mysterious energy, resulting in a tenfold increase in basic attributes. A chef, indeed. Zhou Yan exclaimed in astonishment. He was quite pleased with this maid. Her culinary skill was of S quality, and he eagerly anticipated the dishes she would prepare. From now on, you shall be responsible for the culinary affairs of the territory. Zhou Yan instructed Lu Yu. Yes, Lu Yu replied softly. Having summoned a maid on his first attempt, he proceeded to continue summoning. Copper Sparrow Terrace notification: 500 soul coins consumed. Congratulations on obtaining a pair of straw sandals. Goodness, Zhou Yan exclaimed, finding it absurd that 500 soul coins yielded only a pair of tattered straw sandals. He was left speechless. However, such outcomes were not entirely unexpected. Even the appearance of a stone was not beyond possibility. Copper Sparrow Terrace notification: 500 soul coins consumed. Congratulations on obtaining a bronze sword. Upon inspecting the quality of the weapon, he confirmed it was indeed of bronze quality. Copper Sparrow Terrace notification: 500 soul coins consumed. Congratulations on obtaining a Hanfu garment. Copper Sparrow Terrace notification: 500 soul coins consumed. Congratulations on obtaining a lighter. Copper Sparrow Terrace notification: 500 soul coins consumed. Congratulations on obtaining a set of sexy pajamas. Copper Sparrow Terrace notification: 500 soul coins consumed. Congratulations on obtaining a dragon throne. A dragon throne? Zhou Yan was left speechless, as aside from the initial maid, everything else was a hodgepodge of random items. He regretted elevating the Copper Sparrow Terrace to such a high level only to receive subpar rewards. He opened the attributes of the dragon throne. Item: dragon throne. Quality: SSS. Description: a symbol of ancient imperial power, reserved solely for emperors. Gazing at this dragon throne crafted from pure gold, he mused that it must be worth a considerable sum. After all, it was an item of SSS quality, albeit merely an antique. Let us store it in the treasure room, he decided. Upon placing the dragon throne into the treasure room, a notification appeared. Territory notification: hidden attribute of treasure room activated. Oh, finally activated the hidden attribute of the treasure room. That was quite a challenge. He promptly checked the hidden attributes of the treasure room. Building: treasure room. Level: 20. Cost: 30,000 spirit coins, 300 4-star wood, 300 4-star stone. Quality: SSS 04. Defense: 3,000,000. Special attribute 1. Contains a space of 10,000 cubic meters, capable of automatically classifying and organizing various treasures. Special attribute 2. Can automatically repair damaged treasures. The higher the quality of the treasure, the longer the time required for repair. Repairing treasures requires spirit coins. Attribute boost: Lord's Luck 3. Description: stores various treasures. The more treasures stored and the higher their quality, the greater the unexpected rewards. Zhou Yan was taken aback. The treasure room could actually enhance his luck. This was indeed a delightful surprise. It seemed that if he had the opportunity, he should also collect high-quality antique items. He pondered. Luck was notoriously hard to come by, and the treasure room, possessing such a hidden ability, was undeniably powerful. He realized that the probability of summoning good items through intermediate summoning was still too low, so he switched to advanced summoning. Copper Sparrow Terrace notification: 1,000 soul coins consumed. Congratulations on summoning the maid, Li Shuang. A maid? Zhou Yan wondered, as this seemed quite similar to the previous maid. Before him once again appeared a woman, adorned in the elegant garb of royalty. Upon noticing him, she graciously bowed and greeted, "Greetings, Lord." "Excellent, excellent," Zhou Yan replied, swiftly examining her information. Name, Li Shuang. Gender, female. Age, 19. Race, human. Affiliated Lord, Zhou Yan. Quality, SS. Loyalty, 100. Level, 0, 100 soul coins. Charm, 31, base 31. Luck, 3, base 03. Strength, 4, base 04. Constitution, 4, base 04. Dexterity, 5, base 05. Mentality, 2, base 02. Talent, SS level steward. Skills, none. Introduction, evolved through mysterious energy, with a tenfold increase in base attributes. An SS level steward ability. This was the first time he had heard of such an impressive talent. A person of her caliber would be ideally suited for logistical support within the territory. From now on, you shall manage all logistical affairs of the domain. You will be the steward of the territory, Zhou Yan declared to Lu Yu. Thank you, Lord. Lu Yu replied, her joy evident. He began to summon again. Resolute in his belief that with such a plethora of soul coins, he would surely summon a hero. Bronze Sparrow Terrace, notification, soul coins 1000. Congratulations on acquiring a golden sword. Bronze Sparrow Terrace, notification, soul coins 1000. Congratulations on acquiring a golden armor. Bronze Sparrow Terrace, notification, soul coins 1000. Congratulations on acquiring hero Sun Shangxiang. Upon hearing this announcement, Zhou Yan finally smiled. At last, a new hero has been summoned. A radiant light coalesced into the form of a lady, whose beauty was striking, and her demeanor dignified. Yet, unlike the typical delicate woman, she exuded a bold and valiant spirit. Though female, her appearance bore the aura of a formidable warrior. Clad in a fitted battle attire, her exquisite figure was perfectly showcased. As she gazed at Zhou Yan, there was no hint of fear, only a profound curiosity. She clenched her fists and, akin to a man, saluted him with a respectful gesture. I pay my respects, Lord. She was indeed a remarkable woman, reminiscent of the ancient female generals, perhaps embodying the very essence of Sun Shangxiang. No need for formalities, no need, Zhou Yan responded hastily. He scrutinized Sun Shangxiang closely, while she, with wide eyes, observed him in return. If she were an ordinary woman, she would have been blushing by now. However, Sun Shangxiang displayed no shyness whatsoever, radiating a refreshing straightforwardness. Sun Shangxiang. From this moment forth, this shall be your home, Zhou Yan proclaimed. Yes, my lord, Sun Shangxiang nodded affirmatively. Chapter 78, Arrangements. His greatest curiosity now lay in Sun Shangxiang's attributes, and he promptly accessed her attribute list for examination. Name, Sun Shangxiang. Gender, female. Age, 19. Race, human. Affiliated Lord, Zhou Yan. Quality, RRR. Loyalty, 100. Level, 0, 100 soul coins. Charm, 44, base 44. Luck, 28, base 28. Strength, 30, base 3. Constitution, 12, base 12. Dexterity, 30, base 3. Mentality, 4, base 04. Talent, Phoenix Sword Body. Skills, Phoenix Sword Technique. Special Attribute 1, Attack Power 10. Introduction, a beauty of the three kingdoms. Possessing both valor and grace, evolved through mysterious energy, with a tenfold increase in base attributes. My goodness, Zhou Yan exclaimed, astonished to see that Sun Shangxiang's base strength and agility had reached an astounding level of 3. Truly, she was a woman of formidable might. Her attributes were impressively strong. After acquiring Sun Shangxiang, he refrained from further summons. First, he would elevate Sun Shangxiang's level. Soul Coins 100, Hero Sun Shangxiang, level raised from 0 to 1. Soul Coins 200, Hero Sun Shangxiang, level raised from 1 to 2. Soul Coins 6000, Hero Sun Shangxiang, level raised from 19 to 20. He had elevated Sun Shangxiang's level all the way to 20 in one swift motion. Name, Sun Shangxiang. Gender, female. Age, 19. Race, human. Affiliated Lord, Zhou Yan. Quality, RRR. Loyalty, 100. Level, 20. 100 soul coins. Charm, 84, base 44. Luck, 68, base 28. Strength, 90, base 3. Constitution, 32, base 12. Dexterity, 90, base 3. Mentality, 24, base 04. Talent, Phoenix Sword Body. Skills, Phoenix Sword Technique. Special Attribute 1, Attack Power 200. Special Attribute 2, Agility 200. Introduction, a beauty of the three kingdoms. Possessing both valor and grace, evolved through mysterious energy, with a tenfold increase in base attributes. In addition to the increase in basic attributes, Sun Shangxiang had gained an additional special attribute, with a substantial amount of soul coins remaining. He realized that both Diao Chan and Zhun Mi also required their levels to be elevated to 20. However, Diao Chan was currently undergoing a class advancement trial at the Temple of Inheritance and could not be leveled up until her return. He then proceeded to elevate both his own level and Zhun Mi's to 20. Soul coins 1500, Hero Zhun Mi, level raised from 10 to 11. Soul coins 6000. Hero Sun Shangxiang, level raised from 19 to 20. Soul coins 1500, your level raised from 10 to 11. Soul coins 6000. Your level raised from 19 to 20. He discovered that the treasure chests in the treasure vault had already been fully opened by Zhun Mi, leaving him with nearly 50,000 soul coins, which he decided to reserve for potential purchases at the mystery shop. Even after reaching level 20, no announcements for new trials appeared. It seemed that gaining reputation was indeed no simple feat. Both his and Zhun Mi's attributes had significantly improved. Zhun Mi's mental attribute had soared to 180 points. Meanwhile, his four main attributes had reached Strength, 1722, Constitution, 1412, Dexterity, 1523, Mentality, 1451. Thanks to daily consumption of spiritual rice and fruits, along with residing in the Spirit Bamboo House, his attribute points had seen a further increase. If outsiders were to discover such attributes, they would surely be taken aback. These were not the statistics one would expect from a novice lord. The implications were daunting. These figures represented merely his base attributes, not accounting for various equipment, skills, or territorial bonuses. He firmly believed that even many seasoned lords at levels 50 or 60 would find it hard to rival his attributes. The world of lords possessed numerous items capable of permanently enhancing attributes, spiritual fruits, elixirs, and special items. Whether one could obtain these depended on personal effort, strength, and wealth. The level of an individual lord did not signify everything. The true strength lay in the overall power of the territory. Let us take our leave, Zhou Yan said as he led the newly summoned individuals out of the Bronze Sparrow Terrace, introducing them to the circumstances of the territory. He guided them around the vicinity of his domain, explaining the architectural attributes and facilitating introductions with the other residents of the territory. He also arranged for Sun Shangxiang to reside in the spiritual bamboo cottage, a level 20 abode boasting numerous chambers for her to choose from at her leisure. He had not intended for her to live with him all at once, as Sun Shangxiang's temperament differed significantly from that of Zhun Mi and Diao Chan. This matter required a gradual approach, akin to a gentle simmer. After all, they would inevitably become acquainted in due time, as one might surmise. With Lu Yu's arrival, Sitong and her companions were finally relieved from their temporary culinary duties. However, they were eager to learn the art of cooking and sought to study alongside Lu Yu in the kitchen. This fortunate circumstance was made possible by the existence of Drunken Immortal Pavilion, which effectively resolved their culinary predicaments. Speaking of which, he had already amassed quite a collection of Drunken Immortal wine, which was prominently displayed within the tavern and continued to attract formidable individuals to its premises. Within the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, each table was capable of accommodating Drunken Immortal wine. The higher the quality and quantity of the wine, the greater the likelihood of drawing exceptional talents. He had not been there for long, yet he planned to deliver 1 or 2 jars to the dwarves daily as a form of reward for their efforts. The benefits that the dwarves had provided him were indeed substantial, and as the proprietor, he felt compelled to treat his employees with fairness. At the very least, he aimed to provide them with the finest sustenance. Previously, he had assigned Si Hua to oversee the operations of Drunken Immortal Pavilion, but it became increasingly evident that Lu Yu was the most suitable candidate for managing the establishment. After discussing with Lu Yu, he reminded her to brew Drunken Immortal wine regularly and to assign the newly summoned maidens to assist her. Once these arrangements were made, he began to organize an expedition into the misty territories for the afternoon. He had already explored the area within a 10-kilometer radius, discovering an iron mine, which was the former lair of the fortified goblins. Unfortunately, he lacked the time to allocate personnel for mining. It would be more advantageous to hunt additional monsters instead. With the formidable hero Sun Shangxiang by his side, he initiated the division of his forces into 3 groups, each venturing into distinct regions for exploration.